points context or whatever, switch over.
In the neighborhood, it is a beautiful day here in the Copper Box Arena in London. We are live in front of the fans who woke up this Saturday morning and said, I'm gonna watch me some of the best Apex the world has to offer from inside the arena. And now inside, hopefully the players' POVs, we will begin the first day where teams find themselves a seat at Championship Sunday and a ticket back home if things don't go well. It is Elimination Day. It's day 3 here in the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Welcome to London. My name is Rain Day. Of course, I'm joined by two of my favorites, Tiff and Tia on the desk. Looking fantastic, both of you. Yes, crowd, make some noise for them. Tiff, what a day we had. I mean, how does it feel? Day 3, this is where things start getting real.
This is where things definitely start getting real. It's going to start heating up a lot of that action. I'm amped to be here. It's going to get electric in the crowd for these players to put their hearts on the line because teams will rise, but also teams will fall. But I am here for those teams that are going to be making their way from that elimination bracket and fighting for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially now that we've gone into the elimination stage, how quickly you have to adapt. And one of the things that I'm really curious about is with the way that we've already seen the meta of playoffs start to change. We were talking about how things started really conservative. They've been getting a little bit more aggressive. As we continue moving through today, I think we're going to see a lot of squads, I'm thinking specifically of teams like Vexed and Furia, revert back to this hyper-aggressive style that made them successful in the regular season. I just don't know if it'll work anymore.
Well, they only have one more bracket to essentially find that out as we are starting off with some high stakes. Let's get into how this tournament will work for those of you watching at home and those in the stands who have joined us. Always love our people who get here bright and early. The group stage, that's what we got here. 13th to 14th of July. We had 2 days in day 1 and 2 that set this up. Group A, B, C, and D rotated round robin style. They played each other, found out who the best of the best was, at least for now, and who needed to pick up their pace. Those winners sitting in a group that will play this afternoon in the second set of the day, while the elimination bracket will start now. That will feed the top 10 into a potential second elimination bracket, and the bottom 10 of this group right now is going home. Of course, the winners will play and secure 10 into the finals. And what are the finals? That's tomorrow. That's where we do our thing in Apex Legends. Nobody else has got it. It's match point format. 50 points, and then you've got to win, or we go again. One of my favorite elements of this, we will be kicking that off at 4 BST, so make sure you put that on your calendars. Standing over the overall leaderboards is TSM still, Tiff, and Alliance shortly behind.
You know, I really thought Alliance was going to be able to take the win on group stages, but that's before Big E, Verholst, Revs, Hal, they had something to do about it, just snaking them out by 3 points. And do you remember what happened last time TSM won group stages?
I think they won the LAN.
Yeah, they hoisted that trophy over there, and that was pretty impressive. So we'll see if they'll be able to keep that in. But one of the names that I'm looking at right here is in the 14th spot, Xset. They had a rather tumultuous kind of journey throughout the group stages, and they didn't actually net a match win until the one of the matches yesterday.
They did, and unfortunately for them, it is still a process of figuring things out, but at least they found themselves in the winner's bracket, so you can breathe a sigh of relief, and you now get 2 chances at life. For the teams that find themselves in the bottom 20, you're not nearly as lucky, and you've got some surprises here too. You would have already heard me talk about Vexed and Furia, but you've got Optic joining them, Fire Beavers in this bracket as well. Favorites from around the world joined by even Complexity, who barely missed the winners.
One of the things I have to commend are some of the people in the building who have driven and have flown miles and miles to be here, have gotten here early. Of course, this fan section in particular that I'm pointing at, the Dreamfire and MD White fan sections that have been absolutely amazing in our building. One has done well enough to find themselves waiting to play one. Dreamfire here specifically needs to perform right now, Tiff, and that's kind of lead us into the conversation on kind of these teams that we're looking at in this elimination bracket.
It's really tough if you find yourself in the elimination bracket, not only because you have to play more games, you have to wake up earlier, and this entire day is just going to be longer in general leading into Championship Sunday. But there's a lot of stakes on the line, and we kind of talked a lot about the teams that have already been in there. You named Optic Gaming, Furia, Aurora in general. This Split 2, if you remember correctly, they won Split 1 regular season for EMEA, and the entirety of Split 2 has been a journey. But I did see a tweet from Aurora that they had a special pizza delivery delivery, and some people that, hey, joined us in London.
I'm excited to see them. I actually want to touch back on what you mentioned, Rande, Dreamfire, who have not had the best tournament, and yet fans around the world are familiar with the Dreamfire name, and they've made deep runs into playoffs, into international competition before. The biggest part of their performance today is going to be the change in their drop spots. Not because they're actually changing locations, but because finally they're there alone.
Yes.
Oh my God.
That is the biggest deal right here. We're talking the mill. They were contested over there. They were third-party contested over there. Finally, they get to focus on playing their game, and I can only imagine that Roy and co are going to be so happy about that.
Won't have to wait long to find out. We are about to kick things off, but before we do, we have to kind of single out our stories with all of the teams to pick from. There's almost too many, but I want to start with you, Tiff. Who is your one to watch for today's elimination?
All right, so I'm going to kick things off. As you can see on the screen, my team to watch is Riddle or Mia K, Yukio, Tappy. This trio, they started off so incredibly strong when it came to C and D, but kind of tapered off throughout the week, and to no surprise, that can be just the longevity of the group stages. And you know, sometimes you just need to come in, have a nice reset, and focus on your game as well. During the regular season and coming into the Split 2 playoffs, they had to change up their drop spot POIs, which can completely shake things up. So they'll be going back to being on Stormboy. Look at this!
Oh my God!
Can we get it going?
Look at those moves!
I can't compete, but I'm gonna try. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm a Riddle fan now.
I'm a Riddle fan now.
If you weren't a Riddle fan now, you are. This is amazing. They're feeling just a breath of relief. I'm ready to see them lock and load here and find themselves in the winner's bracket.
Riddle Order got the style, they got the moves. We'll see if they get the win. They need it right now in the elimination bracket. For me, my eyes are on another team with another player who can actually dance pretty well. Of course, that's Complexity.
Okay.
And Monsoon.
Oh, yeah.
Monsoon, I don't know how he felt about that Cooking with Nasky video, because he is the cook of the Apex Legends scene. But right now, what he's been working with hasn't been the best of ingredients. He has not felt good. If you look at Monsoon, he is playing with those things in his nostrils. This isn't a joke. He has actually been under the weather. And so what Complexity have done is put themselves in a position to still have a chance. They missed Split 1 playoffs, coming in 13th place, just outside of the ability to get here. And now coming in 10th place, they barely qualified, but it was a statement. Monsoon joined us on the desk. Now he's on a different desk, trying to make it into winners and prove that he is, with this team, Luda and Cody, able to get things done. Kimchi Lee working hard with this squad, and working hard in the gym as well, as we like to say, to make sure they are prepared. But they are focused, locked in, and Dia, for me, that is why they are my team to watch. But I want to throw it to you and see who's yours.
My team to watch comes out of South America. I had the pleasure of getting to know all of the squads that we now find in the elimination bracket. Not a single squad from South America has made it up to winners, and it's a difficult time for them. But my heroes for this journey are going to be Start a Fight, who have the pleasure of being your third place team out of South America. They performed really well even yesterday after a very difficult post-game performance, being able to turn things around, clutch up a third place on on World's Edge that they very well could have won if not for some very nice play from Fnatic. Sleep, one of the best rollers in South America, that's acknowledged by even the other South American teams that have made it, is absolutely a highlight player. Jinx paving the way for South American Apex Legends. In fact, I even got the chance to talk to Sleep before this whole tournament kicked off. So let's hear from Sleep a little bit on how he got here and what it means to play at international competition. Hello everyone, I am very excited to be joined by Sleep here just before the Split 2 playoffs in London. We're already here, you've been setting up for the day. Are you feeling all right? Have you been sleeping okay?
It's really comfy here.
It is, it is. So a lot of viewers from around the world that haven't had the chance to watch South America, you're always like invested in your own region. So for the people who are perhaps seeing you for the first time, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Felipe, my name is Pedro, my real name is Pedro. I'm 25 years old, that's my third LAN. I play on Sweden, on Elevate roster, on Rally, on Godfire, and now we Start a Fight.
What got you into Apex Legends, and what was your life like before you even heard of the game?
I like playing games like since I was a kid. My father took me to the arcade because he working there. So I was playing with my father. That's what was my way to connect with him.
What was it like navigating a full-time job now in the military and also trying to compete?
You know, the military, you never know where you're gonna. Sometimes you have to stay in the ship or in the base, in the base, because you have to do like the guard at night.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was on the same day as the tournament, as the ALGS. So my team depends on me. I can't like just no. I had to work and don't play. And it was getting hard to conciliate both. So I had to make a decision. I called my mom, my father, and they supported me.
Yeah.
My grandfather too. Like, he really loved it when I got into the military. And when I called him, I was expecting for him to say that, no, you can do this. And he supported me too. I was really happy at the time.
Were they nervous? Were you nervous going to your first international competition?
Nervous, but very happy, because it was a dream for me that's happening now. Like, I was always looking like, I want to be there, I want to play there.
Yeah.
And now I'm playing here against the best player in the world.
Now, when you made finals, I mean, obviously, family was very excited, but it also meant a lot for South America. How much did that mean to you personally and back home?
Like, when we passed for the finals, all my life came back. Everything that I did, my choices, the failures that I had, and now I'm getting to the finals. And I was representing the only South American team, and that was like really, really exciting for me.
Look at these emotions. Look at the raw emotions on these players.
We know you want to win. Everybody wants to win. Coming away from this LAN, what is something that you can consider a victory for yourself, for the squad, for South America, that isn't first place? Now, it may very well be, and we're all hoping that it is. But what is a victory to you nonetheless?
Like, doing my best and doing good and performing good to show South America that if we are good enough, they can do it. If I can do it, everyone can.
Thank you, Sleep, for joining me. This has been a wonderful interview. Do you have anything to say to the people back home?
Rapaziada, a gente veio aqui para ganhar. A gente quer ganhar, treinando para isso. E a gente vai deixar vocês orgulhosos. Vamos vencer a porra!
All right, thank you, Sleep. Everyone, we are going to be right back with more coverage of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, so don't go anywhere.
I'm jealous. I thought we started a podcast, Dia. Now it looks like you've got a better podcast partner, at least one that stirs up a little more emotion. That was fantastic. Thank you for sitting down with Sleep and telling that story.
It was really wonderful, and I will say credit to Sleep, by the way. That interview and this team behind the scenes have made it look really good. Sleep can absolutely monologue for a very long time.
The man can talk is basically what we're hearing.
I think I asked him one question and he told me his entire life story. The man is incredible, and it's been amazing to be able to connect with him throughout the course of the competition as well. He's very heartfelt, genuine, and these losses, or perhaps lower placements, have been taking a toll on him and the squad, especially for a team that's so emotionally open. It's difficult to watch them go through it.
Yeah, and it's great to see that, and thank you for highlighting it. We'll talk more about our teams from all of the regions as we continue into this tournament. But we want to make sure you watching at home know that whatever region you're from, wherever you are sitting watching, even if you're in the crowd and you've got some cell service, I guess, you have a chance to win some very cool prizing. And by win, I mean, it's guaranteed essentially if you spend the time, 60 minutes, and you earn the ability to get one of these Twitch drops. So make sure that you're watching for at least an hour every single day. And the best part about it is a little birdie told me that even if you miss the first 3 days, if you watch enough on the Championship Sunday tomorrow, you'll be able to get all of the items. So very exciting, Tiff.
I need to get these items. Let me just tell you, I want the hollow spray.
Yeah.
If I find a rat in game, I'm going to be, eliminating them and just tossing it right on there. I did that.
I am a gun charm guy. So seeing that charm, let's just say that if I wasn't here on the desk, I would be farming Twitch drops.
Let's just say. So for all of those who can't do it, let Dia live vicariously through you and farm some Twitch drops for us, for those watching at home. Thank you, everyone who tuned in to be here at early times to start this off, and also watching at home. We can't wait to get the games going because it's time to kick off our first set of the day. So let's get it over to our casters and begin the elimination bracket.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Welcome, Copper Box Arena. I am so happy to be alongside my good friend Genome to take you guys through the first elimination bracket, because after all the action, we have dwindled down to the 20 teams that will be hanging out here in this lower bracket, fighting for their lives.
First 2 days, a little bit of a warm-up in some ways, Vicky. Now that we're into the elimination bracket, the stakes have gone through the roof. 20 teams in this lobby, but only 10 will make it to the next round.
Can we break down the stats of each region of what we're witnessing here too? In the winners bracket alone, NA has 8 out of the 11 teams. APAC North has 6 out of the 9 teams sitting in that winners bracket. EMEA has half the teams, 5 out of 10 sitting in the winners bracket. APAC South has only 1 team sitting in the winners bracket, and South America has 0. All of them are here in the elimination bracket. After what we've hyped up so far across the last 2 days, we are moving on to our first game onto World's Edge. That's going to be our first 3 games being played on World's Edge before we make that usual transition into Stormpoint.
And it's been a switch up last time with, I'd say, mainly APAC South and APAC North, right? NA still on top. SA still trying to get a little bit of love there in the finals. Once again, they're going to have to do that the hard way, and EMEA somewhere in the middle.
It's crazy to see how we were talking about APAC North, who again have those 6 teams already waiting in the winners bracket, APAC South, but there was struggle going into yesterday. A lot of change up, a lot of opportunities have presented themselves as we saw a lot of early 50-50s, which I'm not expecting to slow down anytime soon, Genome, as we get started already for game number 1.
No, definitely some options here. Leave No Witness and North Eption. We could see that going down at Thermal Station. MDY White, there's a chance that they'll be taking on Glitch Energy at Lava Fissure if they don't go for Fragment. Oh man, it's another hectic start, I would say, to this game. Leave No Witness. Okay, we've actually got a south to north dropship, so we're seeing that come out nice and early. Looks like the South American team here are going to get Thermal Station all to themselves. North Eption going up to maybe Mirage Voyage. Interesting, okay.
And MD White now going to be able to land over here in Fragment, which is going to be interesting. We were mentioning maybe some change-ups in the drop spot here, but just looking to see what they're trying to do, because you already see they're taking some shots already on the other side.
No contest, though. From what I'm seeing, no contest. They've actually worked it out. The teams, for the first time in this LAN, have actually, gentleman's agreement in place, essentially. They have split things up pretty fairly. So as you can see there, why that's happening. 1, Fire Beavers have let MDY into Fragment. They're not trying to take both Fragment and Monument for themselves. That was a possibility. North Eption have left Leave No Witness alone down the bottom. You wouldn't usually just try and loot Mirage Voyage by yourself as a team. Sure, you get the goodies. You get the adrenaline rush of, jamming the button, partying with Mirage, and then popping out some of those loot bots, but kitting out 3 people, not the greatest.
It's a feel-good feeling, but it's not the very feel-good when you walk away with not the good loot that you wanted to rock when you make this rotation, especially looking at where this circle is going to be pulling Genome. You already know this circle has a potential chance of actually pulling south of Lava Siphon. Now, if we do have the circle that I'm thinking about and that we have seen before in the past, there's that open area south of Lava Siphon that we have to worry about north of Launch Site. We have seen that before, actually, earlier on in day number 1, but then I'm looking at Crazy Raccoon, who could get that next set of information with the ring beacon that's usually there in Launch Site. Actually tuning into Crazy Raccoon, this is exactly the spot that I was expecting them to set up in that southern command center area, and you already see with the composition that they've been rocking, the Rampart we've seen prevalent here in this region, the Crypto, it hasn't been as common but has been able to work against a lot of the teams that are playing more bunker down, looking at the Watson, EMP dealing with the pylons, even the rare case of the Caustic that we usually see on World's Edge deals with those Caustic barrels.
Yeah, dope setup to sit in this launch site zone here. If it does indeed continue pulling down, Crazy Raccoon are going to be perfect. These The building we're looking at just there in front, right? There's obviously 2 of them that are kind of similar with rampart walls blocking those doors. Oh, so hard to push. A crypto looking out for a potentially EMPing. Anyone who wants to make a move on them, gonna love Crazy Raccoon's position here.
It's highlighting the comps that we're expecting in this lobby. There's actually 1 Caustic out here, there's 2 Cryptos, and there's 3 Watsons. That's why we keep talking about the different matchups that we could expect for some of these teams that want to secure their last place God spot here in that next circle.
A couple of the rotations coming through Lava Siphon. You can see Jailing's trying to work out their next steps through this as they take some knuckle clusters here. Maggie we've got from Cleve, so I guess that's something else we can touch on now, Vicky, is that guess who's back in the building? We've got Sunset on the team here for Aurora. Obviously, we had Maliwan playing for the first 2 days, and you know, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to help them into the winners brackets. All those contests with DZ, honestly taking some L's on Twitter and in the arena.
Genome, you're too nice. You're too nice, and I appreciate that, but you have to call it as it is here. Moving away from their unfortunate shortcomings in those first 2 days, it's going to have to be a comeback of a century. But if a team could do it with their trio back together, it could be Aurora here with their compositions. Looking at J-Links now, securing themselves inside the Spaghetti building. It looks like they're getting chased down on the other side. I also saw that maybe the Crypto EMP may be coming unleashed there with some fights happening on the other side. Go next now, settling down, and if we take a look at where this next circle is going, it indicates that so many of these teams, like right now, that we're seeing J-Links trying to send it onto this team.
Oh, and here's that aggro comp here. We've got the Mad Maggie out from Cleve. Backed up by Sunset on the Seer and Ranchers on the Wraith. It is a composition built for fighting. Let's see if they can get the better of J-Links.
The thing is, Cuzzy, you send out that Wrecking Ball, and you already know that the enemy team also has that speed boost. J-Links have the health advantage. They clean up Cleve, they clean up Ranchers here, and it's just a matter of cleaning up the rest of the KP. Aurora still have that one last straggler running away. They're not going to fully send it here. They're just going to take what they got, and Aurora's going to still be able to get away. Welcome, Sunset, out here as a solo. Maybe rough, but welcome to the gulag, because you're going to have to deal with it now.
Oh, that was a rough start to the tournament for the man. I mean,
Personally, we were literally just highlighting how great it is to see them all back together again.
It is nice to see them. I don't think they were happy to see J-Lings in that building, or at least the way the fight went. But now J-Lings have a couple of boxes to work with as well. I don't think this is going to be the best spot to play from as far as the end of the game. It would have to be a pretty hard shift back towards Siphon for this to work out for J-Lings, but you never know. It's World's Edge.
But it's also denying themselves the opportunity to find out where that next circle is going, which is why they're going to bunker down there for maybe a little bit until they see where that next circle is going to be pulling. Maybe continuously pulling towards the north side of Lava Siphon, like you mentioned. But I am thinking that maybe this could be in that open area between those 2 POIs.
Yeah, it could be. The way the launch site circles do work, though, it often can go on top of you do get a lot of the circle area sometimes on top of the mountains to the north of launch site, which cuts off a lot of playable space. One of the kind of unique areas on World's Edge for that reason. And as you can see, Riddle Order were trying to work their way a little bit more north, but they're probably going to be running into Crazy Raccoon once that happens. Complexity, there's going to be a lot of fights happening around Lava Siphon because a lot of the teams have filtered into that region and not necessarily all the way down, considering it's not the most southerly zone you can get.
Well, this could work, though, if you look at the squads that are rotating outside of the circle, thinking about Optic Gaming, that definitely need all the help here, rotating away from Big Mod. They could go through the south, avoid a lot of the congestion that's going to happen on the northeast side of the circle from the squads that are exiting out of Fragment, rotating from Geyser, but this actually is going to work out for those same exact squads, because the circle with the side-by-side are actually going to be moving over to that northeast area away towards Lava Siphon, but still a little bit on top of that POI glitch. Now taking a look at what's going on with J-Lings over here, coming across his team as in the middle of the rotation.
Do manage to grab some of the fences down, and with that circle shift, this building is all of a sudden very, very hot property. Nice. Little peek there from Panic, and the peek gate goes crazy. Noises is down. Can he get out and get the bat off?
But they're going to be able to play around the knockdown here, and they have the Jenny. Glitch having to play around the safety, playing at the health advantage, disadvantage here too. Gets the knock for knock. The Watson fences may benefit Jaylings here to reset. That's why you see Glitch holding back. But while they're playing out in the open, sure they got the Watson, but they don't got the building to set up the pylons. Now another squad from the distance with the longbow shots are getting involved in this fight too. Wondering who the third party possibly could be. It could be Blackhand on the upper hands, or rather on the train tracks. The Crypto Drone, EMP, coming in to benefit Jaylings if they can try to back away in time as they try to take over this building.
These Watson fences really coming in clutch here. Every single time they, take an L, they're taking a little bit too much damage from one of these peaks. They are able to get them back up, and it allows them to get the reset. They do get the revive there, and that really helps out. Okay, Strafing Flame from Blackhand has gone down, and we see Glitch eliminated as well. Leave no witness on the high ground here. You can see Easy Flash trying to do the best he can now, but he's only got one teammate to help him.
And that was Glitch to try to take that fight, and then immediately got taken out themselves. Jaylings getting to see another day. 18 squads left, taking a look at another squad now trying to rotate in. Nag's getting taken down here too. It's probably the continuation as Northeption now has gotten involved, backing away in time. There's so many fights. They're the ones that called them the exhibition.
I mean, look, if Jaylings didn't have the generator in that building right now, they would 100% be dead. The amount of shields that's giving them.
Oh, yeah.
And by they'd already be dead, I mean, 10 seconds ago, because obviously they're gone now. All right, who's that's taking them out in the building? Everyone is so packed into this area of the map, it's actually kind of hard to see.
They're all overlapping
of the teams
each other.
that are in there, yeah.
And it's Northeption who had the high ground, that had the longbow in their hand, that they were poking at Glitch originally.
Yep.
Trying to grief him without having to overextend until they saw the knocks coming in and they found the opportunity. But the reason why they're holding back a little bit, taking these different off angles, they don't want to give up this space. And you asked about the squad that wanted to contest them inside of that building. It's complexity. Monsoon, recognizing the situation, recognizing that Northeption has the high ground, they're backing away, and I like this call. Holding the train tracks could benefit them with a different counter rotation around the north side of Lava Siphon, and then to contest the teams that are rotating from the north side of the map, rotating from that fragment area that we mentioned before through that choke point where you could expect knock them that usually could rotate around the other side there.
Okay, we've got Onyx, one of the teams who did so well at the Split 1 playoffs. It's been a very disappointing start to their campaign here in London version 2. But like a lot of the other heavy hitters from their regions, once we get down into the lower bracket, things should open up for them. They're one of the teams who's not actually getting a much better POI. Teams like Vexed, who were struggling when it came to the group stage, they walk out of Siphon in this elimination bracket, right? But Onyx, they're still back at Tree.
And with this circle, they could get through the south side of Lava Siphon, but then if you try to get through that platform area, you know that so many teams have already been able to put that line of sight within their pressure point. And you can see Optic Gaming had wrapped around the other side of the Vault Cave, finding themselves in this fight. They wanted to go for a different rotation once they saw that circle wasn't continuously pulling towards that launch site area. Try to circle keep this squad with drop falling incredibly low, goes for the reset with the shield back. But it's about playing patiently here, having the high ground advantage, but look to your side, gets knocked himself. Yes, the Bangalore smokes were called in, but maybe a little too late because he was focused on trying to heal himself at the same time there. He could send out the smoke too, but Skittlecake, now the last one alive to try to stay alive on the high ground.
Look, Fire Beavers, they didn't get enough points to make it through to that winner's bracket, but they did still look kind of scary, and they're showing us exactly why now with this fight onto Furia.
Furia was the one engaging originally with Optic Gaming. Fire Beavers wanted to get involved as the third party. Saw it wasn't as clean as they liked because they still had the advantage on the other side, but still playing out the low ground that they don't want to see. Crazy Raccoon now inside of a fight up here in that northern building of launch site. They haven't moved anywhere. Crypto EMP trying to come down here. It's unleashed amp barriers to allow Maney to continue on with some extra damage. Amazing nades being tossed out. He's got the thermite, tosses it forward. The missile swarm coming in from the balcony on the other side too. Crazy Raccoon taking different off angles is great, but you've left Raz by yourself. Nice cover fire coming in from Maney as he upgrades that Evo shield to purple, and Parker gets the knock. Now you can currently see it's Riddle Order that shares that POI that try to engage with them.
The fight's dragging on though. The Blackhand duo come in from the top. Vex lurking down the bottom as well. Looks like it's a little too hairy for them, so they do make their way back up towards the circle. We'll get vision of that later. It has switched back to Siphon. It's been a very, very hard ring to call.
And you can see it with a lot of these teams still playing by the edge here too. Fits into a lot of the playstyles, but Optic Gaming was able to restabilize, by the way. Now we're getting this look at the fights that are currently happening on the north side of Launch Site, but it's important because the circle will be pulling more so towards the east side of Lava Siphon, which could be that opening hillside as we take a look at Vex Gaming.
Teams are looking a little scared, honestly. I mean, Furia, they reset after that. Optic are fine, Fire Beavers okay, and all of those teams down the bottom also went their separate ways.
Wow, what? Not only did Optic Gaming restabilize, but then they got the revenge over onto Furia. They get the knock onto his Watson. Now we see Noctem, who were looking at a distance while Fire Beavers are trying to engage earlier, now having the opportunity while playing passive-aggressive inside of their own buildings in Lava Siphon, also getting the knock themselves. May not be able to finish that, but it's still adding onto the pressure that Furia is dealing with when they're sandwiched between Noctem and Optic Gaming. So much action happening right now with 16 squads left, and Complexity have found their own space. Right underneath this building, trying to predict that the Lava Siphon circle will continuously be pulling up north in a similar circle that we actually saw Pulverex's team comp win them the game with the Newcastle and Watson earlier.
Yeah, I think who else was there? There was a Southern Lava Siphon zone. I think it might have
Phase
been,
was there as
yeah,
well.
Gambare, I think might have been the ones.
Yes, Gambare was the one that was there.
Watson. Yeah. Look, this time's Complexity. They're underneath, start a fight. We've got Noctem on the outside. Furia have just been pinballed really between different teams, and they really look to be struggling to find their feet in this tournament as a whole, and this game is no exception.
And you blink and you might miss it. So many fights are happening on these different angles that Vex Gaming and Black Hand were able to also engage in the Crazy Raccoon and Riddle Order fight. So those squads out, Riddle Order still alive, managing to get away, but in case of Crazy Raccoon, they are out here as Noctem now also taking some shots.
I mean, you can see Noctem just free-firing on the back of Furia there, and they don't even look behind them. They're that scared. There's that many bullets coming from that many different angles at the moment that Furia are just in shambles. It's going to be a miracle if they get out of this one alive.
But the thing is that they've been in shambolic mode for so long against Optic Gaming in the same bridge, by the way. Crazy Raccoon, as we tune into them, they were on the other side of the map. Couldn't see them here with so many other teams put together. They were able to rotate out right before Vex Gaming came in.
Okay, Furia, there we go. They do go down eventually. Just can't handle the pressure between all of those different teams. Optic, I think, at least took some of those kills with them. That spot that we just had a look at from Crazy Raccoon there is an absolute wonderful spot to be at the end of the game. Not only is that exactly where the ring's pulling, where that bridge was, but they have all of that amped cover to work with.
And with the counter rotate before Vex Gaming got involved, which is what I was worried about, they were engaged in that long fight with Riddle Order, were able to rotate ahead of time, and with their team composition settling into that next final circle, works with the Rampart, Crypto, and the Valkyrie on the other side. Now you currently see Leave No Witness are leaving the lobby, and Noctem are going to be able to hang out inside of this building. On the high ground, it's still going to be Northception now, taking over Optic Gaming and the pressure that we saw earlier from Noctem when it was Furia that was involved.
Okay, Northception with the evac tower. You can see a bit of a change in comp up here for Northception as well. Not going for the aggro Newcastle. They have switched to a more, I guess, traditional meta-aggressive comp here with Horizon, Bang, and Seer.
Something that we've seen a lot. You saw the Black Hole get yeeted into oblivion to cover that doorway. They know that there is a squad right inside there, but there's two other squads that are neighboring that building. Look, Go Next and Noctem.
There's just a tiny bit of this building right at the edge that will be in the zone. They're probably kicking themselves for not having the Newcastle right now. You would 100% set the castle wall up on that roof and be okay. So hopefully they're not in the wrong mindset about how safe they are up there.
Just a corner on the, just a crumb on that corner as Go Next with the fuse are going to be able to call in that ult just to get some more extra information from the other squads that may want to rotate outside of the edge of the circle. Fire Beavers engaging on this fight. Bang ult calling in here. Jade Rain gets that knock, the bolt popping off. Tapping is in a lot of trouble as Vex get taken out by the creeping barrage. You have to watch out with the other player on the high ground taking a different angle. It's going to be Fire Beavers on the other side.
Oh, Vex are going to be so annoyed at this as well. I mean, they're dropping Siphon. It's a perfect Siphon ring, but it was just so hard to read that they may not have set themselves up for success to start with.
They get taken out, 13 squads left, and now Fire Beavers have to deal with the third party. They can't reset as 9 Impulse gets taken out first. Taskmaster in a distance. Huge Arc Star coming in from Kings on the other side as Northception are looking to get involved in this fight. Fire Beavers trying to find Optic Gaming. So much action happening on the south side, but this also allows Black Hand as a duo to try to deal with this extra pressure to try to maybe go in for some poke damage.
Black Hand still a duo, by the way. Optic and Northception down the bottom are going to juke it out. Fire Beavers can't handle the pressure, and these South teams are really going at it. It feels like there's probably only going to be one left alive at the end of this, and after that, it's going to be North's turn. They're all safe in the building at the moment, in their rooms, in their respective places that they can hold, but this next circle will force Bedlam.
And you know who called it first? You mentioned before, Gino. It was Crazy Raccoon.
Yep.
Who lands on that south side that we're able to rotate, wait to see where that circle was pulling, get ahead. Look at all these death boxes at the feet of Northception here. We take a look at what they're gonna do next. They were able to clean up so many squads playing on the edge of the circle. Black Market called in for MDY White as well inside of the safety of the the truck here, where sometimes the circle does pull on the outskirts.
So all of these teams coming in from the north now are going to have to start pushing their way down that bridge, under it, maybe on it or above it. They're going to have to fight for just a spot, but it's going to be really tough.
Maney with the Sheila, say hello to my little friend. Start a fight, aren't going to start anything. They're going back to the lobby. Black Hand are going to meet them. So is ATH, 7 squads left, and Northception are playing so well off this cliff.
Northception, now that they've cleared everyone out on the southern side, have a fantastic spot. You can see just they've got a bit of a head glitch. It's not the best one ever, it's not the sharpest, but they can play down that ramp here and peek above when they need to. Onyx, who have been sitting in this middle building for quite some time. Shady with this sick armor swap here to keep this alive.
Frame 1 gets it done, and they also get looted at the same time. Complexity in shambles themselves, trying to get away as Northception want to get involved in this fight. Prowler in hand, Gold extended heavy mag for Satuki. Gonna be able to look on the other side to see who's trying to get away on this evac tower. You can't run from me. Nice 150 done.
No!
Complexity out of this lobby. 5 squads left.
Raz, what were you doing out there? They have such a nice little spot. Just a little bit of an overextension there from the APAC North player. I don't think they got the full kill though. Maybe they can get him back up there. There you go. It's a quick revive and CR aren't punished.
A little bit of a slowdown too. Looking at the open space of what this circle provides. Onyx hiding in the back. Northception understanding they can play off the head glitch and the natural landscape here to get out of the LOS of the squads that are playing around the truck over on the east side, which is going to be Go Next and Riddle Order.
So Crazy Raccoon, they've got a Valkyrie. They can sit down the bottom for as long as they want and then take that Skyward Dive out at the end. Onyx playing with the Bangalore, hopefully have enough smoke left in the canister to just leapfrog their way out now that they've won that middle bridge.
That or the creeping barrage there too would absolutely be amazing here. Seeing how the cat wall has already been called in, Onyx Esports are looking to make their next ban, their next rotation. Crazy Raccoon still playing right underneath them. How are they going to get out? They're probably going to have to crawl, but if they do, I mean, maybe the cat wall could give them some sort of insurance, but it's still going to put them in the line of sight of Northception. As you can see, the Black Hole getting called in this fight, taking different angles. Northception's also trying to deal with Go Next at the same time. Crazy Raccoon in a lot of trouble, only leaving a Parka. Onyx going to capitalize as much as they can from this, taking them out. Riddle Order next. It was only up to 1 tapping from that squad, and we have our final 3 squads left in the lobby. It's Northception, Onyx, and Go Next left.
Tied as he yeets that black hole out, and see you later, Crazy Raccoon. Northception now taking the gravity lift just to try and avoid some damage, but it feels like Onyx, while they still have a little bit of cover, are going to be doing well. Go Next have been playing this RV very well. You can't hide from the knuckle clusters. It's going to not let you sit in a corner. It will continue to do damage. And now, can Bambino come up with the clutch here and win?
Fusey Bambino playing around the knockdown. Don't flub it, and he does. Northception take it. Game number 1, playing perfectly behind a knockdown, getting outplayed. That was a lot of pressure. He had less health to deal with that versus Bambino there, and he played that so patiently. Northception put themselves on the map for game number 1.
Man, I really like how Northception played that last couple of fights out there. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, we were saying, you know, they probably had the Valk ult available. Skyward Dive does paint a bit of a target on your back, so they opt instead to just try and climb up. They gave themselves some time, right? There was, you know, they didn't have to climb up right when they did, but they thought, look, let's try and, you know, survey the land first, see what's going to happen. But it was just this split-second decision from Tida on North Eption, black holed them, and all of a sudden they just couldn't deal with it. It was a really beautiful use of that ult to essentially remove that team who'd been in such a fantastic spot. And once North Eption had dealt with them, they still had enough bang smokes left to cut off the other POVs. It's just really good use of utility.
Honestly, they probably also saw the opportunity with Onyx Catwalk going up, blocking the entire east side of where they had to rotate from, as an opportunity to see, well, it's a 3v3, us versus them. Yes, we have to climb, so we're naturally at a disadvantage, having to put ourselves in that vulnerable position where they can take shots at us first, but it's the fight that they were willing to take with that vision being blocked. Unfortunately, they couldn't come in clutch playing off that low ground, and we got to see the final 3 squads being Go Next, Onyx, and Northception. But Northception, you highlighted it. I believe they finished that game with 11 KP to their name by the time this game ends, but they were playing by the edge and harassing Optic, getting involved versus Furia. They were constantly being able to fight the squads that wanted to go for different rotations with a poor prediction on where that next circle was going to be.
Yeah, bam, there it is. We see the focus of attention come out from Razy, reveals everything from Crazy Raccoon there. Obviously, it's now got the silence as well, Vicky. So they're trying to climb up. Maybe that's why they didn't use the Skyward Dive or some of the other abilities that they would have had. Because as you can see, I think it was in that 10-second window, Crazy Raccoon get removed.
And it was thanks to the fact that he did that they not only could they not climb, the circle was what claimed their life there too. It was the added pressure with the ring closing behind their back. Getting on top of the gravity lift did no justice, and jumping inside of the view circle here too from Northception. We're playing around the knockdown shields, but we saw the 1v1 coming clutch here between Bambino as well. Onyx Esports get taken out here, and it was Razy G who was playing around these knockdowns. Look how much health he had in comparison to the point of view that we saw from Bambino. The Prowler is so good, close range like that with the hip fire. The amount of damage the Prowler has put in. We see some picks, you know, just another day at work feeling themselves here, but that's how you get that momentum with the mentality getting set up for the beginning part of your day.
There's so many little things that just contributed to that fight win, right? I mean, we saw Razy getting that very important Seer Q onto them, but that's, you know, that only happens because they won the earlier fights and they had time and space to line it up, search with the heartbeat, and then just go for it. And all of a sudden, you combo it, Horizon, bam, and that's a win for them. Not only that, but 12 kills as well. Big start from North Eption.
The rotate too from the POI that we had seen earlier on, you know, moving away from Thermal into this rotation passing Harvester. We saw a lot of early game action, 12 KP to their name. In second, we see Go Next with 6 KP. Onyx playing in that middle building of Lava Siphon, finishing off with 9 KP. Riddle Order, they looked like they were having a good time at the very beginning before jumping into the game. We got to see their players real quick, but then finishing off in 4th place. Placement points is everything here, but with 0 KP. While we see Crazy Raccoon usually landing in the south part of the map, rotating into that south part of the Lava Siphon area, and then finishing off in 5th with 6 kills. Interesting to see this first page here with the early action that we had seen in that beginning part of the game. Aurora, J-Links, that was a lot early than we were expecting in the middle of that rotation, but it was unfortunate because we were highlighting them since Aurora has now gotten their 3rd in the building.
Yeah, but it's another donut, Vicky. And they've had too many of those this LAN so far, and they need to come back if they want to push ahead. 6 games, that's what they've got here to decide whether they move on or their road ends here, essentially. But look, let's have a look at some stats here from North Eption. You can see Satsuki there with over 2k damage. Wow. Real solid work on the Bangalore. Obviously, a lot of the damage and you know, the assists there really came through in that last couple of fights. There was that just, you know, absolute chaos on the southern side there, and it was a really hard fight to win. There were a good 5 or 6 teams, right? They had to win that, and then all of a sudden, it was space and time and a win for them.
And the timing you mentioned, making sure you have your smokes available to you for that final circle. You have that creeping barrage as well that you have to keep in mind. So to keep putting in a good amount of damage, everybody here from the reception was able to put in the work to get game number 1. But that was it. It was only game number 1. Our first game on World's Edge. We got 2 more to go, and game number 2 will be here on the other side of this break. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everybody, to the Copper Box Arena here in London. Game number 1 in the elimination bracket, round 1, is in the books. Norception are going to be able to walk away with the dub. Going on to game number 2, though, we're still moving on to World's Edge here before we make the transition into Storm Point after game 3. It's important to highlight that, though, because we highlight the journey of what we've seen from Norception, how they even got to that final circle, leaving away from that southwest part of the map, transitioning into a lot of the action that we saw early game in that Southern Harvester building. We saw the involvement of J-Link's Aurora and Complexity, and then began their journey across Lava Siphon to play more by the edge and secure the 12 KP that they did in top of the dub.
Yeah, look, down under, we'd call that game heckers for Norception. A lot going on for them. And you got to remember, at the start of the final series yesterday, Vicky, I think Norception started off with like a 15-point game as well. So they need to make sure the same thing doesn't happen there, but they peter off towards the end. And they can move on to the second round of the losers bracket. But for now, it's the second match, and of course, that is again going to be on World's Edge. Interestingly, from the the information the teams put in, of course, there's always some last-minute shuffles as teams reassess. Maybe they've got a POI they don't like much. Maybe they aren't really feeling like taking the contest today. They want to play more conservatively. And in the end, we actually had all 20 teams finding their own spots and playing their own games for once.
I love that. I mean, I love the chaos at the beginning, but I also love seeing teams situate themselves in their own POI to see how the fights are going to go down early to mid-game when it comes to those choke points and the rotation and how many other teams can get involved too. Getting started here, jamming it out real quick, jumping into our second game, seeing if we see those 50-50 contests happening again.
Dude, this music is hype.
It is.
It's got me excited. Hopefully everyone in the arena, hopefully everyone at home is getting hyped up as well, because we are finally into the elimination bracket, the bracket stage as a whole, I guess, Vicky, here at LAN. The first couple of days, everyone, you get a chance to settle in. It's like, oh, we had some bad games. That's fine. We'll be back again, do it tomorrow. But there's no more tomorrow for some of these teams.
Even though it's Saturday, it's early in some places. Some are waking up, some are getting ready for bed. Here we are in London with everybody getting situated in the arena riddle order as we tune in to the squad as they're going to be able to loot this southeast area of launch site. They share this spot with Crazy Raccoon like we've seen before, but just splitting that loot and taking a look at where this circle is going to be taking us. TheIMPACTPLAY already picking himself up a gold Evo shield. You love to see that here for Fire Beavers.
Solid. All right, there we go. Ring reveal as the dropship makes its way off of World's Edge. I'm almost hesitant to call it after last game, Vicky. It was such a wild turn of events with the ring swinging around as it did, but it does seem to be at least somewhat centered on Harvester, which of course Aurora now do get to themselves. It's a bit of a consolation prize. Obviously they didn't win the contest, didn't make it into that top 20, but at least it means that's to their advantage in this elimination bracket match.
And if you may be afraid to call it, but looking at the circle, it benefits them here in this situation, especially if you get to that slight high ground over to the side of Harvester. Once you get that ring beacon information, you could settle in as Aurora, but Start a Fight are also looking to do the same thing. And while they do settle for that final circle positioning, it works into their team comp. With the Loba and the Black Market, they're going to be able to find the loot that they need without having to overextend inside of this building.
Yeah, you can see some of those faster rotate teams moving in already. Jailing's Glitch just going there as fast as they can, going, rotating even faster than some of the teams closer into that ring than they are. Obviously, the teams do a lot of work on their rotations, making sure they're not running into other people on the other way through. You can see that happen as MDY White go through that sort of more middle choke from Fragment, and Jailings take the balloon down from Overlook and now have just taken the evac tower as well. So this is a perfectly planned rotate here from Jailings to get in there and get right into the ring safe before anyone else can take their spot away from them.
What I do really like about this ring, aside from the fact that most of Harvester will be in it, is that with these different rotation points that we're seeing from Jailings, paying attention to the compositions. We saw Start a Fight with the Loba bunker down comp, and then Aurora, they have the Caustic. They're looking to bunker down inside of one of the buildings in Harvester here, and then you currently see Nags Noises as they make their rotation. Jailings are also going to be able to situate themselves with the Watson fences here too. Crazy Raccoon also getting involved with the Rampart, already taking onto height of one of the Harvester sides on the south side. They're going to be able to use the Amp Barrier to put in some extra poke pressure to any of the squads that are going to be in their open line of sight, that are exiting out of the choke point of Thermal Station or out of staging there too. They just have to get at an off angle, but it's the information of where everybody else is, right? Which is what Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to prioritize here once.
I'm interested that they've actually popped that right now.
You think they should have waited right there?
Yeah, yeah. So obviously with the changes to ring consoles and survey beacons,
only do it once.
Yeah, exactly, per beacon.
Right.
Whereas the ring console, you can pop it every ring. You keep getting that information, but one scan per game per survey beacon. And for Crazy Raccoon, who are already set up in a good position, and you can see they already have the ring information as well.
They didn't have the health information, I guess, right there, too, from Jailings, who took advantage with the Nemesis. And that's what happens, man. The Nemesis is so strong. I believe it's like top 4 weapon that has been used thus far this weekend. Navigating away from that nade here. Next, using the booster shots, gets another crack. Man,
this is not good.
It is so scary to get the beam. They have the health advantage. Nice nade from JMW to block the rotation approach here.
They missed the player in the corner there, but it doesn't matter. CR are down. Have Jailings bitten off more than they can chew, though? Someone else is involved in this fight. It looks like it's Aurora.
And Blackhand too. Blackhand also tossed out a nade, yeeted it from a mile away, and they're going to capitalize that. That's what actually fell at that last player's feet here. Jailings are going to suffer for it, and when they decide to engage in that one fight, unfortunate timing because Blackhand was right on the other side.
3 teams instantly show up. Aurora, Blackhand still involved here in Harvester. Are they going to be happy with some of the KP that they've picked up there? Or will they try and go for more? Having a look around at that, Aurora got 2 from that fight, and Blackhand also got 2.
Hitting him with the Nemesis gold extended energy mag. We are in a burst meta, Gino. We got to call it what it is. The Prowler, the Nemesis, the amount of damage that comes out immediately off that burst. The thing is with the Nemesis, and the difference here is that you could preemptively charge it, which is a huge issue with how much damage per second that you could really put down to some of these teams that are trying to play more passively here. You don't want them to go in for a reset. Even better if you have a Seer and you get that silence on, but it's not the case for Blackhand. They got the Wraith instead. Set up a portal when she can be able to get away, but she doesn't have it just yet. It's about just putting in the pressure from the low ground. Let's jump into a listening with Blackhand to see how they play from here.
Boogie?
Yeah, let's go. All three of us?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I can watch.
I'm nading it. Wait, there's a gen there.
Yeah.
No, it's the
It's just solo red.
It's the solo red.
He's running.
It's
Hit him
keep from
50.
bottom.
Yeah, we're good.
Don't be scared, guys.
Yeah.
They're playing.
Guys, we got circuit, so I didn't know where they were at. I thought he was on the stairs, Mark, like next to us here.
Here, ultimate.
Is bottom ready to play or what?
Bro, it's so many loot
I
here.
think so. I'd rather have bottom.
I'm going to, or maybe I just play hike. You go bottom again.
We can't. If I get 8 though, like it's.
I'll play bottom with you. You're fine.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Alright, I'm starting Emperor then.
It's low ground. We're good.
Yeah.
I'm in bottom.
Yeah.
Like where John is.
I'm Nemi alternator now.
Can you like bring Nate or something, Flem? And then I'm watching here.
Yeah. So maybe there's a Loba. There's heaps of cells, Mark.
Yeah.
Be careful you don't get pushed, like if they look for damage.
All right, so hearing from Blackhand there, you can see it's a team with 2 Indonesian players, 1 Australian player actually, but of course coming in English. Strafing Flame's the one that actually sounds a little bit American. I had a chat to him. Apparently his parents are, prioritizing English from a fairly early age, which is why he has such fantastic speaking English, which has definitely come to help him now that he is a professional Apex player, giving him some more options in the scene, right? We have seen some other Indonesian players and teams that have to stick within their country because they're speaking Indonesian.
I love that. I love that story there too. Also shows like how flexible you are when it comes to performing with other individual players out here. Also love to hear the comms on where they want to position themselves. You could even hear, if I position myself here, there's a chance I could get aped. Something to note here too is Blackhand and Aurora, the 2 teams that are running Wraith actually, are also running 2 bunker down characters. We're talking about the Caustic and the Watson, where they want to secure these spots to see where that next circle is going to be going. Because even if it goes over to the side of where Aurora is, by that hilltop where their building is, they are going to be having to rotate off that low ground, but they could find the opportunity with so many teams playing the Catalyst, maybe taking advantage of a cat wall that they could go through.
Okay, well, just going a little bit further afield, we've got Furia and Complexity getting into it over at Landslide. MDY White and Dreamfire in the respective tunnels around Landslide, listening to these shots, wondering if perhaps they should become a factor in this fight. But for the moment, it is NA on NA action.
Works into the script for Furia here too. Tossing the grenade all the way to the top before they take the gravity lift. I love the comms coming in as well, but it's about having the high ground advantage here when they were able to secure this. Look how quick Complexity was. They said, hasta la vista for real, and they are dipping away in this rotate. I do like this call though, because like you mentioned, MDY White, we're looking for an opportunity to maybe get involved. Dreamfire, we know, are probably going to gatekeep off the tunnel area. Not going to be fully committing, but they could stay in that position since that's where the next circle is going to be going.
Yeah, then we've got Riddle Order down the bottom as well. They're going up against Optic. Vexed have heard this as well though, so 3 teams potentially in the fray.
Riddle Order, shots with the Nemesis, but can't really see too much here. One Tappy doing their best. The Black Hole getting called in up in the distance, clearing a good amount of space. Fighting the skirmish here too, as Unlucky gets the first knock, setting him up for success. Vexed get the invitation to the party, and One Tappy is looking to just dip as quickly out of there as he can. Meanwhile, Optic also getting the knocks that they need with the nades. Vex Gaming are going to be able to push in, finish off what's left is fun, but don't turn your back onto the enemy. Matape saw that Unlucky got taken down, and then tucked tail and ran.
Oh, incredible work by Optic there. Just pulling back enough to let most of Vex's wrath there go onto Riddle Order, and then just pouncing once they turned their backs. And yeah, look, Vex and Riddle Order both feeling the brunt of that.
You know Vex is feeling the timing. They felt like it was perfect, but Optic right there with Go Next as well. Catwall for Catwall, the gravity lift to see what's happening above it. Gonna be able to take some height on top of these rocks to get some information on where Go Next may have rotated.
Yeah, so Horizon seems to have almost replaced Sia a little bit in the meta. Not in terms of legend picks, right? But in terms of how she's actually used in the game, in the fight. So previously, during the split, when we had the diamond shooting meta, it was the Sia ultimate, the exhibit that would go down to counter a catwall. Now that that's no longer a thing, we're actually seeing the gravity lift coming out so teams can rotate around the catwall and get the information and playable space that way.
And it's so cool, too, to see how that's been something that's been implemented with so many teams now just trying to use what they need to their strength to still get the information necessary as Optic Gaming. Just going to be able to use the ultimate accelerant, backing away and playing by the edge, as they usually do here. But with so many teams that had made their early rotate into Harvester, you know that these more patient teams that are going to be playing defensively are going to be still settled in their own respective space. Fire Beavers playing on the outside of Harvester, more on that hilltop that we've highlighted before. If we take a look at where this next circle is going to be pulling, this is actually going to really benefit Optic Gaming if they could get ahead of the curve and take advantage of the choke point height that leads outside of Thermal Station into that area of Harvester. Now we take a look at Leave No Witness, the crowd getting a little excited out here as see the purple into the double blue with some height over staging. So many teams were going to rotate in that area too, because we saw what happened between Furia and Complexity, and when Complexity ran, this was their rotation point.
Furia are just chilling up in Landslide, Leave No Witness here outside the circle at the moment, actually. And at the South American team, actually coming in down just under them. They've actually kind of, Leave No Witness probably would have been in a fantastic spot to gatekeep them coming into the circle. I think they might have gone out for a res, not 100% sure on that. But either way, they finally made it back in now. You know, Ring 3 does a little bit of damage, so you don't want to stay out there too long if you don't have to.
It's enough to make your eyes water a bit. And you mentioned Furia were in Landside for the longest time, but you know who else was here for a while was Dreamfire, looking for the opportunity to gatekeep any squads that may rotate through here since they heard the fighting earlier from Furia. And Furia are playing so aggressive. They heard that they were there, and they're still looking to try to take this fight with this rotation. They don't want to rotate through the back end, which I completely agree with. That's where Complexity went originally, as the catwalk gets called up, and their piercing spikes are on the floor. You could see the Beast of the Hut being called in from his Watson. And in the back, you currently also see in the feed Aurora getting involved in the fight themselves, getting that first knock. So much fight happening on each side of the circle. Arcstark being pulled in. Furia looking to try to go on the other side of the catwalk, but they're taking a good amount of pressure looking at Zero Tricky. Luckily, he's got the gold Evo shield so he can re-engage with the shield cell.
All right, Furia are really getting into this fight, but I don't know if they're going to make it through. Dreamfire are being in the perfect position to end their run here. They were set up in that tunnel for the longest time, Vicky, and Furia unfortunately just left it a little too late to try and push through that. Interesting to note here, Peter's actually on the Valkyrie here, not Caustic. They were finding, I thought, some success. Obviously not enough to get into the winner's bracket, but perhaps that's the reason why they've changed this Sia Cat Val composition.
And we could see that more often too with some of these squads that may not have the compositions that didn't work in the previous days, now changing things up here, because this is your last chance. You are in the Elam bracket.
But almost playing like they still have it. I mean, you know, playing a tunnel like that, that's exactly where Caustic wants to be, right?
Exactly. It would have benefited them, but it still benefits them here in this case, and there is that squad right behind them too, putting in some pressure. I believe that is MDY White, who have made their rotation outside of Harvester into that cliffside, keeping Dreamfire in their line of sight, but having to also worry, because in that spot alone, those early rotates could be very detrimental, because you could leave yourself open to the third parties, either from the other side by where the respawn beacon is, close to where Startify Esports had settled down at the very beginning of the game with Loba, or even Fire Beavers that have split that area with Startify and MDY White.
Yeah, a couple of the amped covers going to do some work up on those hills. Oh gosh, it's going to be an interesting final circle, Vicky. We had one sort of in this area yesterday as well, near that respawn beacon house, right? I think that one maybe ended a little more towards staging though. This one is probably going to favor a team like Blackhand, who are posted up in the western wing of Harvester.
Oh, here we go. This is what we highlighted before. Ranches having to communicate with the rest of the team. Be careful if you take that portal, because I just got beamed by a charge rifle, so you know that player is going to look down that portal in general. Go next in a fight too. The exhibition has been called in. No enemies inside of the radius, and it's the charge rifle. That's the hilltop that we were talking about. Oh my, immediately, nice follow-up from Optic between the charge rifle into the 30-30. You definitely feel that one, and that's probably Onyx on the high ground there, but Optic on the other side that could take control over the pressure from the squads exiting out of Harvester.
So many teams in here trying to get into a smaller and smaller space here. Aurora on top, actually. Going to take a little bit of damage here, but they've got the barrel to hide down behind. Sunset is happy to play on that core stick, and as long as they don't get peeked again.
Oh no. Sunset going left, going right, shedding his way over to the other side, avoiding that nade, but still trying to restabilize with no medkit.
He wants to be putting those barrels down to try and save them, but obviously the focus of attention silencing him. He can't do it. Dreamfire go down on their ship. So does Glitch Energy, and now we see Onyx. Obviously a good first game for them. They're trying to replicate that success here, but they've got to get through Leave No Witness first, as Blackhand actually portal in near them as well.
Maybe the savior that they need here, having to try to reset on it, getting top 3 in that first game. The Arcstar staring at Fussy in the face. Literally one nice beam, he gets 139. This doesn't finish them off. Onyx had too much pressure to deal with. Meanwhile, starting to fight with the Sheila, also melting down Complexity. So many teams going down in the feed. 7 squads left after Complexity lose out.
Oh, so many teams going down. Awesome call, though, by Strafing Flame, the IGL of Blackhand there with that portal. Not many teams utilizing the Wraith here, but we see how important it is. They go from Harvester to the train tunnel, and a quick, decisive cleanup to get this side of the map all to themselves.
Looking at a nice overlook at Optic Gaming, who are sitting in the exact choke point that I wanted them to sit at originally. It's the high ground that they rotated off of their original fight that costed Vexed this game here. Now they're going to be able to hang out here and try to contest the other squads that want to rotate outside of Harvester, specifically Go Next, that are playing right underneath them.
Optic is essentially the only team in the ring right now. As you can see, everyone else is on the periphery. They have to move in. Various bits of cover available to all of them. But really, I'd say teams with Bangalore are going to be really happy here because they've at least got some kind of cover, even if it's not physical.
That physical, at least MTY have those amp barriers to work with. The missile swarm, nice! Catching Satuki right behind that rock. The beam between the R9. He's got the meatball slinger with the L-Star. MTY Whites looking to control this rock, looking at what's happening on the other side. Destroys the Jenny from that other team. I believe that was Blackhand here. They're facing off against Aurora on the other side, but without any of these teams trying to overcontest, the moment that fight starts, Optic Gaming are going to profit.
Yeah, look at this. The high ground on the rock giving them angles. MDY White, the crowd was optimistic for them there, but they are the next to fall. 4 teams left alive. Optic, Blackhand, Go Next, and Aurora fighting this out.
Skittle getting into position, the Arcstar to force that player off to the left side. The option coverage just in case to allow the rest of Optic to swing on these players here. Gets into the flank, finishes off Blackhand so quick and efficient. Optic Gaming, good morning, hello, welcome, because they are looking great. Catwalk going up, but the fight's happening on the bottom. It's going to be Aurora.
Go Next going up against Aurora here. Optic don't even have to commit their catwalk to get rid of Blackhand. That was so easy for them, and it feels like the rest of the game is going to be as well. The other 2 teams griefing each other. Optic Gaming seem to have so many options, but Skittles is down.
He was out of position right there. He had no idea there was somebody behind him. He thought that maybe there was a straggler on the low ground. He was separated from Knocked and Dropped. Knocked and Dropped trying to capitalize to prevent the res from coming in. You see the 2 knocks here, but it's just these 2 squads alone. Aurora versus Optic Gaming. It's going to be the last one from Aurora taken down. Optic Gaming put their name on the board, taking game number 2 on World's Edge.
The boys are locked in though, Vicky. No big celebration, job's not done yet kind of vibes here from the Optic lads. They're letting the fans do the celebration for them. We see a couple out there in the Optic jerseys.
The crowd hyped them up here. They need the energy. They need to bring out everything that they got, because what I saw yesterday, Genome, was not Optic Gaming. That wasn't the green wall that I'm used to. And they finished off with the dub, game number 2 with, I believe, 14 KP to their name. And then a whole huge turnaround as well for Aurora after what we saw at the very beginning of game number 1. I believe the 3rd team to have gone down in that lobby, 3rd, 2nd at that point. And then now they finished in 2nd with 6 KP.
I wonder if this is, you know, the disappointment from the first 2 games, days of games here, seeping through into Optic's mentality. You know, they're obviously happy with a win, not that they're showing it, but they know that, you know, it's still below expectations. A lot of people had them pegged as not only a top 10, but a top 5 team coming into this, Vicky. How does a team that's that well respected end up in the spot that they did?
The individual pieces in that team has such amazing talent. I've always expected more from Optic Gaming, but there's always been a bit of inconsistency within this year Pro League, in all honesty. And even here in this situation, this one mistake, yes, you still have your 2 teammates alive, you still have the health advantage when you look at both Dropped and Knocked, but you were called out of position here thinking that maybe this team was on the low ground. They didn't have that information. They're not running a Seer. They're running the Cat, Bang, and Horizon, trying to get away with the gravity lift. This was a finisher here from the rest of Optic Gaming. But let's say there was another squad involved, even another Rat. That could have been very detrimental in that moment because that also causes them to give up a bit of high ground to deal with that rest of that squad that's on the low ground. And again, finishing off anyways with that first place win, 14 kills, just ironing out any gimmicks that they need to in the process to make sure that they're ready to be consistent for the following games. Aurora with 6 KP go next. We saw them in Harvester for a very long time, originally rotating outside of what was happening between Vex and Optic to secure that rotation outside of Harvester safely.
Aurora, of course, had the bagel to start off with, so 15's a good follow-up from that. Dreamfire popping in with a few kills there. Riddle vexed. We talked about how much better their POIs are in this than they've had for the rest of the tournament so far. Vicky, they didn't want to go for risky contests in the group stage. That didn't pay off for them, but you know, landing at Lava Siphon isn't either. How is that a thing?
It's difficult. It's difficult too, also looking at maybe not trying to overcall the circle if you don't have the rank console information. If you're denying yourself that, since we're seeing a lot more bunker down play between having the Loba Rampart, you know, when we saw from start of fight, or other squads running the Watson Caustic. Looking at the series results in total though, Northeption took game number 1 sitting with 27 points. I don't believe they secured KP in that previous game, but Optic Gaming getting the dub, and on top of the 14 KP, have set themselves up in the lead with 31 points.
I mean, top teams are averaging, you know, say 10 points a game on the maps that suit them, right? 9, 10 points is like an elite kind of level, right? But 3 points after 2 games for Vexed is well below par.
I have to ask you something, Gino.
Yeah?
¿Dónde está Furia? Where is Furia? 1 point after 2 games on World's Edge, where they usually seem much more at home. Looking at the progress that we had from Optic Gaming at the end of that game here, Knocked having the time of his life, 6 KP, 1500 damage, but mostly even across the board. Dropped putting in the damage as well. The follow-ups are impeccable from Optic Gaming after that round, and maybe that's what they needed to hold shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, do we see Furia putting in damage across the board, across all 3 members of their team, like we see from Optic there? No, we don't. It was... Look, the first 2 days, we know what their problem was, really, right? They are an aggressive team. We know they like to fight, but you have to temper that impulse sometimes, Vicky. Not always, just sometimes.
You know, I do enjoy holding forward, but sometimes you have to do what Complexity did when Furia approached them, and it's to call out the rotate and call off the fight. They were,
yeet yourself
Furia,
off that balcony.
They were forced to rotate inside of that tunnel. They still wanted to take that fight, and it was difficult, and things have to change for some of those teams on the lower end of the overall lobby. Even though it was just 2 games right now, we still have 1 more to go on World's Edge. But before we do that, Blaze, show us what you got over on the floor.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I got the man himself, Greek in Nice Wig, over here at the watch party stream. Guys, how are y'all doing? Everybody in the venue, give it up for Nice Wig and Greek over here, as they've been bringing the vibes all weekend long on the B stream. Now, Wig, we are in the elimination bracket right now. And so my first question is that, you know, What's the most surprising thing looking at these 20 squads here? Who shouldn't be in the elimination bracket right now?
I definitely don't think Optic should be here. I'm surprised about that for sure, but I believe in the boys. Northeption is definitely one of my big picks coming into this LAN, so seeing them in this losers bracket round one is very surprising.
Yep.
And then also Dreamfire and Vexed for me are the biggest.
And now coming on over here to you, Greek, what's something that's standing out for you here in this elimination round one?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Wig here. I wasn't expecting to see these teams here. Another one that surprises me is Riddle. I'm a big fan of Riddle. And, you know, the teams that we talked about, I think are going to make it through. Okay. But it's sad to see that there's going to be some teams going home today.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, right, somebody has to go home, and after this set is done, they will be going home. But also, when it comes down to that elimination bracket and esports as a whole, we know the elimination bracket run story right there, right? Coming down from the bottom, winning constantly, going to that match point finals. Who do you think can do that?
Oh man, I think there's like 10 capable teams in order to make the finals here in this lobby. I think this is the hardest losers bracket lobby we've ever had. I think this is the hardest elimination bracket round one we've ever had. So I could say like 10 teams right now in this lobby. I'm gonna still root for Optic. I'm a big fan of the green wall. And I'm gonna put my sleeper pick as Riddle. I love Yukio. I love their Prowler gameplay. I can expect them to see them in the finals for sure.
Okay, nice. And lastly for you, Greek, sleeper pick, who is it?
Sleeper pick, I'm going Riddle as well.
Okay, well they're going for Riddle Order to come on out this elimination bracket and make it to the match point finals. But that's gonna do it for us. It's time to get back into the games.
Thank you so much, Blaze, Wig, and Greek. You guys are fantastic, by the way. They have been killing it all weekend long. And Riddle Order, you heard them, man. You gotta put on what you gotta show up. I mean, they look pretty comfy in their chairs, you know, but I don't feel like they want to be comfy in these lobbies right now. This is the elimination bracket.
Yeah, no, and
yeah, it's tough out here, but you know what is also not tough and what's very comfortable out here? Herman Miller Gaming Embody and Phantom chairs are currently being used at today's event. Phantom comes in red, white, and black and is the newest product offered by Herman Miller Gaming. The iconic gaming embody is now offered with a white base and galaxy or amethyst upholstery. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS. It's so fresh. Look at that chair.
I got a HM at home. It's the only reason I don't look like a cashew when I'm on camera. That thing is good for your back.
Genome, with your height, I know it doesn't look the same because I'm even on the box, and even then, Genome is so much taller than me, but I can only imagine when you're sitting down, like your knees probably just like, no, the absolute gaming look. Oh, shoot, all right, we're getting so many fans in the audience pulling up. Welcome, guys, everybody, to the Copper Box Arena. It is Saturday, day number 3 here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. So much more action in store for you guys. Game number 3 coming in soon, but we want to say hello to the fans first. Riddle Order, you heard B-Stream. They want to see you come up. Crazy Raccoon 2 has been on the up. Go next, Onic, Norception, who had taken game number 1, looking to continue putting on that progress. And game number 2, we almost saw that consistency with Onic. Optic and Aurora now pulling what they needed to. And you currently see MDY White fans coming into the lobby.
Yeah, I don't know why they're all frogs. That must have been a joke I missed, but... Look, MDY Whites, they've certainly had some awesome support here, and you love to see that for a team that's making it to the LAN for the very first time. They've definitely had some moments throughout this LAN so far. You know, we've heard some great cheers. Probably the biggest cheers out of anyone, I think, when they're winning and they're doing really well in a game. We get to see them crush through another team, so that's surely helping them along the way.
There's a lot of fans out here. Honestly, Vex being another one, Dreamfire, the crowd, giving them the support that they need. And while we get set up, panning away from the audience now into our next game, it's going to be our final game on World's Edge. Just to highlight the stakes here, everybody. This is the elimination bracket, the first one that we're going to be having for today. Once these bottom 10 teams have been decided, that's it. You're going home. There's so much on the line here, which is why we keep highlighting these bottom 10 teams performing not to the expectation that so many of us were looking forward to. last chance to perform on World's Edge, where some of these teams feel more comfortable, where their compositions work even better before we make that transition into Storm Point.
Teams drop in last chance here at World's Edge, and we've got some interesting things coming through, Vicky. I think we'll get some vision of it in a second, but some legend comps have changed, and they might not be the ones you're expecting.
Is that
a Lifeline?
Is that Lifeline and Pathfinder? Oh, we could be brothers for real, Pathfinder.
And not only that, for the contest, we see North Eption going up against Furia here and bringing it back to, I don't know, like season 3 kind of comps here with Pang, Path, and Lifeline. Furia, they've taken the northern building so far in Climatizer. Not sure they were expecting this one.
I don't know if I'd play as aggressive as Furia really plays in this situation. I only say that because North Eption have a lot less to lose in this situation, sitting in second, versus Furia, who are in the bottom end of the overall leaderboards.
I think almost certainly not, because they've got Sia, Rampart, and Valkyrie right now, right? That is not the team composition you generally pick if you're expecting a contest. North Eption, okay, maybe it won't be a straight out-and-out contest. They do seem to have gone their separate ways, but they did both land at Climatizer. Of course, remember, North Eption were landing at Mirage Etoile, which, as we pointed out, not necessarily 3 people's worth of loot.
It's not. And if you take a look at that circle going all the way down to the south launch site dome area, you know what I like about these circles, Gino? The chaos in the open ground of the high to low ground disparity in that dome southwest area between Crazy Raccoon and Riddle Order. Riddle Order looting usually that east side of that south part of launch site into going into dome, so that way they can get a little bit of that extra loot. And then they're also going to have information on where these different teams are going to be approaching with the survey beacon originally. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon will have the ring beacon instead and can hang out in the southern building of launch site for some time if they want to scan the next circle once it comes in. North Eption, you currently see right now how many matches they've played thus far and the progress that they've had so far throughout the last few days, but it's about just getting the loot that they need before they make the rotation away. Furia sometimes likes to take the balloon that is to the side of Climatizer and maybe rotate from this side, and also maybe looking to see if they could have a crafter anywhere nearby, because we've been seeing so much use of the R9, which is what we're usually expecting, but it's not just that here too, Genome. It's the Digi Threat and the purple energy mag that will definitely be coming in clutch for those that are running the Volt, the Nemesis like we've been seeing so far, and then dealing with the Bangalore smokes when you have the Digi-Threat handy.
Yeah, I think when I looked at the stats yesterday, the Nemesis had done the most damage out of any weapon. I believe the Prowler had the most kills, but I think it may have been all that range poking that put the Nemesis ahead, at least in the top 2. Right, so yeah, look, the purple mags do come in handy there, but as we noted yesterday, we did see Bangalore get an uptick in picks as the Digi Threat has rotated through. That will probably end later on today, so we'll probably see the winners bracket matches next, where it's still in, and then maybe at some point throughout losers bracket round 2, we might see the Digi Threat actually rotate out.
Well, rotating out is going to be dropped rotating onto the ground, I guess, at this point, because it looks like another team getting involved here. See, they're trying to go for the res. No overextension for the squad that had gotten them knocked originally, because we were looking at North Eption originally as well, but already early action happening south of Stacks. That's why Optic Gaming went for the rotate, and that's why they're already here. So many squads have already been in this congested point of where that next circle is going. But talking about rotations, Optic goes from Big Mod from Stacks over to Dome. Crazy Raccoon already setting up the amp barriers here. You highlighted the Nemesis and the damage output. They don't have a mag on that, but it's fine. Again, just the pre-charge and the damage output that weapon puts in. And already 4 enemies letting Crazy Raccoon know that they're in the area. 4 squads.
So if you're having a quick squiz at those legend picks up the top there, you would have noticed Valkyrie's up to a 45% pick rate just for this map, not for the tournament overall. But that is a marked change from what we saw in days 1 and 2.
I like that too. I only say that because the evac tower does provide more of a flexibility of compositions, but something has been figured out by some of these squads, maybe resorting also to something that they feel more comfortable with in a bracket, or rather a lobby like this, where it means everything. Again, the elimination bracket, where you're gonna have to worry about getting sent back home, and so playing more into the comfort that some of these teams want to play into.
Well, obviously we've seen, as soon as the evac tower came in as that survival item, we did see Valkyrie lessened in some of the team comps, right? And it's not hard to understand why. You're basically just replacing her ult with an item. Jaylings are trying to make their way in here. Many teams piling into Dome now, but it can be a little hard finding space. Noise is not super happy about that. He's too worried about getting down, so he actually has to break the door. You always want your teammates on the inside to open them for you. Otherwise, they will crash against the Watson fences, but he doesn't have time for that, and he rushes it. Not the greatest result.
Vextop's trying to go up right here, too, as well, trying to get that progress going, getting that knocked, but talking about early rotations into the circle is always so tricky, because even if it's not on the outside of these buildings, priority playing inside of here, especially if you have a bunker down comp, is so beneficial, because there's so much lack of space unless you play outside of the eggshell of the dome. Riddle Order doesn't have one of those defensive characters here. You don't have the Cossack, you don't have the Watson, you don't have the Rampart. So although they are inside of that building, it could be just a matter of time before another squad forces them out with enough pressure. Furia also on the rotate, as you can currently see right there, just trying to get around here. Sheila ready for Zero Tricky, but it's about the next gameplay for Furia that they want to go for this rotate.
Yeah, they're right next to North Epsilon. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise. These two teams did rotate out of the same POI, so it makes some sense that they would be chaining the same sort of crafters and coming together eventually, as North Epsilon look to be doing yet another one down at Big Maud.
Information just from his Watson, just trying to see where North Epsilon could be. They're trailing right behind them once they get around this next corner. North Epsilon will be in Big Maud already. And they could skate by, or they could try to take that fight and play by the edge.
It's been interesting watching his Watson since that incredible, dominating, electric performance at Rally at Champs. And talking to some of the other pros, they still think he is one of the most mechanically gifted players right now, right at this moment. But it almost seems like he doesn't have the patience for LAN play, for Apex Legends esports of this caliber. And, in stark contrast to the way they rolled through some of the lobbies, almost a year ago now. Over here, it really does seem like Furia are struggling, and I wonder if that's one of the reasons.
While we go right now, take to the skies, let's jump into a listening presented by WD Black for Furia.
Land back here.
I'm landing in here.
Yeah. I'll ult if they get close.
I'm got a bat. You're gonna have to watch me. I'm silenced.
Yeah, I don't have ult.
Head kidding.
Well, if we weren't randomly contested, we probably could have got that.
What are y'all's guns? Nemesis, Prowler.
Wingman Nemesis.
$3.9. 35.
If we go over there like later, we could get a Valkyrie off that like sends us into down. I got scanned.
I'll replace that wall.
Seeing from the skyward dive into the building that they were able to land, it's important to note with 20 squads still in this lobby, every single player still up and alive, why that is. If you take a look at the circle and where it's going to be pulling, there's so much space for so many teams to take over. Aside from the buildings, we're talking about the space outside, by the dome shell, by stacks, and it's so important because that means that more of these teams are going to be playing patiently into that circle.
Exactly. When you get the circle that pulls all the way south, not only do you get all the buildings within Dome, but you also get the little cliff faces that teams can just pepper themselves around. And also, of course, at this point, as you can see, some space even all the way up towards stacks and whatnot. Okay, so this is a wildly slow game as far as we're used to so far. I believe we still have all 60 players up. Someone did get, I think was it J-Links that got eliminated at one point, I think, but they seem to have made a respawn and got everyone back into this. This is probably the latest we've ever seen, having no one taken out. Not the least, of course, because there were no contests. There was a split at Upper Climatizer, but that was about it.
Aside from the circle, I mean, the pressure is on in this lobby. These squads know what's in store for them here and what's at stake, especially this game being the final game on World's Edge for 10 of these teams. A lot on the line for Complexity, as they are going to be able to continue on this pressure onto Furia, but it's not about overextending. It's about being able to get some information aside from where they're going to be forced to rotate while still holding on to the height advantage. The circle is going to inevitably pull away from them, and then that would also allow Furia to sit on the edge of the next circle and then try to put in the pressure to Complexity. But again, there's so many buildings as well. On top of that, there's so much cover that you could work with. So you see Noctum making up their own Catalyst cover. Interesting, as you are on the edge of the circle here, they're going to be forced to have to give up that ground anyways. Not too sure if they're feeling some... All right.
I think they got to the ring console.
Okay, that's probably what they wanted to do because there was another squad far away in the distance, so they want to get the ring console information, but he did fall right there. It's okay, it happens to all of us.
Yeah, Leave No Witness still in Siphon as well, so probably just playing it safe to try and protect, same as you would with a Gibby Bubble if you're going for that info. So Noctum with 2 points at the moment. They need every scrap of information they can get to try and chain together a better performance here in Losers than they did in the group stages.
One of our 4 South American squads that are also in this lobby, all 5 are currently here right now fighting for their lives, finding themselves in a fight against Fire Beavers, who have that slight low ground now as Noctum takes a nice off angle, looking at Kings with the Nemesis, gets that crack, is also able to know it's going to be a purple and blue on the other side, but it's these off angles that are going to allow Noctum to benefit. They don't know that there's nobody that could contest them on the outside between Big Mod and Stacks, but it's this position that they're going to hold and then deal with this with Fire Beavers kind of being sandwiched between Blackhand and Noctum. Calling the rotation here, they already want to get ahead of the curve because you do have about less than a minute now before that next circle closes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight, though. They've got Complexity, North Eption, Furia set up behind those rampart walls as well if they come down through stacks. So they do have the evac tower, though, as you're pointing out there. So, an option to go over the top if they can't go through.
Or if they really want to go the distance, take a little bit of damage if that balloon's inside of the circle and then maybe get the evac tower afterwards, but it doesn't look like they're going to be using that. Maybe the evac tower as an insurance policy in case they're in a lot of trouble between the squads that you just mentioned right now, Complexity, Furia, North Eption, that are currently right here, also playing by the edge. But while they do play on these outside areas of stacks, you're also opening up yourself to that south part where it's open field for teams like Go Next that have been on the outside of Dome to really contest these teams. Complexity sliding into the building, seeing if they can get involved and share this space.
Yep, Noctum have made their way in. See them taking shots. That was Noctum just finding their way into the building, so they'll be okay for the moment. Sheila rings out. Unmistakable, that sound, and just puts a little bit of fear into you.
Every time I see that Sheila being ramped up in my face, that's my sleep paralysis demon coming to knock on my door, and I am not ready to relive that moment, in all honesty. And it always happens out here, especially with the amount of ramparts that we've seen. And I also really like to see the difference in compositions, because it helps when it comes to those barricaded doors with so many cat in the lobby, too. Noct also noticing the other spot on the other side as Glitch gets involved in this fight, losing out on a member currently, too. Having to be careful, they do trade that because they do get that crack and that knock at the same time. Looking to the other side, Leave No Witness are on the other side of that fight. Take out Glitch, that catwall allowing them some room to breathe to get the reset. Now the fight happening in tunnel.
Inside near the vault, though, we've got Fire Beavers versus Blackhand here. The smokes are going out to try and make this one last just a little bit longer. Noctum, in the meanwhile, do not make the rotation out of Lava City. And we've got Fire Beavers definitely on the better side of Blackhand there.
Quick fight cleanup. love the comms coming in from Fire Beavers. You saw the way that Taskmaster was able to slide on the other side of that truck before 9 Impulse was able to clean up what was left. Aurora also in the feed get eliminated by Onyx. 16 squads left as the action has now picked up.
Finally, some action here on World's Edge for Game 3. Path got Leave No Witness in their sights here. Quite a few ramparts coming out in this lobby. Trying to pair that up with the Loba seems to be one of the more common combinations.
Whoa.
Oh no. Pandas has been sniped on the Skyward Dive.
Oh no. But it's fine as Watson gets a follow-up here too onto Monsoon. Complexity that had neighbored this building, sharing alongside them, have the health advantage and the number advantage in their hand. Cody, Luda, they're going for the res up to Monsoon. Furia, where are you at? You had barely any points and they get eliminated in 15, 16. Let's go next now, get taken out next.
If there was one person who could win a 1v3 in there, it might be his Watson, the grinder, the man who's been in streamer building for years, it seems, but these aren't pubs. This is ALGS and this is a LAN. You need to work with your team, and by that point, it was too late. I think there was, you know, it was a 2v3 from the start, right, after they got sniped out of the Valk ult here. So tough for Furia. They are not finding any luck in any way.
Can't be said about Complexity. They're definitely happy after that because now they have also a clean rotate with no pressure to their backs, leaving stacks. Going to be able to fly into this next circle right now. Take it from the height. You see these double evac towers side by side. Fire Beavers dropping off of the rocks. What I love about these evac towers is to take the height on these rocks that we're going to see commonly in a circle like this. Probably Leave No Witness now having to restabilize, but it's about the fighting against Fire Beavers on the edge of the circle going uninterrupted with so many other teams hanging out inside of the buildings of Dome.
Vex has been eliminated in the meanwhile. The cat wall not locking off that many other teams.
No.
You can see that Pyrrhus, they have to win that 3v3. Their only option doesn't work out.
Split up apart. Fire Beavers took some shots at them from behind. Crazy Raccoon 2 from the front. Started fight playing inside the building here as Complexity had flown to get into this position. But Gino, we noted how many teams were already sitting in these buildings from the very beginning, from the very first circle, up to Gaming being one of them. Going to be able to bunker down with the Catalyst. We talked about the use and the sudden upcharge of the Rampart and the Sheila being able to break down those doors. Absolutely comes in handy aside from the amp walls that they provide. But the Catalyst now on Optic Gaming is going to allow it to bunker down in that building.
No, you're right. That's going to be an important interaction here. Obviously, these buildings are hallowed ground at the moment. The teams want to be in there, and with the amount of ramparts in here, you know, cracking that at a moment's notice could be a big deal. Even just tearing through the amped cover quickly, Sheila is able to do that as well. We still have North Eption up, by the way. You were talking about, you know, having space up the top. Pathfinder is able to do that with his zip lines, but Jailings, they've got other things on their mind right now.
Crazy Raccoon going back to the lobby in 10th. Jailings fighting for their life with the Watson fences right behind him to cover their back. Against Riddle Order, Yukio only has the white Evo shield to work with. Once happy. It's left literally one shot here on the other side, trying to heal up with only shield cells. Doesn't look like he's got a shield back to work with. Taking onto the height, though, is going to be Yukio, leaving himself as one, having to now reset, going back and forth. The rest of Riddle Order are trying to hold side by side with one another.
Yeah, but they're also low that they don't really have anyone to hold for anyone else, but Jailings, who have had to go outside the building, are taking too much fire from the other parts of Dome, and they will go down. Riddle now have it all to themselves here on the northern side. Fire Beavers take the Valk ult in. A late Valk ult like this can work out if you go onto the silo, but that's not where they're ending up.
And they played split ups here too. Look at where OJ Rain is holding onto the height right now. Playing off the water barrels here, gonna be able to rain some extra pressure from the low ground now before he's forced to drop off because he's in a line of sight of other teams that are on the other side of Dome, specifically Riddle Order, MDY White, Startify Esports, Complexity in this fight. Fire Beavers playing on the outside while most of the fighting has been happening inside of this building.
Complexity versus Fire Beavers, North Eption. I'm so keen to see how that composition does towards the end of this game. Complexity have just got some shadows to hide in right now. That buys time for these ultimate accelerants to go out. Monsoon wants to have that creeping barrage ready.
Man, that exhibit just helped out so much in knowing exactly where that team was going to approach from the outside here. Monsoon finishes off. Fire Beavers getting sent out the lobby. 6 squads left.
I mean, Monsoon looks like he's been hit in the face, but it's him doing the king hitting right now for Complexity. They have got that southern side. You can see just to their west, North Eption are set up, but this circle's going to finish right in the middle, Vicky. This is going to be such a fun one to watch. All teams currently sitting in the buildings will have to eventually make their way out. North Eption can't do it. Sheila ringing out.
Say hello to my little friend here. The Sheila roaring through. Gets to restabilize here. The Nemesis, he's got to heal up. He's playing behind the knockdown shield. The Archer gets sent out. We see the slide jump coming in. MDY Whites playing for their lives, popping the Phoenix hit successfully so. The rebound now as App gets taken out. 1 member left. The Ring putting in the pressure. You can't fly anywhere as the Mosquito Spawner comes in. But look who has the height. It's going to be Complexity.
Final ring closes in. Riddle, they've taken up position. Not only do they have height here, they have position in the middle, but it's just the height advantage for Complexity that they're trying to deal with. The smokes go up. This is a great option to try and stall this out until Complexity have to go down on top of the lava.
They have 15 kills right now. Complexity are rolling with momentum, but the position that you mentioned, you know, they have to traverse through this open lava. Evac tower to jump right through to take minimal damage here.
Okay, the zipline goes out, the sky nades are coming through, a couple in the backpack here for Complexity. The bat goes off for Luda. Riddle taking up angles on all sides, but it's not a great trade here. Let's go Complexity. Can they push it through? Luda down first. Monsoon, it might be up to him.
Don't turn your back, Riddle Order. They may be low, but mine's on the low ground, giving Riddle Order the dub for game number 3. Nice swinging Greek. Highlighted it, giving them the energy. Do the wave in the crowd as Riddle Order. They're here to stay.
Man, I don't know what that dance is, but I want to learn it. It's giving me life.
Looks smooth with it. He looks smooth even when he's leaning back on the chair. You see how he's just chilling? Another day I worked for them, but with the pop-off there, really highlighting their inner emotions.
Chilling there on the chairs, chilling in the middle of Dome. Riddle Order, the APAC North teams are showing up. We heard week before, touting them as some of the ones he was looking at here. And in the winners bracket, they're cleaning up. Can they do the same here and move on?
You know what's even better? They won the advantage of their POI. This is where they stay, is Dome. And they held off every other team that went for the early rotate there in that game and were able to take the dub, winning their circle POI. Coming up on top, the final game on World's Edge.
Crypto's coming in to EMP them. Caustic's throwing out the gas grenade. Didn't matter what it was. Riddle Order held tight there and took down that home POI for the win here. Game 3 is done.
And what a great pacing that final game was. A little bit of an opposite side of things from the first and second game, but starting out incredibly slow, methodic, into a lot of chaos starting into that third ring, into what we witnessed over at Stacks, into a lot of the action transitioning over to that south side of the map, looking at the final circle and taking you through all the action. When all these teams collided at the very end, it was Riddle Order facing off against Complexity. MDY White versus Certified Esports 2 at one point was an insanely hype fight to see at the very end before Complexity cleaned up.
So they knew exactly where they were. The Bloodhound pick coming in here, of course, with the scan. And one of the things that allowed Riddle to take this fight so easily was the way that they're spread out. You can see all 3 members taking different angles, just nice little head glitches there, switching it up a little bit, but it just means the Complexity, look, they get 1 on the seer scan, they make sure they're spread out, because if you get all 3 caught at the same time, it could spell disaster.
You're splitting the attention here. You're not funneling yourself in one line of sight, so that way Complexity could literally take a chunk out of you.
Mia K, great angle there, and yeah, look, once they came out of there, it was pretty much over already.
This is crazy. Breaking ankles. Yukio breaking ankles put Monsoon on that lava and also put the rest of Complexity's back towards the rest of the squad for them to add in that pressure. You mentioned it perfectly, Genome. The positioning there for Riddle Order allowed them to take advantage of the natural cover that the crates provided, while also Complexity were in a not so great situation transitioning across the lava. Yes, they used the evac tower zipline to get that bit of a boost so they could take as minimal damage as they can, but it still forced them to be funneled in one area that Riddle Order had to just stare down in that moment. Great performance that we're currently seeing between Riddle Order and Complexity, but it's also better to see a nice diversity of winners in our first 3 games. But that also means that we have 3 last games left, and that will be on Storm Point. I mean, any team specifically that you think, Genome, that really needs to come in, other than, I guess, the obvious of what we've seen so far between Fury on the other side of the page?
I mean, I'm still expecting Vex to turn up. I don't know if that's a lost cause at this point, honestly, but look, struggling to get points from Siphon is a sign of real trouble within that team, honestly. And, we saw it at Split 1, right? Like a decent performance in EMEA. And then when they got to playoffs, everything just fell apart. But it felt like they'd done enough work. They'd done enough introspection to change that up here in Split 2. But proof's in the pudding, Vicky.
It could be the power-up that they need for today. I'm going to toss it over to the desk for you guys to break down the action after our first 3 games.
Vicky, Genome, great job on the cast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk and everybody here in the Copper Box Arena. Hope you've been enjoying yourselves. I certainly have. In the green room, alongside my talent, watching the games. Rain Day here, of course, RKN joining us, Tiff and Dia back again. RKN, we saw a fantastic finish from Complexity, but it's been a stellar 3 games. Northeption, Optic, obviously Riddle winning that last one. There's been a lot of people who have shown up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're finally starting to see some strength out of these teams that we didn't expect to see sent into the elimination bracket to begin with.
Yeah.
Optic picking up not only their first win, but honestly, in my opinion, their first good game of the whole tournament so far.
Wow.
They actually looked really good. They looked cohesive, and hopefully we start seeing more of that from them.
Tiff, I mean, Complexity, I had brought them up as one of my teams to watch, but I think that answer, they are showing up and answering the call here.
This is the time that you have to show up. It is now or never, and Monsoon was just like going for it. Cody, though, we cannot forget about him. Complexity is not just Monsoon. It is Cody, it is Luda, and that whole team cohesion was working really well in that end game.
And of course, if you want to piggyback on that or just talk about the fact that they didn't win the game, it was Riddle Order and our APAC North team showing up twice out of these 3 games.
And a lot of that credit to what our wonderful casting duo mentioned as well, but the ability to win at your POI clearly coming in for Riddle. I was noticing what you were saying about how Complexity is a full squad. I also want to give credit to Kimchi where it's due, because their game plan has very much changed for today. They are on the warpath, but not in just a mindless way. Instead, it's very clear that they're picking powerful yet safe points along their path into the ring and fighting for those. Sometimes they do fight to the death. It hasn't looked good every game, and I'm glad that we got to see that strategy work out in the 3rd on World's Edge.
Let's take a look at the match results after 3, because we did see World's Edge come to an end, at least in the elimination bracket. So you got 3 more maps, but 1 more chance on Storm Point, ultimately. Riddle Order, with a nice win on top of Complexity, take the cake with the most points, so they will earn themselves a #1 spot there. But in your eyes, RKN, story of the top 10 for you?
Story of the top 10 is honestly just, again, that we're starting to see the North American teams that we didn't expect sent to the elimination bracket start performing again. There's also a lot of fighting going on. We see Fire Beavers and Northeption finishing in 6th and 7th, both with 8 and 10 kills.
Yeah, that's a great call.
That's a lot of fighting.
That's a ton of fighting, and honestly, when you go back to the bottom half of 20, as we can see here, Tiff, these teams notably not really a lot of placement points, but also not a lot of fighting, especially my eyes go to Aurora here with 0 kills, 0 points.
When it comes to Aurora, things are looking a little bit different. We had alluded to that pizza delivery, right? Sunset showing up, and I feel like it's just gonna take just a couple of maps to get your gears going, but you don't have any time. And if you're finding yourself not getting those specific placements, but that's a tough rotation. You have to think they start in Harvester. RKN, can you allude to that? Because Dome can be a POI where it's really great to land in, but it can be tough to rotate in, especially with Optic coming from stacks.
Yeah, Dome is one of those POIs that's really hard to get into. You only really have 3 3 points of entry, and as soon as the zone is saturated, there's not much that you can do to get inside. So it really just comes down to your ability to make good micro decisions, win your fights, and take a spot from someone, because there's not going to be a spot openly available to you.
As 3 have gone by, 3 more to come. Dia, your eyes on Northeption leading out our group of the elimination bracket here, and maybe on the backside too. Furia with only 1 point after World's Edge.
You know, it's funny that you contrast those two squads, because Northeption gave us a very different look at Apex Legends in their debut in the playoffs, bringing out things like the Newcastle and making us reconsider. On the other side of that, Fury have also been experimenting. They brought out Fuse, they brought in Mad Maggie even later when just the Fuse alone wasn't working, and they couldn't seem to get anything together. Now, today, we're seeing them pull out Bloodhound, and even that doesn't seem to be fixing the problem for them. It is a almost wonder that they find themselves here, but given the identity crisis that they're clearly in, they are catching up to a meta at this point in the tournament, and it is going to take a miracle last 3 games for them, and honestly, a gear needs to click that I'm not even seeing starting to turn yet.
Tiff, as we saw the results there, if we want to throw them back up again, we can, but as we head into the next 3, for Storm Point, looking forward, what's your storyline to keep an eye on for the fans at home and those watching?
This is tough. Like, it hurts to look at, I'm not gonna lie. When I see that and you see teams like Furia, Vexed, down there so close to that 20th position. Vexed came in with 1 goal in mind since they didn't make that finals lobby and split 1 playoffs. They were like, well, it can't get any worse, right?
Yeah.
No, because they wanted to get there. So their goal is to lay it on. So we were talking about this, RKN, as someone who has completed on this stage before. If you find yourself in that bottom 10 facing elimination and about to pack your bags and hit the airport, what do you do?
Yeah, this is one of those things I talk about a lot in Battle Royale. Every game's a new game, and you just have to move on. If you dwell on the fact that you're down and you're like close to being eliminated, you're not going to have good games. You have to play every game like it's a new game, and you just have to give it your all to the very end and just hope for the best. Honestly, just let your gameplay make the decision for you. Unfortunately, we have some fan favorites that could potentially be looking at going home.
Storylines aplenty as we head into it. Obviously, there's more and more to talk about as we continue into this, but one of the most important things to keep your eye on is the fact that teams are going home. That's right, you have 3 more games if you're on the backside of that top 20 where you can make a difference and change the course of your ALGS Split 2 playoffs history, but it is gonna happen now if it's gonna happen at all. That's been 3, but before we go to our next set of games, we wanna introduce you to a fan who made me a little bit sad that, you know, I complain about my drives in LA taking about an hour and a half. They drove about 20 days, not hours, days to get here. We have a little feature on them and their performance getting this way.
Asia and Europe, it's the longest roadway you can drive a car from the east to the west, and the London is the west and Shanghai is the east. So that's my dream, to cross Asia and Europe. 我来自中国上海，我大概花了20天的时间从上海开车自驾前往这里，也就是英国伦敦。那在一路上，我可以看到很多我从来没有见过的风景和风土人情。在一路上呢，其实令我印象最深刻，也就是最有意思的，其实是大家对我们的关注。因为我们其实有2个点，第一呢，是我们开着一辆蓝色牌照的车子，那么在一些国家，他们其实完全不知道你的车来自于哪里。那其实还有第2个点，就是我们车上的 Very Apex 和我们车后面贴的 Apex Legends。然后令我印象最深的呢，其实是在我们去穿越，譬如说哈萨克斯坦国家的时候，有一些年轻的玩家吧，他们就知道Apex 这个游戏，然后他们就会来跟我们交流，哦，你们要去看 ALGS， 你们很棒啊！包括我们在去跨越芬兰的边境的时候，他们边境的一个小伙子应该是边境的检察官吧，然后他也知道，他说，哦，我也玩这个游戏，你们很棒，你们去英国很棒，所以在他们的这些回答中，我就感觉，首先 Apex 确实是一个全球性的，大家都觉得非常非常好玩的游戏。那么，另外的呢，就是我觉得他们一致的认为我们做这件事情是很棒的，还有意义的。所以，即使我开了这么多天的车， 我一点都不觉得累，因为一路上大家都非常友好。MDY 加油 ，DF 加油，给我冲！
What's up, Copperbox Arena? Yes, it is true. I was just on the desk, but we have broken up into the caster box. I've got Dia alongside of me, and we are heading on over to Storm Point, our final 3 matches of Elimination Bracket Round 1. We were kind of talking to RKN down there. Someone's going to go home today, but hopefully they can put a fighting chance up now.
Honestly, Tiff, my favorite thing about finishing this first round on Storm Point is that Storm Point is where you can make miracle runs. Storm Point, interestingly enough, is where dreams can come true. Other teams are so much less safe with the very little and varied cover that Storm Point offers. So look for fights on the outside defense lines, on those small rotations in, because this is where one team can collect upwards of even 10, 12 kills.
Yesterday we had so many wild endgame zones, specifically the one that was in Cenote Cave, Barometer. A lot of teams just packing into the end game, and that's where things can really start to get chaotic. But before we get to that end game in round 1, let's talk about where we're potentially going to be started, as we have MDY White on your screen. It was a good little feature. I saw that car outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I just learned to drive this year, so I don't really know how to evaluate cars yet, but the aesthetic is chill.
Wait, so like, how often do you drive, Dia?
I don't drive. I mean, just learned how. That's
yeah. Okay. Even if you can't drive, you can definitely slay a mic for Apex, and that's what we need you here for.
And I can drive a Trident, guys. So that's the important skill, at least in this arena.
You know what? I like that for you. But let's talk about these contests that we're potentially going to be witnessing here in match number 1, because for our teams that have to face with a potential 50-50 in an elimination brown bracket that might find themselves outside the top 10, I'm looking immediately Thunderwatch, the potential for Complexity to meet up against Blackhand, right? That's where things are going to get challenging, but not for Complexity, because I feel like they've almost done enough if they can just smooth sail at home.
And for Blackhand, it's just Strafing Flame. What is Strafing Flame going to do off the rip? Does he get a good gun? Because if this man picks up a longbow, that's where things can get really iffy. You grab something like a Volt, a car off rip, and now I'm feeling a lot more comfortable if you're a Blackhand fan in the audience. Because these teams are both facing up against elimination, I know that Complexity are going to be feeling a little bit more risk averse, and I wouldn't even mind them changing their drop spot, since with other teams doubling up, there's still plenty of opportunity to contest around the rest of the map.
Or it's a time to challenge and fight the teams that you actually don't want to see in the winner's bracket. So once you throw down enough points, especially like teams like North Eption, Optic, right? They can maybe finesse a little bit. I'm not gonna say grief or anything, but you never know. And as our teams get locked and loaded into that dropship, map number 4 is about to be here. Our first one on Storm Point of the Saturday playoffs. I am so freaking excited.
And already, Complexity have chosen to switch up their drop spot, landing over in checkpoints. It's a good heads-up play by ATH to recognize this as well. Those who had previously decided to drop here have now relocated, not choosing to contest as they did in the group stage yesterday, because honestly, it didn't go well for ATH.
And something to note about their position to switch that drop spot last minute is that plane line, right? It went from the upper northwest to the southeast. So as soon as they saw a different team landing checkpoint, they carried on and went straight to Jurassic.
And in this particular case, it'll mean that Complexity have an easier rotate into the zone, as we are going up to the north. Glitch are going to have a nice time of this as well, landing over by the wall, but it's a pretty open ring. And honestly, Tiff, this is going to exemplify exactly what I was talking about with open zones and the possibility to take fights as often as possible. You've got the chance to pile into those center buildings, and where Noctum are in Cascade Falls, we saw a lot of crowding yesterday.
Oh, this is actually really unique. We were talking about teams looking to fight others. As you see, North Eption, they land Lightning Rod. They have elected to take the IMC Armory just south of Lightning Rod, where Furia, they take Lightning Rod. So maybe they're going to loot up, potentially look to rotate on Furia. But that gave Optic such a prime rotational pattern. As they go to down Beast, they can also go up and around through North Pad.
At this point, it's going to be a pretty safe start for North Eption. Furia are going to spot this out here, the IMC Armory, and we have the potential for one of the most hype fights to kick off right outside of the IMC. Furia may not want to let this go. We'll see how that plays out as meanwhile the rest of the teams start to rotate into ring. Squads like Optic over at Down Beast are going to take their time. Fire Beavers in classic Fire Beavers fashion should have a really late rotate as well.
Well, the thing that's tough, right? Genome had a sign yesterday. It was Furia, do we fight? Yes and yes. It's like, can we win this fight? It needs to be yes and yes. And as you see Furia start to trickle down towards that IMC Armory, they currently have, I believe, 1 point on the board in 20th place.
And keep your eyes on our winners of last match, Riddle, who will also be approaching from the south. Already, Glitch, Energy, and Black Hand have managed to make their way into that dead center spot in zone. It's not going to be particularly useful towards the end game, but towards rings 3 and 4, this will provide a great position to be active on the map.
Oh, but Glitch Energy, you mentioned active, and Rena tricky, letting that Prowler sing, forcing away just to reload for a moment, and Feiju going to fall. This is against MDY White, and they just need one more. Like that, MDY White, the first team to go out, but Glitch, they do need this 17th place, and Black Hand, they need to get in the mix.
And Zilach doing extraordinarily well there, taking out 2 members of MDY White. It's why we hype this player up, and I'm happy to see him succeed, especially when the team needs him to be on point the most. Glitch Energy, of course, one of our South American teams on the verge of elimination.
This is going to be tough. I really respect the building that Black Hand has taken, but this can be a tough building to hold from aggressive pushes. You'll see teams looking to get up on those windows just on that western side of our screen right now on the building, and that is where they'll typically look to maybe nade spam and such. But Furia, they are in hot pursuit of North Eption as they rotate southward, but this call here, Panders is looking to hit the Valkyrie. He's going to potentially go to get in front of them.
It'll help close the distance, that's for certain. Being able to scout out what on earth lies ahead. North Eption still on the run, while ATH bite the dust in the kill feed.
Dreamfire, hey, we had a lot of fans out there in the audience, so you know they're going to be happy when they were the ones at the hands of eliminating ATH. But Panders from the sky, hitting him with a missile swarm, doubling down on the Arc Stars, finally hitting the reload, but has 23 bullets to work with in the flatline.
North Eption clearly want absolutely nothing to do with this. They're going to turn around, throw down a quick Seer ult, and push Furia back, making sure that this is not a safe place for you to run into. Furia will finally get the message that this is not the time to actually commit for the, what is honestly at this point a 50-50, if not starting to turn into a 60-40 in North Eption's favor.
Well, I mean, you look at North Eption, they have plenty of ammo. Taida's got the PK in hand, and anytime he has his hands on a Mastiff or a Peacekeeper, you just run away. Yes, he doesn't have the wall available yet, but he does have the shield, and we know exactly just how well he can pivot those shotgun fights around it. You know, Dia, it kind of is really reminiscent of those old Gibby bubble fights.
It is.
See him kind of running around the walls. I need more of that.
Very much so. Taida has been extraordinary for the team, and when we consider his ability to play with the Newcastle, both in and out of the shield, and even with the cover that he's able to deploy using his ultimate, Taida has been able to peak really effectively, and is that like split-second, 100 damage kind of player in every single possible way. North Eption do a great job here of not falling into the trap that Furia laid for them as well, not opting for the 50-50, where we could see a team that is running low on ammo, like Furia, come away with a win that they might not have been fully set up for. North Eption put themselves in launch pad. They have the option to grab a ring scan as they move in, with Rezi being able to find out where everyone else is so that North Eption can actually plan a way into the next zone.
I love that you talk about they're planning a way into the next zone, because typically by this time they've been so far deep into the ring no matter what. They would have still been crafting, working on their shields, making sure they have plenty of batteries, and they have the most ring damage out of every team, but so far in this series, they have been rotating. Yes, it's still playing edge, don't get me wrong, but it is being a little more accessible to the teams. And Furia, you know, they went a little bit north and they ran straight into Crazy Raccoon, another one of our APAC North teams that are at risk of going home. But Panders, what is going on? He's able to grab a knock, but the trade comes in, and now Sarah falling. His Watson, you have to clutch this up, but it's not going to be enough. Crazy Raccoon, Oh, but they're in 10th place, a bubble team thus far on the backhand of the series. That was very important to them.
Thaney is just so good, man. Putting up exactly what we talked about with Zillach earlier, a double knock in a split second of time. He's one of the most aggressive Rampart players that we've had today, and a quick recovery from Crazy Raccoon eliminates one other North American fan favorite. Even further in danger now. We'll see what Furia do next map around. Crazy Raccoon will be able to grab a scan on their way in, and even have the option of taking the Gravity Cannon down to Stormcatcher. With our omniscient perspective, no is unoccupied.
It's true, and it's really tough to see, but there's so many people utilizing the Prowler and able to deal so much damage. I was looking at the stats just from game 1 where North Eption won. Razy was able to do 388 damage in that last fight alone.
Pretty amazing way to start off the match. North Eption continuing to move their way in. As we said, planning based on where other teams are, managed to hit the People's Beacon on their way in, and now have scouted out that more or less their way in is clear. You've got a clear route over towards Cascade. You can even play the lower parts of Cascade over by what I believe Genome calls the ski lifts.
Ooh, that's a good name for it. I don't know what I call anything. I'm just like, over here, over here. And my teammates are like, please stop. No, we get better. North Eption on their rotation, and Fire Beavers holding the edge of ring. Crazy Raccoon just on the outskirts, making sure they are fully kitted out to begin that rotational pattern in. But this is the most interesting composition that we've seen thus far. We have the Gibby, we have the Rampart, and we have a Crypto. And we've seen some people dabble with iterations of this, specifically using the bubble on the Trident for rotations and even doubling down with the Rampart, but you know.
This is something, this composition actually is exactly what Start a Fight began their tournament with. In the first couple games of Storm Point that kicked off all of Split 2 playoffs, this was exactly how our South American squads started things out. Now that we're later into it, Crazy Raccoon have picked up on what's been so powerful about this, specifically with the interaction between Gibraltar and Rampart to provide instant cover, followed by what is a nearly indestructible I'll call it castle that you can build.
Well, speaking of castles, we've got Cody just using the passive for Seer through the rock, waiting for Optic to make a rotation in. And once you already know they're coming, you have the high ground. Yeah, the bang ult, so they know you're here. But Luda, we were talking about it, Complexity. This whole team has the cohesion that has binding the synergy that they've needed so desperately. Currently second place by just 2 points, looking to find an opening. But if they're going to slide right into Hot Dog's buildings, they may not be able to take this. They could just stay there, maybe wait it out a little bit, but this Complexity, they're going to gatekeep.
Oh, yeah, Luda's high ground is... it's not going to be challengeable. You don't push Luda, you don't push Complexity. In an ideal world where both teams are even, nobody's getting some crazy triple headshot action, Complexity also are not incentivized to leave a position like this. Take a look at the minimap in the upper left, and they've actually predicted that the zone will be pulling a little bit further to the north this time. A small separation may mean that Complexity needs to move further in later, but for right now, you're playing the slow side of the zone. Not a lot of teams going to be rotating in from the north, as well as the fact that you control theoretically both choke points and have options for your next rotations. Complexity are going to fight to stay here. I'd rather see Optic rotate.
I mean, Luda's going to be able to force them out. They just need to find one knock, and then it turns into a bad play. You hear the Dark Veil from a Catalyst come out. Nearby, though, Cody just looking to be knocked on the cat. Skittle Cakes, oh man, the Horizon. This is exactly what we need. But they just seem like they don't know where they want to commit to, right? Hitting the grab lift, popping a shield, and retreating just a little bit, but it's a little bit discombobulated.
And with a few other squads that can pop in, we've got Leave No Witnesses holding one of the chokes. You saw them off in the distance for just a little while, and hey, there they are, watching over this engagement. And a few shots actually raining in from Checkpoint. That'll be Fire Beavers come to check in on the action, a squad that you absolutely do not want to open the door to on a third party. So we're going to be playing pretty safely over in the Hot Dog buildings. Optic hold on for now, and LNW, who hold the choke, should be able to keep both Complexity and Optic Gaming honest.
They hold the choke, they hold the L-Star, and that can be really dangerous in its own. And this is a similar to position that we have seen teams try to occupy, but not be able to hold onto it for their longevity, because these open zones where there's only maybe a tree and a couple rocks that they can utilize for cover, it's dangerous. But this is what you need to do. Throw the Trident and put the amped covers up and just start blocking.
Fantastic position from Crazy Raccoon as they're next door neighbors with LNW, and both look really good for these next couple of minutes. Dead center of the zone, you can see it in your upper left corner of the map. And I'll continue to direct your attention there because that's going to be the sole deciding factor of how these next couple of rounds go. There's very little in the way of safe positions as this ring grows smaller and smaller, and what's at 17 squads now is going to drop dramatically as more buildings are forced out into the open.
We have about a minute left on that timer before the zone starts to close, and you have to start thinking about all the congestion that's going to be thrust forward. And J-Lings, they're finally still here as well. We haven't really heard too much from them, but North Eption, they're your first place team looking to stay aggressive as they work their way, and they have sensed that there's an engagement in front of them. But we had talked about Fire Beavers, right? Trying to potentially rotate north on Optic. Well, they've actually rotated down and are just sitting to the left of Aurora. So that's where NTH is kind of trying to get engaged on. In this fight with Optic and Complexity, I feel like it's been going on since the dawn of time.
It has, because Complexity aren't going to move and Optic cannot take another rotate. They don't have a Valkyrie to reposition. They cannot bypass Leave No Witnesses. Optic must go forward or die on this ring that's closing in 30 seconds.
Well, let's see how it goes. Let's jump on board with Optic Gaming as they make the push.
Oh.
One's far left, that's a different team, it's a different team. I'm batting here, I'm dead. You need to res me here.
They're nading you.
Batting.
The rock up angle to know.
Might be able to move back right side.
Yeah, I'm going to knock.
Try. Smoke in 3 seconds, I'm dead on this cross, good luck.
The choke is all the way walked up here. Okay.
You might be able to res me again on the building. Right here, you gotta insta-res though. You gotta insta-res.
I cracked one out far left. Batting.
I'll be able to move forward and smoke.
Choke's looking at us.
Maybe punch me again if you can. Or throw me a Q.
I can't pretend.
You gotta play towards this left rock.
Yeah.
What's your Q at?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm dead to zone.
It's wrapped too.
And unfortunately, Optic Gaming not going to be get out of that. Leave No Witness, they were holding the choke. They're trying to get involved. Complexity still wrapping around, able to get into the zone because Leave No Witness put enough pressure onto Optic.
And Complexity finishes this fight off really quickly, taking out Onyx immediately afterwards. 2 O squads, maybe there's something there. The fact is, however, that they've held on to the northern side of the ring, and now we look to the south, where North Eption have miraculously made their way in. We knew there were 2 squads ahead of them, and they've somehow bypassed both Fire Beavers and Aurora, moving past even Go Next to put themselves right on top of this gravity cannon. Still not in the center of zone, but now finally in a spot where they can gatekeep effectively. A head peek and a respawn beacon for a little bit of extra cover gives Fire Beavers the chance to play as a duo.
Well, with the Newcastle able to hit the res and reset completely there, North Eption maintained their first place spot. But you saw Fire Beavers calling in the mobile respawn. They want to get their third back up in it and utilizing this Trident so they can just play around it. Makes it very difficult, especially with Satsuki using the smoke to smoke out the Beavers. And look at that! They have infiltrated the Beavers' home. They do not want them to reset. A bubble team that will make it so tough for them to find themselves in the winner's bracket later on.
This just turns into another kill as well. North Eption pushed immediately off of the res, so with full control of the south, there should be a white shield snack dropping onto them very soon. For the moment, however, their focus does have to turn back towards the gravity cannon. They've given up the spot, and now it's starting to be pressured. Less than 20 seconds until they have to move.
Talk about the south, and everyone's going to have to go, but let's grab a listen in with North Eption.
俺一回巻く、
移動してる。
一回巻くよ。
左から歩いていける俺。張り付け。
いる気ない。
2キロ。フェニックしかない俺。
フェニックモード、ありがとう。
2キロ。
オッケー、俺巻いてるよ。
前詰めてる。ワンダー。
オッケー。
割れてる。
左上、俺取りに行く、俺が取りに行く。左もファイトね。
右取り切った方がいいかもこれ俺ら。
右
行列ね。右めっちゃおるよワンチャン。
いや、左でもいいよ。あ、左、奥にいるわ。そが来た。見て。
左やってるね。
左もやってるよ。
シャ。ジブ。バカジブあった。
右取りしてもいいよ。いや、左ファイトしてない。右取りでも右でいいよ。
ウルトラ別に奥べちやろうか。そがない。
そがあるよ。まあ、外か。行くよ。
いや、それよ。
出た。アーク入れる。
ロバカロ。ニックロックして。
くれない。
さあ。
ナイス。
もう一人。後ろ。
オッケー。
負けた。
いや、見える。
俺真っから無理。
見えない。
ゆっくり。ワンナック。
一回負けたよ。
あ、最悪。後ろめっちゃおる。バッテリー。無理だよ。もう切れるそれ。取り切ったあれ。
取り切ってないよ。
じゃあ行こう。ノック。ありついてそれ。俺もいい。ロナは一人。上めっちゃそれ。
かけてねそいつわかんないけど。
いや2枚おる。後ろ来るよこれ。
上からも来る。
どっちか割り切れも。
いや、上と一緒に走ろう。
上映る。
上映るよ。いや、待って。引いてるよ。
おる。
それ左でしょ。
当たって引いた。
上おらん。
上おらんの熱いよこれ。終わりしない。
右が取れる。ない。いや、右上。そうやからった俺。
もう2人で頑張ってじゃあ。ここ行こう。次。狙わせて。
左上上がるよ。待って。加点。
そがい。
帰れる。
任ろう。乗っかって。
And although North Eption continuing on the warpath, not going to be able to stay alive, we turn to the fact that there is one Fever left standing in the 4 squads remaining. Glitch Energy to the north and Dreamfire holding the right side of the zone. It's an extreme power position. Look at Peta, look at Roy. They are gonna make wonders here.
Very little room for Leave No Witnesses to enjoy. Dreamfire, as you said, in a commanding position, but their focus is so far to the south. Glitch have the opportunity to flank them. Fire Beavers go down, and it's up to Roy to keep Dreamfire defended well.
They need to take up as much space as possible there because everyone is essentially pointing at each other. And Dreamfire, they came into this game in 16th place. If they take this win, it could be enough to trajectorize them forward into the top 10.
LNW now missing one. Dreamfire know there's only one other trio left in the lobby. Can they clutch this win, push themselves into the next round? Keep themselves away from elimination. Dreamfire, that's going to be determined now. As we said, keeping Glitch Energy at bay is going to be the determining factor of this fight. Look out for those triple headshots. Look out for the single burst that can change a game.
I mean, Glitch in 19th place with 3 games remaining. This
Roy.
is what they need as well. I mean, he's just a menace with the triple take right now. You are having commanding peaks anytime he gets up there. He's just looking to put as much pressure on Glitch as he can, and as that final round starts to close, our teams are going to have to essentially crawl up closer to each other. But with Renatricky on the Watson, just needs to keep fencing as much as possible. But that bow check bow, similar to the triple take, is going to be enough to get that pressure from mid-range.
One headshot can change everything, but Rena's not connecting for right now. And as you said, Watson is going to be really important. That ability as it gets a little tough, but LNW LNW push. Now it's just 2 squads left and Glitch have nowhere to work with. You said it yourself, Dreamfire need to take space. Both squads need to do it. A Catalyst wall is the perfect initiation to the fight, and Dreamfire take the south, will Glitch take the north.
Here we go, Roy, making it work. We know just how vital that Prowler is in these endgame circles, but Peta's gotta get up, and Glitch Energy, they're taking a lot of damage. Dreamfire has all the health. Peta going down, so a little bit of a 2v3. Roy, you gotta clutch this up, let's go!
Almost takes it, but Glitch turn things around. The hope of South America, and there, Zillash celebrating the win. Our South American Verhulst. He's young, he's wholesome, and he's goddamn good at the game.
I love that for you, and I love how you're comparing him to Verhulst. I was backstage, and someone was like, but no, Panic. Panic is the one that's very impressive compared to the likeness of Nathan. And it's so crazy how so much talent is out there and the relief on their faces as they clinch that. But don't be alarmed here. Dreamfire did have a commanding performance with plenty of eliminations, so both of these teams did what they needed to do.
They very much did, and this south-north split that happened very quickly could have gone either way, especially with the way that Roy was playing. He'd done so much damage up until that point, and the fact that Glitch commit 3 members to the high ground, where instead Dreamfire had already committed 2 to the low, force Dreamfire to regroup in a disadvantageous position. That's Agos, team manager for Glitch, and having a rightfully deserved celebration.
We need to see all the hype. Give some love for Glitch Energy. That has to feel good. But honestly, Dia, I would love to run that POV back and watch that final engagement from Glitch Energy's side, because when you think about it, Dreamfire did have a lot of space, but then things started to just fall apart for them.
A lot of conservative play from both squads. As you said, both had a lot of space available to them, but it was Catalyst Wall that finally kicked that off. Both fearing that LNW would push, and the fact that Glitch Energy managed to absorb the push from Leave No Witnesses and follow that up with an aggressive play off of the enemy Catalyst Wall makes this win all the more impressive.
As soon as the Dark Veil went up, an immediate focus of attention went forward, and that's where things started to get a little spicy. You have Rena Tricky, obviously silenced. This lasts for 10 seconds. This fight towards Leave No Witness, right? They maintained that so quickly that it only took 5 seconds for Panic to hit that shield bat and turn the attention to Dreamfire. But here's the conservativeness you were talking about.
As soon as they see, again, the ultimate go down, I like the Watson pylon, but Rena does get stuck up by quite a lot of ordinances that were thrown their way. This head peek, though, changes everything. Glitch have a moment to reset, and at that point, Pipe oversteps his bounds and Panic rockets forward. You called out how pivotal this player is earlier, being able to open up angles for the squad. He lets Glitch play their game, and dang, does it look good.
Oh, and we've got the stats. Let's check it out. 8 eliminations. 1 elimination on Panic, 4 on Rena Tricky, and a significant, look at how consistent the damage is. Sometimes you'll see a player that maybe steps back a little bit as an anchor, but these 3 just deathball forward.
A really amazing performance from them. 8 kills for Zillash, able to clutch things up, and to the tune of a 12 point. 12 points for Leave No Witnesses. Glitch able to walk away with the 25, 12 placement points off of the first place, 13 kills.
I mean, you look forward, right? 19th place prior to moving on over to Storm Point with 1 point. So a 25-point game is going to shoot them up the standings. Same with Dreamfire. Fire Beavers, though, I will say they've been consistently on that bubble, just kind of hanging around that 10th place position, but they've been consistently getting points. And throughout the regular season, Rain Day likes to say, 5 to 8 points, even on potentially your worst game of the day, is still a good game, because it's a key of consistency here.
Riddle managed to stick in that as well. After winning our last game, they still place among the top squads. However, the bottom 10 continue to be the ones that sweat a little bit harder after each and every match. We're not seeing a whole lot of good news stories here. It's more surprises, I want to say, but at this point in the tournament, it started to become the expectation for a lot of these squads.
Well, it's okay here for Optic. You can have a bad game in a series, especially when you had a commanding performance earlier in match 2. It's Furia that I'm really worried about. For NA, they need to step it up. They missed Split 1 playoffs. They came here and, oh wow, okay, apparently the crowd agrees. Furia who?
A little bit of trash talk even from the fans, but maybe it's what Furia need to get them going. Looking at other squads like them, start a fight also sitting down there, didn't have the Stormpoint performance that they had in day 1 that was extraordinarily consistent. They are now even more in trouble, and with the little bit of hope that Glitch Energy just gave South America, maybe they can carry on that title. Taking a look at the overall leaderboards, Glitch have found themselves in 6th place after that match.
That is beautiful. From 19th to 6th place in 1 match of Stormpoint. Dreamfire as well with that 2nd place, able to break into the top 10, right? This is going to be really tough for our bubble teams because you look at 14th to literally 6th place. Only 6 points separating these teams. So we talk about consistency. These last 2 matches are going to mean everything.
A single win, as you already pointed out, can turn your game around. Glitch have absolutely done it. Dreamfire, though, a very dangerous game are they playing. They've got a lot of support in the crowd, and they are going to need every ounce of it during the subsequent matches, because again, they finally have a POI to themselves, and that needs to turn into something meaningful, especially when that POI is Mill.
I mean, it's a good POI, but not a bad start. We still have 2 more matches to go. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, match number 5.
Sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Monster Energy the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Live from the Copper Box Arena in London, it is the Split 2 playoffs. We just wrapped up match number 4, and the crowd is starting to get electric here for elimination round 1. We have 2 more maps to go, Dia, before teams start to go home. And those signs right there for Aurora, they've got Sunset, they got PKMK. We are ready for some Aurora wins.
If they've got Sunset, they've got PKMK, they've got audience support, the last thing they really need to put this all together is a W once and for all. It's been a difficult day for them, it's been a difficult tournament, but as you said, Tiff, at this point, it's all about, even as RKN mentioned, locking it in for each and every game, cleansing your mind of whatever happened in the previous rounds, and looking for the one game that can change it all. For Aurora, that probably starts by killing several squads.
Hey, that's going to have to start here and now, in just a few points, differentiating themselves between kind of that 6th place. So every point here in match number 5 are going to be critical. And I'm just honestly ready to see what happens. We need maybe a rather peculiar zone. I want to see, you know what we haven't seen in a really long time?
Tell me.
A high point zone.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind one of those. Some pretty complicated rotates as people have to move up towards the north, but we'll see what the ring gives us, what the Apex gods decide, because the fate of all these 20 teams hangs in the balance.
The Apex gods giveth and the Apex gods taketh, and hopefully we're going to be giving to some of those teams that are looking to clinch themselves in the top 10, and even if they do, it's going to be a very long road ahead for them, because they're going to go straight into the next match series. That winner's bracket just looming down the sights, our trajectory, the plane line, going from mid-map all the way up to Lightning Rod. So our teams in Lightning Rod, like Furia and North Eption, just landing in. But let's check in with Complexity, currently sitting in 2nd place. Still uncontested at checkpoint, even with Optic Gaming kind of throwing a little bit of trolling in the match summary before this map.
And this time around, Dreamfire, who land over at Mill, also get a beacon scan to come with it. The audience is going to be happy about that, because Dreamfire is right on the cusp of securing their spot. A good game here with a prime rotation available to them will be fantastic as a starting point. North Eption and Furia continue to split things up by Lightning Rod. North Eption taking the IMC as they did last game. It's a decent split, but Furia really don't want this happening. I think the biggest problem is that they can't force a fight onto North Eption without
Aurora.
Hold on.
Aurora, Crazy Raccoon on your screen. Ra's gonna fall already, but that just goes to show you that Aurora is landing in Shipfall, have already rotated through Gale Station, even with one member still back in Shipfall.
This is a very strange game.
They split it.
This is a very weird way to play this out. As you said, Aurora just fine for now. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be able to hopefully get their teammate back in the game, but a very weird pull. The zone again going to go over towards the Millage area, giving Riddle Order and Dreamfire a good game.
I mean, that's a Dreamfire zone if I've ever seen one. Same with Complexity. They can drop down, play in those 3 buildings south of Checkpoint, and even with Optic, they can just continue on North Eption as well.
I do want to say, for those of you who are watching the minimap and were as confused as I was, North Eption made a very strange play, sending a solo out to the IMC armory.
Showing presence?
And then jumping off the map, and then crafting a banner and getting them back at North Pad. I've never seen that move before. I don't know what it was intended to accomplish, but maybe we'll get the chance to ask them about it a little bit later after Go Next takes some shots, almost felling in fact, taking down Brutus from Leave No Witnesses.
Going forward straight into the fight as O-Slab just continues on trying to put the pressure, looking for the full. Now in a 3v2 situation, Leave No Witness going out in the first place would be detrimental.
I think at this point you do leave that banner because you don't want to be fighting around Millage when already squads are going to be piling in. You know as Leave No Witness that this is a fantastic spot to play out the next stages of the game. Zones 3, 4 should mean that all these territories are safe. Go Next now own 2 buildings, and it's time for squads to start pushing up on them. I would be hesitant to extend and engage from here, given that other squads will be rotating from the north end of the map through Prowler Island.
What's something unique about this, and I heard Wig talking about this on his watch party, by the way, early on, is how different these maps have been versus what we saw in the group stages. We were having so many low rotations into the zone, but now, with round 1 just about to close in 3 minutes, it's so congested over in that Mill, Bean, POI area, so everyone is looking to set up shop. And we've had a lot of these zones pull to the open as Bambino double time kicking in, incoming Bangalore, able to jet inside the building and kind of steer clear of that.
A big part of what you're talking about, Tiff, with these early rotations comes from a lack of playable space. Arcane was talking about this early when we were at Dome, saying that there aren't a whole lot of ways into Dome. In this case, there are plenty of ways into Millage, but not a whole lot of ways to stay safe once you're there. I think Leave No Witness serving is almost the perfect example right now because they don't have one of the positions you can hold. You can sit in IMC. There are 2 buildings that 3 squads collectively can share. Another one out towards Mill, the rock that you have, and the whole ridge line up to the north. Beyond that, there's basically nothing that you can play while staying safe. And Pyrrhus, even in one of the positions that I said was safe, is all alone, unfortunately.
It's really tough to play this area early on when all the teams will continuously rotate in, but able to grab at least 1 banner, hit that respawn, but it's going to send that green signal up that says we are, you know, stressed out. We got some friends coming in. Fire Beavers are in the IMC Armory that you can see on the little bit of an outline. All they have to do is open it up and just say, hey, we are here.
With Kurev coming back in, we'll see what any pushes look like if they do occur. It'll have to be through a Catalyst wall, and I like that a defensive ult is immediately available for Pyrrhus, saying, you know what, I'm going to make any push a little bit more difficult.
Nice.
Kurev hits the ground running, as Bangalore tends to do, and it should be a quick recovery of loot, especially with smokes, able to make Kurev's journey all the safer. This journey towards Millage, however, is going to get more difficult for squads that are around the outside. We talked about this earlier. The lack of playable space means that Jailings and Optic Gaming, likely even Dreamfire, will have to engage. The fact that Dreamfire have prioritized these buildings, however, is a zone prediction by a lot.
I like what Jailings is doing and how they're holding this. Nags is so influential. If you guys remember some pop-off moments from their prior team in Split 1 playoffs, they are essentially split holding. Nags is scouting out on that Valkyrie because he can use the passive to get back to his teammate. He's like, hey, is anyone coming? Do we need to be prepared for this fight as Dreamfire and Complexity? Just do a little bit of poking, and that's what Bangalore can do. You can constantly keep smoking out the other team and deny them any visibility to you.
It's already working well on the low ground. Complexity keeping themselves relatively safe just by, as you said, making sure that the other team literally can't see you. Fire Beavers, in a very different way, have done that for basically the entire lobby. IMC is an extraordinarily passive position in zones like this that'll allow them to survive, ideally until at least above 15th place. We've still got 20 squads standing, but you pointed this out earlier, Tiff. Every point matters. And Fire Beaver's passive play, while it may not be on brand, absolutely should be working in their favor when it comes to the results.
Yeah, passive, it's true. Fire Beavers, they're not really the super passive. They want to light it up. They want to make it burn, right? But I respect the IMC Armory hold. It's just on the outskirts of that next zone if you were able to catch that map feed on your screen. Startified Esports to the right of them. North Eption are electing to utilize the IMC Armory, as you would expect, outside of the zone.
A nice quick finisher. I suppose you got to get the shields back in. Titus having fun. North Action having a bit of fun. We talked about it with the weird rotation that they had early on into the game, splitting up, crafting banner. It was a whole thing for them, but they've managed to play things relatively safe and now have a bunch of gear to boot for it. Nobody else, no other squad's going to come contest them in the north at this point in the game.
Well, Vexed over here just south, kind of east of North Eption right now in the southern building outside of Wall, looking to get some information via scan to determine where they're going to go for their rotational pattern. And, you know, coming over from Launchpad, I'm a little interested in how that is going to go. But speaking of something interesting, Furia, 1 point on the board. The team that looked so strong back at Year 2 champs, taking 2nd place. Need this to go strong. With that arc start, nice amped cover. You've got incoming sniper shots, and they're just kind of bunkered down here.
Smart way to use the amped cover that can take an extra hit. A longbow shot makes that a little more difficult, but Zera has clearly been putting in work on the rampart in order to make this a better spot for them. Gravity cannons are strong, especially in zones like this, and Start a Fight have a bit of a different approach to the whole gravity cannon mess. They're playing towards the south side of the zone, and what has been a team that today is playing very center of the ring, isn't able to make it over in time from their drop spot and antenna. So they're going to be forced to play slow side, culling edge teams on the way in and taking advantage of the stakes made around the sides of the map.
Well, we knew over here towards the mill area, this God spot on the rock will always be highly contested for. Currently, Riddle Order on the top, Yukio going under fire. Tappy 1 HP and a Dream. They've already lost out on Miyake. I don't think they're going to be able to recover the batter. Good frag grenades out to take space and try to prevent the pushes, but this is going to be a tough recovery for them.
Leave No Witness were the ones to pick up that kill. So as a duo, already managing to secure 1 point early on into this game. Riddle still hold the high ground despite having lost Miyake, and if they can avoid that off angle, should be able to do so for a while longer.
It is every angle. They even have a trident to block off their left side, but they're running low on resources. 4 shield cells to Yukio's name, and now the other side of that is Fire Beavers, and if the Fire Beavers walk up on this rock and try to build a dam out of it, Riddle is gonna have to go.
It's a matter of ultimates at this point. Because Riddle don't have that much to work with, you know there's a Bangalore and a Bloodhound sitting behind a trident. Fire Beavers just have to wait for a good Horizon ultimate, or maybe even just a well-placed Seer ult to be able to push this effectively. Leave that with the fact that they have a Bangalore, and Fire Beavers are going to be taking this fight in a matter of time. Riddle have to find a way to relocate themselves and have a backup plan for when this push eventually occurs.
The thing is, this rock is just outside the next zone, and if you can get up there and withstand all the teams looking at you, such as Optic from the mill, J-Lings in the northern side of the mill, you said Leave No Witness that's occupying the fence line still. Everyone's going to have a bit of an angle, but utilizing the Nemesis, it'll just take a few bursts per person to deny them the ability to poke.
Now Fire Beavers sit in the south corner of the map, and this is a guess. Sitting with your back to the zone at this point is to say, all right, well, we're the Fire Beavers. If we're not in zone, who is? And the thing is that other squads are in fact in zone. Squads that could take out Fire Beavers on a subsequent rotation. We'll see when it occurs, if it occurs, but already on the minimap, there's a squad that's actually excluded out towards the left-hand side in the west that could sneak up on Fire Beavers. We'll see how it plays out while Onyx try and make their way towards Dreamfire. Again, Dreamfire using Bangalore smoke to cut off lines of sight onto them.
That's smart. They're just going to have to keep recharging that ability, keep moving forward, but Onyx have moved up and are occupying that bridge, and you only get 2 smoke charges, so you're going to have to divvy them out between Dreamfire and Onyx, and now the Seer exhibit comes out. The Beavers are climbing up the hill, and Riddle Order is going to have to be forced off the high ground. I love the smoke coming in, trying to help Tappy over there, but with the resources being, they have to go in, they have to take a fight.
The proactive rotate from Riddle Order is, funnily enough, meant to avoid the fight that, as you're saying, Tiff, they are going to have to take. It's a dire situation for them, but fortunately, Riddle have put themselves in the next zone where Fire Beavers, for all the time that they've invested to secure this rock, don't actually have a better position towards the next ring. They do have high ground, however, on all the teams that will need to exit the millage, and that's going to be where they have the chance to pick up KP, as the Fire Beavers are so well known for.
Well, you mentioned a team outside the zone looking for a rotational path in. It's going to be Aurora on your screen. Ranches, Cleve, and Sunset just on the outskirts with about 57 seconds left before Zone 3 starts to close, and that one is going to hurt. The issue is the only way in is Optic Gaming, Fire Beavers, but good use of the Gibby Bubble for the Trident.
temporary safety for them, but it's going to have to pay off soon. I like the use of the boost to get them inside of this next cover, but they've been spotted much too early, and Aurora haven't had the chance to heal up. They need to secure this doorway without control on a catalyst wall. With Pharaoh Fluid now covering the door, Optic are so keenly aware of the team next to them, and also as a squad, squad as practiced as Optic, know that they have to uproot this team before Aurora causes problems for them.
Well, Skittles Cakes has that black hole available to them, but playing Catalyst in their legend composition can have them just take a space in this and start reinforcing those doors. So it's going to be rather tough to really split hold this. It's not impossible, but one of these teams is going to be forced against each other, but you have J-Lings holding the north. So the moment these two start engaging, it's going to go down. And speaking of engaging, Oslab back in town. They got to make sure they can recover this sleep from ATH. Already being fallen, fooled. Doctors, the res going off, dropping a med kit for the teammate, but you know, this thing is, they are still able to get the reset in, and CR are waiting to act.
This Trident play is going to go off really fast. Boost available, but they're waiting till they get hit. Finally, bullets start raining in, and a Gibby bubble goes down. This is just a few seconds of safety, enough to relocate just that little bit further. Slow connects, and they've got to ditch up on the high ground, fortunately inside of the next zone, but with absolutely no cover, no Gibby bubble, no chance to set up rampart walls. Finally, one goes down, is instantly destroyed, and Crazy Raccoon hemmed in on all sides, have no winning play left.
With a 30-second cooldown on the bubble, you burn it for the rotation. Of course, you're not going to be able to have it once you get there. That's so unfortunate, but the chaos continues as Blackhand finds themselves in the middle of a Seer exhibit and Start a Fight Esports closing in, looking to encompass all of that mess around. Ryuki just trying to stay alive as Jinx 1 HP and a Dream has to step away. Two members hitting bats. Luskin, though, with the 30-30, able to oversee and make sure that they can res up.
Wonderful strafes from Jinx, keeps the squad alive and happy. Start a Fight do have that one member left on the low ground, but another squad has come to join the party. It's Furia who walk up on Blackhand from below, and Start a Fight instantly move back to their position of safety. On the other side of the ring, Vex are starting to claim lives.
Look, that's what Vex needs to do. They were not necessarily having the strongest performance, currently in 19th place. So if any team wants to make a play for the winner's bracket, it is Furia, it is Vex. And right now, sitting on triple purple with 2 points and 1 elimination thus far. Zera Tricky does have the Sheila available, setting up that amped cover, taking on the damage, just needs to connect the view, and just like that, Jinx is gonna go down from Start a Fight.
It's a very quick finish, but there aren't a whole lot of ways that Furia can finish this fight without committing themselves bodily. A Watson gen on the other side means that nades aren't effective, and a great angle is found by Zera to destruct that, allowing the rest of the team to push forward with the backup of ordinances. A stick comes through from Watson, and it's picture perfect for Furia as Start a Fight get eviscerated. Luskin sleep down.
His Watson only had 35 bullets for the Prowler, so he had to utilize everything that he could, and Zera Tricky able to throw down an immense amount of damage. Furia needed this, now starting to trickle into those eliminations. We keep moving forward, but can leave no witness. Keep this space.
As a duo, they're gonna have to play this lower side, the southern side of the ring close, but have no effective time to do so. Catalyst wall in front of them, covers for a little while as Pyrrhus managed to do that, but another ultimate being thrown down will allow Bangalore to buy them some spaces. Furia, instead of trying to walk it in, just choose to take the Valkyrie. They're right next door to Optic, as we illustrated earlier, but having taken the roof, have so much more safety available to them.
This is really going to be tough. Fire Beavers had to leave the rock. They're on the southern side. Furia made a play for top mill on top of Aurora and Optic, and as they look forward, they can continuously pressure the teams inside. They only have a small corner. They have played just yet another portion of the rock.
Think back to Dreamfire, Onyx, and Complexity as well, because they just saw this ring that you can spot in the upper left corner of your screens, and yes, that ring is going to determine the death of one, if not all of them, as there are very few spots left to play. A little bit of mill left in allows for perhaps 3, 4 teams to effectively survive, but everybody from the south side, Onyx, Complexity, Dreamfire, have only one bit of the mountain left to play for.
You know, if Zera's not on Rampart here, Furia is hurting. Furia is hurting, and Oirein, he doesn't care. He's gonna take down Panders anyways. This is going to be so detrimental for Furia. His Watson, though, incredibly low, may not be able to help out, and Zera is the only one relatively healthy with a decent amount of ammo, and here come the Beavers! They say we already had the opening action, throwing out the focus of attention. Now they have the information. They know, doubling down with the exhibit. The issue is they get to take this high ground for free.
Rez not going to complete. Furia go down. Fire Beavers own the roof, and it's a wonderful capitalization from them off of what could have been just a nothing knock. 8 squads left at this point, and we are going to jump down to 5 or less as the next ring closes. That tiny bit of mill is left in, and my big question, Tiff, is what are Optic going to do with this? They've already had a wonderful game today. Doubling up on that would be big for them, and they have the position to do so.
They do have the position, but talking about positions, look at J-Lings. They needed a strong performance, right? They've been holding the northern building of Mill. They called it perfectly. And Dreamfire, they have to move. 24 seconds remaining, but Onyx has made their way from the bridge straight into Dreamfire. This is pivotal.
Indestructible Seer ult on the inside for Dreamfire, but with Onyx holding around the outside, there's not a lot left. This Catalyst wall lets Dreamfire rotate, however, destroying the opposite Seer ult and shot, eliminating Onyx Esports, wiping them off the face of the map. Nobody even saw it happen, Tiff.
That was the quickest fight against Onyx. A team that placed 7th in Split 1 playoffs is getting annihilated here in Elimination Round 1. Now, with that cover from the Dark Veil going to dissipate soon, they're going to have to worry about all of the teams. You saw Fire Beavers on the roof, but Easy Flash from Blackhand still able to be alive as well.
And the Trident that was placed here earlier is going to be a huge lifeline for Dreamfire. They do have a little while left on Catalyst Wall, but the Dark Veil is being charged up by ultic cells that they are pumping into pipe for that continued temporary cover during the next zone close.
There we go, 3MZ gonna find Easy Flash, and just like that, Blackhand eliminated. We're down to the final 4 as Aurora falls out finally from their neighbors, Optic Gaming.
It's exactly as we said, 2 squads still persisting, Optic Gaming and Fire Beavers sharing space. Dreamfire, however, have taken so much of the map under their control. Pite should never be able to push up this far, but now he has the priority over this building, and Dreamfire have Catalyst Wall charged up again. This should be their game to win.
Well, let's check in with them and see. Let's get a Dreamfire listening.
不用动啊，为什么要动？啊？我们走这边好不好？走这边才能吃鸡。百迪还是走你那边，你有大吗？有大可以隔这边。
没到。
过来，跟我。皮子，头顶可以打，头顶加死之后这边给大，我们往前走。加头顶。两个 C 下。打烂电！我5秒 Q，加！追差第二，懂吗？看左边，我们要不爆了吧，真的。可以。要不爆了，给哥，给他爆了。给哥。好菜，瞄着，爆了，过来！可以接，换甲。爆了吧，来，爆了！过来！你就不要赢了！有电板！稳一下，别动！慢打！微 Q！ 来，掏了！大操，有电网！绝对！来，我这！妈看有电网！好，我觉得，慢慢打！我操，没招，有电网，全部都是电网啊！
Oh my God, what an insane endgame. If you are a J-Lings fan, if you are a Dreamfire fan, this is the action that you came for. J-Lings have been rather lackluster up until this moment.
They needed their strong macro to pay off, and you highlighted this, Tiff, but the way that they hold the western side of Mill, not allowing teams to rotate in behind them, not having to share space with anybody on a slow side of the ring, lets them execute in the end game just as they began. Slowly, consistently, perfectly executed play from J-Ling.
Oh, dude, I got a chance to talk to Alex, J-Ling's analyst yesterday, and that has got to feel good, not only for the team, but the celebrations that are in order. But let's run it back just a little bit. We had Fire Beavers in the top 3, but Dreamfire, their ability to utilize the Dark Veil just to hold their cover a little bit on that edge, reset, pop ultimate accelerants, and then immediately push it again. And here we go, the final circle.
Hey, I want to take a look at this one more time, because the thing is that with J-Ling's running Crypto, this fight should be a lot easier than it initially was. Crypto has the ability, like very few other Scan Legends, to actually give your team information over Catalyst Wall. When the EMP is perfectly timed, J-Ling's push simply can't be, because the Catalyst Wall stands between them.
Not the Watson fencing off their Dark Veil. That is a happy little fence if I've ever seen one. I cannot believe that. This is just impressive. When Dreamfire gave up their position to fully send on to Fire Beavers, right? Yes, they soaked up 3 kills from J-Lings, but this was so impressive.
First knock came in, and there's very little cover left. J-Ling's also playing the knockdown shield perfectly, and you got to imagine this is a calm out of noises, knowing that it's the one safe space available to his teammates. At that point, it becomes a numbers advantage, and J-Lings are able to take this back, but you pointed out the Watson fence is absolutely perfectly a planned play from J-Lings. A slow, calculated one leads them to a 16-point victory, but look, they're tied with Dreamfire.
That is impressive. Dreamfire taking that fight against Fire Beavers, able to soak up those 3 kills to give them the tie, but you can't forget the Fire Beavers.
Absolutely not.
15 eliminations?
That is five squads. I was told not to do math on stream, but my God, I'm doing it anyway.
A fourth of the lobby dead at the hands of Fire Beavers. That is immaculate. But then you come on over to the left through 20th place. North Eption able to pick up a couple eliminations. Glitch, previous winners, 2 eliminations. Riddle Order, though, they were trying to hold that rock. And if Fire Beavers had not chowed them for that, it could have been a different story.
Every point matters in these end games, however. And as you said, Fire Beavers becoming pivotal in so many placements, not just their own around the map, because they were taking very high ground, looking at their approach from the south and their engagement to take them up onto the high ground up against Riddle. They're able to influence from Pry and Rock all the area surrounding Millage, then following that into an immaculate takedown up against Furia.
I mean, it was immaculate. This is crazy. Dreamfire stats on the screen. 3 MZ, 2 eliminations. PETA 3, Roy with 2. That is what we need to see. And at least they're all assisting. They stay really next to each other when these fights are happening, and they just basically destroy everyone.
Pite plays this fabulously as well. It's so clear that the rest of Dreamfire really understands how good Pite's instincts are when it comes to Catalyst Walls. The destruction of Onyx is almost solely due to that single ultimate cooldown.
That was a really tough fight, right? And I was like, we were talking about this, knowing that they needed to take that fight against Onyx, who occupied the bridge, and had they lost that engagement there, it would have been a completely different game.
It's a very interesting fight as well, because it's so ultimate reliant. We mentioned Catwall, but Seer ult on the inside versus the outside of the building, having such varied degrees of safety, allows Dreamfire to get the informational advantage, and now the advantage in the scoreboards.
Look at the scoreboards. North Eption first with 51, but the Beavers, who were a bubble team, now in second. Complexity, Optic, Dreamfire coming in from bubble as well, now solidified in that top 5.
We have got representatives from almost every corner of the globe, but Onyx and Glitch really need to look out. Blackhand right below them as well, for you don't want to fall off now and miss your chance at the next round.
Look, we've seen miracles happen in map number 6, which we are looking down the barrel of. Furia, Vexed, Noctum. it would take something so impressive to make happen. But even with that victory, J-Lings 1 point out of the top 10, and even Aurora.
Right underneath them, MDY White as well. MDY White, who have overcome so much to be here. Reminder that this is their first LAN, and they are just at this point 2 points away from being pushed into the next round of the elimination stage. It's been an incredible journey for them, and they have the chance to allow it to continue. 1 game left on Storm Point to push them into the next level, to a higher level of competition.
Wow, we only have 1 more map, but I know that Blaze is sitting down next to the audience with some special people.
Yes, I am, Tiff and Dia, because as you know, it's absolutely electric here in this venue, and a big reason of that is because of these boys in red, as we have so many awesome fans here. But once again, I'm here with some amazing Vex fans. Guys, talk to me about the atmosphere and what it's been like cheering for your favorite squad here with everyone else in Copper Box Arena.
It's crazy. We've got fans from all over the world coming and to support Vexed, and you can hear us. We drown out everyone else. There we go. The chants are coming thick and fast. It's amazing.
Thick and fast. Once again, these chants have been wild. Talk to me about your experience, Sonny, because throughout this event, we've seen so many great plays, so many monumental moments. What's been great for you?
Just supporting our great fan base. I just want absolute support for such great players, such great people. And that's my best moment, coming here every time to support my team. And no one else, Vexed only, and forever.
And forever, okay? And one of my favorite moments is having fans like you guys in the venue. Now, can you help teach some of these other fans too how to start chants? How do you guys get chants started out there when it comes down to your Vex fans?
Okay. Feeling vexed, feeling vexed, feeling vexed, feeling vexed, feeling vexed. Feeling vexed, feeling vexed, feeling vexed, feeling vexed.
Oh, they're going up there, okay? And they need to keep on rooting for Vex to get through this elimination round 1. But that's going to do it for us on the stage. Tiff, Dia, keep up the great work.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and it's always cool to see just how action-packed those fans are, and that is a beautiful crowd section. You could even see Vex sitting behind them, just kind of getting amped, but it is do or die for them in this final game.
It is. They're going to need all the support they can get, so I'm glad that the crowd has now been taught the chant, because at this point, Vex, as we mentioned, perhaps reverting to some of their earlier regular season play, haven't quite gotten it off the ground in the same way. This is such a mechanically talented squad, at least in EMEA, but looking at them in international play, 3v3s just aren't going their way, and it's time to start doubting for whether they actually can be taking these engagements at a LAN level, or whether they need to sit back, play a little bit more zone-centric, because that was their takeaway from the last LAN as well. They've practiced it, why isn't it working out?
I mean, that's really tough to say, because when you're practicing throughout the regular season, you're only practicing in your region. And yes, you have weeks of international scrims, but those scrims are mainly focused on securing your POIs, as we have some great shots. North Eption, Fire Beavers, the teams looking to get geared up for the final map of the elimination round 1. For the teams that are going to face off in the top 10 here, they will move on just ahead into that winner's bracket, where they will then have to win again.
Last round, and as we've already seen, twice on Storm Point and many times on World's Edge, zones are incredibly influential. There was a big game for Dreamfire last round when they were able to have a ring pull right on over to them. This time around, hope your favorite team gets a little lucky. Give them a little bit of the good energy, because moving into the last round, you are going to need every advantage you can get. Taking a look at our POIs, we haven't got a whole lot of POIs that are double beaconed up. Instead, it's going to be more beacon and crafter than anything else. Fish Farm's looking pretty good as always, and Crazy Raccoon are going to get the better portion of that.
Yeah, but look at Aurora. This is what they were typically doing, shitball, throwing one member over to Gale Station, and if this goes to plan like they had done prior, that member of Aurora is going to seek to grab at least one pickup from Crazy Raccoon and deter them. Furia, though, they're just getting to the area by Lightning Rod. If the zone path for the flight does not take you where you need to go for Lightning Rod, you gotta hit the grav cannon up.
For the Vexed fans in the audience, I'm happy to announce Vexed have got double beacon and a crafter at Launchpad, and a zone as well. We cannot write this.
Complexity getting contested by ATH. ATH was not here prior. They had elected to move on, but now it doesn't matter. It's all or nothing here, so they're taking the fight.
ATH's contest checkpoint have not gone well, but everyone's got white shields. ATH just now coming up to join Asleep, but he's already been pushed off of the high ground, and ATH now have to fight from the low ground with few weapons, little shields.
Coming in with 9 minimal points there. Now Complexity, high ground, Monsoon, triple take. That is dangerous at distance, and man. Oh, but he's gonna open the door, not able to connect. That Seer's just playing a little bit of ring around the Rosie.
That's essentially a shotgun at close range of a Monsoon! A little too tunnel visioned as he drops down. Still a trade, however, as Trinity has fallen. Luda and Cody, it's up to them to save Complexity's game, their series, and their tournament lives.
Luda there coming for his actual life. You can see Monsoon there just next to him. Monsoon, maybe they're gonna seek. No, they can't res here. Cody takes a little bit of damage. They don't have a lot of healing materials, 2 cells and a bat. They're going to have to play around this door and focus of attention going out, but they're just trying to hold it close.
And look, the door's half cracked as well. There's no way to res here in any way that is safe, and now you've put yourself in a corner. A good bit of damage off the Prowler, but you've got double angles on you. Luda almost finds a knock, but it's not going to be Complexity that come out on top because Asleep clutches it up for ATH.
We said miracles can happen here. They're in 17th place with 12 points. That cutoff threshold, they will need a game almost close to 30 as possible.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have to prey on the downfall of the bubble teams.
Well, we started at 3, and ATH, in terms of checkpoint contests, this is already better than most that they've had during the course of the tournament. Now that they've finally found themselves a win in the POI that they wanted at the start of the day, they've got a long distance to go because we are going to a southeastern zone. Again, I can't believe Extra rolling this.
Vexed in Launchpad, MDY White, a bubble team in 13th place, coming into the final maps, pull a zone, same with Aurora. This is gonna be a battle of the bubble.
Leave No Witnesses are rotating in from the low ground, as are Riddle, both taking tridents to make their way into the south side of Fish Farms, the slow side of Fish Farms. As he said, MDY in an excellent position. Start a fight, rotated over from Antenna as well, and set up in Gale Station. Now it's a matter of deciding where you think the zone will end. Most think it's going Fish Farms, but Vexed have chosen to contest J-Links in the north of Launchpad.
Look, Vexed land in Launchpad. You said they had everything there. There's crafting. So the teams that are going to be looking to rotate south that maybe craft along the way will make their way towards Launchpad, check it out, see if they're able to craft there. But J-Links, they were so accurate on their prior zone pull. It does have the ability to pull back.
I can't help but agree. Like, at this point, zone is pretty difficult to predict, and the difference between it going Fish Farms and Launchpad is so massive for the squads that it will be setting themselves up on the low ground on either side. Vexed with a quick evac tower, don't end up taking it. We'll have the opportunity still to rotate up towards the hill where Black Hand currently hold the gravity cannon. It's a slow play from them, and as we said, one that is denying other teams resources. However, we've got a lot of other squads that are going to be slow on the rotate in as well. This zone is so far deep in the corner that you need tools like a Valkyrie to put yourself in a good position.
All right, J-Links, they're calling Fish Farms as well at first. Just sitting by Launchpad, dropping down into pools. And let's talk about this area on specifically Fish Farm. I get rather weary when I see people pull into this, but at least they do have a Watson. They can pop a Jenny, make some fences. This is typically where you'll see a team play in Fish Farms if they have a Newcastle, if they have a Watson, even a Rampart.
And it's even better because even though there's no Rampart in Newcastle, things to make this safer in a very physical way, you also have a crypto, and that will make things safer in an informational way. You no longer have to peek in order to get information on squads around you. If somebody's pushing you, it'll be Noises that's able to call that out way ahead of time and in a much safer fashion than the rest of his teammates will.
Well, Noises, the IGL there, just so impressive with a lot of those calls. And JMW, a former LAN champion. This team should not be fighting it out in the elimination bracket, and they're just 1 point shy of breaking into that top 10. So this is tough, right? You think about what points you need. Currently, 28 points is the 10th place spot. 2 teams tied for 29. So you have to keep an eye on Glitch Energy, Onyx Esports, Blackhand, J-Lings, and Aurora, and even MDY White. This is that bubble that is going to get mixy, and most of the teams are already in fish farms.
And there's a reason why J-Legs have popped into that position as well. The fact that the circle pulls so hard, or rather the second zone after this one pulls so hard down into the southeastern corner, suggests to most teams that it will continue moving in this direction. They are very heavily invested on that, but our future rings will determine a lot of when and if they're able to move with things like Valkyrie that they have access to where other squads do not.
But zones have been pretty fickle, Dia, I'm not gonna lie, and some of those launch pad zones have been disgusting, where they've pulled out to the west of launch pad, just including one tentacle there, and even towards where Blackhand is currently situated.
It's why we're seeing things like Valkyrie crop back up. Teams that do want a little bit more consistency for difficult to read rings have been reverting to this pick because it means that you don't have to contest when you run into a, we'll call it a miscall. Furia, however, they've made a call. It's fight, yes or yes?
Yeah, they're gonna need to win this. If Furia lose this engagement, they're going home. 6 points, and his Watson gets absolutely decimated there. Maybe 10 HP, needing to heal up. Zara, Tricky, and Panders, they've got the Seer exhibit out looking for that information, but this is a little bit spooky, and they've already got a knock looking for the full. Maybe get some resources. There's one member. That's gonna be Glitch.
Almost taken down entirely, but Zilach still alive, and we'll have to continue on as the hope of the roster. This team was so close to making it in there, 2 points outside of the next round, and they're running straight into a full squad. Zilach being forced into a suboptimal position, but Furia upstages him for a second, looking for a few extra kills.
Well, Glitch land wall, and they've already rotated here, and if Furia takes them out, with Glitch being a bubble team, that's what you do. You prey on the downfall of the bubble teams, taking as many eliminations with you, and Furia with the high ground. This is Vexed!
A quick rotation out as Net Vexed against a squad that they did not want to fight. Furia saw this coming from a mile away, and the evac tower puts them in such a good spot. Watson gets fried, but the door is enough. Glitch go down. Furia finishing off that squad, now have another, and the Thermites are frying. Furia should be able to take this up against Vex.
They have to stay alive here, and they need to go forward, and just like a team, you cannot take a 1v3. His Watson finds that knock on Tyler, and wow, when you go for another one, oh no! Vex Gaming has fallen. That is going to be it for them, as Furia is the ones to do it. Glitch Energy, though, they just went out. They are going to be sitting there just inside the top 10, watching, waiting, and praying that no one takes their space.
And Furia, with those Thermites, start cooking up a miracle run. From here, they could do it. It's a matter of being able to finish off as many squads as possible, and at this point, the way that they're controlling high ground in Lagoon is allowing them a very active position in the map. So many squads looking at this ring who want to play edge will have to rotate directly through Furia into Launchpad and even further down towards Fish Farms.
Oh, but we're on board with Noctum. They need a miracle as well, and they've got Dreamfire instead, and that is going to be a very scary Roy and Peta and 3MC to go against. They do have high ground here for that incoming Bangalore orb from Roy. Now looking, Skynade, it goes out. Can we connect it?
Ooh. Almost managed to find its mark, but Dreamfire still stuck inside the building. Don't have a clear way out. Noctem taking height is risky, however, as if a third party shows up to a fight that is getting increasingly noisy, they're going to be the first ones to suffer losses. Dreamfire retake the high ground. Noctem heading for the hills, and it's a wise call because Fire Beavers are on the horizon.
Every time we see an engagement, there's always a Fire Beaver nearby. Now Dreamfire going up against them. It's a little bit of damage, but Maybe Noctum's gonna come back and look for some more damage. This could be really tough.
It almost goes down. Noctum having lost one to Optic, who are starting to come in, and everybody is meeting in Jurassic. The Fire Beavers, as last game, thirsty for kills after killing a quarter of the lobby. They play conservative this time, recognizing how many squads are in the area. You want to take a 3v3, you don't want to take a 3v9.
I mean, this is what they want. They want it to burn, right? They are the Fire Beavers, and I am here for all of the action. They want to make a dominant statement here in elimination round 1. They are looking to take the top spot. 47 points, just 4 points away from where North Eption sits. And speaking of North Eption, I don't even see him anywhere around.
No, they are playing in a very different way than usual, and it was already highlighted with the fact that they had landed in a very awkward spot last game. They're trying new things, and we gotta hope that it's enough. Now Fire Beavers get the chance to craft over by Shipfall, and it's a nice move from them because these meds will keep them topped up throughout the zone, and with a nice late rotate into a Gale station that should be empty by the time they get there.
Yeah, but they get the information, they're grabbing some meds, they're grabbing some ammo, just north of 100 rounds, but in the Prowler, that goes so quick. And honestly, if you remember from the regular season with Fire Beavers, teams like them have spent so much time out into the zone. It's not atypical for them to go down to ring and kind of res up and continue on their rotation. And we are a minute 46 away from that ring to start closing, but they are right there. The issue with this is, you know that a team is going to be watching this ring, watching their back, and speaking of, you gotta watch the skies because Fury is coming down.
Just on top of the hill, was previously occupied by Black Hand, now is just home to Furia, who've cleared out the team that would have been at their backs, Vex. They've still got to keep their eyes out towards the north, however, as out in the distance, I see a Crafter.
Wait, they've changed. Zera's no longer a rampart. They're here to play. Yep. They are ready to be super aggressive. And typically when Furia likes to place themselves in what they believe is the next zone, they will look for gravity cannons to kind of position themselves around, so they are no stranger to this. And honestly, when looking at where that ring is going to start to pull, this is a powerful position.
And I like the fact that they've swapped out the Horizon that got them second to champs for a Bangalore. We'll see how it works. It looks like it's good, but Optic, they need to be cooking a little more as Noctum go down. Their playoffs run ended.
Oh, that is so sad, but they were doing so well, getting all the experience, learning all what it is like to play here on the global stage. And now Optic sitting in 4th, carry on that momentum. They just have to start that rotation, just about 25 seconds remaining, and they have to get around this next mountain. But hey, Fire Beavers, they've got the Acorn Riddle, finding themselves in the top 10 just in front of them.
And Fire Beavers' late rotate did exactly what they were hoping it would do, let other squads start moving before they even got to Gale Station. It's just Riddle that's left standing next to them, and these teams may very well take each other out depending on how the rotation goes. Fire Beavers are deploying an evac tower behind Riddle. You can hear it behind them and see it as Yukio checks his back, but a trident rotate for Riddle will help them close the gap on the next zone with relatively little risk.
All right, Fire Beavers, though, they're going for the IMC Armory. We have Crazy Raccoon, who had previously been in here.
And yet it's empty. I thought they were taking a fight here too, but...
They moved, Dia. They moved. They already went to the next zone. Fire Beavers find a free dam.
Now, it is only a temporary one. They've got to move again into the next zone. Playing so far out, they're no strangers to this, but ATH certainly are. Playing over the outside, Vlado is extraordinarily low. Trinity joining him on a temporary bit of cover, a slim bit of it, along this Catalyst wall.
We have seen just how aggressive Dreamfire can be in ATH. We're looking for a miracle run, but when Furia needs one as well, they're gonna show up. Crazy Raccoon are out, Startified Esports are out, and Dreamfire wants to crush the dreams of the other teams.
And ATH has already moved up towards the north, avoiding the remainder of Fury that came down to third party. It's conservative play from both squads that were on the low ground, but Fury wrap around on ATH. They are not letting these teams go.
Sarah, we see you dropping down as that player was able to jump on over from the grab with the frag. It pushes him straight in. He's able still to get the knock. Flat out, able to get a ground onto Pander.
Nice shield swap.
Still, you have to defensively actually throw down the Rolling Thunder and Dreamfire. They are here. Furia could be crushed. 3MC just on the outskirts, able to make a very wide swing. It's huge, but Furia, it's not going to be enough. 10 squads. Furia is going home packing.
Dreamfire claim another victim, but Optic Gaming have just shown up on the height. Can Dreamfire reset in time? Shield Bat's going off for Skittlecakes, and they already know what's going down on the low ground. Noct has a quick off angle with a flatline to be able to cover, but Optic are going to choose to take this close range with a Horizontal at their backs. You're pulling focus as Skittlecakes whips out the R99 and cooks Dreamfire alive.
That's okay, though. That's okay. They're still finding themselves in the top 10, but Aurora, they're a bubble team, and Taskmaster, the king of shield swaps, grabs another one in 0.05 seconds. Aurora need every bit of KP here. This is a huge fight, and they win!
No HP left for them, and Aurora don't have the bubble reset, but they have one nonetheless with their size clear of enemies. Next round in just under 20 seconds, and they've still got to move one more time over into the eastern side of Fish Farms.
North Eption, one of the teams that went down in this mess of an engagement. Now Aurora, though, they do have the evac tower, but people are immediately shooting it down, and you know who that is? It's going to be Onyx Esports, the team holding the building just in front of them. Aurora are cutting down to the south, but with the ring at their back, they're forced to move in ranches with the bubble rotation. This is why Gibby needs to be more back.
How far into this zone are we going to get? Apparently, it is inside of everyone else's building. Aurora sitting pretty in a spot that no one thought to prioritize, but they lose ranches to Onyx, who are super aggressive, hyper on them before.
This is pivotal. They need this. And Cleve, Sunset, you need to survive, but you are 1 HP in a dream, and they go down at the hands of Onyx. Leave no witness and J-Links. 3 bubble teams are still alive. Do you have MDY White, Blackhand, and J-Links, and Peep, who's got zone?
Only 6 squads left, and Leave No Witness not going to be that way for long. With a gold knockdown shield, they're able to do only so much. Getting Pyrrhus back into the game with a quick catalyst while saving them. Brutus gets headshot from a mile away, and it's just Pyrrhus left. No res is coming through here. Leave No Witnesses. Don't even have time on their side.
Oh my gosh, Shady. Onyx Esports, they came into the final game in 9th place, have moved themselves up to 6th, but Blackhand, they were in 10th. This is a pivotal thing here. Look at J-Links. J-Links and Blackhand are the only 2 teams in the next zone, and they need to take each other out. Let's jump into a listen-in with J-Links.
Good. Yeah, I have my drone ready to...
You're on. You like they can't touch you.
We're still in on the low ground as well, boys.
Yes,
you have to heal.
Yes. Listen, we're gonna get. All teams are alive. I know, but they're gonna die. That's my point. Cool, sorry. Like they have to push.
Listen to me, boys. Listen to me. Once this team's dead, we need you to take space on the rock, okay, Nax?
Yes, yes, I'm going to do that when this team dies. Is it?
No, I think they're gonna fight. I don't think they're gonna come to us. I'm gonna look at them though, just in case. Wait, one got knocked here, maybe kills. Only one of you look,
Okay, I'm looking right now. I'm looking
only Nax. Jay, watch building. I'm gonna EMP for you, Jay.
You want me to play here?
Yeah, do it, Nax. Play?
No, they're playing here.
There's a kills here, maybe, Nax. I'm gonna go play with Nax, Jay. Jay, you anchor. I'm gonna go play with Nax.
Yep. He play with me. I got no bus, I'm setting.
I got no bus either.
Yeah, keep shooting left. Yeah, the Kraber, careful.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back.
Get a kill.
Oh, this is gonna be tough, and they need to hold here, but you got a good look at how they're going to play this, but the fact is, MDY White was able to get out of the building and effervescently move forward, but not before getting cracked, but they are going straight into the hands of Optic Gaming, and they are gonna be eliminated.
J-Links have so much space not very much cover, but fortunately enough for them, they get to watch all of this happen. It's the Optic who have the pressure on them, sitting outside the building with few ways in, a Kraber in their hands. Blackhand needs to perform extraordinarily well, and Strafing Flame sitting on Seer has the ultimate cooldown that will determine so much for them, because Blackhand need information like nothing else.
They were 10th place coming into the final match, sitting in 8th currently, but who knows how much this can shake up, especially with J-Links, who came in just behind Blackhand, still in the lobby.
Blackhand have been comfortable so far. A couple seconds left, however, and with Optic starting to contest Onyx on high ground, this is very third-partyable. They have to be aware that Blackhand are seconds away from jumping on them. It's a triple silence that comes through from above, but with the conservative play we've seen, Optic are still safe. Until this building is fully out, they've got at least something to play.
You know, honestly, Optic at this point, they are already qualifying for winner's bracket. They're just here to potentially shake up a couple teams' gameplay for the end. And 9 eliminations, and here we go to the high ground with the Kraber. Gonna not connect on that one. Doesn't matter. Pulls out the R9 and makes it happen. Now Shady's going to get knocked, and they're forced off the low ground.
Dropped.
Dropped false.
Skittlecake's at the perfect angle, but somehow Dropped has been picked. It's J-Lings on the outside that still controls so much of this map. Fence line is available. Beautiful Catalyst wall up on height to allow Optic to recover. And from below, it's Blackhand to start pushing up. Blackhand, who have 20 seconds to finish the kills on height, but can't access the outside of the building.
No, they're trying to heal up, and they're going to have to push outside the ring, but we're getting a little bit of a heal off because they don't want to give the kills to the other team. Oh, they're going for it. They are going for it right into the hands of Optic and J-Links, who Nags can just open season on everyone. 3 squads remaining. JMW able to take down a couple members of Blackhand, and they are eliminated. Optic versus J-Links.
J-Links' zone prediction is perfect. Their play is even better. Watching them finish off that end game, there was no hope for Blackhand, no hope for Onyx, and no hope for Optic Gaming. But J-Links, they've absolutely got it.
It was now or never. It was perform in Store Point, or you were going home. And 2 back-to-back wins clinch their dreams and give them just a little bit more longevity here.
And 2 incredible ways to play the end game zone. We called their rotation into Mill. They called again the perfect zone in Fish Farms. When I see play like this, I can't help but credit, of course, their end game performance, but Noises. Noises on the Crypto, the one who makes it all happen, has done incredibly to bring his squad straight into the next round of elimination.
You know, it's so fun knowing that we have RKN on the desk who's going to have a fun one analyzing this, because it's similar to their play style appropriately. So we know we'll hear from them later, but celebrations are in order. And for all of the teams who just placed outside the top 10, we'll touch on that later. Our hearts go out to you. Thank you for giving it your all here on the main stage.
It's been an incredible honor to see some of the best teams throughout Split 2 in the world compete at the highest level. And adaptation, as we talked about, Tiff, has been the theme of this tournament. Not only adapting to a patch different from that they played Split 2 on, but throughout the course of figuring out what it means to play internationally against the best squads that each region has to offer. So many play styles came together and clashed, and I'm glad that we're getting to see some form of consistency form out of even the squads that are adapting a little bit later than everyone else.
Yeah, it really was. World's Edge was kind of crazy. A couple teams had their pop-off moments that really got them into the top 10, but it really all came down to Stormpoint. And for the teams that showed out on Stormpoint, you did everything that you needed to. And honestly, I'm really curious to hear what the desk has to say about it. I know we've got Rain Day, we've got RKN, Vicky, Kitty, and Genome. Break it down.
Thank you, Tiff and Dia. Great job on the cast. Welcome back to the desk as we settle in to talking about what has occurred after 6, our first 6 of the day. And still 12 more to go, but it has given us some answers, Cole, as to who will be going on for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what a remarkable finish by J-Links. Back-to-back dubs to clinch it when they were in the bottom 5 going into Stormpoint. I mean, I've never given up on those boys. I mean, anyone that knows my story knows that I had an opportunity to sub for them at Raleigh Champs, and it kind of kick-started me from a low point in my career, which brought me back to like where I was Split 1 last split. I mean, I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy. Those are my boys.
That's a powerful thing. I mean, to see friends, to see colleagues and peers performing so close to them, yet, you know, in a different section of what you're contributing to the broadcast, it's an awesome, awesome thing to root for. And we're seeing that as well, Vicky. Interregionality, rooting for, you know, whether it's LATAM or South America or APAC South or North. We're starting to see that show up here in the crowd, and I'm sure online as well.
The crowd is getting full. It's getting wild, and this is what LAN's all about. They're cheering for their favorite squads. You can hear the crowd roar every time we tune into a specific team that we want to look at, but this is the energy that you also need to carry when you find that success. These top 10 squads, it doesn't end here. There's still a lot more action for them to deal with.
Yeah, but it did end for some of them, right? We have the heartbreak. I'm seeing it in the crowd. MDY White, one of those teams that just fell short, and I can literally see their fans with tears in the front rows of the crowd. Those guys have been such great supporters all weekend.
Yeah,
you know,
I see it too.
I'm sure, look, Feiju got to live his dream, right? He had people screaming his name in the arena.
It is a special thing to see some of the interactions. You know, you're right. There are tears. There are moments of emotion. Let's take a look at the match results to give us some of the information as to why. Of course, we have set up for our next two stages of the event. It will be an elimination bracket again, but that'll be later on as we will transition into the winners to see who makes it into Championship Sunday. However, right now, it is JLinks Esport who claimed that final victory. The fans you're hearing in the background, MDY White, not in the same way. 5 points was not enough. Optic Gaming, though, did look quite good, Cole, and I think maybe a cherry on the top of this is that Optic Gaming is a team we haven't talked too much about, but they've actually performed. So maybe we need to start speaking more about their chances in this final run.
Yeah, we were off to a slow start with North America in general this LAN, but really bringing it back. Optic showing some strength finally, something that we've been wanting to see from them. But honestly, if we look at the top 5, 3 of those teams, JLinks, Blackhand, and Onyx, all had to have a good final game, and they came through.
Yeah, and teams like Aurora, as we head down from our top 10 to our bottom 10 for this game specifically, before we show you the overall results, almost did that, and it just may not have been enough. We're still waiting on those finals, Gino, but again, that's where a lot of these teams were. Almost so close, but sometimes not enough.
Furia gave it that effort in the last game, as you can see, picking up 7 kills, but they would have had to take out almost the entire lobby to make it through. The start of the series was just so lackluster for them, and there's definitely, I think they're back to the drawing board, honestly, with how rough it has been for them this LAN.
Yeah, missing out on last LAN. They weren't here in London earlier on in the year, Vicky, but that is probably disappointing to not make it into this next round.
When you have 1 point for, what, 3 to 4 games
3 to 4
basically
games,
at that point, and other teams that we saw make some interesting plays on Storm Point to also deny them even more of an opportunity, it's very deflating, but that's something that you have to hold your head high up with and understand what you have to have done differently.
The passion of esports, and as you were noticing, APAC, just talk about 20 days getting here, going there. It's worthy of celebration. It's worthy of support, because this is what it's all about. This is what our game means to players around the world, to fans around the world. It is real, and we hope you join us next time at the event that you're able to come to, because the fans here, there's nothing like it. Cole, how does it feel as a pro knowing you've got this level of support coming from the people who love Apex?
I mean, it's the highs and the lows, you know?
Yeah.
You know, elimination bracket is inevitable. We always have to send teams home before we make it to our final 20. We start with 40 teams.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fans that come out here and they support their favorite teams, and not all of them can make it through. But the support is unwavering. We see it in the crowd, and unfortunately, it wasn't their day.
We certainly appreciate it too, because this does set the tone for what happens over the course of 4 days. We have to keep going on, and as much as you might have been on that backside, the teams who are close to that backside, but now actually going on, the top 10 teams on your left will have to switch gears and go again. They will have to do the same thing, but against teams from the winners bracket who fall out of our next round of 6 games. That means that the competition will get harder statistically, but they will have to carry this momentum and push whatever emotions are with them to the side, Vicky, and still perform at the highest level.
I'm looking at this top 10 and what we see from Aurora, MDYY. It's so emotional because look at the score in general. Look how many points that these teams were able to accumulate to even get into this top 10. Yeah. Literally skating by, so close. And like you mentioned, Rain Day, that winner's bracket, looking at the 20 teams that we have in general, we have to say these 10 teams that are going to be going down to that lower bracket are going to be at risk fading against the teams that have already gotten that warm-up.
Yeah, Genome, it does start to be the switch, right? I mean, we have to give so much credit to Aurora, MDYY, Glitch, all of our teams on that bottom 20 who will not be joining us for the next round. But the next round is upon us, and the teams that did make it now look like they have their chance at something phenomenal, still alive, and they've got to go and chase it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the teams that made it, APAC South has come out okay there. You know, we had 4 of our 5 teams in this losers bracket round, unprecedented for the region, and 3 of them have made it through. So not a bad result. Unfortunately for South America, it was a little bit less fortunate.
Well, this game was dominated definitely by Optic over the course of 6, but this last game was all J-Lings. They played that extremely well, and a team that I maybe haven't touched on as much in terms of their story, you were a part of the pro scene as they fumbled and jumbled and swapped their rosters, graceful in, out, JMW, Noise is taking more of the specific IGL role, Cole, but how has that impacted them able to move forward and obviously claim this last win?
Yeah, I got to experience the inside of this team, JMW, incredible teammate, Noises.
LAN winner?
Yeah, LAN winner. Noises, what an incredible IGL. Unfortunately, they lost Bryn. In my opinion, one of the best talents that's ever graced the game. They brought on Nags now, though. Controller player, strong fragger, hopefully leading them to be able to win a few more fights. But an incredible zone playstyle. They play from a POI that I've spent a lot of time on Storm Point, High Point. For them to come from High Point, move across the map with perfect macro and win mill and fish farm zones, complete opposite sides of the map from where they land. Incredible finish.
Yeah, Vicky, I mean, you know, J-Lings, they've got a little flavor to them, and they certainly are players who know how to predict zones well, and they know how to play those final zones well. So it's more of a matter of, can they just do it consistently? Because they could definitely become a worldwide threat. They're an EMEA threat for sure when we see them in our split pro leagues, but I think here, this could be almost a moment for them to take it to that next level.
You say consistency, and that's the key, because in the first 3 games of World's Edge, they were very quiet. I think they were the second squad to go down game number 1, rather third squad, and then in the second game, they were the second squad to go down. They found some motivation in that 3rd game, and then they carried that onto Storm Point, where they found 2 dubs. As long as they can replicate that across the board, then they'll be able to be a lot more comfortable going into that next lobby.
You talked bigger picture. We did mention some of the teams that made it, Gino, but I want your thoughts briefly as we bring out some stats on Noises, specifically on just J-Lings. I mean, I said maybe this is the start of this team. Do you see that for them? Has that been the impact they've given you?
It's a solid result, obviously, to get through to the second round of the losers bracket, but it's only uphill from here, right? I mean, you know, you eliminate Vex, it opens up some spots on the maps that potentially they can play if they're willing to play for something like Siphon, which they could do in the losers bracket round 2. But if they even get through that, and that's a hard ask at that point, you're into the finals and it gets harder again. You get squeezed out to worse and worse POIs. You know, this is a team that we've seen do okay in some of the contests versus Moist, but it really is a long road from here.
It is hard to stand at the top of a mountain that has teams with such names, such brand power, like Alliance, like TSM, when they're actually leading these lobbies, let alone you get into teams like NRG that have brand power but maybe haven't shown up as well. EMEA, North America, these are tough regions to get a shout at, but a team that Noises has been commanding for so long, like J-Ling, seems like they could be on the precipice of something greater. They have made it out of the elimination bracket round 1. Let's find out what they're feeling heading into the round 2 as we have THEIMPACTPLAY standing by.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. London, make some noise for Noises and a hometown team of J-Lings going back to back here to make sure they go on to that elimination finals. Man, Noises, how does it feel to be able to have a performance like that and put on a show for the hometown crowd?
Feels good. I feel like a weight's been lifted. Like, we didn't start very well. We know we're so good. We know we can do it. I think maybe we had a few roadblocks, mainly to do with the way I was trying to play the game, but we like altered that, and I could tell from day one. I just woke up this morning and I just knew that we had it, and I just thought, okay, let's take it. And then that fourth game didn't go well. Fifth game at the start, I thought, nah, we're doing this different.
Yeah.
And we did, so yeah.
You definitely did. That was a great way to finish, okay? Now, you've been, leading this team and have been a great supporter of the squad for a very long time. Talk to me about your two teammates and how they played in this series, and what were you proud of them about?
To be honest, like, I can talk about them all day, like the things they do well, but the reality is that there's one thing I want to give them credit for more than anything, and that's just not giving up. Like, they're just pushing, they're actual warriors, like, and they have my back, and you literally can't ask for more. You can't ask for more. And then on top of that, they just one-clip everyone, but
yep.
That helps.
It definitely does help, okay? Now, the job is not done yet. You're still going to be playing here towards the back end of the day, but what do you want the local hometown fans to know for you guys, and what you want to say to them supporting you throughout the rest of the tournament?
I mean, it's pretty simple. We're here to do a job. Let's get it done.
All right, let's get it done, London. That's gonna do it for me and Noises on the stage, but when we come back, it's the winners finals, and you don't want to miss it.
It is a beautiful day here in the Copper Box Arena in London. We are live in front of the fans who woke up this Saturday morning and said, I'm gonna watch me some of the best Apex the world has to offer. Come on!
Absolutely got it.
It was now or never. It was perform in Storm Point or you were going home.
I think it goes like 6-7 more points on top. For sure. 100%. Without a doubt.
There weren't any contests, remember?
No, but
so
NCH did get their Trident stolen, so I want to see if they do it again. I want to see if that boy is landing on 3 people yet again just to take a Trident. And NCH now, with Furio being in dead last.
ATH is rocking Rampart Blood Loba.
Now, here's also some things. There's a lot of fans in the chat here of certain teams that are not doing so good. Furia, 20th place. Vex Gaming, 19th place. J-Lings in 16th. Aurora, 14th. Crazy Raccoon in 13th.
Yeah, just remember, chat, it ain't over till that last game finishes.
That last game is the most important.
We just saw one team jump from 19th to 6th place.
Yep.
Anybody is capable of doing that here.
They are not qualified yet either. They're only at 26 points. Right now, it goes in 6th place, 26.
Strafing Flame's doing it again.
Is he really? Bro. Oh, he's not. No one's even contesting for it. They're just letting him have it. Huh.
Wait. Bro. What is that?
Tyda's doing the armory by himself.
Is doing the armory by himself while his teammates are in North Pack.
Tyda went to the armory over outside of Lightning Rod to grief Furia.
Where are they going to meet up?
And then his teammates went all the way over to North Pad. He just went to armory just to grief the boys at Furia. He just jumped off the map, and they're going to craft his banner over in North Pad. So he starts the armory, griefs Furia, jumps off the map, and they're going to craft his banner in North Pad, and now they res him.
That's petty.
So he just ruined Furia's game, and that is a gigantic Giga-brain play.
Petty.
That is genius.
Of course it is.
What a phenomenal play by Tyda. And now he gets respawned with his team. I mean, bravo. That is so smart. Unbelievable job by NTH. I just got goosebumps.
I would never predict that.
I might be the biggest nerd of all time, but I just got goosebumps from the thought of that. I would have never thought of that in my life. That is actually just such a smart play. Wow. And I don't know. So what happens to that armory when he jumps off the map?
Just a thought. If I'm wrong, you can kill me.
So it started, and they can't get in it.
Yeah.
The robots just come out and nothing can kill them. So it's just, you just burn it. Remember, Klain used to do that to NRG too.
Yeah. That was that Klain NRG special. Wow. How did he get out of the armory?
I don't know.
LNW now going down. It's going to be GN getting some shots down over
maybe
here too.
Newcastle ulted out, and he wouldn't have it. I don't know. Maybe he just killed himself with nades.
He ran before it closed. Simple.
Oh,
there we go.
Go Next just picked up a kill.
Yeah, Go Next does pick up a kill on LNW. Leave No Witnesses in 12th place right now, so they're 2 points behind being in the top 10, so they need to step it up here. They cannot be going down like that. Unfortunate so far for the boys, but we'll see how it goes. SAF now rotating into start a fight. Is in what place right now? SAF is in 15th. And I want them to make it, man. Not just like the boys to start a fight. They're good kids. I really like the coach, bro. I think that guy's a passionate dude. And I want to see them succeed because they all deserve it. They work really hard. MDY White running into Onyx on the top side right near Cascade. Wow, that is insane. I cannot.
I didn't think I would ever see that.
Never.
You know? I wouldn't even think to do that.
No. I myself am not a strategic guy. And I can't even fathom thinking of that. And on the fly is crazy.
I have a question. The guy that we talked to yesterday, was he the coach or analyst, or was he manager for Northampton?
He might have been manager, I believe.
Do they have a coach or an analyst?
Yes.
Yeah?
Correct. I think they have a coach. I don't know about an analyst. I'm not too sure. I think they have a coach, though.
All right, start a fight. Potentially walking in to ATH here.
Yep.
Your mates got one there.
ATH is starting to fight. Going to get a little active. ATH has nowhere near the loot that Start a Fight has. They are double napkin blue when Start a Fight is double purple blue.
LNW going down here.
Yeah, this is bad now for LNW. They're going to start to get aggressive.
There's just one guy left.
Yeah, Purrs all by himself, man. It's going to be tough. They have no banners to be crafted. They get none of the banners at all to be even delivered to a beacon, so it is probably GG's for LNW. As SAF now is getting shots on ATH. ATH is in a sticky situation. They think it's a full 3-man in that building in front of them. It is not. Nice.
They can get in and reset in the building, though.
Yep.
Let's see where the zone's going. I think this pool's like out by the front side of Optic.
Yeah, that's what it seems like too to me.
So they pull the front side of Optic, right side of Mills. It's a really good zone for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they actually got a beacon this time and down B, so they're able to rotate.
And we see Furia now rotating in 2. We'll see where they go as well. They're going to land on the turret side, then play from there for right now. As Hand is getting a little bit aggressive on them, they get a crack on the Pandas here too. He needs to stay alive. He needs to bat. He needs to stabilize to make sure he does not go down. Because I think if one of them goes down, they do get sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, Rampart is definitely good for a zone like this.
Agreed.
Furia should be able to stabilize. I'll tell you one thing, it's not going to be comfy. That's for sure.
No. This is not an easy spot to hold, especially this early where there's so many teams and so many angles. However, if you are a Furia fan, one good thing we can say again.
But they can't find a safe spot.
There is no safe spot right now. There's too much cover to be played. There's too much area to be played by these
Look at
teams.
this, bro. He's widing here.
Wow. MDY White is getting aggressive on the Fury here on the wide swing too. Hashtag not mad. 63 flash onto Watson. Can they even stabilize here? It's not looking good. His Watson's going to be 20 HP. Zera, Tricky, and Company are now going to full heal as well. They should be fine here. Nope, they're getting arc start now too. Not hitting. Not far enough. MDY White's not letting up though, at all. MDY White wants to kill them pretty bad. And they're recognizing the pressure that other teams are
Look at this guy.
Oh my god, the wide swing is insane right now from MDY White. He's charging in the back. They need to look and shoot him, man. They can't let him do this the whole time.
I don't even think they can chow it, bro. He's got a 4 to 8 charge with a heady.
Yeah, this is so bad. If I'm Furia, man, I'm taking this cannon and running. I'm going to be honest. I'm taking this cannon across, and whatever happens, happens. I don't think there's anyone over there. I'm just taking that shit.
They
can't take it.
They would land.
They would land, for sure. I think they'd survive. I think they'd be okay. They could literally get to the bridge, too, if they needed, but this is not the spot.
I think they ripped the cannon.
I think they 100%. I think they die here.
Yeah, they're just going to keep taking
And
damage.
they're putting a wall down to get across as well for more angle screen. He is allowing his teammate to have more cover in the open so he can wide swing even more with his 4 to 8 charge. I have no idea why MDY White wants to kill them so bad, but I am liking this play. I think this is an aggressive play. Jesus Christmas, man. I think his other teammates should head over there. I think they should send 2 and have 1 anchoring on Prowler Island.
You don't want to agree too much.
I don't think it's greedy. I think they can just hold 1 up there. I don't think anyone's going to land on Prowler Island. Damn, this grenade's just missing. All right, well, we're going to tune off this, man. They should be good. Fury and them are probably a little bit annoyed, but they should be okay. They're now going to wide peek. What I said.
Enemy spotted.
They need to turn around and shoot that. They turn around and shoot it. And now I think MDY White might be regretting this decision. I think Fury should have done that earlier, personally. But, you know, it does happen. They do get the kill now,
but
too.
they're down to, like, no minutes.
Yeah, they have, like, 2 shield cells, 3 shield cells total. They're going to try to get this full kill on MDY White. I wonder if they can get it. I'm not too sure if it's going to happen, but it's looking pretty damn bad. They're now getting shot at from the right side even more. Well, we'll tune off this. Keep a lookout on the top right to see if anything happens in Fury. Actually, might as well just watch it. No one else is even fighting.
Yeah, I'll look out for it.
Yeah. There's nothing else even going on. The only action happening in the whole game right now is
Fire Beavers maybe against Riddle here.
Maybe. We might see that breaking down here. Fire Beavers and Riddle might take a fight. We'll see how this goes. Let's head over to Riddle and see if they take this fight. Oh no, he's drifting right now. 1 tap, he can't find a place to stabilize. It's gonna be good though. Fire Beaver's gonna back down just a little bit more. So Riddle does hold him off for right now, but there is a bang ulti going down. Getting shot now from Optic 2, over in Mills. This is not good for Riddle. They gotta try to stabilize, gotta try to stay alive. They should be all right just for a little bit longer. Fire Beavers is not getting aggressive. No, they are now. Fire Beavers actually starting to push up.
They're walking up
and
for
this
it.
is gonna be the fight. Riddle versus Fire Beavers. Let's see if they want to full commit. The bang ulti from Riddle now comes out, and it's gonna push Fire Beavers fully back. And
That's a good bang ult.
Bro, that's why I love bang. Oh,
and Riddle
no.
goes down from someone else.
Riddle goes down to the solo. To be first, he's fully eliminated Mia K. That is so bad. It's actually a duo. Kareb somehow gets res by Purse here, and we're going to see a duo of Riddle now and a duo of LNW.
Yep, and now Riddle probably cannot stay on this ultimate high event.
Yeah, 100%. This is so tough.
Damn, losing Mia there sucks.
Definitely sucks. Fury and them are still posted same spot. They're going to be good. Dropped is getting aggressive now too a little bit, trying to get angles onto Riddle and Fire Beavers. You know what's funny? This God Rock is always a God Rock in scrims. Land doesn't really look like it too much, huh?
Yeah, I mean...
We haven't really seen many zones with it, to be fair.
I'm going to be real. I think that's just Fire Beaver's diff.
You think so?
They're one of the only teams I know that like make that push.
Yeah, I agree.
I've seen them do that in EMEA so many times.
Yeah.
On that Cenote side, they will either fight that rock or fight the bridge, almost every time. And I think that's just Fire Beaver's diff.
I agree.
Because I'm going to be honest, I don't think anybody pushes that button.
No, I totally agree. Well, Riddle's going to be chilling now, bro. We'll get off their screen real quick. We're going to head over to ATH. Maybe, CR, nah. No one really doing anything. NCH going to rotate in. They might meet Glitch Energy along with Vex and Matafe. Don't forget, man, Matafe and Vex in 19th place with 5 points. Brother, their rotations.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, we look at it now. They are nowhere near the next zone.
Nowhere near it.
They didn't get Beacon either. And so now they're going to be on the outer edge of the zone. They do have a decent comp to fight edge, but like when you have no momentum, not really many points, you kind of need like a freebie to just like get the vibes up.
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
Being so far edge, right? They're not going to get any KP here, and they're going to have to make a crazy push on someone.
That is plot armor.
What is that, a Kraber?
A care package just landed right in front of them for cover so no one could wide swing that left side. That is insanity. What?
What's in there?
Oh, L-Star. What? What are the chances of that? Oh, thank you so much. That's great right there. Yeah, thank you.
That's some chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, go. Wow. So, Fury and them are going to be chilling. They get a care package too. They get a little L-Star. Vex now has to make a play. I want to tune in with Vex. 19th fucking place here, Greg. 19th place. They have to make a play. What do you think they do in this situation? They have to rotate so far in a minute 40.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Vex is just going to have to walk up here late, hope that Northeption maybe takes a fight here on to GE, and just hopefully look for a third party.
Yeah, Riddle now getting walked at too. This is going to be very tough for Riddle. I'm not too sure where they're going to go. We'll see what happens here. Matafe and Vex still chilling over that other side. We'll see how that goes as well. Riddle has a trident to try to play some angles. There's going to be glitch gaming though on that right side, getting some good ones too. Not really too sure what Vex and Matafe are going to do. They're not moving at all. Still a minute 11, and they haven't even scouted anything, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, they're also not trying to have what happened to, what was it, Exet in the tunnel?
Yeah.
When they got wrapped again.
True.
They're trying to really, really hold out their back here, but I mean, they're looking now, and they're not seeing anything here because there isn't anybody.
No, there's no one there
They should be able to walk up here to the left, and I think they're going to be in on this top God Rock here.
I think so too. I think they're going to play there as well, right outside that building on the left side. That's actually a pretty good spot. Oh, man. So there we go. Let's see what they do here. I'm a little bit curious to see if Vex can make this play. SAF is now going to be maybe fighting over at versus ATH and company. Aurora is right next to Optic here, and they're going to be fighting inside Bills. Optic staying alive inside. Throw the cost go down, I believe, or not the cost go, the bank smoke down. And now Aurora is going to be still on the outskirts, not able to push in, and it's going to end 100%. And, yeah. Oh, look at this. NTH versus Vex, man. This is a big-time fight for Vex. Not an easy team to kill. They're going to have the 3v3 NTH in order to get a spot, and they're going to keep going right instead.
Yeah, and NTH actually, I like their position switch here.
I do too.
I think they're on the better side because now they're closer to the rock. But
oh, they're fighting.
Vex is going to have to take this fight anyway, and I wonder if GE looks for a third.
All right, well, here we go. This could be Vex's biggest fight of the tournament and maybe their careers here. Let's lock it in and see how this goes, man. The biggest fight for Vex thus far throughout these 3 days. Let's see if they can bring it to NTH. NTH already qualified. Vex nowhere near. They need to have one big game out of these next two.
Yeah, and I mean, Vex is definitely feeling the pressure here, and if they were looking for an easy fight, they did not find one because they are going against the GOATs right now, Northeption, who are at their all-time high right now this weekend, and how they're playing, and they're confident.
And I think NTH does have the better angles. Knockdom's going to be eliminated by Blackhand, so Blackhand picking up some KP. Vex trying to swing, unlucky, almost going down. Tyler getting some good shots. Yeah, getting some good shots though right now. He should be okay. Can unlucky get the battery off. If he goes down, I think they're fucked here. They're going to try to play on this rock. MDY White's going to be going down the top right. Vex keeping the dream alive, still trying to play this rock. Can they do it? They're going to get the heals off here too, and it's still 3v3. Neither team here wants to fight, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, you see in the kill feed, ATH and CR eliminated. Satuki and Rezi, though, taking a lot of damage here. Taida Needs to do some big damage here to let his teammates get a heal off.
Unlucky and them have to make a play here, Greek. A minute 20 left. They're now getting ran up on by the other team, and Vex is going to be going down. Unlucky dead. Tyler dead, or Matafe dead. Unlucky last alive. He's going to be riding down below, and this is just...
And there's yet another third party. It's going to be the duo of Riddle coming in from the back here as GE rushes back to their building. They're going to probably have to deal with Riddle, and now Northeption can probably look to clear Unlucky and company.
Yeah, Unlucky, though, does get knocked down below. They have 2-man down below, too. NCH is recognizing that it's a solo with 2 knocks on him. Can he get the res is the question. I don't think so.
No, I don't think he reses at all. I think Northeption can probably clear and then instantly go third party the house. And they need to, as they only have 45 seconds left until this ring core close.
Yeah, I wonder if NCH will just immediately get angles. They are going to right now. Infect Gaming eliminated Greek at 17th place, only 5 points, and it is not good right now for the boys at Vex. Fury, though, however, on the opposite side, they are now getting shots down onto Jinx and SAF, and they're getting full kills and full eliminations.
Yeah. And is Fury making the move?
They are. It looks like they want to come up and fight this right now.
Start a fight.
Biggest fight, too.
Yeah. Huge fight here for Furia, and Zarek Dickey's gonna start it off with a 2-piece.
Oh, well, this is not good, though. Look who's coming in for the third party, baby. As Furia eliminates SAF, it's gonna be LNW looking for the third. They don't get it, but Furia gets the full reset, baby, and LNW backs off the third party. That man, Yukio, whipping the Trident over to Mill. He's probably gonna be dead here. Let's go on Greek screen. Yukio, the rat, trying to survive. He does not get it. And Riddle eliminated. Furia now with a Valkyrie feed face special. What can he do? What can they do? Let's see. Where do they land?
Maybe land on the roof.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I think roof flex would be pretty good here.
So really, really good Valkyrie here.
I like
to relocate to a less busy side of the zone. And you know what? If you're a team here,
Leave no witness dead. Glitch dead, my bad.
No, you're good. If you're a team in Mill here, you're probably not going to start a fight. Aurora, Optic, they want to play for points here, so nobody should challenge for it as MDY eliminated, Northeption eliminated, and now we're down to 10 squads.
10 squads, bro. Many teams still dying. Fire Beavers on this backside as well. They're not doing too hot today. They're trying to come back here just a little bit, getting some points. They are on the borderline, not about to qualify at 8th place. Go Next is eliminated at 10th, and now we are down to 9 squads. Fire Beavers with all of the angles onto Furia, as Furia do need to rotate in. Yet again, they are not safe on this side of the blue streak. They have to make another play.
Yeah, and you know, there's one team I want to highlight here that we haven't talked a lot about, and it's J-Link.
Yep.
They are in a very, very good spot. They have a lot of space. They haven't picked up any kills yet this game, but on the leaderboards, they are in what place?
They're in 16th.
16th place here. A win would be absolutely massive.
Look what they're doing, man. Fire Beavers gets a knock onto Panders. Are they going to commit? There's no way they commit to this.
Nah, but
Watson goes down. Watson goes down. Furia, 1 man up. It's up to Zara Dickey. Can he do it? The boy wonder. The last one alive. He's going to get full sent. He's barely alive, surviving. How are they not going for this kill?
They're going for it now.
They're going for it now. Watson goes down. It's 1 man up.
Furia eliminated in 9th.
And that is not enough here for Furia. They're going to need another really good game here out of Game 6, Greek, as Complexity is now walking up onto Fire Beavers on the roof, and we might see a Complexity Fire Beavers fight.
Yep, there's already 2 teams posted up in Mill, and there's going to be 2 teams on the roof. You have Flash ratting on his lonesome over here, inside Mill as well. J-Link has the entire left side to themselves, and you're going to have an Onyx DF fight here as well for this walk.
Let's tune over to the boys at DF, man. They already got a knock on a Fussy, so we'll see how this goes.
It's up to the boys, Raki and Shady, as the zone is going to fin Fussy. Seer ulti down. What can the boys do as a duo?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Fussy's going to be fully eliminated.
I mean, if they eat that bang hole, then Nade launches him into the zone, and here's the swing, and Dreamfire takes them out, and they're going to be able to walk into the zone easily here.
Yeah, the zone is a little bit right in front, so they're good. The end game, too, the final one's right there, man. DF looking real solid right now, baby. Real solid. And they're in 10th place, Greek. Complexity now fighting up top. dropped an OG, getting some kills. Complexity, can they stay alive? Monsoon, the last one standing. I believe he's in a 1v2 right now versus Fire Beavers. Can he survive? No, he cannot. And Complexity's eliminated.
Yep.
It is Sunset Aurora all by himself. Well, it's going to be Molly Yuan, actually. No, Sunset playing today, I heard.
Oh, he's here.
That's what someone said in my chat. I have no idea if that's true. That'd be great.
They could just be saying that because they see the name. But yeah,
Sure.
I don't know.
I'm not too sure either. The shot comes down.
Good shots.
That's going to be Nags going down. That is very bad for Fire Beavers here, as that might save their game.
Aurora and Blackhand eliminated. We're down to a top 4 here.
No, you're good.
Cut you off.
No, that's good. That was great. Yeah, Aurora eliminated. Nice job. Nags might get res here. I'm not too sure. Oh, it is on the Aurora Twitter. It's Sunset.
Oh, that's dope.
That's dope. Fuck yeah. Big time W, man. Nice. So NTH dead. We're going to have DF, Optic, Fire Beavers, and J-Links all still alive for a top 4.
Optic queuing for the ultimate height. Drop goes down to Storm.
What? Drop dies to the Storm. Skittle Kicks dies to Storm?
They tried to queue up to the height and they couldn't get it. He might be able to res.
No way right now, man.
Fire Beavers, they scan it and they swing it.
Nice.
Good shots there from Noct though as he picks up a knock.
It's a really good spray from Noct. Can he come up clutch? He cannot.
Optic
and
going
Fire
down,
Beavers
man.
eliminates the boys over at Optic. We're going to tune into DF Freak. They're in a great spot to win this game. Fire Beavers do get the res too. It is a 3v3v3. DF, Fire Beavers, and the boys at J-Leagues, all teams that need to do well here.
Dreamfire with a big swing here as they get the first knock onto OJ. Pite leading the charge here with the Prowler, gets behind the knockdown shield, and Fire Beavers get smoked, and Dreamfire are looking like dream crushers right now.
Yeah, they are crushing dreams, bro, and they are taking names. And we have J-Links with a great
another knock.
A great knock. And DF is going to start to move forward here on the other side of the wall. Are they going to do it? The crowd is electric right now. The chants coming out, the swing coming through, and here we go. More shots going down.
Roy goes down.
The Seer Q comes out. It is now a 2v2. It's a 2v1.
3M.
Oh my goodness.
The swing
comes
and
out.
J-Links.
And J-Links wins. J-Links somehow wins. Oh my goodness. How does J-Links even come up clutch in that situation?
We talked about it, man. They needed that W. I want to see where they shoot up on this leaderboard, man.
Oh my God.
The hometown favorites.
I don't think people understand how important that game is for J-Links. They were borderline, not about to make it Greek. They're in 16th place. They needed that
27
badly.
points, I think.
Wow, a 20.
Oh, no, I lied. That's their overall.
That's their
They
overall.
just jumped to 11th,
27.
I think.
Yes. I
Okay.
believe they're going to jump up to 11th place.
Yeah.
They did indeed. They're only 1 point off of qualifying now.
This setting is perfect.
Oh, yeah, I'm down. That's sick. Go to team. I would love that. All right, here we go, chat. Who do you guys have to win? Tell us right now some teams that need to do well. Vex in 19th, Fury in 18th, Crazy Raccoon in 15th, and Aurora in 12th, and J-Links in 11th. Let's peep and see what the boys at NCH are feeling this time around. And they're not going there again. They're going straight to North Pat. All three of them North Pat side. So there'll be no shenanigans from the boys over at NCH this time around. Unlucky and Vex still laying at their normal POIs. Sunset and them are still chilling too. And no one is going to be contested here yet again for game number 1 second. There is a contest. ATH, I believe, is indeed contesting. ATH contesting Complexity over at Checkpoint. We'll see how this goes.
All right.
Let's see. ATH Complexity contest.
Monsoon with not the greatest of combo guns here.
No.
T-Take G7.
Yeah.
ATH are not doing good either, man. They got 130-30, 1 G7, and 1
Evac Tower coming out from Monsoon as the distraction. They're going to start to walk up here. Do not forget, Complexity has nothing to lose. They already qualified for sure through points. They just want to get this KP, bro, and maybe even take out ATH. If ATH died here, they will be the first team that we know of that is eliminated from.
All right, ATH here with their tournament dreams
on the
line. Trinity goes down, but Sleep trades it out, though, brings it back. It's going to be a 2v2 here for ATH.
Oh, my God. Can they do it, bro? Can they do it? Can they keep the tournament dreams alive? Keep that dual cam up. Here we go. 2v2, ATH Complexity here. Let's see which teams can rock it. Do not forget, like we said, Complexity, nothing to lose. If they die here, it doesn't really matter. Qualified already. ATH, if they die here, their London Split 2 playoff dreams are now GG's.
Are they trying, do they want checkpoint for later or something?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think they just really wanted to go checkpoint, but...
And the swing here, playing the door well. Goes down, Cody with some really, really good shots. Sets up the sleep. 1v1. It's going to be a 1v1.
Oh, the Complexity eliminated! ATH keeps the dream alive. Oh my God, my man just put him asleep with a phenomenal clutch. They keep the dream alive, and that is bad if you are a team that is in the lower half of the top 10.
He just did 300 damage with a sturdy 30.
Yeah, and that man Trinity did 15. Goes down early, and that boy asleep, bro, just went crazy.
Keeps the dreams alive.
Yep.
And you look at the zone here, and it's going to be a fish farm zone. It's probably not the best for the boys over at ATH.
Do you know how nerve-wracking that 1v1 is for him? Your dreams on the line.
You're hitting one of these out there. You're like,
oh, jeez.
The water's just spilling everywhere. Yeah, literally one of those.
Every time.
So, one thing I do want to point out here, right? Vex is in a tough spot, right? They need 30 points, right? The zone is very close. They could go to fish farms and get a good spot in zone, but that's not going to be enough. So I think they're going to wait around on the edge here and just ape everything.
I think so too. Vex need to get a bunch of AP. They got to just kill out. And if you're J-Lings, man, you're running away from this shit.
They're looking to evac tower on.
Yeah, J-Lings has to run. Because J-Lings right now are in 11th place. If they die early, they do not qualify either. And Vex is in a situation where they are desperate. So they are desperate.
EMEA versus EMEA.
Yeah, this kind of sucks, man, because J-Lings might just get griefed off of Vex desperation, which really is so tough. And J-Lings looks like they're not running away, but it also looks like Vex isn't hitting the evac tower either. I don't know if they're going to take it, Greek. I'm not too sure. We'll see.
They're thinking about it. You know they definitely are.
Oh, fixed screen, my bad. Holy shit, thanks, chat. Love you. I was on dual screen all done.
Oh.
Thanks, chat.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Feeling.
Shotgun bolt here.
Listen, over time, we're going to get really good with that thing. Because having the duel is actually gas.
Yeah, 100%. No doubt. It's really good.
That's our first time we've ever had that on like a stream deck. It's actually so good to have.
I feel like we had it last time, maybe not.
I don't think so. I feel like we definitely would have noticed.
Yeah, true. All right, so Lucky and Vex still chilling. Noct and Optic, though, pushing over to where ATH is. I don't think they're going to fight them. They just want the Crafter, and they'll probably dip out. DF might be fighting Fire Beavers over in Bean. If they don't leave fast enough, well, they're definitely not going to leave fast enough. They are crafting. And never mind. They say, fuck the crafting. They're taking the Trident. They're leaving. They're taking no risk with Fire Beavers on their backside. They're immediately going to leave. Fire Beavers, though, in second place. So don't forget, they're good, and so is DF. They're in fifth right now. There's probably zero chance for them both not to qual. They should be good to move on to the next bracket. Beautiful. GE still vibing 2. They're borderline about a not qual. They're in 8th place. I'm really putting my fucking hopes and dreams into GE, though, and the South American region needs them to qual.
J-Lane's actually got a good spot in zone 2.
Yep.
They're going to be chilling. They need that. Just like a top 5, I think, is enough for J-Lane.
Agreed.
Top 5 here, and they qual. They're turning.
Fire Beavers getting that armory, so they're going to be juiced, man. And that man has an R9.
Aurora in a really good spot in zone 2. What do they have?
They're in to go. So Aurora might not qual. DZ would be real happy about that one, for sure.
Yeah, Aurora needs like a 10 point. I'm going to base it off of 35.
I would say 33 or 35.
I like W in a good spot as well. Go next, decent as well.
And this might be a hot take. I feel like Vex isn't really being as aggressive as it should be. They gotta have a
I mean, bro, there's nobody even near them.
Maybe take a flash.
They're holding top hill. That's a very hard.
I don't know. I'm not liking the start for them though, because there's no teams near them. This is a hard zone to take fights in. So getting
going to get the car.
Yeah, getting KP in a fish farm zone is really tough. Unless you're sitting there just shooting sniper shots. There's no real 3 degrees to be taken. Furia now maybe.
Bro, is this man going to hit the beacon?
Furia is 3-man landing on Glitch Energy up top. We'll see how this goes. GE is going to get shot at. They are in a horrible position here. And it is tough. GE, bro. they're double cracked now too. This is going to be really bad. There's no one around either third party, so they got to actually just hold their own in this situation. Good serialty though. Good cues too. Reina Tricky does go down though to Panders.
Panders with some really good shots there to open up this fight, but Watson takes a lot of damage.
Yep, and now
Panic gets shot from the side all the way from top launch pad by Strafing Flame. Furia now in a 3v1.
Yeah, 3v1 here. They're going to try to run away. He has to play his life, Greek. Like, he actually has to play his life. They are at 29 points. They are so close to not qualifying. There is a chance that if he gets away, they do qualify. And if he doesn't, they...
He's running right into Noctum.
Look at this.
Back tower. And he's running into a 3-man of Noctum right now in front of his face.
This is so bad. I think he just goes down here, big dog. I don't see a world where GE even lives here. They really wanted to try it. This man is doing his best to stay alive. He's doing a great job right now, too. He has no smokes for himself, but his movement is clean as shit, bro. This man, Zilak's movement is nice.
Yeah.
And Noctum's just going to push across immediately. And I think he's going to go down here. He's trying to stay up. Fury now fighting. They get looked up on the right side. Someone walks up. It's going to be Vex. Taking a fight on Fury. Unlucky. He's immediately dead, though. And now this is very, very bad. Will Noctum come in third party this and forget about the solo is the question. Watson almost goes down. Vex in a 2v3. Glitch is eliminated. This could be very bad for Glitch. They might not make it off that green.
I don't think they do. And now Furia looking to get a reset off here. Did Vex get the res or no?
Vex, I don't believe, did get the res. I'm pretty sure they're all still full dead. Might be wrong here. The shot's coming down now. Zera Tricky trying to stay alive. The swing comes down.
Tyler goes down. It's up to Matafe. Matafe, Vex's last hope, and it's not going to be enough, and Vex is eliminated. Their tournament dreams are over.
And Vex goes down. They are no longer going to be a part of London Split 2 playoffs. No one will third-party Furia here, and that is a tough...
I just got goosebumps. I feel so bad.
Yeah,
I know everybody, you know, that someone's got to lose.
I know.
It's inevitable, but man,
I love
just turning around, seeing them, and just knowing how hard they worked this Pro League split. Yeah, man, it sucks to see people lose.
Yeah, I love Matafe too, bro. Such a good kid. It definitely sucks to see. Now, Noctum and DF about to fight here on the top side too. Noctum needs a lot of points as well. They're in last place. They have 5 points. Noctum is looking for every KP opportunity possible. I don't think they're going to let up on this lobby. Now, there's one thing about this lobby that with everybody being aggressive, Furia actually might just pop off here. This is where they thrive.
They definitely could. They got 4 kills already.
Yep.
And they need around another probably 25.
Yep, exactly. So let's see what's happening here. DF versus Noctum. Noctum might just get eliminated here. We'll see how this goes. Trying to get a POV of them. Like, click their fucking names. That'd be great. Whatever.
So you got Dreamfire right now fighting Noctum.
Yep.
You have Fire Beavers coming in for a third party, and Optic is flying in on it too.
And Noctum's leaving, and they're running into where Optic is flying, as One Worst might be going down here, and Optic is getting angles on that left side. I think Noctum just made a big mistake, and I think they're going to get knocked by Noct.
Yeah, I mean, it is a shitstorm right now in Jurassic.
Yeah, and this is really good for Furia, man. Really,
Drop
really
getting
good.
a kill. Optic gonna need to swing this left side here.
This is so bad.
And they put Noctum in the pinch, and Noctum also not in a great position here on the overall leaderboards. They need a massive game, which is why they're pushing the way they are. Can they get a reset off here and maybe bring this game back?
It's not looking too good. I think it's looking very, very grim for them right here. Oh, wow. Hello? That is insane. They actually get the reset?
Fire Beavers leave.
Wow, they get the reset. They have no evac tower. Optic's now going to leave. Fire Beavers leave, and DF. So Noctum's game is still up? That is insane to me. I cannot believe that no one got those full kills. Great play, though. Great, great play. Furia now rotating in. DF is going to be driving the car into Furia. Immediately to the backside of Furia. They're going to be getting out here, though. We'll see if DF can bring the fire to the boys over at Furia. Dropped an Optic also walking into Furia here, too. So you might see a little fight breakdown over here, man, over on the front side of Antenna.
Bro, you see the zone, and nobody's on the top hill.
No one's
Strafing Flame, look at Strafing Flame. They read the zone. I think they got the info from Launchpad.
Yep.
And went all the way to the building.
And if you're a team like Glitch, who's in 9th place, and have Blackhand in 10th right below you, seeing them almost guaranteed a top 5 here is really bad.
Yeah,
Like, really bad.
Riddle needs some points here too, man, and they have a tough rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Riddle just needs to get some placement points and maybe some KP, and they'll be good.
Like a 5-point game.
I'm turning over to DF, man. I want to see what happens here. Are they going to run into Furia and take this 3v3? I have to see this. Oh, no, Furia's leaving. They're now leaving too, and they're taking a God spot, Greek. This might be a spot of the century. And look what happened.
Watson
This
with
man,
the Kraber.
Watson gets a Kraber. Are the stars aligning for Furia? HCH has to walk up from launch pad. 1 second. I think Furia might be making a comeback. Horrible performance in the first 5 games. Can they make a comeback here for game number 6? Noctum getting knocked by Optic here in the storm, and they can't escape the boys over at OG. It's not looking good. Nelos is dead, and I think Noctum will probably see their demise here and get eliminated from London Split 2 playoffs.
Yep, Optic looking sturdy right now in this fight. Here's the drop down from Drop.
Nice shots.
And Skittle gets the knock, and it's down to 1 guy and knocked him. Another team eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, Noctum will now be done in the tournament. NCH now walking up. Will NCH recognize that maybe this is Furia, depending on the Bloodhound gameplay, and maybe even take this fight on top hill?
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. In the beautiful city of London, we have a chance to see some of the best and brightest talent in the Apex Legends scene go head-to-head for what may be some of the final times this week. We just saw 10 teams go home in the first elimination bracket. We will stave off any more emotional disaster until the end of the day. For now, we get to see the winners and maybe celebrate a bit because 10 teams will book their ticket into tomorrow's Match Point Finals. My name is Rain Day, and I am joined on the desk by Glitter. Now on the analyst side of things, I appreciate you letting me, slide over here. It is an honor.
Yeah, no problem.
And of course, Genome as well, backing us up with the analyst and really information that you have been so phenomenal in bringing to us throughout this event, man. I really appreciate what you're doing, and I kind of want to get your thoughts off the top, just how you both are feeling about what we've seen and heading into winners, of course. Glitter, I'll start with you.
I think that the elimination bracket to start today is always a little bit sad for those teams that do go out, but now looking towards the winners bracket, we have seen time and time again where sometimes the winners bracket can almost be more difficult than what happens in that match point finals for some of these teams.
Yeah.
So I am expecting a lot of action out of these matches.
Yeah, Genome, where does the sentiment lend for you? Something, coming off the elimination bracket, a lot of emotion, but also these are the teams that we've really kept our eye on from the very beginning here in this winners bracket.
Yeah, some of the teams would say this is the first real test for them, right? Group stages, there's a lot of funky stuff going on, whether it's contests, teams that just want to run you down, but this is that preview of the grand final, right? The finals lobby. It won't be exactly the same, but it'll be close enough that the teams are taking this very seriously.
For those who don't know and are just maybe joining us on the schedule of the day, we have seen, and of course throughout this weekend, these group stages continue to be played. Today, we are no longer doing that. It is all the goods. Elimination round 1 just finished. Now at about 2:15 BST, 2:17. Pretty good timing, guys. Well done. We're starting the winners bracket. Then elimination round 2. That is where we'll send our final 10 teams of the 20 that will be going home. Half of the bracket, half of those who have competed for 4 to 5 months to get here will be gone. This is a big moment, but we've got a lot to see, and especially a lot to be happy about for anyone who's rooting for the teams in this bracket who watched Glitter and had to kind of get themselves ready for what could be a very happy, very sad moment if they don't perform.
Yeah, and there are so mmany teams for us to talk about in this winners bracket. I mean, literally, practically the entire region of APAC North. We've got Fnatic, Alvarex, Ganbare Otusan. The list just goes on. We've seen such phenomenal performances, and then we've also got, DZ, a squad that we're constantly talking about when it comes to lane. We saw so many clutches out of Gen. during the group stage that I am very excited to see what all these teams are bringing to the table.
Yeah, Genome, speak a little bit about Dark Zero, North America's finest.
There's one of North America's finest in there. I'll give you that, Rain, but it's
technically.
It is an Australian team.
I know that's still yours.
I'll say that until they put me in the ground. Look, I just had a quick chat to the boys, actually, on the way over here. Zero saying that now that they've got rid of the competition, see you later to Aurora. And now that they've got Mill to themselves, they've got Harvester to themselves as well. He said, I'll retire on the spot if we don't take this out.
Wow, I'll retire on the spot. Some big words for Zero from Dark Zero, but to be honest, they are still one of my teams that I think could win this tournament. I don't care where they're placed, as long as they're in that championship final, they are match point specialists. But let's talk about today, because we do have to get into some teams we are focusing on. I'll start with you, Glitter. Who is your one to watch in this winner's bracket?
Okay, listen, I have to talk about XSET, and for good reason. Obviously, coming out of Split 2 in the region, top of the region by a decent margin. The swag for days as well. They were prepared for their camera moment, but we watched them go through that group stage and struggle a little bit more than I think we were initially anticipating for a squad like XSET. Now, I'm hoping that once we head into today, that kind of turn that around. I talked to Nocturnal just a little bit and asked, you know, where the team's mental were at, how they were feeling heading into today, and he said nerves completely gone group stage, like it never even happened, that they are locked in, with a couple other words I can't really say. So they were hyped, okay?
Yeah,
to say the least.
lock something in. Lock the heck in?
Yeah,
maybe?
exactly.
We'll go with that. I think that's appropriate for broadcast. And XSET, for me, just my final thought on them, they definitely seem like they're in a new space, Gino.
I've never felt so seen before. They just, all three of them just stared through my soul. But I would also like to have a little bit of a chat about 100 Thieves, a team who really impressed me and have come a long way, I think. And I picked them because they're an interesting team, right? They're not the team just sitting here being like, hey, yeah, we've got Effect, we've got Xionu, we've got these, like, you know, superstar fraggers. But they make it work, right? And considering they're 8th overall in kills, 12th in damage diff, coming out of that group stage, they've had some big shakeups as well, right? Like, you know, they were the ones who pioneered that Newcastle-Watson composition, playing very defensively to their strength. Now they're trying to thread the needle, playing some other compositions like Bangalore, Horizon, and Catalyst, and it's something that can be offensive, defensive, and suits their strengths.
Which is...
It's like the intelligence, right? It's about the decision-making, because you have so many options that can be used no matter the scenario.
Well, I think we've seen praise across the entire community here and online. This is the most diverse meta a lot of people have seen capable of being played. And what that means is correct. Genome, people can play to their strengths. They can choose what works for them. Class System opened that up. Catalyst opened that up. A lot of the changes in Season 15 and 16. But one of the things I have to say that I've been keeping my eyes on is Nasky seems to be getting ready to cook. Oh, opening it back. All right, let's see. Heirloom? Oh, just a rare. Well, about as good as his cooking. Let's move on to my team to watch, though, because that is something that everyone has their eyes on. It is Alliance. Alliance, in my opinion, have been maybe the most consistent team, not only in EMEA, but maybe in the world leading up to this. They have brought on not just Effect, but they have brought on the challenge of coming back and performing better than they did before. And in Split 1, they were a threat. They had iconic moments. Yuki in that HAL 1v1, what an amazing performance where we saw Yuki's got that clutch in him again and again. But Hockey's in his leadership, his ability to mend his lineups and go back and forth between different characters, like I've said before, playing Ashe, playing Rampart, playing Newcastle. That ability to trust his teammates and now to do it on land with a newcomer of Effect, super special. I think Alliance, in my eyes, from EMEA at least, definitely the favorite to win this tournament. I think you would agree.
I mean, a little bit of a terrifying trio, if you will, a squad that can pretty much do it all, and we saw that happening. You're talking about the clutch factor of Yuki. That happened multiple times yesterday alone, and all the positions that we saw Hockey's getting the team into, making those right calls. We even see him handle his own 1v2s in multiple situations. So they are someone that I think everyone's keeping their eyes on.
Genome, you know, there's a lot of other teams we could talk about. I mean, anybody else come to mind heading into this? We've mentioned the XSETs. I mean, I love LG Chivas and their performances. They've got a couple of wins on the books as well. Who stands out, I mean, outside of these teams that we mentioned? Moist?
Moist have been an interesting pick so far. Just thinking about where they're heading. They do I guess, yeah, we were talking about 100 Thieves before. They've run them out of Command Center, and this is incredibly important for Moist, right? Especially with the introduction of evac towers and the way the geography in Stormpoint works. If you go up to the top, up that really big zip line to the top of Command Center, pop an evac tower from there, you could get like halfway across the map.
Yeah.
No Valcolt, just that survival item. So winning that contest was incredibly important for Moist's chance of getting further in this tournament.
One of the things that is important is the evac tower. That new item that has come in this last season has totally, I think, opened up the game that used to almost need a Valkyrie in there. I don't think it replaces Valkyrie. She still brings a lot to the meta, but it definitely has opened up a lot of people to say, we can still kind of get that value.
And we saw that in losers bracket, right? That trend back towards Valkyrie, Valkyrie a little bit, but I don't believe we're going to see that quite so much in the winners bracket. I feel like these guys are a little bit more creative at making that rotation utility.
Well, you know, I got to say, two fan bases that are some of the biggest in the world in gaming in general happen to be here on stage playing in this winners bracket as well. And we haven't talked about them at all. One of them being NRG. And of course, the man right there, NRG Sweet Dreams, or not so Sweet Dreams as Arcane said, shots fired, right, guys? Anyways, I do think that his play yesterday, if you saw it with the Rampart at the end, just so sweet. He just finds a way to get it done.
And I'm glad that you brought that up because they're a team that we should definitely be keeping our eyes on. I think they were another one that started off groups a little bit slower, out of nowhere, really brought us the energy that we were looking for, that aggression, that insane play level that energy brings, the play you're talking about specifically. Somehow, top three, able to get the res on Sweet while everybody else is fighting in thermal, and then instantly
the ultimate excel,
getting the ult excels for the Sheila. I mean, that, regardless of what happens the rest of the week, that might be my play of the tournament.
It was really, really fun. And just a masterclass of what he's a master at, which is, well, obviously speaking, but speaking so eloquently that his teammates know exactly how to play the game. We all wish we had an IGL like Sweet, or do we? I mean, sometimes there's an IGL that is a little harder on you, a little bit more stern, but passionate. And when we talk about passion, there's usually only one guy that we can bring up in the conversation. That is TSM Imperial Hal, who happens to have his headphones off right now so he can hear us. Hal, say what up to the crowd. A classic fist bump, and Raven in the back showing love, as he's done for this squad who've had a tough start to this split, but have now turned it around and are our leaders heading into this winners bracket.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if TSM took out this winners bracket. Honestly, they're the kind of team that just gets scarier and scarier as the tournament goes on. And considering they were already in pretty solid form here in the group stage, where, look, you got to be honest, they would have just known. They would have absolutely 100% believed to their core that they would be able to get through and may not have even been giving it their all. So here, where we've said they really start to want to put the fear in the other teams, and that's what TSM is so good at doing, really hoping we see this man here, Big E, do that in a couple more clutch moments.
Well, we know that they are very, very patient and are willing to go through some down times and go through some up times in order to get the job done. What you don't know is sometimes what they do during those down times, and at LAN, we try to group up some interesting individuals together to have some very interesting conversations. The two teams I mentioned, and those two guys, Hal and Sweet, actually had a chance to sit down with me one more time, yet again, here in London. And so I present to you another moment with Hal and Sweet.
Hal and Sweet. Last time, for some reason, people really liked this video. So this time we got more budget. Oh, Hal, I have something for you.
Okay. Oh. How's it feel? I had more kills than you.
Oh, Hal, I have this too.
Now, how does it feel? I had more kills than you to land before, too. How are you both doing? Great. Worse than before that.
First time in London?
Second time. Second time.
Oh. At the Split 1 playoffs, one of you beat the other.
Who had more points?
That's not how you win.
You only have more points with the winners bracket.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's true. We had more points in grand finals without winners bracket points. No, just cumulative points. Yeah, with the winners bracket. I'm talking about without. -10, we still had more. Oh, way. Yeah. How many do you have? 10 points.
It's nice to see you guys getting along. Coming into this event, you both kinda barely made it.
Yeah.
I'd like one of you to walk us through the end of this season.
So we started off the season making fun of TSM for almost not qualifying, and then played really bad, and then TSM made fun of us for almost not qualifying. But then we both pulled it out in the end.
Be honest, were you rooting for each other not to make it?
No. Yeah.
Did you think they'd make it?
Yes.
Did you think they'd make it?
No. When it comes to big tournaments like regional finals and LAN and finals in general, TSM and NRG usually do pretty well. Sure, and I agree. I add us in both with that because I'm a good competitor and a good friend. Unlike this dork who just dual wields trophies and...
You want to let him hold it for a little bit? See how?
Oh, yeah. There you go, man. I'll have one after this tournament.
They don't give it to losers, though.
Oh. God. So what's going to happen at this event?
Probably the complete opposite of scrims. Is that the more production?
This is where all the budget went. Yeah. So let's get serious. Who's the best player in Apex right now?
Guild.
Evan's got his number.
Did you see them 1v1 in the 1v1 tournament? The Heglish tournament? Furls was not looking good in that.
Hal, who's the best player in Apex right now?
Evan. Verhulst.
If Evan and Guild 1v1, I would sell everything I own, including my house and my car. I would take out a loan against it, put it on the Guild to win the 1v1, cash that in.
Wow. Which team is going to be the biggest surprise this event?
I'd be surprised if NRG wins.
Should we stop doing these, or do you like them?
I like them.
I like them. These guys really add a lot to it.
I don't know, they're kind of taking my job. Well, that's all the time we have for today. I'm NiceWig. I'll see you next time.
Guys, I'm glad everybody enjoyed that one. It's always fun to see these two go at it. And one of my favorite rivalries, Glitter and Genome, just they're so playful with each other, but you know, they were not holding back on some of these comments. And I think it kind of goes to show, for me at least, that there is something Sweet still has to prove here. The trophies kind of are something that is missing from his resume, maybe the only thing missing from his player resume.
And we heard Sweet talking about it, we've seen NRG do that multiple times where they do really well in the points portion of that match point, but then they struggle to close out the win after they hit it.
Yeah.
And that's like the final missing piece to their match point puzzle.
And that is something that, if you were familiar with last LAN, not everyone who was here watched, NRG were the #1 team, except not in terms of the last win. And that has been, you know, I would say one of the peak moments of conversation we've had at these tournaments. Match point, that's the ultimate win. A team could have more points and do better overall, Genome, but still, we do it one way in Apex, and that is a way that NRG has not been able to overtake TSM in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the conversation is there, right? Who was the better team on the day? I know NRG saying it's NRG, but you know, any result page you want to go look up, it's got TSM at #1 back in Split 1 playoffs.
Who do you think it was? I mean, I want to lean this to you. You know, we've had moments like that. We've had Furia take second, and they ran through that lobby. Different Furia here this time around. We've had NRG. They looked the best they've ever looked in Split 1. If they do that again, how much credit do you give that performance versus being able to do it all and get that match point win?
Look, you do give them a lot of credit, right? But they know what the rules are at the start of the tournament. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have the best serve in tennis, the best drive in cricket, or the best you know, putt in golf, right? You know what the rules are. You know what you have to do to get that win, and that's grab the match point.
You are absolutely right. And, you know, this is one of those things, Glitter, that when you talk about being realistic with what you have to prepare for and the pace of these things, we saw teams start off relatively slow at the beginning, knowing that they'd have to maybe ramp up at some of these bracket stages, but then maybe even in finals, slow it down a little bit with maybe even some of the more conservative compositions, because winning match point is different than playing the rest of these days.
Yeah, also I need to, first of all, just shout out all the coaches that keep showing up in suits. We have the cameras panning across so many well-dressed coaches behind all of our players. Want to shout them out.
Yes, we do.
But going back to what you're saying, we actually have had teams talk about that, right? Sometimes they're conserving some of their energy, some of what they've got left in the tank when it comes to group stage, because it's mostly about just making sure that you are clinching winner's bracket. Then once you get to winner's bracket, like you were saying before, Gino, that's when things start to get a little bit more real. You're getting a slight preview of who you're potentially going up against in that match point finals, as well as getting a lay of the land. Are there going to be different contests? Because we saw tons of those in groups. Might see a few here in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
And will that change what some of these squads are having to do, or will they just absolutely make sure they're claiming their drop, not have to worry about that until they continue through?
Yeah, because we talked about some of those teams clearing their backs out, right? Dark Zero, but not everybody has just yet. Ganbare Otosan going up against KCP, potentially up at Climatizer over on World's Edge. That is one potential contest we have. And then moving over to Storm Point as well. It's 100 Thieves. We talked about them getting routed out of Command Center. So where did they go? Where can they find a home? Could be against Naked in Antenna. But like honestly, I think it's going to be a little tough. They're struggling to find a home here.
Yeah, and panning over Element 6, you got to love the Element 6 fans who are in the crowd. There's been a lot of green and black as well in this. One of the best greens and blacks that I've seen. You mentioned well-dressed coaches. Have you seen Psycho today?
Yes.
Have you seen that, man? I don't know if we can get over there towards Entropic with Psycho, but the coach is making it look good. He has his little Joker villain arc happening right now. And I gotta say,
I was thinking the Riddler.
I am here for it. The Riddler, that's
Ooh,
right. No,
green.
I was wrong.
I've got the Sharpie here.
That's
if you
right.
want me to, I will go over there right now and chuck some question marks on the suit.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen,
100%.
you know that we are having a good time here. It's kind of the calm before the storm. We're waiting patiently. We're about to get in. That is what I just referenced as the Riddler. Coach Psycho getting his win to the right position. I'm sorry I misspoke in saying Entropic. Oxygen Esports, of course, they've been playing very, very well. I think this is a team, too, with Aiden and Reeds and Vane that we've considered to be a threat, a deadly threat. People have said, cover this team more, though, Glitter. And is it maybe getting lost in the sauce of how many good teams are here?
I think that's something that happens a lot when we're at that global stage. The whole point is we've brought the best of the best in the entire world to come compete here. And sometimes there are teams that sneak a little bit under the radar. I feel like the same could be said of teams like Entropic sometimes. They will just sneak under the radar. So I do agree a little bit that, especially with the performances that we saw from OXG in their group stage, they put themselves on the map. The question for me is, now that we're in winners, when the groups aren't as spread out anymore.
That's right.
With the top 20 now in this entire tournament, will that change anything for them?
This team right here, this man right here,
I love Pulverex.
Chan from Pulverex. He is known for doing it with as little as possible, not only playing under the weather like we've seen Monsoon tackle and overcome earlier today in the elimination bracket, playing without just an entire teammate. This is the Aurora if they didn't have Maliwan to come and fill in for Sunset for the first few days. It's just two players, Ranches and Cleve, and wow.
Stone cold.
That is a stone cold stare. Oh! I guess he's happy. Was that, I mean, that was like anime level right there, I feel, that, you could see just the straight up smile and then that devilish grin. I like the way that these teams are approaching it. Gino, APAC North, it's a great segue to their performance. Maybe the biggest surprise of this tournament is that we've talked about, yes, the big dogs in terms of North America, EMEA, they're still on top. But APAC North as a whole has been such an incredibly high-performing region that you've got to take your hat off to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had been trending downwards coming into Split 2 playoffs here, but, Fnatic taking out third with 143 points, and even teams like Ganbare Otosan, who looked scary coming into Split 1 playoffs, right? A lot of people were like, oh, damn, we're watching these guys in scrims, bringing out the bang, something we haven't seen that much of at that point. but it didn't translate that well. It seems like it definitely is here. They've tightened up a lot of stuff.
You mentioned, the way that you play these characters. We might talk a little meta. We might have a little time before we get into it, but the way you can play your own semi-video game here, it's very easy. You can almost guarantee yourself a win, is watch 60 minutes of the broadcast on Twitch. If you do that, you will be able to get some very unique Twitch drops for your community. And by that, I mean, yourself when you play Apex. We're going to bring that up maybe as a graphic to show you what will it look like if you do watch 60 minutes. But also, if you don't get it today, don't worry. You will be able to get all of these tomorrow by watching our finals, our match play finals. That starts at 4 p.m. BST. The time that you are referencing now for BST is about 2:38 in the afternoon. So in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, tomorrow, that is when we will start. But some great stuff, some great charms, and it's always great to be back. My crowd here in London. You guys ready for some action? I think they're waking up, realizing that they had to be patient. Be patient no longer, my friends. We are getting ready to go into it. We've seen 10 teams go home. We won't see that happen here, but we will see 10 teams lock themselves into Championship Sunday. It is time to throw it up to our casters to kick off our winners bracket here in the Split 2 playoffs. Let's get it on.
Let's do this thing. It is time finally for some Apex to kick back off here in the Copper Box. And I tell you what, it's probably going to be worth the wait. It is winners bracket time, and no messing around here, Dan. Straight into match number 1. We're heading on to World's Edge.
I mean, the analysts have already said it, an unbelievable lobby. I will dare anyone to try and predict the top 10 teams that will go into the grand final. If you get it right, tweet me, I'll give you a tenner. I don't even care. This is going to be a nuts lobby, starting off on World's Edge. You also heard, we might get a contest over towards Climatizer. Everything else, though, it should be okay. But this is going to be a banger of a series.
Well, it's the last time these teams can guarantee in a series they're going to have 6 games as well, because if you go through to that grand final, of course, we don't know how many games it's going to take as we switch over to match point, but for now, it's all about points. Now, speaking of contests, we're going to start off with Ganbare Otosan, and you can see that they might be having a little bit of a nosy neighbor popping in to say hello.
Yeah, KCP also going to be dropping here, and a chance to try and assert dominance in match number 1 as already one goes down. Naski gets the opener.
Naski with that longbow, feeling a little bit frisky himself and certainly ready to play. And KCP, who were kind of hoping that others would fail yesterday as they sat on the sides as the last groups went up against each other and fought it out for a spot in this winners bracket. They were the ones who benefited from some players not doing too good. But I tell you what, Zane, he looks locked in today, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him get another. KCP send Geo back to the lobby.
And that is such a confidence builder going into these next few maps, just to say we are owning Climatizer. It is going to be ours, and when we get the map overhead, it's going to be a nice rotation for the Pioneers as well. They don't have to loot too fast because the circle's not going to be too far away from them. We're going down towards Fragment, and it is going to be a somewhat comfortable rotation. They might have to just pip Moist Esports, going to be moving from Overlook, but this is going to be a good decision for them.
One thing the Pioneers do have, though, Ring Console, you can say the same about Moist Esports over at Overlook. For Ascend, they're going to have the opportunity to hit a survey beacon and see if they can kind of get the lay of the land. But where this circle is going to be pulling, you would imagine from what we can see, maybe slightly outside of Fragment to the south. We do see it ending up in some of those open areas on the hillside by those rocks. FC Destroy in a great spot, but you can see they've already beaten TSM to the choke. And on your map overhead, you might be thinking, what's going on there? FC Destroy and TSM having a little battle with each other.
I always like to see where Ascend go with these kind of circles, because historically they do very well at predicting them and positioning themselves in a way where they can set up for that end game. They did have the Ring Console at Monument, so they will be able to find a home. It looks like they are going to go for one of the buildings of Fragment right now. But this is the kind of area you were talking about. Just south of Fragment, you have a lot of room to try and hold, and FC Destroy having the Watson on board means they can generate a lot of space here and just stop anyone from being able to join them.
I mean, what a comp to hold the choke, right? You've got Newcastle, you've got Watson. It really is going to be tough to move through. Plus, you've got the smokes as well to deny anyone running up on you without you having a little bit of knowledge yourself. Dark Zero, though, you can see they tried to rotate quickly, but that's the difficulty with this lobby right down. You have so many teams who are great at calling zones and getting there as quickly as possible. Traffic is going to be busy. If you don't get your timings right on your rotate, there is going to be someone ahead of you, and you're going to have to go to plan B.
Dark Zero just scraped through, though, avoiding the shots from several different teams of FC Destroy and Ascend, but you're completely right. We saw some very placement-heavy teams who dominated throughout the online season fall into that elimination bracket because they just weren't able to be quick enough and maybe were being out-macroed by a lot of the squads in the lobbies. And this is going to be even more tough. I would argue that winners bracket can be one of the hardest places to find yourself.
Well, we got FaZe versus NRG, no messing about here, and I tell you what, Frex has got a cheeky little poke through. 132 with that Prowler is certainly going to make things a little bit spicy. Phony has fallen, and now Frex, after doing the damage, is left on his own. Frex trying to save the day here for FaZe, maybe looking for the thirst, does get one onto Guild, but can he survive here? Can he escape, or is this just a case of FaZe thinking, maybe we need to just get these KP and get out of here?
Yeah, you've just got to make sure you do what you can here. Prowler will do the job though, NRG eliminated, but can FaZe survive? Can they reset? Are there any sharks in the water? Oxygen Esports might have caught a whiff of this and may try and dive on FaZe.
Tough decisions to make for all teams here, even though you know that that fight has just taken place. You're like, okay, cool. But at the same time, it's like, do we give our spot? We know there's other teams in the area. Are we about to start a crazy kind of snowball of teams just thirding? Well, one team is just fallen into this fight. It's going to be Oxygen Esports trying to take out the rest of FaZe. FaZe versus NRG left FaZe weak, and Oxygen take the spot and the KP.
Oxygen have been incredible so far this tournament. I think that the opening couple of games, I was like, are they going to find their footing? Are we going to see them really demonstrate what they're capable of? But they have got better and better as each series, as each game has gone on. Their fighting skills, their 3v3 ability has been unreal, but they've definitely been working on their positioning, on getting to that circle early, on making sure they set up before other teams can get there as well.
A lot of credit has to go to Vayne for that. Some of his zone calls have been really good. Some of his macro, like you say, has been superb. And Reeds and Aiden the Destroyer, you have to remember, this is the LAN debut for them. So the first time they're going to be on that main stage, sometimes the nerves do affect you a little bit early on, but certainly they've found a little bit of a comfort level now. And Oxygen, like you say, been superb so far. They will be holding down this spot for as long as they can, trying to use these rocks and the natural cover that is provided by this area. Elsewhere on the map, though, some teams are approaching a little bit late. You've got E6 and Pioneers over at Climatizer at the moment. 100 Thieves coming all the way from Survey Camp. Exit still inside of Skyhook, and on the southern side, you've got LG Shibas and you've got Entropic.
Well, you just named three of the teams who drop over towards Trials and Skyhook, and they saw where the circle was going. They knew they were going to be pipped to the bulk, so instead they are taking their time, they are looting up, and they're going to try and find any information a little bit later. The reason why E6 are going to Climatizer is because A, you want to see if there was any kind of leftovers from the contest that was happening there, but also a ring console for E6 to use here as well. Pioneers, they don't know E6 are there. They're more than happy to be leaving their POI now, and they start to make their rotation. They'll go down just past Overlook, probably try and hit the circle from the east side here.
Yeah, good information to be gathered there from the survey beacon. They'll be able to find out where the zone is going, Pioneers, or certainly where the zone will be shifting to, as they already have the info from over at Climatizer and being able to plan accordingly. But they have to be careful here, because it looks like Realize are moving from the south towards Overlook themselves. So KCP might be looking ahead right now and thinking, hey, the skies look clear, but they might be about to get a little bit murky.
And Realize just barely scraped through as well. The team that is going to be waiting in Overlook, you can see there on your overhead, they might be having a little scrap with Pioneers if they get a whiff of it. They've got the Crypto drone in the air, so they'll certainly have eyes on Pioneers here. But what a day it was for Realize. All the points, though, that they found, it was on Storm Point for Realize. All the victories they had. World's Edge, they really struggled. And if they are going to succeed in this lobby, you have to be consistent across both maps. You cannot afford to have a weak map, because other teams in this lobby have had just such incredible consistency across both.
Well, TSM on your screens right now, because they're in a fight inside of Geyser, and Reps is going to start shredding away with the flatline. And Entropic eliminated. TSM come out on top of that. Great switch to find the action inside of Geyser. But here come the third party. LG Shibas, hear this fight going down. TSM have been able to reset. So this is going to be a straight 3v3 if LG choose to push this one.
Oh, Neasel taking so much damage there, though. Has to be a little bit careful. This is such a great hold from TSM. Force out the Dark Veil from LG Chivas, and it means that TSM will hold. In 2 minutes, of course, they have to move, but LG, like sharks in the water, wanted to try and pick something up, but TSM denied. A nice quick 3v3, a nice quick reset, and you don't allow it to happen to you.
Have to see if LG are going to repush this. In the meantime, let's jump into a listening with TSM and see what their approach is.
Scanning, nothing on scan. There's a bunch of digis, Digi right here.
Yep.
I'm above Altic Cell. We have to go back, I have an evac. We have to go back towards flood.
Going.
We need to hit third here.
Yeah, let me go do that.
I'm gonna go with an L.
Yeah.
You anchor the building? Yeah, I'm coming. I'm just trying to heal and loot. Crypto inside here.
I've got Qs on both doors.
Hit the beacon.
Hitting it.
We need to go Hell House.
Out the listening and into the action, because look at who is fighting. It's the team who impressed so many people yesterday. Alliance forcing their way into zone.
Yeah, not just with how many points they were able to dominate with, but of course it has been all about effect and how he's been performing on land, the amount of times he's been shredding through players. But right now it looks like Alliance are just going to hold the high ground here. It looked like they were going to try and push a fight onto Oxygen, but they know in an exposed area like this, you are very vulnerable to other teams third-partying, so you do have to be a little bit careful with your push.
Just a bit of information on how Alliance rotated into the position they find themselves. Would have hit that ring console over at Harvester to give them the info of where the zone is going to be going. They are safe for the next zone, but they also have info on where they have to try and push up to after that zone starts to close. So Alliance, and they don't have to do too much for now, but as we know, opening damage can change things, and Aiden the Destroyer living up to his name.
So still 16 squads remain. 10 seconds till this ring is going to close and bring some of those late rotators into maybe potential disaster. It does look like most squads who have got into the circle have set up accordingly into Fragment. The majority of those buildings have been taken, as now E6 are still holding this northern side. But they are going to be held out by 100 Thieves, so this is going to be an interesting fight if they try and force it.
Dark Veil has been used though by 100 T, so they're going to have maybe a little bit less utility than they would have wanted. They are stalling the fight though, and stalling the fight is fine when you have this high ground. Scurry's going to be ready to strike as well with that Sentinel. It's amped up. You can see he's popped the shield cell into that, and if he can find any kind of damage, especially a headshot, that is the fight almost over.
I mean, E6 have just said, no, we don't fancy this, and they've gone straight back up north, and they are getting out of dodge. They do not want to take that fight. They feel a little bit exposed, and they will also be aware that Pioneers could be coming from the northeast. Speaking of Pioneers, they are making their move closer to the circle, because now, as everyone gets forced in by the red here, you need to start thinking about what is your plan B. Where can you try and get? What position is going to help you win this game? It's all well and good playing edge, but you need to already be thinking about some of those spots that can actually get you a victory.
Give you an information of, as E6 slide their way down into Fragment, who is already going to be within Fragment. You've got Exet there, you've got Pulverex. Over at Monument side, you've got Naked as well. Ascend playing under the tracks, right just to the south of Fragment. And there is that zone that we called. FC Destroy are set up in that choke. They're going to be controlling everything in this lobby.
This is going to be a great pull for FC Destroy, who got there nice and early, as you mentioned. Oxygen also in a good spot. This is what we were thinking it was going to pull towards, the kind of mountain and choke. A few games and a few championships. I think we've seen a championship one in a circle very similar to this one. So perhaps we'll see someone able to replicate that kind of style. With FC Destroy having the Newcastle and having the Watson ready to set up though, they're in prime position. It's going to be so difficult for teams to try and push up on this, but of course you've got to watch several angles here. Not only are you defending from the southern side, the choke you were initially holding, but you can get pushed from both east, west and north. Like, every angle is something you've got to be watching at, but look at how much space they've been able to take.
Only thing, maybe a slight concern for them is the economy. You can see only two shield cells here for Yuka Perodato, but at the same time, they do have the Watson Jenny down, so they're not going to have to expend too many resources to get the shields back. The difficulty here, just looking at who's got a tough move to make, is working your way through the chokes from the south, right? FC Destroy holding this one down and looking to their north, but TSM have got to force their way up a hill. They've got to go through Moist Esports by the looks of things. LG kind of holding them out on the other side. The tunnel, which was the initial plan for them, has been taken away by Realize as well. So TSM, this is a tough rotate for them, but you can see here from the point of view of Imperial how they do have that evac tower.
Yeah, for TSM, it's about whether they want to try and go through Vault over the top, maybe take the fight against Moist Esports, who are going to be in the choke just to their northwest. At the moment, they're heading over towards Vault just to see if there's anyone that they can maybe pick off. They're also being griefed a little bit by Moist Esports. So Moist have got eyes on TSM, that's the worry. So the evac tower might have to be the backup option as Element 6 do get eliminated. Remember, they were trying to rotate from that northern side and they were being held out for 100 Thieves by quite some time. 100 Thieves actually found themselves dead center of this circle. They've taken the crates in the middle. it's a really good position to play if you can get there and you can hold it, but you're very exposed to grenades.
And you mentioned Kungana, that famous win, of course. Well, 100 Thieves are 2 of those members. Now, of course, representing 100T, so they know how to play this zone almost better than anyone. They'll be playing those crates inside a zone, but for TSM, this is a tough decision to have to be made at the moment. You can see, from the point of view of Moist, this is where they're going to have to try and force their way through, unless they want to try and evac tower over the top, but that comes with its own risks, right? Alliance now on our screens. Restart this fight with Oxygen. Effect goes in with the black hole. Has he managed to create any space for his squad?
Bango goes down as well, as Effect keeps hitting with the 30-30, but has to now try and help the team with the rest of the players. Prowler comes out, will go down, but it's going to be a 2 versus 2.
Done his job though, the effect has been felt here by Oxygen. He gets one, he does damage to another as well, but are they going to be able to get him back up? Can Hackis and Yuki capitalize on this damage? With so many bodies inside of this area, Dan, it's so difficult to make any decision, but it looks like with the Dark Veil, Oxygen is going to be able to get back to a 3.
Oxygen get back to a 3 first. I don't think there was a res on the other side, as there's plenty of action happening elsewhere. Exet get eliminated on the northern side. Ascender trying to push in that, as well as Fnatic, but Oxygen just seeing if they can maybe push up on this after getting back to a full 3.
Elsewhere, inside a Fragment at the moment, everyone is falling. They did get Effect back up. Naked eliminated in the meantime. There's a Kraber on the field in the care package too, as Polgarex try and force their way in, but here comes Ascend, but my goodness, those are some pretty good shots coming out to make this look a little bit more awkward, but Ascend win the fight. And now can Ascend walk up and find a spot to play?
No, because Fnatic are there to pick up the pieces. As you would expect, a third party is going to come along, and Fnatic should be able to clean this. Ascend had to try and push, they had to try and take some northern space, but they now will get denied. But you can see that Alliance are still having that fight, but they will be able to stay up as a 3.
Lufka's still alive for Ascend. Alliance still up on that high rock, which they're going to have to move from as the zone starts to squeeze these teams a little bit closer together. Dark Zero and Pioneers extremely close to each other, by the way, just over in No Name. As Fnatic now make their approach. Moving up from the north to the south, or should I say towards the south, a tough thing to do for them, but here comes the push we've been waiting for. TSM have to force the fight onto Moist. There's no other option for them here, Dan.
Well, TSM in theory could still go south, but they know that LG Chivas are there as well, so they're trying to force it here. Ascend do get eliminated as confirmation there, but now here comes TSM. Black Hole goes down.
Black Hole goes down. Verhulst is having to bat. And you're going to see the peek through that Dark Veil from Moist. Nobody really getting initial damage, and now the zone is a problem for TSM. Moist hold the cards, they hold the high ground, and they've just got to wait for the zone to force TSM to move in.
The zone's going to start tickling. Now TSM cannot go south. They can only go one way here, unless they have another evac tower, but even that would be far too much of a risk.
And Moist back off smartly as well. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime as Dark Zero win that fight, but TSM are going to walk up. TSM have used all the utility, all the ultimates. The Q didn't hit from Seer as well. So now it's just about brawling. It's about straight gunfire. Oxygen Esports, they'll be eliminated as well. And TSM have managed to force Moist back here and just about on the precipice of being safe.
Dark Zero go down. 6 of the 8 teams are still outside of the circle at the moment, all trying to force their way in. Several downs here for TSM to try and finish. Whilst you're taking this damage, you've got to be thinking about what position you're going to take, as Realize will fall. Moist also go down. TSM, they forced up, and they're still going.
Meltzer's going to be taken down as well by How, and somehow, some way, TSM have marched through that choke as the damage was done to Moist, as everyone was forced in. Fnatic now stand to their right, just beyond that right shoulder from the POV of Verhulst behind the rock.
Well, FC Destroy eventually get taken down. They were holding down that southern tip, that southern choke for so long, but it was LG Chivas and 100 Thieves who worked together, pinched them, and now we have 5 squads remaining. Alliance hold the northwest, Fnatic on the northeast, TSM here on the east side, LG Chivas on the south, and then 100 Thieves are dead center, bang in the middle, at the crates they took quite some time ago. The problem for 100 Thieves is all the angles they can be seen from right now. You can see them dancing from crate to crate, finding anything to get behind.
But the one thing that's going to stop people from poking you, from prodding, from trying to take that spot away, is a Kraber. Everybody in this lobby will know that Vaxxlon has that thing in his hands. Shots would have been fired, damage would have been dealt. So everyone is afraid to poke. Everyone is afraid to try and take the spot away from 100T. Vaxxlons have so much responsibility right now with this gun.
15 seconds till zone closes. All the other teams are outside of this circle right now except 100 Thieves, so they've just got to try and keep their eyes peeled, decide where they're going to focus, and just make sure they're listening to those gunshots. Can they help? Can they third party to try and get rid of a couple of teams? As now squads are starting to make their move. TSM will try and delete out of the sky as Fnatic lose one.
Fnatic won a game yesterday by taking to the skies, but this time the lobby is wise to it. They will be eliminated. The Dark Veil goes out from TSM. They're trying to cut the zone in half. LG are behind them though, trying to mirror, Effect, and Alliance trying to move up themselves as LG make the approach from the north.
Alliance and TSM, two of our biggest hitters in the tournament so far. Last time they faced each other in groups, it was TSM who had more points than Alliance, but very rarely do we get to see giants like this go toe-to-toe in a final circle, but we still have LG Chivas and 100 Thieves trying to threaten a victory here. Things slow down ever so slightly because every squad has found a little bit of space to play here.
And everybody is safe. Everyone's found somewhere to play. Nobody's taken damage, only Fnatic fell on that rotate. As 100 Thieves and TSM rub shoulders with each other.
Oh, they get
100 Thieves finally gonna get silenced, gonna get focused as TSM try and make the play to take the gods back.
Backbone's gone down, Effect has got the opener, and now TSM will march on in and say, we can take this spot, we can take this position, and they've done so well, but they have to stay healthy. Howl goes down, and 100 Thieves get eliminated.
Black Hole's gonna be dragging reps in as well. TSM trying to survive, they will be eliminated. We're down to our final two teams. It's LG versus Alliance as LG march forward.
Alliance did get the swaps though, and now we're going to see Caustic Barrels go down. Is there going to be a Nox grenade? That's the biggest question.
Shots being exchanged, shots being fired. First knock does go to Alliance though. Couple of kills going to be traded out though. It's one player alive for Alliance. Nia's all taken to the skies to try and delay things here. He'll come down and LG will win the first game in the winner's bracket here. Beautiful stuff as they time the push perfectly.
LG Chivas, who had an incredible start to this tournament, and I always thought of them as a Storm Point team, but this is what I was saying earlier. You have to be good across both maps. You need to have the confidence to be getting victories across both as well. But LG Chivas, they took full advantage of some aggression from some of the other squads and picked their time perfectly. And it still could have gone wrong in that final 3v3, but they were all watching the right targets. They were making sure you could see the communication was on point as they took down one member at a time from Alliance.
Game number one did not disappoint here on World's Edge. And to see the 5 teams, you probably make a good argument with the 5 form teams coming into this lobby in that final zone gives you a great indication of what we can expect from this lobby. It is going to be high-class Apex Legends.
And not only a victory, but I think 9 kills for LG Chivas as well. So they were still slaying through, they were doing that damage. And most impressively, I think it was when we were off their POV, it was the FC Destroy position that they took initially. Remember, there was a time where LG pushed in onto TSM, and they could have taken that fight. They backed off, they said it's not worth it, let's start making our way round. And instead, they forced their position onto FC Destroy, who, as you mentioned, were a little bit weak when it came to their resources. They took that position on the southern tip, and from then, it was just magic.
LG Chivas win that first game. This is the final circle, this is what went down. And it's going to be from the point of LG, the point of view I should say. And it was fascinating to see then, as the zone closed, all 5 teams just for a second found somewhere to play. It was TSM who kind of forced the fight to get the action rolling.
And you can see how important it was that LG Chivas did take this southern side, because they have that slight height advantage, they have that lip that they can head glitch from as well. And when all the Dark Veils went down, actually LG Chivas just had so much cover, and the silences that were coming through was able to give them so much information about where those players were, and it was just about them watching your kill feed, and oh, look at that angle as well, right through the grates, being able to be a nuisance. That's what you've got to do when you are trying to win a game and there's 4 squads remaining, is you have to add damage but not take any. They came into this final fight fully healed, they had no damage taken whatsoever, and they knew Alliance would have at least had a little bit of damage done to them.
So well played by LG. You can see they were the ones who had to move latest. Everyone else was too close to each other to avoid that confrontation. But in these final moments, you were kind of looking around and you were like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? Is Jaguar is written down, but you can see Nizel and Yanya exchange those kills almost immediately, which then left the 2v1 situation for them to close out. And LG, with how kind of surgical they were in a lot of their decisions in that game. They were never going to mess that one up. They end up with 12 placement points, 9 kills alongside it, 21 points in total. Bit of a bomb to start things off.
And that silence might have been massive from LG Chivas as well as they entered that fight. I mean, of course, they can do a lot of damage in some final circles, but the silence hit big right at the beginning of it. But still an amazing effort from Alliance, who finished in second with 13, but TSM had 8 kills on the board, so it's a 15-point game for them. So the race begins here in the winners bracket. It's LG Chivas who take the lead, but they are followed closely by a couple of other teams.
Let's take a second to talk about that race, Dan, because as we look at the second half of what happened in that game and the leaderboards, Pioneers 4 points for them with the 3 kills they won on contest, but not really too much really else. We won't go too deep into game number 1, a lot of Apex Legends to play, of course, but what we should talk about is the advantage you get, of course, by winning this group, by winning the winners bracket going into match point. You get 10 points. You get a head start towards match point if you come in first place. And for some teams in this lobby, that is a huge thing, because historically, and I'm going to talk about Alliance here, they're always one of those teams who they get to match point. It's great. We always say, hey, Alliance have got to match point, but it's usually game 5, 6, 7, and they don't give themselves a huge amount of time to convert. So Alliance will certainly have that in the back of their minds about converting good starts into potential wins here in the winners bracket. But for now, Dan, it's time for us to go for a break. Game number 2 is just around the corner. The quality of Apex is going to keep going one way. That's up.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to London, everybody, and you've joined us at just the right time, whether it's the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. Apex Legends has never felt better at this point, Dan. The winners bracket certainly doesn't disappoint, as LG Chivas take home the first map of the day. World's Edge will be where we continue this story, but Dan, the quality of that first game was, I'll tell you what, for a hardcore Apex fan, it was a lot of fun to watch.
And such a big points total for LG Chivas as well, to get 21 on the board. I mean, we saw in the elimination bracket just earlier, it was what, 34 points was around the cutoff. So they're already well on their way to try and at least ensure they get into Championship Sunday. You don't want to have to drop down to that elimination bracket and play again tonight. You want to be able to rest up, get ready, and of course, do some VOD research.
It's very crazy, isn't it? You think about it. The mentality shift. It's like, yeah, we're in the winners bracket. Now we've got to go and play again with teams who are desperate, have just come off the back of a positive win in the first round of the elimination bracket and want to force their way into the finals. So there's so much riding on this group at the moment in this winners bracket. Everybody wants to be in the grand final. Everybody wants to be here on Sunday, where we will crown our champions. And like I mentioned, this is the story so far. Just one match gone, and it's LG Shivas who take home that first game. 2 matches more to go on World's Edge, Dan, before we head over to Storm Point. And I'll tell you what, it's time to get this one started.
We're going to be rocking, we're going to be rolling, we're expecting another contested climatizer again, but we'll have to see whether KCP can come out on top. Everyone else was pretty well behaved when it comes to just leaving POIs. We've seen some crazy stuff this tournament. People griefing at times, people taking certain buildings off one another. It's been insane, but at the moment, people are being nice and well behaved, but doesn't look like Geo and KCP are going to be giving this one up anytime soon.
Well, this contest is 1-0 to Pioneers, and Zane was kind of the difference maker, although Nasky did get that first knock with the longbow. We'll have to see if Geo can turn this one around this time. So they're going to be pushed. Mozambique here. That box in front of me now, but it gets traded out immediately.
2 versus 2. Flatlining car is going to be a nice little... Oh, Nasky's got nothing. He needs a weapon at the moment. He's got nothing but his fists and his feet to just try and stay away. Maybe try and run them into Zane, who's got the car and flatline. And boy, is he doing some damage.
Just let Zane go to work. Simple as that. Oh, Zane! Not only does he get one with the hip fire, but also stays alive. Now, Nasky, where are you? It's all up to you. Have you got a gun? Can you get involved with the fight? The answer is he's got a gun. Mozambique once again, but the purple bolt might make the difference here.
Plenty of bullets for a Prowler, though. He will just go for a revive here to try and bait out. Geo actually goes for a revive. It's a trade on the reses, and Pioneers go down. Geo were quicker on getting that res, and it means that it's going to be 1-1 then on this contest.
Great turnaround there from Geo to turn the situation, which looked like it was going to fall in the favor of KCP once more, but the timing on the res is down, the extra second it took on the KCP side. So that's the difference between the two. Time to look at our zone, and LG, who just won that first game, big smiles. They're going to do a little dance, because we're heading down south.
Yeah, down towards launch site phase, already making their move, as are TSM, because TSM had that ring console at Lava Siphon. Naked also at Dome had a ring console to work with, so you'd imagine they would make a pretty quick move to launch site here. Alliance are going to have a survey beacon on their way if they don't have one at Thermal. Can't quite see with the arrows that are over there, but at least they can get lots of information after they have looted. So all the teams that are on the southern side are in a pretty good spot to get to one of the priority positions. However, for everyone who's going to be arriving from the north, it's not going to be that simple.
Those darn southern zones, that's what Exet will be thinking right now. Every single zone, it feels like at the moment they've had a heck of a travel to get anywhere near it. But for LG, I mean, there's no better feeling than winning game one. But I would say it's pretty close to get game 2 underway and see that zone coming your way.
And it's great to see LG performing in this way, because I remember at Split 1 playoffs, they looked great in the online season, but then were a little bit lackluster at times at Split 1 playoffs, whereas now they're looking like the team they were during the online season and are really finding their form at the right time. And you saw in those final moments, after they had taken that position off of FC Destroy, it looked simple, but sometimes that's what makes the best teams, is they can make it look simple.
Yeah, and I think something to point out as well, not only can they fire the guns pretty straight and make some great decisions, but 3 of the nicest guys you ever meet, and I'm including Pistola, the coach, as well. He's been making me laugh all weekend long. I came over for a handshake just a second ago. We got it, you know, the awkward like fist bump to handshake, and then he just went, just gave me a big hug. I'm like, yeah, that's good enough.
Almost tore your microphone as well off of the set, so
took it with him. To be fair, it would be quite entertaining to have him on the mic.
It definitely would. I mean, we heard him in the London lingo. He was very helpful for this squad. I think they would have been lost without him. Maybe it's the same when it is in-game, but for LG Chivas, it is just about hunkering down and waiting and being patient and making sure you are ready just in case anyone tries to take this position from you. They can sit here for the majority of the game. Even though there's a lot of teams joining them at the moment, they should be good.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. Veil goes down. They want to try and separate this fight. This is E6 involved. E20 more of a defensive. Oh, it's a great black hole, actually. Manages to pull 2 players in, but the trades are going down. E6 are falling. K-Swinny left on his own, and Oxygen again showing their power. As a fighting team at the moment, it feels like they're one of the toughest to go against.
They are unbelievable at their 3v3 engagements. As long as they can isolate those fights, Oxygen seem to be one of my favorites to watch. And it does look like there's going to be no third party they have to worry about. So now they can just loot up and travel from this northwest side. There is going to be a ring console. They can also get the information, had they not already. So they're in a really good spot, Oxygen. That is such an important fight to win. Exet might have heard that commotion because Exet up in Skyhook, but I think it's too far for them to traverse the map and try and even get involved.
Fnatic making their way from the north side again. They're currently just kind of leaving Epicenter, heading in towards Monument and Fragment. Ascend, they're inside a Siphon at the moment alongside Pulverex. Now there's going to be quite a lot of teams kind of stacking up inside a Siphon, just because getting into launch site is quite difficult at this point in the game. A lot of teams already take a priority position, so I wonder if a few teams are going to kind of linger in and around Siphon, look to gatekeep from the inside out and then try and make a late approach. But Naked, they're currently sat over in Dome. They're going to find a bit of info from the ring console as well. And speaking of Lava Siphon, well, that's what it looks like from above, and you can see who exactly is calling it home for now.
Yeah, and I think when you see a zone pull like this and you're expecting it to go down to launch site, but you know you're late, there is the off chance that it can pull up towards Lava Siphon. We do see it every now and then, so it's worth taking the risk of just setting up, seeing if there's going to be any sort of crazy shift, and you get rewarded for it. It's one of those high-risk, high-reward plays as Alliance and Realize are quite close neighbors right now, and it looks like they got the initial knock. Yes, they did. Yuki's already got their damage, and now they push in. It's going to be an easy cleanup for them.
This looks a bit too easy for Alliance, I've got to say. The opening damage comes in, and Realize kind of fall a little bit flat, and that might actually help Effect. He gets the boost, as if you need to make it any easier for him.
So Alliance will own Tree. NRG are just to their east, and you can see NRG were the ones taking some pop shots there, but Alliance healthy enough where it's not going to be a threat, and NRG will not send it, because the position NRG hold right now is quite a commanding one. That choke is very difficult to try and get through if you are pushing from this west side. So NRG are going to be more than happy to stay here. They've also got Loba, so they can get that black market down and get some extra resources.
Resources might be very useful for them at the moment, because you can see that 2 blues and a white shield isn't exactly the best thing in the world. So if they can steal away some of the, essentially some of the leftover things that came from that fight from Alliance, which looks like exactly what they've managed to do, then if Alliance would have taken this fight a few moments earlier, then it might have looked a little bit different, but NRG certainly looking a little bit more suited for it now.
My only worry about holding this position for NRG is Alliance have a lot of time to just slowly poke and prod at NRG and try and get that information, maybe try and deplete some of the resources that NRG don't seem to have, and then if they can get them weak and they can get that info, they might be able to push in. But here comes Sheila. You're not crafting on my watch.
That's Sweet saying that is out of order, that crafter right now. Please do not try and use it. Doesn't quite get the knock though, however.
Wow, the Dark Veil went down. It really was a panic mode, panic button being hit there, I think, but I'm not really surprised. When Sheila starts raining down hell upon you, I think it's very easy just to throw that ultimate down.
Dark Zero, who came 9th in that first game, found a place to play, and that's the team that were feeling the wrath of Sheila for a few seconds there. Jim Burton maybe thinking about dropping an armor in and trying to craft it up a little bit cheekily so he can get onto blue alongside his teammates. Naked at the moment, just playing in and around zone. As Fnatic now make their way. Currently just outside of Stacks. They're in the Vault Tunnel trying to move towards it. Kind of taking a little bit of a long wrap here, Fnatic. And Tropic are pretty close to them, though, so they have to be careful if they head north here.
And I was looking at a lot of the top teams, and was the success coming from World's Edge? Was it coming from Storm Point? Because that's going to become even more important as we get into match point for Championship Sunday. Fnatic had some good success. They got a victory on World's Edge, a couple of top 3s, a top 5. For Dark Zero, who we were previously on, though, they really struggled on World's Edge yesterday. They were only able to get 1 top 5 throughout the group stages, and I don't feel like that's good enough for a Dark Zero squad who usually are up there when it comes to World's Edge.
However, they did have Aurora in the lobby.
And that is very true.
So, you know, we can't maybe take too much away from it. This is the first time we're going to see them without that contest. So we'll have to maybe adjust the sample size, so to speak, to see how Dark Zero do perform in this lobby. But NRG are going to be sat up here for quite some time down on the low ground. You can see they've done a little bit of redecorating here with the walls coming in from Rampart. I think for them, it's kind of a long game here at NRG. Like you mentioned, they are playing that Loba. They don't have to do too much for now. They can kind of wait for bodies to start falling around them. Maybe pick up a few armors, put themselves into a position where they're more kitted to fight for this endgame. On the other side, though, you can see not quite the same thing for DZ as Entropic make their move.
What a story it has been for Entropic as well. Maybe one of the overachievers so far. I don't think there was maybe the
disrespected.
Yeah, I think they have been a little bit. I think maybe people thought that they were going to be pushovers in this tournament, but they certainly were not. Finished 13th overall in the standings and find themselves in this winners bracket, and they might push on this damage.
Wants this. Hyaka wants this. It's going to fly in. It's a little bit overzealous. It was 102, but now that shield bat is going to be pushed. And no. I mean, it's falling apart here.
Is that one of those commentator curses? Is that what just happened? Did I do that?
No, I think that's what's known as a bad decision.
Okay. Fnatic holding strong. Just a couple of shots go amiss there, and Fnatic took full advantage of it. I do believe that they were just maybe a little bit too eager to get involved. It's very easy to do with the Sea of Silence. When you hit it, when you've got an arc star there, you're thinking, yeah, go, but it's so hard to pull yourself back when you're sliding down like that.
Also, this lobby, you can't afford to make that mistake because you're fighting Fnatic, right? This is one of the best teams in the world. Mechanically, absolutely superb, elite.
And best friends. Best friends, very important. Best friends, very important.
You hit my friend, I'm going to make sure you pay for it. As Yuka just checks their back at the moment to make sure nobody's going to be rotating on that drone in from Stacks. Interesting to see, actually, there is a team, Naked, who might be doing that a little bit later, but for Fnatic for now, they will be safe. Except inside a zone at the moment. They're over at Thermal Station, maybe waiting to hit that ring console and make their choice.
Yeah, and the circle has continued to pull south, so everyone who went to launch site are being rewarded. Those who were kind of sitting in Lava Siphon hoping for maybe a dodgy pull, they're now going to get the information that they're going to have to move south. And not only are we going further south, but it will be a launch site finish.
Yeah, you can see the pings coming in here. This is going to be another crafted session for Xset as well. So they're going to head towards Harvester.
Oh, Nocturnal's going to go down.
You would imagine. Pick him back up, buddy. And even though this might look a little bit awkward and a little bit janky, there certainly is a theory behind it. Double craft and then try and hit in late. Oxygen currently might be their only problem as they're currently on the train tracks. Alliance, though, second place in the first game, decent amount of KP. Having won that fighting tree, we're still here.
Still here, and this is what I was mentioning. They can wait here for quite some time, kind of waiting, should we push NRG? Can we see any teams that are going to be rotating through on the northern side from Lava Siphon? Can we pick up any third parties? They're just waiting and listening. If they do start to push through that choke and do a little bit of damage to NRG, it might encourage the likes of Dark Zero and FaZe to get involved, but it's still a difficult position for Alliance to try and get through it. The other option is you go over everything and you go for one of the late evac towers as well. I am intrigued to see what Alliance try and go for in terms of their decision, but they have another minute until they have to make it.
Pulverex inside of Siphon at the moment, but they're not going to be able to stay here for too long. Oxygen Esports did make the move from the tracks, and Xset have taken that spot away. So Xset have double crafted now. They're in a position to really approach this zone, and they will have to fight their way through as Alliance 2 are trying to do a little bit of damage here to Oxygen, who are down underneath these supporting structures just on the bottom of that platform of Siphon. But 45 seconds, then 16 squads remaining. Someone is going to have to fall as Effect is chipping away and being just essentially a complete and utter nuisance.
Yeah, this was what I was talking about. Just those teams that are coming from the north are going to be griefed by Alliance, and if they do enough damage, they can push up on some of this, because there's going to be about 4 teams in the same area, and there will be weak teams. There's going to be a couple players down, as now it's going to be Xset pushing in on the damage that had already been done by Alliance.
Well, Xset are making this push at the moment. I wonder if they're going to try and continue to fight. Let's jump into the listening with Xset and find out for ourselves.
Right now, I'm not with you. In truck. Yep. Reinforce it. I need to loot. What do you need? I don't know where he died at. I just have no health meds. There. Yeah. Okay. What? Thank you. We have to go forward and play platform. We have to go forward. And no one's there, and I don't have you. I'm mark spamming this trailer. He smoked that? I can't. I already smoked it. I'm crossing that. I'll look for you. I have Q and 1 fun. Yep. Q in. Team right here. Oh, bro. Can you shoot at them? Shoot at who? The northeast team. Oh, I can't. I need to slide down. Is trailer free? On me. No. They're bang ulting us. I have no smokes for this. No, I'm dead. Dude. Find my shield. I'm gonna try and res. Jesus.
It was always going to be a rough zone here for Xset, and now it's all up to Nocturnal as a solo here, Dan, to try and rescue the game. 15 squads remaining. And he's already on a CQ.
Yeah, I mean, as we expected, Alliance now are going to be the ones that are going to put the final dagger into Exit here. As Geo eliminated Exit, also confirmation they're down now. It was Alliance, but Pulverix and 100 Thieves are still in this area. So Alliance, rather than going through that choke and trying to take a fight against NRG, they just bided their time, they wait for the damage to be done, they wait for people to push those advantages, and then they come in as the last team to arrive.
I mean, Alliance are doing a lot of work here, and it's mostly down to Hackis. Hackis has the charge rifle in his hands, and he's just picking away 100T in front of them at the moment. I'm still so interested to see what the call is here. Are they going to retreat, having seen all this traffic? Are they going to use an evac tower to try and get up that hill towards launch site a little bit later? Oxygen in the meantime had one, now they have none. They have been eliminated, 11 squads now remaining.
And maybe they will push south again, mainly because pushing up that hill is not going to be a fun one. Fnatic eliminated as well. 11 squads now remain as Moist Esports are looking to try and pick up some KP, as FC Destroy have lost one. All the meanwhile, this circle is still trickling further and further into LG Chivas' hands. Remember, they dropped down at launch site, and the circle is still ending on the very southeast tip of launch site, where LG Chivas still hold that building. So that's going to be great for them.
I mean, MT's barking right now. You can see it from the player cams, right? You can see the passion really flowing through Moist Esports. They were quiet yesterday, but they made it here. And that's all that really matters at this point, getting into this lobby and then converting it into a grand finals appearance. Walty has to be careful here. Yanya from downtown with that scout. Chips away, but they should be safe enough to get this res.
The only APAC South team in this lobby as well. It was very impressive they were able to get through. I mean, yes, okay, some people will say Dark Zero are as well, but they're North American now. Sorry, Genome. Moist still alive. They're able to get the third back up. TSM very close to where Moist are, as are 100 Thieves, but the circle is now closing in. All these teams have to go down towards launch site, but look where LG Chivas are. Perfect place for them as they wait for other teams to arrive.
Moist trying to push their way forward as well. Pricey only needs one damage to join his two teammates on a purple Evo shield. Pulverix eliminated in the meantime. There's going to be Dark Veils exchanged. 100 Thieves have gone as well. And here come TSM. Surprise, surprise, they're still alive.
TSM doing very well at the moment, but it might just be a little bit too much, as the grenades now are going to do the last bit of damage. Reps is clinging on to dear life, but they go out in 9th. And we see FC Destroy also eliminated in 8th position. 7 squads now remain, but Moist have done very well to just be able to get into this little lava ledge here.
I mean, let's talk about Alliance, what they've done, by the way. Moist Esports clear out this side of the map. Fantastic play from them. But Alliance have worked their way into the height building to join LG Chivas, who have been here from the start. So Alliance's calls have been so good in this game, and you can see how difficult it is for the likes of Moist to fight your way uphill towards where this end zone is going to be. I don't know how they've done it. We'll have to go back and watch, but Alliance are in prime position.
Yeah, this position's excellent for them, because not only are they close to that final circle or to one of the later circles, but they can also hold out a lot of the squads that are now going to be below them. NRG, who were holding that choke for so long, they're now going to have to push up onto Alliance. How the tables turn.
I mean, if they want to take this fight, Alliance, this could be a fight to win the game against LG. I think they know that themselves, and might be a bit too much of a risk to take immediately. So they're going to slow it down for just a few seconds. Ascend also found themselves places to play, but I think they're only down to 1 at the back of this large building here. Alliance are lining this one up. LG, they know they're there as well. And Yuki's got some Nox gas, and he might be about to make things a little bit smelly.
But Ascend might actually be able to rat out to a top 3 here, because the circle only holds 2 teams, LG and Ascend right now. Moist might be able to rotate on the northern side. They should get in comfortably. But Dark Zero, NRG, FaZe, they've all got to move at the same time. Whilst Alliance is going to press LG Chivas, this is going to be mental.
Alliance look like they want to make the moves. They have to make the move. The zone forces them to do so. They get inside the building. Hackis can't get the knock. There's the black hole going in, but LG avoided. And now Hackis, no, they don't. He comes back down. NRG eliminated in the meantime. Hackis and Yuki trying to do what they can to keep the hopes and dreams of Alliance alive in this game number 2.
Gold knockdown shield does wonders. I don't think they'll get the res, but they might get up to full health. Dark Zero and FaZe start to head to this fight now, as this building is just absolute chaos. This is where you need to communicate with the rest of the squad.
I mean, and LG are doing an amazing job here of holding the fort. They will not let anyone in. They should be able to get the thirst as well. They might be able to clean that fight up themselves. Alliance lose 2. LG down to 1 though, as Yanya's feeling the pressure.
Yanya, a lot of pressure, but he goes up into the skies. Ascend, the Rat, Kashira is still alive right now as well, as now Yanya re-engages and comes up from above. Alliance eliminated in 6th place. LG Chivas still hold.
Can they get the res though? That's the question. Is there anyone there to really pressure them? Kashira's still alive. As the solo player here for Ascend, and like you were saying, he might be able to do something a little bit special here. Dark Zero somehow have forced their way into zone as well, but they are broke for economy. They have no shields to play with.
Oh no! Walks into a full 3 as Dark Zero were there waiting. The ambush is perfect. 4 squads remain. Dark Zero, Moist Esports, FaZe, and a weakened LG Chivas, who have been holding this building throughout the entirety of this game. But again, this is great points for LG, who had already won the previous match, putting themselves in a great spot for potential grand finals.
This is a great performance from FaZe as well. Moist still down on that low ground, and now all of a sudden Moist might be in a pretty good position because other teams are going to have to fight and scrap. They can enter this fight pretty late if they wanted to. LG still alive and up to 2 on the left-hand side of your screen. It's not perfect, but they'll take it.
I feel like this last circle is going to be dictated by how FaZe play this. If FaZe decide to go inside and then push out to Dark Zero, it could ruin Dark Zero's game. If they go outside, then LG Chivas could get rolled over, and then Moist might try and jump on it as well. That would then help Dark Zero, who at the moment are just holding one of the best positions. They've got height, they've got a little bit of cover, but LG are going to poke around this corner and could make life difficult for DZ as FaZe do go through the middle.
Also, Dark Zero have got some shields, and it might have been that donation from Kashira which has kept them in this game with an opportunity to win it. Dark Veil goes down from LG here. Do they see Moist below them? That's the question. Dark Zero are looking to line up FaZe. FaZe trying to get some info themselves, and all of a sudden, the ultimates are going to be used. It's Dark Veil, it's Exhibit. Everything is being thrown at this final fight.
Yeah, this is where you're going to be really looking at your catalysts to be doing a lot of work, bouncing between the Dark Veils, getting the information, relaying that to the team about where you need to be going next. Dark Zero still hold a fantastic position, but all these Dark Veils are going to be falling very soon, and that's when suddenly all the gunfire matters. LG Chivas do get eliminated.
LG down as we find ourselves with the final 3. The zone play is going to creep up. And the black hole, like you say, from Dark Zero is going to deny FaZe leaving for a few extra seconds, but there's a Dark Veil from FaZe. They should be able to escape. Are they going to be able to time it? Are Dark Zero going to dare to push as FaZe now? And Dark Zero, they take each other on head-to-head. Points come down from the skies. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this damage? Zero is the last alive. He will go down. FaZe trying to hold. Moist just have Waltzy, and all of a sudden, that's all they need. APAC South take their turn to call themselves a champion.
And Moist were just able to slowly walk their way into that circle, and they waited and waited until they felt the time they had to push with the grab lift. I think they arrived at the perfect time, just what the doctor ordered. Moist Esports get that victory on the board, and that could prove to be vital for their chances of pushing into Championship Sunday and getting into that grand final.
Moist say, do not forget about APAC South. All the talk so far has been about APAC North. North America, the performance of Alliance. Well, Moist remind us all that the talent goes far and wide here in Apex Legends. And in these lobbies, when the quality bar gets raised, Moist seem to find their spot.
But much needed points, of course, for FaZe as well. But it's LG Chivas who still consistently put a big points performance on the board to keep at the top of the leaderboard here in the winners bracket. I mean, the circle did come to them, but they still had to hold for quite some time, and the hold on Alliance from LG Chivas was impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. It was just the overwhelming numbers that became a problem for them, but certainly will be good points on the board for them. But for the 3 gentlemen on your screen right now, what's that going to do for the confidence? They've had to fight and claw to get to this position yesterday, and now that they're here, they're showing they're here to play with the best.
I mean, we saw it in the picture-in-picture, right? MT was screaming at one point at the team. They were locked in, they were focused, they were pushing from that eastern side, and they were able to avoid so much confrontation. They were just holding the lips of the lava edges and waiting, slowly approaching. They played it in a way where they wanted to avoid everyone and everything, but then when they had to take the fight, they made it count.
Yeah, I think the turning point, so to speak, in that game for Moist, where they thought, hey, maybe we've got a chance to win this, was that battle that went from the the, where am I on my map again? The eastern side out towards Dome, and they kind of worked their way in, took down TSM as they tried to force their way in and just completely cleared out that side of zone. And then they had the walk in with everyone else busy with LG up on that high ground. So a really, really important fight to win. Dark Veil again keeps them alive long enough to extend that fight and find their place to pick up those kills. And I say, Moist, APAC South. Maybe today's their day.
I thought maybe FaZe might have been able to clutch it as well. They managed to get Dark Veil down very late, and that gave them the opportunity to kind of wander into the circle, do some damage through the Dark Veil, but I think they were caught off guard by the grav lift of Moist. But I tell you what, it was blooming close, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this final circle did play out, because it was only a slither of health that Moist had at the very end in that final 3 versus 3, or I guess it was a 1v1 right at the very end.
I mean, it's always so fascinating to watch how the games end due to the Legend comp, right? I mean, Moist Esports, yes, they have a climb up here if they need it, but the ability to use the grav lift, have it available from the horizon, it just means you avoid the gunfire for that few extra seconds. And I have to say, I was a little bit worried for a few seconds there that maybe they'd thrown away the opportunity, as I believe it was Walsey was last alive with just a slither of health, but who cares how much health you got? And I mean, look at that. From the skies, they fall down. MT does so much damage, picks up a couple of kills himself, more than a couple, and then the clutch from Walsey in the final seconds gives Moist that win.
And there was a big silence right from the heavens as well, just being able to get that information of where those players are and how much health they had. 24 points for Moist as they take the lion's share. FaZe with no kills, but were able to get second place, do find themselves with 9. It was Dark Zero and LG Chivas who picked up 13 each after a fantastic performance, and Ascend did rat their way into a top 5 finish.
Alliance picking up 7 kills though. They end up with 10 more points to add to their tally, so Alliance looking as strong again. NRG involved in that top 10 scuffle that we saw as well. Weren't quite able to work their way up from the position they found themselves in from that early game, but at least a couple of points on the board for them.
We've had a lot of big point sponges again in map number 2, which is good news for those who have been struggling in the first 2, because it means as long as you can find yourself up there, you could shoot up those leaderboards and give yourself a better chance of getting into that grand final. Pioneers losing out on that contest in match number 2. I can guarantee you we're going to see it again for match number 3. For E6, they weren't really able to get going, nor were realized there were a couple of squads in their rotations where they were just caught off guard. Maybe they need to be planning in a way where they can expect some of these teams. I mean, they've done their research, they know where squads are going to be, but they still sometimes get surprised.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know where squads are going to be, but this is a lobby that you're not going to be 100% comfortable in playing in. Different play styles from all over the globe, right? And this is why the Apex Legends Global Series is so special when we get to these LAN events. I mean, this is how the series looks at the moment. LG on top with 34 points. Moist after that win in behind with 29, but extremely close. But LG, great zone for them. They make the most of it. They didn't get the win, but they certainly got some decent points. But I got to talk about XZ. That's a really, really rough zone for them. A couple of ones which has been tough for them to try and navigate.
So at the moment, the cutoff is 8 points, but of course 4 matches still to play, so it's going to be nowhere near there by the time that we get through these games. But it certainly just gives us an idea of the teams that are maybe on the bubble at the moment and those who are starting to try and solidify themselves. I would say that LG Chivas, with 2 performances like that, may have already done enough from the points totals we saw in the elimination bracket, but as long as they can just slowly trickle along now, I'd expect to see them in the grand finals.
We'll have to wait and see how the games develop. Of course, we've got one more on World's Edge before we head over to Storm Point, but just while the players take a quick break and get ready to get into the next game, I believe that Blaze is somewhere in the crowd right now, and he's got some close family of Dark Zero with him.
Yes, I do, Onset and Gaskin. Some of the best Dark Zero fans I can find out there in the building. I'm with the family here of Dark Zero. I got them up here at the top. Now, I got Papa Gian right over here to my left. Papa Gian, what is it like watching your boy play in another major tournament once again, doing so well?
Well, this is my 4th championships, and I'm very proud of him, the team, family for support, and all the other followers of DZ, and really everybody that's here. Thank you for all of you for coming here. I'm very happy to have you all here. And thank you, London.
Yeah, thank you, London. Well said, Papa Jen. Now, Mama Linda, okay? Once again, watching your boy play, you've already watched him pull 2 major championships in. How proud are you?
I'm very proud, and don't forget that NA regional final. And we're building. Our map's coming. We're on, making history.
Making history for Mama Linda. She said it well. Now, Papa Richard, I got you over here in the corner. Oh my God, that handshake. You're gonna crack a knuckle right there. Talk to me about how you feeling and what the atmosphere has been like in the building.
Atmosphere superb, level of play really high. These are the best, and watching the best is always a great thing. And watching our boy compete with the best is even better.
It is even better, okay? We're about to hop into this next game, but Papa Richard, I want you to get the Dark Zero fans in the world hype. What you want to tell them to get your team ready?
Dark Zero, just do what you do and do it the level you know you can do. Let's go.
Let's go, Dark Zero, do what you do. That's gonna do it from us. On set, Gaskin, take us away.
Absolutely amazing to see the family members traveling all over the world to support their kids, what they do. I mean, the air miles must be racking up for the DZ right now.
It makes me emotional. I love seeing it. The support from the parents in esports, and I'm sure it meant a lot to the players as well, just to glance up and see it. But now it's about locking in, because Dark Zero still have a job to do, and I'm sure they'd love to be lifting another trophy. And if they can get into tomorrow, if they can get to Championship Sunday, suddenly the odds do go into their favor, because match point is where they just shine. Regional finals, their backs are against the wall, and then they turn up, they win it, they find themselves here in London, and it just seems to be what Dark Zero does best.
They always wait for that moment to strike, and they've just been really consistent as well throughout the tournament. The contest was a problem, you have to say, initially, but then they worked out a way to come out on top of that one, and from there, they just look like they're getting stronger and stronger as the games go by. And the same could be said about LG and Moist. LG looking strong in game number 1. Moist Esports to the win in game 2. Sets us up perfectly for World's Edge and on match number 3. Now after this, Dan, things change. We go over to Storm Point, but for the teams who love World's Edge, it's the last chance to really put those points on the board.
Yeah, and you want to get a good lead over the Storm Point teams. I mean, I'm going to point out Realize again. They found 3 victories during the group stages. They were having an incredible amount of points on Storm Point. If you are not, I'm going to say about 25 plus points ahead of Realize, they might be able to come in and sneak up behind you and just take some away. So you want to put yourself in good stead with the map change. I'm very excited to see if we're going to see another Southern Zone, or is it going to go a little bit more north for some of these squads who have had to go through their treacherous journeys from north to south?
I'm going to wave my magic wand,
go on.
Invisible magic wand right now, and hope that we go a little bit more north. I might cause some arguments about some teams who are landing down on the south, and certainly some fans at home who want their southern teams to keep getting zones, but the teams up on the north, I think they've been a little bit starved so far, so certainly would be a nice change to see that zone just popping towards the north side of World's Edge.
It would, and I think that there are teams though that have to accept that this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You've got to try and fight your way down to the southern side.
I just realised that if it goes north now, everyone thinks that
if it does go north, Onset does have the controls of the ring console. So there we have our confirmation, flip it, ship it, and send it.
Pretty cool. Here's to use the stat screen. Don't worry, everybody, I'm not involved. Match 3 is in front of us. Let's turn the conversation away from nonsense back to Apex Legends. The last time we're going to see World's Edge before we head over to Storm Point. The last chance to get a win on the board before things get a little bit mixy as we change maps.
Try and make sure you push to around a 40-point total. Try and get a guarantee of being into Championship Sunday. But of course, if you can come through in first place, you get that 10-point advantage in Championship Sunday as we're back up to Climatizer. Geo versus Pioneers, round 3. Light it up.
Already shots being exchanged as well, and Pioneers taking a little bit of damage. Zane was trying to get that entry frag as the controller player for the team. Trying to get aggressive. Nasky can be silenced as well.
Nasky's found a gun as well. That's great for it.
Positive. That's a nemesis. I'll tell you what, Dan.
I've got a purple shield.
I've got a really good idea here.
Go on then.
Our comms are great. Let's go for a listening immediately.
T1. Cossack from behind. Hit that. Crack horizon. Dead. Cossack one. Dead. Nice!
On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
Chill. Fnatic.
Best listening ever. That's all I'm going to say. Straight in, straight out. Oh no, Fnatic! Chucks in the water.
You heard it as well in the comms. They said, just chill. Fnatic. As Fnatic now will arrive as they try and pick up the pieces here, but they're all on whites.
Doesn't matter though, they get that knock. KCP not able to reset in the way they would have wanted, and KCP, this might be a short-lived celebration. They're down to just 1 now, I believe. KCP trying to escape, and KCP have escaped. Nasky's out of there, and the smiles turn to focus.
Now, I don't want to be that guy, right?
Be
but
that guy.
You've just won a fight. I know your adrenaline's pumping, but your first instinct shouldn't be to get out of your chair. It should be to swap some armors at least. When you know full well this lobby, there are going to be teams trying to go for that third party. Such a tough pill to swallow for Pioneers, but at least Nasky has been able to escape, and they can try and maybe rat out, or he could go for banners a little bit later.
Hey, Dan, it worked. It actually worked. We're going to the north, everybody. We're heading over towards Skyhook and Countdown, so the zone has shifted from the south to the north for the first time in quite some time. Cheers from the crowd. I mean, we love a little bit of a northern pool, right?
Well, it just means we get to see a very different play style from a lot of these squads. Instead of LG Chivas bunkering down in launch site, they're now going to have to move all the way through the map, and we'll see how they perform, and it will give us a good idea of their consistency no matter where that circle is. So it's always good to get a different perspective via the different rings that we will see. As for Exet, E6 and 100 Thieves, who are all up in Trials and Skyhook, they can just bide their time. They can loot up and try and find one of those priority positions.
Now, Exet need to make the most of this. The same can be said about E6 and 100T, right? They've just had some pretty awkward zones to try and navigate. 100T did a really good job on that zone that finished outside of Fragment to get inside of that top 5 in that final scrap. But for Exet, there's no excuses for this kind of zone, right? If they chose to play one zone for the rest of their lives from where they drop, it would probably be this one.
So 8 teams already within this next circle. Ascender making their move, you can see, but they're going to probably greet Dark Zero here, and they will. And they are getting aggressive. The Dark Veil goes down, but Ascend continue to push forward in this path.
They're going to pop through for now. Break comes in on the shields from post-kill. Was his way past the grenades. They will not stop him pushing because he knows the damage has been done, and if they can get that first knock, then that would be massive for them. There's a player just sneaking around this corner. They get that knock, and now Lufka's going to push forward with close kill, who is doing so much damage. And Dark Zero go to sleep.
And that's much needed from Ascend, who, of course, were just ratting out in the last game, but oh no! One's already fallen, as of course the third party is here. Moist and Exet are pinching at the moment, and Moist might be able to take full advantage.
Not looking good for Ascend. Exet overextend to try and get involved in this fight, but it is Moist, like you say, who are going to get the majority of these KP, being credited to them. Ascend eliminated, that will be the end of their game after taking out Dark Zero. This is the tunnel that you don't really want to be involved in, unless you're Moist, who come out on top.
It's such a ruthless lobby. That's twice now we've seen teams win a fight, get a bit hyped about it, and then just instantly have all of that enjoyment ripped away from them as the third party arrives. All these teams know how important it is to rotate quickly, so everyone's doing it at the same time, and we're getting these little engagements happening in these chokeholds, and the third party, whoever's last, just seems to be finding the most success.
Well, as much as NRG have made their feelings heard about staging, the good news for them this time is that they had a ring console and a survey beacon. So they should have all of the information they could possibly want from their POI as to where they've rotated to and where they want to play from. They're dead center of zone at the moment, as you would expect them to be with that level of information. And speaking of staging, that's where Alliance find themselves as well to pick up that info on their way from Thermal Station. Moist Esports, the winner of game number 2. They're on your screens right now, and they're already pushing into Countdown and forcing a Dark Veil from another team.
Yeah, there's a few teams who are just lingering in Countdown, and I'm not really surprised that Moist decide maybe that isn't the best idea to try and force it. They want to go through this choke, but they did see shots coming the other way when they were taking down Ascend. It's Exet who are on the other side of that choke and will hold out Moist. The other option is they can go even further east around towards the train tracks if they would like, but it looks like no, the choke is where they're going to attempt once more. Exet just a quick silence, get all that information, and that'll be enough to stem Moist for now. They'll have a poke and a prod, but they've taken far too much damage here to try and push up any further.
That was a really big CQ as well. Just completely and utterly shut them down. I think all 3 players got hit by it as well. The focus of attention taking away all of those abilities that you would want to have available in a fight, and that means that Moist have a little bit more of a difficult time, but I think they're just desperate to pick up this loot and the pieces that are left behind.
Yeah, it's get the loot. It's also recognizing that the longer that they wait, the more likely some of these southern teams will be arriving. Even though they've got a lot of time in this circle, they don't want to be leaving it too late because it could be very quickly pinched from the other side. Fnatic are starting to arrive from the eastern side. Alliance are making their way from staging still. Even though there's quite a long way to go, Moist, of course, won't have too much of an idea of that. So they just need to be quick about this and make a decision fast.
Fnatic now making their approach as well. We saw them attempting a third party over at Climatizer a little bit earlier on and having somewhat success in taking down a couple of members of Pioneers, but they're currently out by the Survey Beacon house, just to the east side of where this zone is going to be pulling. Moist now trying to force their way in. Exet were holding down this building, but if you look at that kill feed, all of a sudden Exet taking some damage from Moist. MT gets that entry. As also in the kill feed, we see TSM and Oxygen have a little scrap.
And NRG as well. There is just absolute hell to pay at the moment up in Skyhook. If you poke out of a window, someone is already looking at you, someone who is already trying to hit you with a headshot, and you've just got to be able to reset accordingly. Now, thankfully, even if you do go down in a building, you should be able to reset. No one's going to be brave enough to be going from building to building right now when it's so congested here. But it is going to be pulling to the southern side of Skyhook, so this is good news for Moist, who have now found one of the better buildings in this area.
And they've taken it off Exet as well, and I said how Exet would love to play this zone, right? This is a home zone for Exet. Well, having had control of this triple-story building for pretty much the majority of the game, they lose out to Moist. They get a little bit lazy. They let that knock go down. And now they have to play this game out as a 2 unless they got that banner. But with so many teams in the area, that it's pretty unlikely they're going to be able to get a res in. For now, they Moist turn their attentions upwards towards the skies and the clouds. This team is going to hit a redeploy in, and that is going to be Fnatic. Are they going to find a home? The question is yes, they find the cafe, and now they're going to be feeling good.
They were probably very worried as they approached that there would be no buildings to play, but I think that a lot of people have been forced into some of the outer buildings and haven't been able to get so central. And now they can get all the information from the crypto drone about where people are going to be and who they can potentially push a little bit later. Survey Beacon is very close as well. The FaZe are making their move on the western side. A lot of teams are just trying to sneak their way into this circle, but I'm not sure it's going to be so easy with 17 squads remaining. You've got to take a lot of red damage if you want. You can just see FaZe now going on to the northwest. They're going to try and go around the mountain, and they might actually come across the 2 of Exet.
Pulverex trying to force their way into zone at the moment. They will be safe for the next zone, but over in Countdown, certainly still got some work to do. Same can be said for TSM, who are kind of holding the majority of Countdown to themselves. NRG are going to be their neighbors. The only teams who aren't really in a position at the moment to really have an influence as far as places to play are outside of the zone. That's LG Shibas, and you've got Naked, who are over in Geyser at the moment. FaZe right out to the north of Trials themselves as well. Maybe looking for a late wrap, which could work out pretty nicely for them if E6 don't see where they are. So a lot of, I would say, nervy moments for FaZe here, just waiting to see what's going to happen in front of them. 100 Thieves, they're set up bang center of zone. And they've got some decent weaponry to do damage from.
That was FaZe. FaZe moved all the way into Skyhook with that evac tower. FaZe now will find themselves just up on top of the middle. Now they know they have to move a bit southern because they do have the ring console information, but they're okay for now. Round 2 is about to close. And as you said, there are just 2 teams who are really affected by this round 2 close. It's LG Chivas and Naked. LG are far closer than Naked, who are still down at Harvester of all places.
FaZe will be safe in that next zone. They do have ring console information as well, as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen. 17 squads still remaining, by the way. LG, I would say, probably alongside Naked, the only 2 teams who aren't really close to this zone at the moment, but certainly having to start to put their running shoes on and get a little bit closer so they can compete. And this is a real test for LG, right? We've seen them do so well to win that game number 1, the central zone, the one that pulled towards them. They get some great placements from as well. But this game number 3 is a test of something different for them. How do you play from the edge?
Yeah, I think we learn a lot about LG in this particular game. They're going to go full north wrap on these train tracks, and as long as they've got the heals, they'll be absolutely fine. You can see syringes and medkits are available, so they should be in a good spot, and they can use the balloon just to get out and speed things up if they would like to. So we don't have to worry about them for now. Instead, it's going to be the squads who are going to have to move in from the southern side. Naked will potentially clash with Alliance. E6 still hold Trials, and everyone else is kind of around Countdown and Skyhook. Now, there is a world where this circle could pull down towards Countdown and where TSM currently reside. It's a tough pull, and it'll be an annoying one for Skyhook goers. But hopefully for the Skyhook players, it will continue to pull on the southern side of Skyhook where Moist was set up.
I talked about the rotation from FaZe. Well, they've managed to find themselves into a really solid position. It is going to be pulling towards the Skyhook side. So LG now up on the top of the central structure in Skyhook are probably trying to do a little bit of scouting from here. Work out where they can poke in and where might be free for them to play next. But LG done a great job, like I mentioned, moving all the way from the southern tip of World's Edge to the northern one without taking damage and still being safe is a great call from them.
So there you go. The circle is going to be pulling down to Moist. TSM will have to move, but of course they're not going to know about it until the next ring closes because they don't have a ring console where they currently are. The same can be said for NRG, Oxygen, Realize, Pulverix are all going to have to move up north. And even the teams who are currently holding the northern side of Skyhook still have to force their way down as well. So Moist are going to be so happy with the building that they were able to get in those early stages. Their only threat is going to be Entropic, who are coming from the same vault area that Moist were residing in a little bit earlier on. As for TSM, they are going to have to move. This is Entropic that I was talking about. They're into the vault area. They do have Alliance behind them, and Alliance might force Entropic into Moist here.
I mean, Alliance will force them because Alliance have to make this play. You can see that one of them is hitting the ring console over at the survey building just outside of them of where Entropic are looking at the moment to the left. Effect is having a little prod and a poke. You can see him now escaping using that grab lift to do so. Still has the black hole available though, and the difficulty here for Entropic is if they do get pushed by Alliance, they got Yuki on the core stick who can really cause some problems in those close range areas.
I was about to say that with the survey beacon, Alliance will get the info that they can take the northeast side here of Skyhook and just kind of walk themselves in. They just need to be ready. Evac tower works even better, I guess, then you don't have to worry about as much heals. They did try and place that, I swear they tried to place that in the zone and it fell out of the zone. But with the survey beacon information, Alliance know exactly where they can comfortably land and they're going to be safe for now.
Yeah, such a much better feeling, a much safer feeling to know that as you land, this building is going to be safe. So Alliance, they're going to be Gucci for now. But I'll tell you what, not just Gucci down, this is a pretty good spot because they are now looking at LG Shivas, who have rotated in front of them. This is two teams who have had a long way to go. Found themselves in two of the best spots, and that's one of the things you don't talk about sometimes, right, is if you leave it late and you get a pretty funky zone pull and you are one of the teams who is arriving latest, then because everyone else has guessed somewhere else or believes from their research that the zone is going to one place, it goes to another, there's spots open that you can find, and that's exactly what Alliance have done.
Yeah, because once you've chosen a building, it's very difficult to leave said building because eyes are going to be on you from various different directions, and with half of this next circle being taken up by the mountain, there's only, what, maybe 4 buildings that are actually going to be in this next circle and just the area outside of the vault. And Moist Esports are going to be so happy with the fact that they did really force exit off of that triple stack building and take it nice and early, because they're going to be able to hold this for quite some time and have a chance to maybe go back-to-back in this game.
Oxygen rubbing shoulders with TSM at the moment, who's still inside of that building. Naked are going to be to TSM's left as well. Pulverix in the area. This is kind of the battle for Countdown at the moment, and you feel like only one team can really leave. Entropic coming back through that vault tunnel as well that we saw a few moments ago, and for now, Oxygen on this bridge, probably trying to plan their next move. Do they try and slide down into Skyhook, where that building is available? The Fnatic were holding the cafe a little bit earlier, but they won't know that, of course. There's a little bit of a risk to slide down and kind of, you know, put your hands together and pray that it's going to be a good place to play.
So you could argue Moist, FaZe, FC Destroy and Fnatic are the teams who are in the best positions at the moment. You're completely right, there is one building that's kind of spare that the likes of Xset, 100 Thieves might be able to take if they push from that northwest side. Pioneers, by the way, are still alive. Naski, as a solo, has been able to get into Skyhook and has been able to avoid any sort of confrontation right now, but that will very quickly change as this next circle moves in and other teams are trying to find buildings to play.
Realize eliminated. Now we're going to start to see the lobby cut down. It's been a slow burner this game. But as the fuse is lit, we're getting a little bit closer to that TNT. Oxygen, no, they've got to start making a play. 10 seconds till the zone starts to close, and there's some good opening damage coming in from Vayne. They get the knock on to Imperial Howl. TSM, they're going to have to fight this one as a 2, as Oxygen get ahead of them as well.
Yeah, and the zone is going to force other teams maybe into this. NRG are in the area. Aiden the Destroyer does go down, though. It's a great response from Reps and TSM here, but who else wants some? Pulverix are also here.
Here comes NRG too. This is going to be an absolute war in and around Countdown. I mentioned that only one can leave, and Oxygen probably thinking, well, if everyone else is going to fight here, everyone else is going to scrap, we might be able to actually get ahead of the traffic. But instead, Reeds has to turn around, and now he'll fall as well. Vayne is out there. Pulverex now flying down behind them, mirroring them themselves. And Pulverex look like they might be the ones to come out here.
NRG got out of dodge. They avoided everything. TSM eliminated as well as Oxygen. So Pulverex, who were last of the party, now get into the zone and can now do even more damage here as Pioneers do get eliminated. Nasky rats out to top 15, gets 1 placement point. Could that prove to be vital for getting into Championship Sunday?
My goodness, the timing on that wall. There was an Arc Star at their feet. But the wall goes down from the Sheila now. We turn our attentions towards Fnatic, trying to force, trying to fight, trying to clear space, and trying to defend their building. 100 Thieves have fallen in the meantime. We're down to just 12.
Every building is a war zone at the moment as teams are just trying to take space, trying to take a floor, and it's about just ringing that elevator and hoping no one is there when you open the door. Effect and Alliance, I think Effect may have just gone down there as well as E6 now alongside FaZe are going to be holding this building. And it doesn't matter where you are right now, you are not alone. There is someone that could very easily take you down if you step 1 foot wrong.
Well, the craziest thing is, right, we were talking about Xset. Moist took that building from them, they lost 1. Xset's still alive and still inside of zone. And more importantly as well, Xset on their own in that building as well, so they're going to be able to wait for everyone else to do damage and maybe pick up the placement points off the back of that. Moist still in this building though, but it looks like they've had some neighbors move in. Dan, this is looking very, very uncomfortable
Element
now.
6, FaZe and Alliance are all in the building with Moist. That is a terrifying building to be part of. FC Destroy are on the outside of things here, and they do have a lot of cover to work with. These crates can really work out for them. They just need to try and keep out of the action a little bit, but having the Newcastle is going to be massive for FC Destroy. Entropic, though, they kind of want to send this.
They're going to send it. They thought they had the damage, but the mobile shield might be enough to slow things down here. Shots are going to come in, but not quite connect here from Yuka. Perodator, but now he's left on his own. He's got the Newcastle wall to play behind. Kills going down either side of him. As it's a 2v1 with Entropic now. Can he win this? This would be a magical play, but looks unlikely.
Entropic going to try and get the revive here. Remember, they had sent one very quickly onto Fnatic in the previous game and they were punished for it, but this time, if they can win this engagement against FC Destroy, they will hold a fantastic position for this endgame. All the meanwhile, absolute carnage is happening on the northeast side. FC Destroy, you get eliminated as well as LG Chivas. Look at this building. This is going to be hell to pay if you want to try and escape as Naked also out.
Moist still inside of this building. Alliance have taken the roof though. Alliance have control of the height. That means everyone else will have to leave first. But let's talk about Xset. Still alive, northern side of the zone, only team in the building. NRG also have a building to themselves. Fnatic and Pulverex, they are neighbors in the only other building inside of this zone.
Such a good play from NRG as well. It was when the fight was happening with TSM and Pulverex and Oxygen. NRG just dropped the evac tower, went up into the sky, got over everyone, and swooped on into Skyhook, almost unnoticed, it seems, as Xset just lost Nocturnal. Alliance are able to maybe just shoot across the map, but they should be able to get him back up. Remember, Xset are just a 2 on that northern side. 9 squads remaining, round 6 is closing. This is why I love Apex Legends. The last time we'll see World's Edge in the winner's bracket final here. And 9 squads to try and duke it out to call themselves the winners here in match number 3.
All eyes on Alliance at the moment. They are the ones with the height. The only problem for them is kind of Xset at the moment. Xset might be able to do a little bit of poke damage as they leave, which could cause some problems for them. So it's about managing economy, it's about managing the shields as you move in towards those final moments.
This is where compositions are going to come in handy as well. That Seer is going to be everything. The Dark Veils to give you a little bit of cover, even Bang Smoke.
And we're forgetting about Yuki on the caustic. Nox Gas in that final zone could be such a difference maker here. As Fnatic now look to take space, everyone has to leave the building. Moist, they have to leave. E6 will leave. Moist are down, Xset down. It's 7 squads. squads now on who is going to be the one team to survive. Alliance still there, FaZe still there. E6 have been eliminated as well as FaZe and Snipedown try and survive.
I mean, even having a Valkyrie here could be big because you can get up in the sky, you can avoid some of this play, but Snipedown and Frex as a 2 still doing their job. Alliance get eliminated, and now Snipedown goes down as well, and Tropic from this southern side. They had one of the best positions, but they're down to 2 as well.
Well, here comes Fnatic though. Fnatic, you saw the EMP being hit. We saw them win this game yesterday where they popped off in that 1v1. NRG gone as well. Fnatic just looking for their final victims. 3 squads remaining as Umachan goes to work here. He will win it for Fnatic. They will be the champions of game number 3. And once again, show the power of APAC North.
And show the power of Valkyrie as well, just being able to get out of the way of everyone, get up into the sky a little bit, and arrive late. I know the evac towers, they nerfed Valkyrie a little bit, made her a little bit volatile at sometimes, but when you get teams on their comfort picks, you can show what you're made of, and Fnatic, they just poised themselves perfectly in that final circle to pick up the pieces yet again.
Big win that for Fnatic as well. Winning a game in this winners bracket, it's a different feeling to groups because this is the best 20 teams that have performed so far at this event. It makes you believe that when we get to the finals, and if you get there, you are good enough to win that match point format. That is huge for Fnatic.
That and a victory should give you enough points to allow you to get into Championship Sunday, right? You should always be up and around 20 after getting a victory, but then it's also about just playing consistently after that fact to push yourselves into the championship weekend. But you've got to remember that whoever finishes first overall will have that advantage going into the grand finals. 10 points for first, 9 for second. You know, it works.
It goes down, and one thing that certainly did go down was that fight as everyone left that building. It was such a crazy end game that we did see, and I will stand by saying that Skyhook finishes some of my favorite to certainly watch. I love it when teams can coexist because it becomes almost the brain versus the brawn, right? Who can hold off? Who can keep their abilities? Who is going to sense the opening inside of that final zone to make their play off the back of? And I think that's what Fnatic did best, right? They waited for damage to be done, and then they were able to swing out wide, clear one side of the zone while others were fighting. That's when Umachan went to work.
I'm looking forward to seeing that final circle again at some point from Fnatic's point of view, because you're completely right. If you can wait and be last and stay as a healthy 3, which is what Fnatic did, then you're always going to have that advantage. How many times did we go to a different POV and it was just a team of 2 that had lost 1, that were trying to fight their way through a Catalyst Dark Veil? It wasn't the case for Fnatic. Once they arrived to the ground, they were still a full and healthy 3, and it was just a matter of time before they got that win.
Big smiles on the faces of Fnatic as well. Let's give it up for Fnatic, by the way, in the room. What a performance it was from them in that final game. And one thing to point out as well, down to 3 different regions with 3 different wins once again in our first 3 games of World's Edge. I mean, I can't wait for Stormpoint.
Yeah, I think that one thing that we've learned this tournament is every region is here to play, and it's so difficult to try and predict who's going to be the champions when it comes to Sunday. But we're starting to get an idea now of some of the teams that might be in that grand final.
Hey, look, we've got Fnatic Cam chasing them down the hall.
Get him!
I don't know who's running that one. Hopefully we can make sure that he's got the correct accreditation to do so. But it looks like Fnatic are ready to maybe just reset a little bit and think about some Stormpoint strategy, how they want to approach things here, Dan. Because as we say, there's a few teams, and you were pointing them out quite rightly. World's Edge is not their map, but when we get over to Stormpoint, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, interestingly, I mean, even a team like TSM, who has been consistent across both, did have a lot of success on Stormpoint last playoffs, but I'm looking at some of the teams who have been Stormpoint specialists, like Realize, who have done well, little to nothing on World's Edge, but could really surprise us when it comes to Stormpoint with their composition.
Well, we're done here on the caster's desk. Pleasure as always, down to cast those first 3 games with you, but it's time for us, well, the players take a break to send it down to the analyst desk. So Rain Day, take us away.
Mark, Dan, thank you so much. Congratulations on a great set of 3. We will see you guys a little bit later. Right now, though, we are here on the analyst desk, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by RKN, Glitter, and Dia on the desk. We're going to start off with RKN to walk us through that final circle that we just saw, because magnificence from Fnatic and APAC North yet again doing it in the toughest lobby of the tournament.
Yeah, this is a classic Battle Royale end zone. These are the ones you really love to see. A 4-level structure completely occupied, 2 buildings completely occupied, a low ground in the road occupied, 9 squads going into a final zone. I mean, this is just chaos, absolute chaos. And the best teams still somehow find out how to like come out on top. Here we have Fnatic just controlling the high ground on the far side of zone, while the 4-level structure, all 4 teams have to come out simultaneously, just into a mosh pit of just chaos. Absolutely just guns everywhere, nades everywhere, bang smoke, you can't see anything that's going on. Fnatic's just controlling as much of the territory as possible, using those digis that are currently in Crafter, crafting up 3 digis, able to see everything that's going on through smoke, controlling space, absolutely just dominating their whole side of zone, trying to stay on the high ground as much as they possibly can. Then as soon as the high ground gets pushed out, they just wrap 3-man up together, holding hands, clearing out the side of the zone, all the way to the bitter end. They make it look easy.
It's a really smart way for Fnatic to approach this as well, because especially off of the high ground, as you're talking about Arcane, everybody has to leave the building at the same time. And Tropic took a really interesting approach to this, however, playing the outside of the fence line, and Fnatic capitalized on that perfectly to the tune of a pretty dang wonderful game. They collected a lot of kills along the way with their control of the final zone.
And I think something important to note about Fnatic's performance in this particular match too is the fact that they started off hot. Okay, we saw that contest with KCP and Ganbare Autosan.
Right.
Well, this time, Fnatic decided they wanted to come in third, that they were aggressive from the very start of this all the way until the bitter end.
UKF has been so impressive to me. One of the most consistent players at LAN, one of the most consistent placing teams at LAN, 8th and 4th respectively. And when you consider the fact that it's on Watson and now on Crypto, adjusting to this meta, but in a way other players aren't adjusting, you have to give your props to Fnatic even more. 24 points here as our match 3 results show up on your screens. Pulverex right behind. That is 2 of our top 3 in APAC North. Entropic right behind them, representing EMEA, and NRG and FaZe holding it down for the top 5 and in A. But Cole, as we get down here, Alliance Element 6, Xset, Moist, and Naked rounding out our top 10. I want your thoughts on the teams after 3 who are going to have to pick it up, our bottom half of the lobby, because of course it's due, or well, not die, but I guess go down to some dangerous places.
Yeah, obviously this is still winner's bracket, so even if they get sent down, they still have another chance, but we have 3 more games. Storm Point, a map that typically lends itself more towards teams that like to fight, that look for those kill points. Here in this bottom 10, I mean, we have a lot of those fighting teams, you know, like Oxygen, TSM, Dark Zero, LG, like those are teams that we know consistently win their fights, and Storm Point plays heavily in their favor.
I mean, Glitter, yes, this is sometimes a tale of 2 halves. Who's kind of stood out to you? I mean, Fnatic, APAC North, been phenomenal, but as we look at the overall standings in a little bit here, from 3, who's caught your eye?
So actually, Genome and I were talking about this back in the green, and we were starting to look at some points. After match 2, LG was on 34. We see them here now at the series results at 36. We went back and checked the cutoff from Playoffs 1 last time. It was 34.
Wow.
So they are right around where they want to be to at least ensure them to moving through to finals already after only this first 2 matches. So LG is a squad I'm keeping my eyes on for the next 3.
They've been playing really well, of course, and looking towards Storm Point when things start to change, I actually expect LG to stay really consistent, which is quite nice for them. However, I'm also going to throw some love over to teams like Oxygen and 100 Thieves, who have been controlling open ground really well. Ganbare Otosan also didn't really get a chance to play this match, and Naked, historically on Storm Point, have had problems going up against North Eption. Now they don't have to deal with them at all. So those are some teams that I'd keep my eyes on to have an improvement match when we move over to Storm Point.
One thing I really want to nail home for those watching and those in the stands is how important these next 3 games are. Not only are you securing your place, if it ended here, the far left teams would be going into the winner's bracket. They would not have to play again. They would be our match point finalists and waiting for the other 10 to join them tomorrow. However, we also start with extra points based on placement. And Glitter, you had a little bit of a smile there. For me, it comes up to a team like Alliance, who do so well, but end up getting on match point just a day late and $1 short when it seems like TSM, Dark Zero, and some of these other match point juggernauts are there ahead of them. How much would taking this win and getting an early 10 points heading into tomorrow help Alliance?
Oh, it is massive. Like you mentioned, we talk about that a lot. Which teams are the match point specialists? Which one tend to get the points and then can't close it out? Alliance is always going to hit that match point, but sometimes it feels like it's after so many other squads have already done so, and it's just too little too late. Those additional 10 points, we even heard Hal and Sweet talking about it in the interview that you did with them, they make a big difference.
That's true.
because so many of these teams end up finishing games with just a little over 20 points as well, a 10-point head start means that you only have to have 2 good games in order to be eligible for match point, as opposed to having to wait for that third to push you over 50.
And Cole, super quick thought. We've got to almost run to the next part of this, but just on the fact that we're heading into crunch time here and those 10 points being so valuable.
Yeah, those seeding points are extremely valuable. They skew the results quite a lot, actually. So, you know, the more points you have, the faster you get to match point, the more games that you have to try and close it out.
And maybe the more games that you have a little bit of wiggle room on. It is a little nervy here, especially when the crowd starts to get full the way it has started to get here on Saturday. And of course, it will be a packed house on Sunday. I cannot wait to see everybody in here. One thing I do want to let you know, though, is that if you've been following along with Apex Legends, they have some of the best, if not the best, stories to tell about their characters. And we've got a brand new story featuring Lifeline, Maggie, and Loba called Kill Code, dropping on Monday, July 17th. Check it out.
There's more of these all over the Outlands.
Dia, big fan of the stories of the Outlands?
I do actually really like catching up on
tell.
lore. I'm not as practiced as I'd like to be, but every once in a while I'll find myself referencing some Maggie lore, especially Rampart.
What was Maggie drinking in her first introduction cinematic? I'm just kidding. That's what lore fans would be like to you. I'm like, man, I saw the thing. I didn't pay attention to
Put him on the spot.
Raspberry, you know, I don't know, man. You know, don't. But all in all, it's so fun, and they create such a great cinematic universe that I think fans do get that detailed with in terms of their fandom, and it is very worth it. Speaking of fandom, we heard that you guys liked being here, and maybe you wanted to be here a little bit more than some of you could. We were sold out for tomorrow, but we have been able to locate a few more seats and a few more tickets, so we have even more available. Tickets are shortly going on sale for tomorrow. We have found some more, and we want to make sure that if you wanted to be here in person, if you're near the London area or in the UK, or I don't know how fast you can turn a 20-day drive into, you know, I guess what, 24 hours, we would love to have you here. Tickets on sale at our website. We will give you that information, and I'm sure you can find it at Play Apex Esports, and the QR code is currently on screen. All right, Cole, there's only so many things to say before we get to it. I want your final thoughts. Who do you predict is taking this one before we go?
I actually do not see the top 5 changing much, to be honest. I think the top 5 will pretty much stay what it is. I'm very confident in that. I'm hoping to see Luminosity take home the 10 seeding points.
Quick one from you. Who do you got?
I'm on LG too, I'm not going to lie.
Dia?
As a last thought, I mean, I'm loving the games. I'm going to say, if you are going to make a last-minute road trip here, drive safe, guys.
Wow. Well, that's a heck of a prediction, but you know what? I think it's a prediction of some safe driving. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to safely drive it up to our casters to kick off our next set of games on Storm Point. Maybe a Trident in their future. Take it away, guys. Have fun.
Hopefully we don't zoom too fast to these games, because those first 3 games on World's Edge are fantastic, and we still got 3 more to go. Moving on to Storm Point, I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Genome, and we're going to be taking you guys through the rest of this Winners Bracket series. And it's great. I definitely agree with Arcan. I feel like our top 5 teams right now have been very consistent. I don't see much changing here, but also Storm Point, we're going to have to see. I do feel like this will play amazingly into LG's plans, but it's about keeping that mindset going into these next few games.
Yeah, no doubt that's going to be a good one for them. I mean, we were looking at the ring distributions before of where they've ended up. World's Edge actually quite lopsided. We're seeing a lot down the south here, whereas Storm Point was a little bit more even. But a bit of love to each of the 4 quadrants, and I think teams who like to rotate are going to take some heart from that. Even though, you know, we were looking at Moist and say, you know, they were coming out being like, oh man, this is tough from Overlook sometimes to get down to those deep south zones. Finally, they got given one up north, did very well from it.
And that's something else that we got to look at going into Storm Point. How are these circles going to just be different here, going either to the south, like we've been seeing so commonly on World's Edge, now going on to Storm Point? I'm excited. Also looking at the legend compositions. How is that going to transition into Storm Point? I love these music, by the way. Just got to jam out real quick before we get into this. Talking about World's Edge, you know, We had 4 Caustics, as usual. We had 3 Lobas. I know FaZe had the time of their life going through that black market. Plenty of times we got to tune into them. 2 Ramparts, 1 Newcastle. It's been changing up a lot, but Genome, I'm expecting to see some 50-50 contentions as we get started onto Storm Point.
Yeah, even a little bit of Gibraltar in there. The APAC North teams like coming through with those Gibby bubble car rotates, so does look like St. June will be picking that one up as we watch to see if there are any contests. I think we're going to get one with Naked. They have pulled out to Antenna, I believe. Realize should be going past them to Shipfall. We had E6 maybe making their way towards sort of mid-mappy Jurassic, and then it was 100 Thieves. They're probably a bit of a question mark. Oh, okay, no, 100 Thieves, instead of contesting an Antenna, looks like they are actually going to Cenote. So there's too many teams down there. For how big that town is, Vicky, you've got Ascend down there, you've also got 100 Thieves, and then Gambare also taking Bean.
And a part of this makes me wonder, with those first 3 games done and dusted, 100 Thieves currently are sitting right now in 10th on that border with 13 points, tied alongside NRG, ELQ, as well as Naked now, who were wondering if that was going to be the 50-50 going down, are all the way at the bottom in 19th. So this is where a lot of teams have to figure out how they need to play to obtain those points that they need desperately, so that way they stay within this bracket.
Stakes aren't like as high, of course. I mean, you know, the desk was right to touch on the seeding points that these teams will get if they're in the top 10. But of course, they do essentially have another life. If you go out here in the winners bracket or you're in that bottom 10, you will be moving to play on the last series today to try and secure your spot in that finals tomorrow on Sunday.
Tuning in to see how Ascend's going to play this on the high ground. You mentioned it, 100 Thieves on the other side of Cenote Caves. Gambare Otosan are going to be able to rotate towards Bean. That's close to where that armory is, south of Mill, which, by the way, Mill pretty cleared up, actually, if you look at where Pioneers currently are rotating up north by Down Beast.
Well, this is one of the reasons why Dark Zero love that spot, right? It's so quick to rotate. Sorry, it's so quick to loot, which means it's so quick to rotate. So you can see they're well out of there, already in the middle of the zone. I mean, they almost beat Exit there, who were about, a hop, skip, and a jump away from where this zone is pulling around Cascade Falls. That's the power of the Trident, if you can get there quickly and not get griefed along the way. That said, look, the teams down the bottom, we don't see them running into each other. Actually quite a respectful, just a little bit of a handshake and a wave perhaps down there at Cenote Caves, and they've gone their separate ways.
Talking about the rotations exiting out of Mill and Checkpoint specifically, you mentioned NRG2, who usually exit out of that checkpoint area as well as the Mill. So much information between the survey and the ring information with the console that you already know when you get ahead of the curve. Exet, as we tune in, have already found some space within this building before pinging to see where these other teams are close to Command Center. That's going to be where Pulverex is going to hang out with the Black Market too. So looking out, Sweet, already choosing Violence, taking out Yuka.
Good start there, a couple of KP for NRG. Okay.
FC Destroy already, our first squad eliminated out of this lobby with some extra help too, by the way. Luku's right there. Hal was able to put in some damage with the 30-30 from afar. We saw how much impact he was able to do with that weapon alone just yesterday, but playing off of this space where NRG is early could be a little risky depending how Moist wants to rotate this. Yes, they have the natural cover of the rock. They could play off of the lip of the hill too, but their backs could be exposed to any squads that want to late rotate through the edge of the circle.
Okay, well, Moist looking to make their next move. You can see their Pricey putting down the Catalyst wall. Just blocking off some sight angles down the bottom here, but he's got his charge rifle and he's very happy with that. This man does some serious poke damage in APAC South. I think even across all regions potentially during the split, had the highest damage difference out of any player, right up there, and it's because of his proficiency with weapons like the charge rifle. You see he's got plenty of ammo in there. No doubt their shields will be pumping in no time.
Yeah, such an easy way to build up that Evo shield charge and then swap that with your teammates if they don't have the same success. They do have a long-range weapon with a 30-30 as we tune right back over to NRG, who are still holding the same spot. They know that exit is inside of the building right in front of them, and neighboring them is TSM. You saw the shots coming in earlier when Energy had first engaged with the team that allowed them to take this space. As Ascend also coming in from the skies here. Looks like they used the Valkyrie Skyward dive to take on top of this building, but right in front of another team who is waiting for them.
Using the mobile shield just to help with a little bit of that rotation, but you can see it's Dark Zero taking the pings at them there. They're set up in their favorite spot, which is the lower choke here outside of Cascade Falls, the one that goes through to North Pad. They love this as a position to control other teams' rotates. It also has a few different spots that you can hide out. So depending on where this ring shifts, they always have some cover to hide behind.
And looking at how many teams are currently here, Gino, where do you think this circle could potentially pull with the positioning that Energy is sitting in right now by that choke point? Could they be sitting there to also contest squads that are going to be rotating late, like KCP, that are going to be hanging out by the edge of the circle? We may have to see here as FaZe are engaging in a fight right now. The Bangalore ult has been called in.
Yep, okay, might have been a little bit of a disengaged sort of option there for FaZe. You know, obviously the Bang ult can be used in both ways. It feels like that was perhaps to get them into the building without having to worry too much.
What's interesting too was the other squad that actually was pressuring them, that forced them to use that Bangle, was actually Oxygen Esports, who are on the other side of Pulverex, inside of Command Center, as we could currently see right here. Looking great in terms of shield and in terms of loot too. Pulverex, just a slight disadvantage in terms of their shield health, looking that they're still rocking all blues. But with this composition, it works great. We mentioned the Loba black market, so that way they can stay bunkered down, get the loot that they need here without having to overcommit. But it's also being able to bunker down with the rampart and those amp barriers.
It's also when you see the circle start to cut Command Center in half, right? You have to worry about where are your exit points, because it is so locked in. There's only a couple. It might be a unidirectional rotate. You don't have a choice if you leave it too late. So as you can see, Pulverex further inside there. Oxygen, I think this is a smart move, looking to go up to the top. And, you know, I was talking a little bit about this on the desk before. If you've got the evac tower from this spot right here, go over to that the gravity cannon just over there, and boom, you're pretty much the world is your oyster at that point.
You're overlooking literally everything, and you have that space up above, so that way you could be able to fly out and see what you need. And that's fantastic there, too, because it gives you the opportunity to see where the squads are in the area in case you want to come back.
Yeah, well, I think something, you know, like the Comp Apex fans will know this, right? But perhaps if you're, you know, just a little bit more of a casual viewer, you know, just enjoy playing at home, you might not know. The higher you are makes a big difference to how far you get with a Valk ult or an evac tower. And that's why it's so good from that position, because you are vertically so high up.
And that's so important on a map like Stormpoint. That's why maybe you'll see some teams opt out for more Valkyrie than what we have already seen on World's Edge, which her usage pitch, I believe, was like 33% in total on World's Edge. But going up to Stormpoint, it's that high to low ground disparity that Stormpoint provides, where you have those high hilltops where you could cross even more distance. Looking side by side at where this next circle is pulling, NRG, Dark Zero, they're holding onto the perfect choke that they can at this moment to not only gatekeep KCP, but also where the following circle will probably be pulling.
And I would also say that these circles are not uncommon. This area around Cascade Falls, regardless of where, you know, say Zone 5 or 6 ends up, this middle part of the game is often quite similar. So these teams are going to be extremely practiced at this. They know where the other teams are. They know that NRG is going to be in that choke above them. That's just the rotate they make, and they will be really keyed in to exactly, you know, which angles they need to worry and where they're going to have to rotate next. But Alliance,
They knew exactly Oxygen would be on the other side here, but Alliance taking to the skies. Effect is the first one to get taken out, but Yuki gets a beautiful trade. Aki's gets sent down. Yuki's the only one alive, but he can't hide behind the other side of the cat while Oxygen Esports come out on top after that fight. But they were waiting on the edge right there that Alliance had just come across in that moment.
All right, we see you, Oxygen. Not bad at all. I mean, when you get that sort of free Horizon ult onto another team, often it spells their doom, and Oxygen making able to win their way out of that one is an impressive result.
And when we talked about squads that will benefit off the shifted play style into Stormpoint, Oxygen Esports is definitely another team that comes to mind. Didn't have the best time on World's Edge. First game, yes, they got 2 KP, but they finished in 10th. 13th in game number 2, and then 16th in the final game on World's Edge, securing now KP on Stormpoint for game number 1. Taking a look at KCP Pioneers on this rooftop. You see the pings. They know that there's a squad in the choke point and a squad out in the distance.
Oh, couple of shots onto the Trident there. 30-30 is doing work here as Fnatic try and rotate in. Minute 15 till the zone closes, so it's actually a fair distance for Fnatic to make it over here if they're hoping to get there in the Trident. No, it looks like they've already ditched that plan and they are actually just making their way a little bit closer. It's going to be tough if they're, planning on straight up challenging Pioneers from inside the zone.
Rotating from North Pad now onto checkpoint. Going to be able to take height here as well.
This is really good. You can see the route into checkpoint actually entirely clear. They do have the recon character there on the crypto, so if they haven't already pinged that, that'll actually give them perfect information on the rest of the lobby and how they can make their way inside.
It's actually going to be an easier rotation into that next circle, potentially if they want to wrap all the way around towards the south side of the circle and approach from Cascade Falls, then perhaps what we're going to have to witness from KCP in this next circle. They're going to inevitably be in a fight. Talked about the charge rifle in the hands of Pricey. He's actually insane. Just waiting there still patiently, destroys that drone. Still holding onto the spot to gatekeep the squads coming in from wall.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot though. You can see this from one side. The Dark Veil is up, but having to pump Ultic cells really just to keep their opponents at bay. It's very early in the game to be using those resources here, Vicky, so I don't know if that's the spot Moist exactly want to find themselves in. That said, with the next ring pool we've just seen, as long as they can deal with Realize and Entropic on their back, Moist will actually be in a very good spot.
Let's go that way.
Northern side of the zone, there's a lot of cover. They should just be able to really walk that one in nice and slowly, as well as having angles down on TSM and Xset, while also being blocked off from those other big threats like NRG and Dark Zero.
KCP doesn't know where that next circle is going to be. You hear the pings just in case they want to wrap around and take some circle damage, but what I'm expecting is maybe Dark Zero rotating from that side, since that's where we saw them trying to contest NRG around the other side of the rock. Fnatic in disguise, finding some place here in Cascade Falls, landing inside of this building, Umi-chan on the Valkyrie, trying to see if they can pick up anybody that's not inside of a building with the Valkyrie passive. Going to be able to restabilize for right now, but there's so many teams in Cascade Falls alone, and the circle's pulling away from them. Yes, they have a minute and less than 15 seconds now, but you have to also think about 100 Thieves, FaZe, E6, or even any teams that may have the slight high ground on top of Cascade Falls, usually where the respawn beacon is.
Yeah, look, it's the high ground is always hard to deal with, and it feels like once you get into the finals, those teams who run it straight there with the seeding points, kind of everyone else is running uphill at them to start with on Sunday, right? So you've got to remember there's essentially two things these teams are hoping for. One, just to be in the top 10, make it to Sunday, guaranteed. Two, get those seeding points.
Oh, Melstera, though, gets melted over on the other side as he tries to vault on top of the fence line to get to some safety to reset. Yuka giving him some press fire, knows that that player is already cracked here. He's got the car, 94 bullets at the ready. Trying to call out the hop up on top of the crates. Love that. He tossed out the Arc Star and then forced him to have to climb up on the other side of the crate. So he knew preemptively where he had to aim. Wall coming up, 100 Thieves losing out on Scurry. Vaxlon still alive and healthy. Anu needing to replenish his health with the shield bat. Catching him right behind some extra cover, but with no health, side by side. Both players are able to focus down on him. Only leaving Anu, nice crack, but Fnatic on the other side, still alive. 100 Thieves get eliminated in this fight. Fnatic looking to back up because that's another squad that we were talking about before. Wouldn't be surprised if that's FaZe and E6 getting involved.
Look at how many teams are involved here.
Wow.
So many. Just deciding that this might be the time to come in and grab some third-party KP. Certainly FaZe looking to do that, and I think they've taken probably the least damage out of anyone around in trying that, whereas we saw there's so many players went down there without any teams going down until finally 100 Thieves did fall. So it was a crazy engagement.
My big concern here is once these fights have settled down, the rotation out of Cascade Falls is going to be a nightmare from where this circle is going to be pulling. Taking some body damage from your teammate here. Tap stretching over on the other side to bait out some extra pressure now, but he gets the crack, he gets the damage output done. Trade for trade as Frex gets that knock and Yuka retaliates. Fnatic gets eliminated. Now FaZe having to back away. They engage a little too hard, which has left an opening for E6 to take some shots. LG coming in from their 6, getting involved on this fight.
Yet another team piles in on top. Geo have made their way north and are now looking down at all of those teams in Cascade Falls, but you can see FaZe might even be able to grab the reset here. Snipe Down actually held onto that creeping barrage for the longest time. Finally has used it now. Hopefully that'll give his team the respite they need.
Snipe Down now, moving in, being on the bang, just closing the distance. He's got the Nemesis in hand here too. Saw the knock coming in from the other side, because look who is right behind that team. It is Ascent. Flying away, E6, K-Swinny falling low, tries to put down the Jenny, but can't successfully do so before getting taken down himself. E6 now against FaZe inside of this building, popping the shield bat. It's going to be Snipe Down Phony. E6 get eliminated. FaZe had the health advantage as well, the number advantage before this other team now moves in. Double grenade coming out, the knockdown shield may not have enough health to help protect them. Gambare Otosan now getting involved.
It's not Cascade Falls right now, it's everyone falls. The lobby is just dying in this one POI, everyone piling on top. It's like a Royal Rumble in here.
And it's not gonna stop here. Naked had taken shots at LG earlier. They're gonna get involved as Gambare with the beam. LG out, finishing off FaZe inside of the corner. Gold knockdown, and you got the Newcastle. Don't worry, he's got your back. Look at Naked now, fighting off against Ascend on the other side, and Gambare.
Oh my lord, what has happened in this lobby? Like, no one is willing to play a spot. There's a couple up, I'm sure we'll get to them later, but one by one, they all come in towards Cascade Falls. Geo may be able to actually stick out there, and Ascend and Naked look like they are going to chill out for just a second, but it was Pioneers actually coming in towards Dark Zero and now looking to go over the top of them. NRG, if we can get some vision of the zone, you will see have the really the prime position to play in.
And taking the evac tower as the circle's closing in. It's the Hail Mary, as they already know that there's another team inside of this building. From the very beginning, Dark Zero now moving in after Ascend taken to the sky, so has KCP. But Nasky's the first to go down here. No vision, you got the Digi-Threat, you're playing inside of this corner, but this is so chaotic. The exhibit has also been called in. A squad right underneath their feet. That could be Naked. Look at this visual. Double exhibit. I cannot. This diagram is not what I want to see right now, because on the other side, you also have Exet in this fight. Geo, they get eliminated. KCP in even more trouble. One member left. Pulverex here has been taken out. 9 squads in this area alone, and that's going to be KCP falling.
No one is safe right now. Dark Zero have somehow managed to just creep their way in down the south side of the zone. NRG looking at them while Exet try and deal with Oxygen on the inside. Moist, they've actually been waiting up to the north side of this zone for the longest time, currently leading the lobby with some of the KP they have picked up here in this game.
Moist and NRG have been in this next circle, just wondering, where is everybody? As it's all dwindled down to Cascade Falls now here into this action. So many nades being tossed out. The Archer, the Thermite from Exet. R9 and Wingman in the hand of fun. They know that there's a squad right above them. The piercing spikes to help protect them as the insurance policy. As it's Oxygen Esports that are popping the ultimate accelerant to get another exhibit online.
You can see how important those were when you're trying to track multiple teams coming around you in and on top of your buildings. Dark Zero look like they're down to 2, and Moist actually just need to hope that there's few enough teams that there's the rotation they're going to have to make in the next 15 seconds is cleared. Because NRG, they spent a lot of that time down the southern side of the circle, making sure that they were, just thinning out the numbers in this lobby. But now they realize that if they let Moist come in on top of them, that could be a big problem. So they switch back to the north vantage point.
And holding 2 different angles there too. You have 2 members of NRG on the high ground, 1 on the low ground, looking at this fight that we currently are looking at between Exit and Oxygen. Here comes the push for Moist onto that other building where TSM has been this entire time. 5 squads left. Moist needs to be careful though. If they do decide to push on this building, they're in the clear line of sight of NRG right behind them. Yes, the cat wall has come up, but you have to look over to your right side. NRG is just going to continue trying to grief you here while you take this fight.
Oh no, Bryce is going to go down. They now have to contend with the ring as well, trying to get some armor swaps. Waltzy can't make it into the zone. That's a rough one for them, but it's well played by NRG, who are the puppet masters right now. They are in control of all of the strings as TSM go down to Oxygen. Surely NRG can win this from a fantastic position.
No way!
They have played all game.
Aiden out here with the B-Months and Nathan. The moment they close in the gap, Oxygen Esports say put it in the bag. Hold that circle. We'll hold the KP and we'll hold game 4 on Store Point. Talk about the drip. Wearing Oxygen colors, yeah. He's wearing the black shirt underneath, but
Yeah,
it's
big
the
respect.
border.
Big respect
Man.
for our man Psycho there. Very happy with that, isn't he? I mean, that has actually put Oxygen well up in the lobby.
11 KP by the end of that game.
Not
to put
bad.
it into perspective, before that game, they were sitting in 15th. We talked about their rather lackluster performance on World's Edge. It wasn't up to what we were expecting, especially that final game where they got 16th with no kills. Probably not expecting that Northern Circle since we haven't really had that many so far on World's Edge thus far. This time around, not only did they hold the high ground of that building that we currently saw in that circle, but we're also able to put in so much pressure to the squads that were forced to funnel outside of Cascade Falls from that slight low ground into uphill on the high ground.
Yeah, we've seen some other games so far in the winners bracket where there were the so-called point sponges, right? Teams who were just ripping through everyone. But because we had that situation in Cascade Falls where it's like the teams were the waterfalls, I guess, and just kind of falling one on top of each other without cease. You know, that's why we see the kills a little bit more spread out this time. Oxygen, sure, they got the 11 kills on top of the win, so I think that's the technical term for that is a juicer to put them a little bit higher up on the scoreboard. But everyone else, you know, just chipping away at it. NRG, I really like how they played that game. They controlled the space unbelievably well. And it was purely down to that last 3v3, honestly, that, you know, dictated whether they could grab the extra couple of placement points or not. But, you know, 5 KP in a second, still a good effort.
And you made a good mention of the fact that they were holding that ground to also prevent Moist from rotating on top of where they were holding from the beginning. They were also doing a really good job at preventing Dark Zero from approaching him from the south side of the same choke point. So they had to also divert their attention to pressuring both Dark Zero and Moist as we take a look back at the final circle. In this part where Oxygen Esports had a slight health disadvantage, I believe it was Reed's. He only had a little bit less health than the rest of his teammates, but when Nathan had to traverse to the open ground, he got beamed.
Oh, the timing on that. Getting the Dark Veil off just milliseconds before being silenced by an enemy Seer is incredibly important for Oxygen. You can see there were a couple of teams who were just fodder for them at the start of this final circle with Exec going down. So now you can see that DZ and NRG still alive. Obviously at this point, once Moist went down, we saw they didn't have much luck here in this final circle. Let's see how Oxygen plays out this final 3v3. That's really keen to see their POV on it. Okay, so now the TSM's going down. It's quick armor swap, so we can see that they've barely taken any damage at this point. Who's doing the damage?
Aiden was popping off on the other side of what we're seeing from Reeds before they just finished off what was left of NRG. It looks like they approached the lot just in 2 different directions, getting split up, benefiting Oxygen Esports in finishing not just in first place, but with 11 KP to their name. NRG coming in second place with 5 KP, and TSM, another team like NRG actually in that final circle where predicted holding that building for quite some time, were there with 8 KP.
Not bad, even Pulverex picking up 5 down the bottom there. But yeah, I really For NRG in that game, it felt like, you know, they were trying not to do the damage themselves so much as they were just trying to cause as much chaos and force the other teams into each other so that they didn't really have to do all the work. So I wouldn't be surprised if their damage stats, for instance, you know, weren't like crazy high that game, but that's still why they managed that second place.
Yeah, Sweet was doing a really good job at poking from afar. Looking at the second place here, we saw what happened in Cascade Falls, and look at the teams who made their way into the second page. Ganbare Otosan, one of the teams that had found themselves in that fight against FaZe eventually, LG as well, and Tropic. Our first page was very kill heavy, but even Geo and FaZe finishing off with 4 and 5 kills.
You know, I'd love it if there was just like a little like tick for died in Cascades next to the scoreboard for that game, so we could just see be like Cascades. Like
literally,
it
was like 6-5 squads. It felt like even Ascent.
Oh, I reckon more. I actually think more.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Looking at the series result in total. Mentioning Moist out here, still surviving into that top 3, top 4. Moist Esports finishing up with 44 points. TSM right behind him with 39. LG, who were holding the lead for quite some time, still in the top 3. But look how this has shifted significantly. Even Xset in that 11th place spot.
70 points for them. Xset, of course, had to have a big day yesterday just to make it into this winner's bracket. So, look, yeah, there is quite a cutoff right now, though, with those 2 matches left to go. Oh man, FaZe, if they make it into winner's bracket here, that's going to be quite the come up. You know, they were looking like they might not make it into winners at all, let alone direct invite into the finals.
And there's a slight gap between Dark Zero in 10th and then Exit sitting at 17th. It may not seem so huge with Ascend being right behind him at 16th, but it's that gap that you have to worry about when there's only 2 more games left, dictating how you should be approaching these final 2 games, so that way you can at least stay in the winner's bracket, so that way you can have some extra time to feel more comfortable for tomorrow's important day. But that was just game number 1 on Stormpoint.
Yeah, another thing I just noticed there was we do have more of the APAC North teams in the bottom 10 there. I think it was only Pulverex and Fnatic that was sitting at the top 10 out of our winner's bracket there, Vicky. So despite you know, a very impressive performance by them in the group stage, still a little bit of work to do here as we look to see which teams make it straight through tomorrow.
Gotta see if they can continue that, at least turn something up, because they need it desperately with 2 more games left. We got game number 5 on the other side of this break on Stormpoint. Don't miss it.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 2 Playoffs Winners Bracket action. We are here in the Copper Box Arena live in London, and the crowd is filling up these seats. Our teams are getting ready to play through our final 2 matches in this bracket alone. 2 more games left on Storm Point, and I'm excited because we just got to see such a great game from Oxygen come out.
Yeah, it was a fun one, wasn't it? Oxygen really did well there to navigate those last couple of teams. NRG and Dark Zero holding down that hill for the longest of time, but neither of them could overcome some fragging potential from Aiden and especially Reeds there right at the end. All right, we've still got 2 maps left of Storm Point to decide this series, Vicky.
And I love Game 5s. I feel like I say this all the time whenever we go to these Game 5s, but in these type of games now, these teams have already established how they got to play. They don't want to wait last minute for game number 6, because sometimes that could be the scary part where teams that have already secured their spot with the points that they have in the overall standings may want to try to grief some other teams if they get to call them out. 100 Thieves landing in Cenote Caves, while Ascend lands on the south side, so very similar situation set up as we had last game.
Yeah, I'll have to see if they're as pleasant to each other as they were last time. You know, a bit of that. Have you ever heard that the Brits like waiting in queues? Apparently that's a thing, and so it's. I feel like they're almost sort of, you know, when in London, be like London. So that, you know, they're just kind of like, all right, cool. I'll just, you take the beacon. Don't worry, I'll get there next after you. You know, we'll take our time.
It's too polite. I hold forward for everything here, but I guess that's the difference out here. Don't let them take the beacon, no matter what. No sharing. 100 Thieves, though, have recognized exactly where they're at, and it does look like they're not going to be as nice as you were expecting. They're just going to be able to look afar, see what they're going to try to do here against Ascent.
Yeah, when you look at Ascend, they're running Crypto, Valkyrie, and Bangalore. So, getting a bit of that information, right? I think they just use that to scan the beacon. Ascend, what they're looking for, they may not necessarily be ready to commit just yet, but because they do have the Crypto, they get the info.
And that's why you have to change up that playstyle with the difference with the Crypto only scanning the survey beacons to let you know the enemies that are around instead of the ring console instead. But that benefits Ascent in this situation, knowing where 100 Thieves are, whether they wanted to rotate out or stay in the area alone. Also is nice to benefit off of a purple Eagle shield that Lufka is rocking. Being in the Crypto drone, though, is going to be enough information if you just leave it overhead to see if there's an indicator that 100 Thieves do want to try to find a route around Ascent, or if they just want to prioritize rotation as we tune into Moist, who have already gone ahead with their rotate.
Yeah, look at this. You see a Valkyrie on the team? No. You see how high they are flying? Yeah. You see how far they are going? That is the command center to launch pad, evac tower, rotate. It's nuts. They're already there. The game's barely started. Like, they may as well have landed in this POI. That's crazy. And of course, they've got the catalyst as well. They're there so early they can start to fortify this building. Fantastic for the Moist Boys. It does look like it's going to be a hard pull into launch pad. So this is a good situation. You either want to be setting up in that back building, or perhaps it'll be interesting to see where FaZe decided to go. With the teams there now, it's kind of hard to work out if they got the ring console or not, but oh yes, they did. So interesting to see if they go up on the catwalk as well, because that can be a good position, especially if you're gonna have a quick squiz, Vicky, and see if we've got any Lobas in the lobby.
Let's see, with Poprex hanging out down below and already getting the knock onto Thorfinn, that's already going to be one player out of this lobby. Talking about Lobas, Poprex doing exactly what you were expecting, but it works into the game plan that Poprex likes to play when it comes to Storm Point. Always try to secure that next, or rather God spot position in that final circle, and then stay put. And on top of that, they were able to secure the turbocharger and gold extended energy mag, realized in that fight to finish off Entropic after Poprex started the entire chaos.
So it's only the one. There we go. Observes right on top of that one. F-Chan is the only Loba in the lobby. So if Pulverex can, solidify their position there, they're just going to have access to all the loot as the teams start to pile in.
And if it isn't Moist that took that command center evac tower, realized taking the Trident all the way by shipfall, so many of these teams with the quick rotate within that 1 minute of dropping alone to take this spot right now. Over here, as Realize are just going to stay here with the Crypto drone, get some more information. Going to be able to also play with the double big boys that works into playing in this playstyle, just bunkered down with the caustic.
Big boys, the chunky lads. Naked eliminated. Oof, okay. Looks like that was at the hands of TSM. Fortunate for them. You can see they're holding the rocks, good position. Don't mind that one. There's little nooks and crannies where you can reposition if you get start taking some shots from one direction or the other. Moist trying to hold down now, instantly committing the exhibit. They do have sort of that first mover's advantage, of course, with the doors. They can choose which ones to reinforce. Very important when you're trying to hold down one of these positions.
Moist getting a knock with the Havoc here. Havoc being seeing a lot so far within this game alone. Ooh, don't climb on MT here. Gets cracked, but they're going to stay put inside of this building just to reset first. Don't want to give up the space that they've already secured for themselves. And you mentioned it already, Genome. FaZe usually landing here has already secured that catwalk on the high ground. You don't want to expose yourself to multiple different angles when you're rocking the Catalyst. You get the other knock on the other side. The bang has been called in. The beam coming in from MT. Oh, and on the other side, Pricey getting an off angle.
Don't come chell them. I mean, they're not even worried about holding that building. They're looking a little bit more aggro than that. Is he going to swing? He needs 1 damage to upgrade that Evo and join. Well, not join his teammates on purple, but at least, get it up there. And you can see he's getting some good shots on FC Destroy holding below.
What's good in that situation is Pricey knows that the other side of the angle that could contest him by the Watson fences is also being helped and held by his teammate, but managing to climb right back just for safety. There's a fight going on between Oxygen and Esports here. Lupa going down, Ascend in trouble, and that's going to be Kashera, the last one alive, taken out. Ascend out in 18th.
That's the last member of FC Destroy right there. Just gets the bat off, but I think MT is going to deal with him pretty quickly. No? Really? There's no way he gets away, right?
Oh. Managing to get away to reset with the med kit. FC Destroy.
Surprising. Yeah, look, there's actually a lot of action going down over there at Barometer. We just saw that fight before with Ascend taking the L, but now it's Oxygen trying to come out off the back of this with 100 Thieves and Geo right on top of them.
With Aiden getting taken out and 100 Thieves getting involved against Geo and Oxygen Esports, Vayne having to be careful dropping down on top of the Jenny. Playing out the low ground though, but Aiden right behind him. A different angle has been seen, and look who's getting involved. Geo still up and alive. Gonna be able to also fully restabilize, but 100 Thieves now taking the high over this fight.
100 Thieves looking from the angles from the top. Oxygen, yep, not going to last much longer. And Geo, they've got the Valk ult right, so they probably can find some ways to get out, to extricate themselves from this position if they really, really want to, rather than taking the straight up fight, and perhaps move close to the antenna where they can get back in the ring for a little while. That said, the ring has continued to pull to Northpad. Expect it to continue doing that.
FC Destroy finally get taken out. The last member taken out by the ring. Taking a look at the fight now happening over here, and RG moving their way right onto Launchpad. We're seeing so many other teams having to rotate through here. We saw that TSM has been playing by the rocks. The drone's going to be able to scan where NRG is rotating through from the high ground. Probably going to be Pulverex that's playing up the low ground. We already saw them earlier before. It's literally chasing him down. He knows where they're playing from, it looks like here. They do have the extra boxes, but TSM have NRG in their sights. And if NRG want to try to rotate and get some cover, Sweet has already probably called out that there is a team playing right underneath, which is the Crypto team.
Well, TSM, they're nipping at the heels of Moist here. 43 points for them and 47 on top of the table right now is Moist. It seems like both of these teams will be walking away with a decent amount of seeding points. We were saying 34, maybe it was going to be the cutoff, so both of them almost certainly into tomorrow.
Thinking about the teams that are also playing on the edge of the circle, Alliance and LG rotating from the south side of Launchpad is going to be crucial, with KCP taking their time in fish farms while they also make their rotate over. TSM has been putting in some damage like we saw before. KCP managing to get the knock onto Yuki. Energy looking from afar, but would love to see what's going on with the catwall and the Seer exhibit over on top of that hill.
Okay, there's some more information on that. It looks like got a Trident, I think, was getting sucked around by the pulled around by the black hole there. Doing some wheelies, doing some burnouts, but hopefully Alliance doesn't meet that same fate. We've got the X-ray there. You can see how close they were to running into the team on the top of that hill, LG.
Oh, the call out here as LG now moves in. Alliance trying to back away in time. Yanya gets taken out here. And LG trying to play passively from afar. Double Arcstar getting sent out as Yanya gets finished off. Playing on the edge of the circle, Nasky, Zane, they both fall. Alliance right behind them. They're getting sandwiched here. KCP in trouble, playing on top of the trident, gets deleted. Jaguares with the hit fire on the R9. Trying to pull off the shield back. KCP to get escorted right back to the lobby. You gotta think about what's to LG's back. That's Alliance playing outside of the circle, taking some shots with the 30-30, and the Skull Piercer right on top of it, putting in the damage.
Effect, like usual, creating space for his teammates here. Deadly accuracy on the heavy weapons. Even just throwing bullets into that smoke. I mean, the damage is good, but honestly, he's just trying to put some suppressive fire down so that his teammates in the zone have time and space to be able to get back into that zone. Suddenly, Hackers has gone down, though, from E6.
Well, well, well. E6, looking at the fight from afar, are going to be bunkered down inside of that building, right behind where Effect is currently. They do manage to get the banner for Hockeys. Gonna get some extra loot too, because look who's also slowly rotating from outside the circle. It's gonna be Gambare Otosan, who see the fight happening, and they look great in terms of shield and health.
Yeah, I think these guys have been crafting up a storm. Decent amount of kit on them as they try and pull in. I'm not sure Alliance will be expecting this. I can see them, they're not looking behind themselves at the moment.
Wait for it.
Effect could get caught off so quickly.
Wait for
there.
it.
The
respawn. No way. On a silver platter, Gambare Otosu now looking to engage in this fight. While Hockeys with a white Evo shield and a dream. Yes, he still gets the knockout to Youngie. He's still able to get at least a weapon out of his box here. Now pushing in. Youngie getting taken out, just leaving Jusna and Dogma to try to fight on the other side. Prowler shots coming in. The ring finishing off Hockeys once again. Fortunately for him, but Alliance is still alive. 13 squads left, while it's only up to Yuki.
Yuki, maybe he's got the ring to help him as well. No, they do get the revive, so now it's a 3v1. Surely Yuki realizes the reset has happened and he needs to get out of there. That said, we have seen a zone pull actually back towards him. Maybe he can find a nice little spot to run in. It's not like Geo have a seer to find him.
The one thing is that Alliance had also noted that what happened to Hockeys originally was from E6 from across by the building in that position that they were in. So even engaging on this fight would have been risky if E6 wanted to see what was happening, since they're running the crypto and could use the drone. Looking on the other side, talking about cryptos, Yuka also in a fight. Fnatic looking to still play from underneath here. The EMP is going to be called in. Having to look behind you, though, is another squad having you in their line of sight. Geo losing out on Juzna, but because of the circle there, 13 squads still left and alive, with the squad from Geo having to traverse through the heights. Playing on the outside of this building here, we saw what happened originally when we saw FaZe going in and out, but we saw them now manage to rotate on top of the catwalk at the very beginning. But it's so intense when Moist are still running the Catalyst here too, because you have the reinforced doors to deal with.
Yeah, look, they're good for the next circle, Vicky. They can take a little bit of time to work this out. Of course, they don't have the information, but it is going to be swinging very much down towards Element 6. They are currently occupying the building in the southwest of the zone, and that's going to be a really good spot. Dark Zero, actually, who will go a little bit late to the party and is set up in Antenna, actually will have some good shots over towards all these teams who are going to have to run in next to each other, pretty much holding hands from Launchpad down south.
I like how you called out DZ and where they're going to be rotating from, because obviously landing in the middle, they were able to get a nice rotate into the direction by that choke point right behind where E6 is situated in. Still looking at Moist and hearing the crypto drone from right underneath them. Stagnating a bit with so many teams in Launchpad. You got Moist, you got Fnatic playing right underneath them. Pulverex has not moved with the Rampart, the Loba, the crypto. FaZe on the other side still on that catwalk like we mentioned before. NRG had found their space right close to Pulverex and have also not moved an inch. TSM playing more by the edge, as well as Exit as 100 East make the rotation into that next circle. We finally see the engagement from inside of this building. MT getting the first knock.
Fnatic, they were the ones that took over the other APAC North's position underneath, but they decide they have to deal with Moist sooner or later, and they get neither. It's Moist to control that position. That's extremely important for them. The zone pulls back once more, actually. We're going to get an ending near the fingers, specifically the middle and the bottom finger of Launchpad.
Man, Moist woke up playing through this bracket alone on a different level. Even since World's Edge, game number 2, they got first with 12 KP, looking to continue dominating here, taking over that entire house. Dark Zeros, we could see Bocek in the hands, and Kraber in the hand of Zero. We've seen what Zero could do with the Kraber. Absolutely scary situation. And they have that slight little high ground too, like we mentioned before, behind E6.
Yeah, he's a demon with the Kraber. This man always hits his shots, is always a factor when that is in his hands. And I guess something else I really want to shout out is that Jen Burton has been doing fantastic this tournament for them. And
the follow-up with the Bocek. Oh, you know, it's like you're cutting up onions.
Imagine you're just sitting there and you get like...
100 Thieves! See you later with some help from NRG, Dark Zero. You know, we talked about this before. It's just crazy.
It's like a Kraber shot in one shoulder, you take the bow in the other, and you're just done for. You're reeling at that point. There's no way to come back from that.
Can't catch a break. Dark Zero, we're going to jump into a listening with them while we take a look at what they're going to do here, putting in all this work with the power weapons.
No heartbeats near.
Alright, Building, Caffrey, hold the team off. We either wall building or we'll go for rocks. Okay.
Wall towards building?
Like rocks, yeah, like, just wall their doorway off. They can't pick it all, they just chew over the wall. Evac.
They're evacuating, right?
Yeah, the water. They're gonna go for rocks. Are you gonna have wall?
88.
We can play here for now. Yeah, you go there and wall the right door off, so they can't see it all, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, after like swing down here. They're not there anymore, they're not rocks!
It doesn't matter, we still do it.
Rocks is free, 2 seconds.
What's the team there?
I got it. Wait.
Okay, whenever you're ready. Oh, nice. We're gonna key root. Okay. I'm popping one cell. You ready?
Yep.
They crypto MPM coming in. I'm gonna save it. One roof. This is the best spot probably. They EP'd. They might drop high down.
Break it.
I took it. Window. I'm batting. I'm one. Batting.
They're swinging out. I'm batting.
I'm chilling too. I'm trying to climb.
Yep.
Where's drone? I broke it. I got it.
Climbing out of the side. Okay. I'm batting.
They can shot down field. Yeah,
Can I swing?
Okay, I'm watching, you're fine.
Yep.
Get Kakus on the swings.
I'm.
I don't have a bat either.
I'm going Kakus. Alright.
Maybe we're just gonna have to fight them. Yeah, I can try K1, yeah. Team here, 2 getting shot on. Can I have wall back?
Have to go, have to bat.
Like fine. I don't think they can climb that. They're climbing. Give her cover.
You have to come the outside zone, I think.
They're climbing. They're fighting us.
They're low.
One's on you.
Cheer dead. Go see it. Dead. Nice, back.
Listen to me, I think it's cold. Come on. You think we trolled? I think cold.
Zero somehow win that fight. I wasn't sure they were going to be able to do it against the team. I mean, they had 2 very long-range weapons. Hit the no-scope on the Kraber, and then Jen goes crazy underneath. Unfortunately, it was just too low. Griefed after that, but damn if that wasn't a pretty impressive display by the Dark Zero boys just to win the 3v3. Meanwhile, 5 other teams remain. We saw TSM, NRG go down. Those guys at the hands largely of Moist Esports, who have just made their way in blow by blow into this final circle. It's going to end right in the middle there. In between those 3 rocks, essentially, is where the zone is closing to. Ganbare Otosan, they have that southern position. You can see lots of fences going down. This is going to be a great spot for them. Meanwhile, I believe it's just TSM Imperial Hell left alive. And then we've got Pulverex on the east.
Oh, Moist, having to be careful. I'm not over. That was crazy. Dropping down with some style here, really calling it out. Moist having to be careful though on this slight high ground. So the gravity lift right behind them, finding the opportunity. TSM finally get eliminated by Pulverex, calling him out. Moist, they see the catwall right in front of them. This is going to be their opportunity to try to rotate right through. Creeping Barrage has already been called in to avoid the caustic gas. EMP has come in next. Ganbare Otosan, look at their position on this south point with the comp that allows them to make the magic work. The Newcastle, the Watson, and the Gen that's going to be up.
Okay, 3 teams left, all with 3 members left alive. Ganbare, you can see they're fighting to get into that winner's bracket. So into the final from this winner's bracket. They're 12th currently. A couple of points here could mean everything for them in this second last game. Moist, Pulverex, GO, who's in the better spot? It looks like Moist are going to be in a really rough spot once they pull out the angles they're getting taken here. I don't think it's going to be them.
But what do they do here? They had used the catwall earlier. They have no cover like Ganbare and Pulverex. Pulverex has Rampart walls. Ganbare has Newcastle wall if they have the ult already since they used it earlier. Still, so much positioning that they can work off of from the rocks in the middle, but it's about who's going to approach and deal with MT. You see Dogma now trying to find that last straggler of Moist. They get taken out in third. 2 squads left. It's Ganbare Otosan versus Pulverex, and you already get the knock onto FChan. Get down, Mr. President, as Newcastle moves in, finds the opportunity, allows the rest of his team to finish up the game, so that way they take game number 5.
A 19-point game comes out of Ganbare Otosan there, the APAC North team. 7 kills in addition to the win rockets them up the standings. They're on 28 currently right now. Vicky, that's probably not enough, but it's a good start. Oh man, Moist finish up with 10 kills. By the way, another couple of sponges there with, Pulverex grabbing 7. Some big performances in that game.
I'm still reeling from the end part of that game. Between Dark Zero and E6, all the way up to Moist, clearing up that entire north side of the final circle, playing a part of NRG's demise. TSM only leaving Hao as a solo, Pulverex finishing them off. Hey, you said APAC needs to show up. Well, APAC North definitely did after that performance with Ganbare taking that game with 7 KP. Pulverex right behind them. We're getting so much out of the Rampart, the Sheila that we saw in the feed, and those amp barriers too.
The Lass is definitely putting in some work, but those Newcastle teams there at the end were really showing the versatility of that character, especially Storm Point, right? We know you can get those zones like that, toward Launchpad, maybe out in fish farms or shipfall, right out in the water where there is no cover. Maybe if you're lucky enough to have a Trident to drive along there and use that, but otherwise the castle wall is your best bet.
And they played into their strengths. We saw it already at the very end there, even setting up the perimeter with the Watson fences. Sometimes you even see that circle pull underneath in the area that Pulverex was sitting in. It was a good gamble on their part to just stay situated there from the very beginning, because then they could have had the circle advantage, and either way, they have the barrier so that way they can still contest an open circle like this. But so did Ganbare. Younghee, he had the Newcastle. Look at the beamage from Juzna right there with the Nemesis. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. This burst meta genome is insane with the damage output that you get in seconds.
Yeah, especially, you see it's fully ramped up at that point. I think it's one of the highest, maybe behind, say, the Devotion with a turbocharger at that point in terms of DPS. But yeah, look, Ganbare at this point, you can see they've already got FChan down. Shouldn't he trying to make something happen in the middle there, but it's a little bit too late. Dogma, I think, were they just like chilling next to each other there? He was just like tap strafing him around to bop him on the head for the finish. Oh, Junghee there for Gumbare. Wow, some big numbers coming out. 2,400 for Junghee. Not bad considering, you know, only 2 kills, but with 7 for the team total. It was a lot of poke. Interestingly also, this wasn't one of those situations where Geo, you know, just held the position from early on, right? They actually had a rotation all the way down south, up past Alliance and all those other teams that we saw on that hill above Fish Farms coming into that because they had to come down from Bean.
Yeah, they came from Bean up to that North Cenote Cave area all the way, wrapped around, saw the action happening with Alliance, LG, restabilized, and then they came from that hilltop that we highlighted when we were looking at Moist originally inside of the building. The fact that so many teams, though, didn't have that hill in their line of sight enabled GL to also get into position in the bottom part of where they were situated in. 7 kills on top of the dub to their name in that game. Pulverex right behind them, matching them in KP. They were there from the very beginning. Moist Esports, we saw the damage output that they put down, the amount of fights to claim the space inside that building, getting 10 kills.
10 kills for Moist? This isn't the placement team we know and love. What's going on there? I mean, I love the difference, by the way, between MT, nice guy, him in game when he's locked in. I mean, we got the player cam of him this time. You can see, man, when he is feeling it, he is fierce. 10 kills fierce here in game 5.
Actually insane. Looking on the other side of the page, one of the teams that lands over there to have the POI advantage with the circle is FaZe. They only secured 2 kills. They were on the catwalk for the majority of the time. Eventually, though, filtered out of that catwalk. We know that circle pulled away from them, eventually having to drop down into the chaos that was waiting for them on the floor. It basically was lava that they had to deal with. 100 Thieves also right behind them with the 2 kills. So many of these teams, though, flip-flopping depending on their performance from World's Edge into Stormpoint, which is what we currently have been seeing pretty frequently, has been the habit.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get that catwalk all the way to the end, right, but not this time, and that means FaZe are actually going to be right on the bubble here. 30 points for them. We were saying it might be around 34, so I'd say your top 5 are probably locked in terms of the finals here. Congrats, most likely to Moist, TSM, Pulverex, LG, Shivas, and Fnatic. Oxygen and Alliance, oh, probably, and then you've got teams like NRG, Dark Zero, FaZe, who just need to make sure they can pick up a few points here or there. The rest of the teams, Xset on 22. They made it hard for themselves yesterday, Vicky. They might be doing it again here.
Are they just putting us over the edge, treading that fine line to get us excited to have that one huge game, that final game, or will we be seeing them in that elimination bracket? Gambare, even off of that win, have that chance to also situate themselves in that bottom top 10. Very close, I believe, by 2 points from that 10th place spot that we just currently saw from FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive game for them, right? The majority of their points for this series came from that one game, but they've also got one left to try and send it all the way to Sunday.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's honestly really insane to see what we're seeing right now with a lot of their squads, but also a lot of the teams playing patiently with placement. While we get waiting for that final game, we're gonna send it over to Blaze, catch our breath real quick, and see what's going on the floor.
Thank you so much, Vicky. And I gotta be honest, I'm fanboying down here on the floor because I'm a Loba main at heart. Do we got any Loba mains out there in the chat, in the crowd? I think we got a few. I'm with Oberon. And Oberon, talk to me about how has your event experience been? You have an amazing cosplay right here. What have everybody been saying about it?
Thank you so much. It's been amazing to be back at LAN. I was here at Split 1 playoffs, and it's been so much fun being here. I think being in the crowd and being immersed in the environment is just something you can't get anywhere else. It's been awesome.
It's something that you can't get anywhere else. And I gotta be honest, the fans in London, you can't get this passion nowhere else in the world, you guys. Give yourself a round of applause, because you guys have been awesome. Now, Oberon, when it comes down to the cosplay, what was the process in making it? There's so much detail across the board.
Thank you. So I can't take credit for all of it. This I did make. I do have the wig, but it gets so warm and sweaty in here. We've had some really amazing, exciting matches today. I just had to take it off. But yeah, I think when I first started playing Apex back a couple years ago, saw Lobo when she came out, and I was like, I need to be in that immediately.
Same. And so now, now where can people follow you at? Where can people learn how to get make these cosplays and have this type of detail?
So I'm on Instagram mainly at @OIt'sOberon. I've been doing cosplay for 10 years, and I've loved every minute of it. So you can find me over there. I'm on Twitter as well. That's mainly my 2 socials, I think. So.
All right, there you go. Okay, it'll be on the screen. Make sure you guys give her a follow and check out the rest of those cosplays. But that's gonna do it for being Oberon on the stage. Vicky, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I love seeing all the cosplays that we've had so far in the arena over the course of the last few days. It is crazy.
All right, so I think we'll be getting into this last game nice and soon here. Lovely to hear from some of the cosplayers we've got in the audience there. Always fun, always fun. Now, we've got one more game left, Vicky, so thinking about those teams who are really close to the 10-point cutoff, right? I think that's where our minds need to be for this. Ganbare Otosan, we talked about there. FaZe, Dark Zero, a couple of those teams just around the 30-point cutoff.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about FaZe having to play a lot more aggressive than we had witnessed on World's Edge, where they really did situate themselves into a more let's bunker down into final circle positioning and rely on the black market as Loba. Love seeing the cosplayers, the family support out there in the crowd. Shout out to Dark Zero, shout out to the fam who have been able to attend and support the familia. You love to see it. All right. While we get excited and while we get sat into our final game, Genome, our final game in this winner's bracket, let's see which of the 10 teams will have to fight for their lives in the elimination bracket. That's the energy that I want to hear from the rest of this crowd. Teams are fighting for their life. FaZe sitting with 30 points in 10th place. Dark Zero with 31 points. Ganbare, after their win, with 28 points in 11th. Ascend still sitting in Cenote Caves, potentially contesting with 100 Thieves once again.
Yeah, so I think the 2 teams are probably going to be keeping our eyes on the most are going to be GO and XSET. They're the ones, I believe, that have a chance to jump up and change the standings as they currently are. FaZe, NRG, and Dark Zero have probably put this game and the result in their own hands. If they do well enough, they should be clear from contention. But a big game, one big game here from Ganbare or from XSET would see them jump up and make it straight to tomorrow.
It would be putting the bottom end of this top 10 that we currently have in shambles. So we have to see how this plays out with so many of these teams so close in points for that top 10 spot. XSET currently sitting in 12th place right now. Fun, picking himself up a gold Evo shield in the middle of that rotate. So many of these teams now, if you take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling, more so towards that center area. Antenna does have the crafter that Naked could take advantage of, and so did FaZe with Launchpad. Looking at the fight that's now finally happening in Cenote Caves, no holding back. Yeah, Sen had gotten the information last time, even Luca with the purple Evo, but this is a new game, and you drop, and now you currently see 100 Thieves looking to push into this building.
100 Thieves down in the back here. They're actually much closer to Ascend than we've seen in some previous games, Vicky, but they want to be quick about this, with Entropic actually going up against FC Destroy here. This might have been, okay, this might have been a bit of a game 3 gamble, right, where sometimes if one of the players up there is taking the spiders, something like that up, you know, you can 3-man land them. We didn't see exactly what happened, but can only guess it was something like that, considering it was such a fast fight. But thinking again about those teams down in the south, it looks like it's probably going to be a barometer, in fact, almost certainly a barometer zone here, and therefore these guys right here want to get this done so that they can get over there and get a good spot.
And they're doing it already with post-kill, getting the first knock onto Vax, playing extremely patient even despite that. You see the Horizon gravity lift right in front of them. Not trying to let them go for the reset here too. Also nice to know that Kashera is on the Newcastle, something that we didn't see in that previous game when he was on the Crypto. Also works perfectly because it's that APAC North playstyle that we've been seeing so consistently work out in the same playstyle that Ascend has. We have seen Kashera on the Newcastle previously, but it's still followed under his comfort of the Crypto.
Ascend certainly aren't out of the running. It's a lot harder for them to do this than, say, GO or XSET, but it's 17 points, you know, even a couple KP to start off with, and then a quick run into Barometer, they could be okay, but this fight seems to be dragging on. They've already got a kill. They may need to just push the issue here.
100 Thieves still sticking around on the high ground. Let's not forget that 100 Thieves currently is sitting in 14th and now playing this out as a duo.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's why it's a little bit of hesitation here. I think it is the 2v2 at the moment. They wait for the ultimate to come up. They're going to be able to retrieve the banner here, and a couple of the shots coming through.
Oh, the Wing Bro coming in clutch to help him out, but taking so much damage. Trying to slide away. Absolutely insane. Also puts in some extra pressure, just trying to help suppress fire for Scurry. He's got the med kit ready just in case, but with a knock and knock, this is definitely winnable for 100 Thieves.
Yep, now I believe it is the 2v1. Don't seem to have the high ground though. I think that's the only problem at the moment. Surely Scurry can get out there with the gravity lift and they can deal with this last pesky member. At least they need to do it before Geo rolls up. They are currently in Cenote Caves.
Knock, knock, coming in from Bean is Gambare looking for the opportunity. And they could do this because the circle is really close to Cenote Cave. So they could still play the same type of play style, playing closer to the edge in that final circle positioning here while they get involved in this fight.
TSM Pulverex running into each other as some other teams start to populate a barometer. But as you can see, post-kill is just trying to post up somewhere else. Oh, okay, they've got Kashera back in. So I guess it must have been a revive. Either way, two teams, 2 members each.
They had lost out on Lufka at the very beginning of that fight. You could see Kashera not very happy with that in the cams while they rotate away, because they also weren't able to get the banner. But it's fine. They got the Newcastle. Maybe they'll have some luck with a crafter up ahead. I know Bean currently does have a crafter there, so that's probably going to be their next game plan, which is also going to open up the floor for Geo to try to contest 100 Thieves in case they want to use that respawn beacon over in Cenote Caves to get their third back up.
Well, there's crafting down there, so Geo might be looking for that at the same time they look for 100 Thieves. Not sure if they had time to do the IMC Armory just yet, but if they have, then gosh, Gambare are going to be at such an advantage versus 100 Thieves. Surely there's not a lot of meds left on the 100 Thieves team right now, so the Catwall is going out to try and save them, but it's not going to get them the whole way.
They got him up, though. They got him up with the respawn beacon that was right there. Geo took a bit too much time that they would have liked, and with the Catwall on top of that, it's to help clear their rotation. Geo now sliding in, again, with great loot. You mentioned the armory that they'll probably go into when they first originally dropped that bean, and now rotating around, they're going to try to prioritize the crafter, get some extra meds if necessary. Also got to think about the Digi threat, the extended energy mag that they could use here, especially when it works into Younghee's loadout in the triple take. Having to swap over from the heavy into the light ammo. He's got a ton of light ammo to work with, but this is what they wanted. They wanted the crafter. Even better if they could have secured any KP. But 100 Thieves playing on the outside have to be careful with this rotate with so many teams right now. If we could take a look at the map overhead that have already made their way into Barometer where the next circle is pulling.
Yeah, as we get another look at the circle, it's a hard pull down to the bottom of Barometer. Interesting it'll be to see if Exet have picked the position well here. They're definitely within the circle. It's pulling sort of on top of Exet Oxygen, and realize we did have a quick squiz at where the next one was going before. Maybe we can get that dotted circle back up to show you guys. But Exet are going to be, I believe, okay, but we probably do need to see that overview, right, to see what kind of building or position, they are locked into.
Especially looking at how congested it is right now. We can take a look at the teams that are still playing on the outskirts of Barometer.
Yeah, so it looks like they're posted up on, the little sort of L fences there, the corners of the Barometer, I suppose. And at the moment, they're trying to deal with 100 Thieves, and a couple of easy kills might come their way. That'd be fantastic for Exet. They need more of that.
But if Exet try to overcommit to this, they also have to think about Oxygen. They have to worry about Realize, KCP who's behind them. A lot of these buildings are currently being shared, but that's the reason why we have so many teams in this area alone.
Look at this, 2 syringes just picked up off the floor. 100 Thieves do not want to be in the zone right now, but they are forced back there by Exet. This is obviously very good for XSET trying to stay in this. FC Destroy in 20th position. It looks like their run in the winner's bracket may be over because LG are looking to end them.
Juarez gonna be able to get the res. FC Destroy to 1v1, but the difference here is the Newcastle's here. Although we did see the res getting popped first by LG, the spam on the ping there too, just letting them know what's happening. He was able to get double res, but no gold knockdown here. FC Destroy only up to Yuka to get anything done. Was able to pop the medkit just in time while still playing in the circle, going in and out. There's so many fights happening right now. NRG also engaging onto 100 Thieves that have pushed them outside the circle and to rotate all the way around by the egg-sized building.
Okay, so FC Destroy do lose that in the end, but I think LG may struggle because Entropic is actually going after them into Fish Farms. 100 Thieves, however, on the other side of this, finally have solidified just a little bit. You can see the death boxes here left from the last fight we were just having a look at, and now Entropic commit the Zeros.
Wait, they commit, but Nizo gets the first knock here. It's a trade between both sides. Entropic, Uchaku with a quick shield swap into the blue shield here, puts down the smoke, just tries to get the finish as much as he can. He's got the R9, he's got a blue extended light mag, and he's got the Digi on top of it. Huge! Yanya finally gets finished off because of the ring, but Nizo is still alive, even if he needs to get the res. He could try to go for it on the south side.
I mean, he can barely commit here. He's got one syringe left and not really any time. He just has to go for it and hope maybe that he gets on top of them and gets some kills.
Oh no, and Entropic was able to get the res onto Thorfinn here too. Chaku is gonna be able to reset with the medkit. Hierarcha's about to get res here, only one member left from LG.
LG don't have to worry about this, they're pretty much already through, so for Entropic, it's a godsend that they make it out of here alive.
They didn't have to worry, but it's the fact that so much fighting just happened over in Fish Farm for so long outside the circle. Now Entropic could benefit off of all the death boxes, the graveyard at their feet. Look at this too, they're also going to be able to have to rotate from that eastern side around Gale Station where E6 is already settled in south of Antenna. So many teams, since they're already in Barometer, there are other teams like TSM, Moist, 100 Thieves that are playing more so by the edge of where this next circle is going to be pulling.
Okay, we're seeing Geo right down the bottom. There's barely any cover to play with. Lucky they take some with them. It's in the kit, it's in the utility. Junhee bringing the castle wall here for his friends. Okay. It is pulling a little bit more towards the northeastern side of Barometer. This is interesting, Vicky. Usually it's at the outskirts of Barometer that we see, right? This one actually has quite a bit of, playable ground sort of on the inside of Barometer here, which means that spot that XSET had up the top is probably going to be solid, and even anyone who's up the top of the larger building in Barometer here also going to be sitting pretty.
We've seen circles end up on the bridge southeast of Barometer where FaZe is hanging out, even on top of the building that Moist has been sitting in for a while. KCP and Pulverix though have already found their way into that next circle. Pulverix is so good with their team comp in sitting where they need to be for God's Spot, especially with their team composition with the Rampart. It's going to benefit them the most. Geo playing right behind the Newcastle still while getting pinged by another team from afar. Energy's playing against Alliance in the middle of Barometer, and while Geo's playing on the edge here, Realize has them in their line of sight as well as Oxygen Esports.
We are, of course, keeping our eye on these teams that could be jumping up and down in the standings, but there's still all the other teams who are well up the top just fighting for those seeding points, and they're not necessarily going to just let the others walk away with it, are they? NRG, Moist up the top, also looking to hold out 100 Thieves, and then you've got TSM as well. They're all the way up at the entrance to Jurassic.
It's important to highlight the teams that are still alive on the border right now. FaZe playing off to the southeast side inside of that dome-shaped building still. E6 still on the outskirts of that next circle trying to take a fight in Antenna against Entropic. 100 Thieves as well as they make their rotate. They're from north from Moist Esports, who have been taking some shots at them. 17 squads left, and the patient play has been coming up as the catwalk comes in. Let's jump into a listening with 100 Thieves.
Ready? Going.
I'm gonna be with Hanmu.
Smoking one. Going to the bin.
Yep.
8 seconds on smoke.
I'm crossing over here.
I got cravered. I'm telling you. We need to get to the bridge somehow.
There's a team bridge.
Is there?
You have a wall?
No,
We have Bang Ult, Horizon, and I have arcs.
Yeah, we'll just go slam on the bridge.
When you get to the rock, when you get to this rock right here.
Yes.
I'm away from my other smoke. Don't peek too much on bridge. Trying to save as much time as we can.
You guys ready?
Smoking here.
I'm waiting for that to go off.
Bang ulting here. When you get to these rocks here.
Nope, I need to smoke.
Walking right now. I can't really waste it here.
I got double heady.
Yep.
Smoking here.
Not in.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm dead here.
Oh. I literally.
Damage from the Sheila a little bit there too to add the sprinkle on top to what really hurts, because guess what? While Shunyi was hanging out inside of that bridge, Pulverex have been playing this as a solo that entire time with the Rampart on the bridge. You heard how Under Thieves had to navigate right in front of the line of sight of Moist, and what they knew was a Rampart on the bridge. That was going to be Pulverex that have set up those amp barriers. Currently now you get to see FaZe looking down the line of sight of their charge rifle and where they want to rotate next, because the circle is going to be closing in a minute and less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're sitting in the orange there. Moist Esports had to make a move. They were in the coffin, but they want to put someone else in a couple of those. Pulverex, they were so far out in the zone, it was going to be very tough for them. Pioneers, they're the ones dealing with Moist right now. They've been eliminated, but they are sitting up with a swagger points up at 64. Pioneers, actually, this building is in, Vicky. They need to keep control of this, because at 18 points, if they get enough kills, there is a chance they're going through.
That's why Moist wanted to fight them for it. They wanted this space, and KCP said no way, blocking them out, winning this fight. 13 squads left while they still hang out inside of this building, inside of that next circle.
Yeah, Dark Zero and Oxygen, they're posted up in the large building, the big tower, and that's going to be within the next circle. So a little bit of time to work things out for them. XSET, if they continue holding the top side there around the tarp spaces, they will also be okay, probably even into the final circle, but no doubt they will start getting challenged by some teams at some point. Meanwhile, there's a couple of X factors around. TSM at the edge of the circle haven't really moved in yet. NRG and Alliance, all these heavy hitters really yet to show their hand.
It's the teams that are fighting to stay in this winner's bracket that are right now playing in around this next circle. KCP, obviously, that we just saw them win that fight against Moist, but I'm talking about XSET, Gambare, that are playing right underneath XSET currently. They are putting down the pressure. Look at all the damage right next to that Trident. The piercing spikes, the Arc Star, you're forced to get out of there once the Arc Star gets sent out, and Sykes still was able to find Karampe.
Realize not having a good time here, so they will be taking the L there. So many other teams still around Under on either side of XSET. GO, their tournament is on the line here. They're up to 30 points. FaZe have been eliminated. I believe that ends their chances.
We're gonna have to see, because they were on that bubble originally, but the thing is they didn't get any KP. They played exactly the patient play style that we were mentioning that they cannot afford to do. And they didn't get the KP, but they did get some placement. 10 squads left right now as we tune into Alliance on the low ground. NRG is hanging out right on top of them. XSET right on top of Gambare still. So many of these teams not in that next circle, but these squads that have that high NRG specifically are going to be able to have that easy rotation. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're going to have to be funneled outside of this low ground, potentially on top of the zipline where XSET is already hanging out on.
Yeah, look, FaZe currently in 10th spot. GO, if they get one more point, they can move up and knock them out of contention. Fnatic well up there. You can see Pioneers, they could sure use those 12 points for a first place, Vicky.
It could be in the works. They predicted this circle amazingly. They've been in this building for so long. They were one of the squads to take care of the teams coming in from the north side. We saw what happened between Moist hanging out right behind, though. They want to maintain this high ground advantage because there's another team sharing that building with them. That's going to be Fnatic on the low ground. E6 is a team trying to contest them from the bridge that we saw that one solo from Pulverix hanging out in. Love these different angles that we're also seeing. It benefits the way that Zayn has his weapon loadout with the charge rifle.
Yeah, exactly. With the death boxes there, he can switch over later. Charge rifle just for the Evo upgrades, and then he can, who knows, double Prowler. We saw Effect rocking that the other day, did nuts amounts of damage with it. Oxygen coming in now. We've got 3, actually 4, Element 6 down the bottom of this building. It just got a little more crowded in here.
It's a party, and you know what? E6, Oxygen, they love to be invited to these parties here. Guild already benefiting off of this, though, on the fight that's happening on the top of Barometer as Exet fighting for their actual lives out here to stay in the winner's side. Fun, trying to go for the shield swap. He manages to do it. Amazing swap up with the Black Hole getting called in, playing off the knockdown. Is it going to be enough? And it isn't going to be enough points for them to benefit from.
Really, it's only Geo and Pioneers now who have a chance to go up. Geo out as well. Okay, eyes on Pioneers, 22 points currently. They would have to jump up at least 10 points to put themselves into tomorrow automatically. Otherwise, well, a couple of fans out there might see another series from them today.
Definitely in the bag, definitely doable here for the KCP squad. So exciting as they exit out of the rooftop, looking for some room inside of this building. There's another team right next to them, though. Be careful that maybe Fnatic. I know Oxygen was also on the high ground here. You see the exhibit getting called in. They have the information that they need.
Yeah, Bangol is available. It's not going to help them on the inside, of course. They might want the Horizon Black Hole for that, but they can screw with the teammates around them and on top of this building if they want to lay down that flare.
Oh, it's raining squads, and that's Seer Tech.
Oh, no.
The silence and the slow. Griefnowski there, allowing Oxygen to open up the opportunity to wipe out the KCP squad. No more chance. They go down in 6.
FaZe, I think, are actually going to make it through. Ooh, could even come down to a tiebreaker there, Vicky, with FaZe versus Gambare Otosan there with 31 points apiece. The bottom 10 out of contention now and sent into the losers bracket. We will give you guys the full stats after this game, but now the teams play for seeding points. TSM, Oxygen, Fnatic, Alliance, and Dark Zero.
Looking at this fight, double catwall and the exhibit being called in. Oxygen having the high ground over TSM, wrapping around, going wide, gets the meltdown. Fnatic in all the trouble. Meanwhile, huge shots right there with the Kraber. Are you kidding me? Yuka looking reads the face, saying Asa la Vista. 8 ain't going down. Oxygen out. Alliance climbing in now to get on top. This is the opportunity. Hockeys with the Lions take our last game on store points. That's our Alliance squad. That's the team that has been dominating these lobbies and being the nail in the coffin for this winners bracket round 1, sending these bottom 10 teams to the elimination brackets. They have been out here, and what a way to conclude the series with a 10-kill game.
Not bad at all from our split to EMEA champions. That's a very solid way to back up the results in the group stage, where certainly they looked like the best team around. Winners bracket finals can often be a little bit different, Vicky, but another another really solid result. That said, we've got a nice little mix of teams and regions at the top of our leaderboard here.
Man, there were so many teams on that border. Geo, FaZe, Alliance, putting in the work that they've ever put in these last few days. Effect, this young legend, 18 years old, freshly turned 18, coming into this LAN, looking at these lights, looking at this crowd, and letting everybody know, you know what? LAN's a lot easier than I thought, and he's having fun with it to the very end with the individual talented members of Alliance between Yuki and Hockey's. Hockey's getting that last kill to finalize the game.
Now, unlike our first series today, Vicky, no one's going home from this one. If you're a fan of some of those teams in the bottom 10 of this series, don't worry. You get to watch them again. You get to see them go up against the winning 10 teams from our losers bracket round 1 today, and they get one more chance to make it to tomorrow.
Oh, so much more action still left. I'm so happy that we got some more Apex Legends in store for us, but that's going to be it for Genome and I, and that's going to be it for the winners bracket. Thank you guys so much. Desk, tell us what you thought from those last 3 games.
Well, I thought we got a nice little sneak peek at what could be tomorrow's match point final. Wouldn't that be exciting here in EMEA? If so, I know the crowd would be even louder than it was just a moment ago. I'm starting to feel it, guys. It's starting to feel real. It's starting to get exciting here. Back on the desk, Randy, joined by Dan. Of course, Sab's back with us, and Mark. You guys taking a break from casting, helping us do some analysis. But quickly, I want to go to our special guest here, Sabs, and I want you to kind of walk us through what we just saw. TSM, Alliance, KCP in that final circle. So many things showing up in that moment. I want you to let us know what you saw as we break that one down.
You know, I think it's important to always play it slowly. KCP didn't take it slowly. I feel like when they dropped down, the other team didn't have a clue that they were there. I feel like if they would play slow, sneak up on them, I think they would take the advantage and kill the other team. But because they tried to rush it, they instantly went and it didn't go that well. You know, Alliance took a great advantage. They played slowly, the opposite of KCP. And that's why I feel like, you know, sometimes it's worth to wait, get more kills, and get the higher placement.
I got so excited when I saw Alliance versus TSM in that final 3v3 as well. I know that Alliance had the slight upper hand and it was more of a 3 versus 2 by that point, but it gives us a little bit of an indication of what could happen tomorrow when we get into Sunday. They are our 2 biggest hitters, I feel, at this tournament so far, and they just have the fans behind them as well, both squads.
They do.
I think regardless of who won there, the copper box was going to explode.
It was pretty wild, right? Alliance looked terrifying. I have to say, though, I always question when you get into the later lobbies where the quality starts to pick up, can you do what you were doing in the early group stages? And there's no question at this point that Alliance are here to try and claim that trophy because they have looked absolutely unbelievable. Hackis has been fantastic. Yuki, I think, has been somewhat of an unsung hero as well with the damage output and the clutch moments that he's had. But just look at the stats on your screen. Just look at the stats on your screen. We can't talk about him enough, and it's for good reason. Effect has changed the game for Alliance. They look like a championship caliber team.
And they looked like one possibly last time with a sub. So Effect has not only kept the same caliber of play, but they have upped it up a notch with Alliance up on top. 22 points from them, but I have to pause and say, wow, Oxygen Esports, a 13-kill, 3rd place. He's going to put them in 2nd place overall. That is a great performance from a team who has been playing very, very well as of late.
I really think Oxygen are a genuine threat when we get to that finals lobby as well. If they find themselves in those 3v3s, if they get into those final circles, they just seem to destroy everything in their path. And you've got to be concerned if you ever feel like Oxygen are in one of those final circles. And with the points they've been able to pick up, they're going to be at Championship Sunday, and I cannot wait to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just quickly jump in on that because I agree with that. I think that Oxygen have shown that not only are they able to win games, which is important, but it's the points they're accruing in the games that they don't. When you get to match point, you're looking to hit that mark, right? And they've shown they can do both sides of the coin.
How much does this have to do with their coach, Psycho? I don't know if you're familiar with him, Sabs, but you've been in the situation, as we take a look at the bottom 10 as well, to talk about what a coach does in terms of getting your team ready for these moments or not getting them ready for certain moments.
You know, I think like the coach is playing the biggest role in the mental. If the mental is up, you know, team is feeling great, the vibes are great. So, you know, the score is gonna go up, of course.
Yeah.
If the coach is gonna say, oh, you know, guys, it's not the best, the vibes are going down, the score is also going down, so.
So the vibes and the score are basically a knob that the coach can turn up or down based on their performance, right?
Yes.
Oh. Very easy. I mean, why
aren't I a coach?
Why
should start coaching?
At this point, no, but we love our teams and all of the performances they put on so far, but these performances start to count for something. Remember, points, 10 of them exactly, go to our winner, and it is time, I believe, to reveal our series winner for this final game here that has gone on in our winners bracket. As we look at it, it is Moist. They hold on to it. My goodness, quick reactions here. I thought maybe Alliance did enough. I thought TSM maybe could have done enough. I'll start with you, Mark. APAC South getting some representation here.
About time. We've been waiting for the moment. Moist, it's so funny. Yes, they've had some contestants to deal with throughout the tournament, but I think once lobby quality starts to pick up and you get some of the best in the world, that's where some teams start to shine. And I think Moist are one of those teams. They were involved in so many end games. They obviously, were able to control a lot of those end games as well and consistently accrue points. But the thing I want to point out from these standings, again, look at the top 4 and look at the regions. You have Moist, APAC South, you have TSM North America, Alliance, EMEA, Oxygen Esports North America, and then Fnatic just behind them from APAC North. So honestly, if you're watching from wherever you are in the world, you're supporting a team from your region, there is a genuine chance that they could be champions.
Truly a global series, Dan. That's on display front and center.
It is. How different it could have been if TSM had won that last engagement as well. They might have been able to get those 10 points, remember, going into Championship Sunday. Now it means Moist have the advantage, and they will be able to put themselves closest to match point. What's also very interesting there is 10-11, FaZe and GO tied at 31. And then the likes of Exet, Pioneers missing out, going down into that elimination bracket as well. There is some heavy hitters down in the elimination bracket, Renko.
Sabs, I need to get your thoughts on our bottom 10 teams. Congrats to Gambare, Otosan, NRG, Dark Zero, LG Chivas, Pulverex, Fnatic, Oxygen, Alliance, TSM, and Moist. We will see you on Sunday. But for our bottom 10, Sabs, anybody you have your eyes on, either a little disappointed in or expecting, needing, dare I say, a big performance now that it's the elimination bracket. Round 2 coming up in just a bit.
It's not a disappointed, but Ascend had a contest. That was taking so long, and they're usually playing zone, so because of that they had a huge disadvantage. They needed to change the playstyle, sometimes they needed to back up, reset. This last game they reset and got the teammate back, and they almost got third party. So if not that, they also didn't, they would not pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story, right? We've seen it with Dark Zero, we've seen it with Aurora, we've seen it with a lot of different teams. Contests have changed the game, but not just that, the small things, the pace, which ends up getting you, if you play zone, your spot that you want, or a little bit late. And being late here can be a big problem, Dan.
It is a big problem, and it's why we've seen some teams who have been so good in the online season getting into the early spots and rotating and maybe playing against a lot of edge teams, now suddenly left scratching their heads and, oh, someone's beat us in this race. We're not going to be able to get this spot. Now what do we do? And they kind of panic a little bit. And those are some of the teams that have fallen into that elimination bracket across the last few days, whether it be from group stages, or whether it was from the winner's bracket there. But you still have that redemption story. You still have that opportunity to get back into things today.
Mark, you've got a call that many people have loved lately. Hal coming down from the heavens. He did that against Ascend. And unfortunately, Ascend not looking like the team that he did that against. They were maybe one of the biggest stories coming in, the representative of, in my opinion, EMEA to win it all. And they were at match point having a chance to do so. What's different about Ascend in this tournament?
I think Dan's kind of hit the nail on the head there. They've got to the winners bracket final. They've done enough to get here, and they've just come up a little bit short because of the fact that they were having to have a little bit of a contest on some of the maps. And when you are a zone-heavy team, it throws everything off. The timing, teams are going to get ahead of you to the spots that you planned to be able to play from. And then you're talking about flexibility. What is plan B and C? And that's where some of the best teams in the world are able to react. TSM, if they're in a horrible position, how many times do we see them somehow scrape out a top 3, a top 4? Alliance, same can be said. They get a quick reset and all of a sudden they find a way towards zone. They take a fight and win it when they're on the back foot. And I think that's the difference, right? Ascend, sometimes if they don't get that priority position, maybe there isn't a plan B, but also it's very difficult to fight 2 or 3 teams you weren't expecting because of the quality of the lobby. So you've just got to be on your game. And I think, like you said, the little things like contest can completely throw his own team like a send-off.
Mark, Dan, Sabs, thank you so much for the analysis. Right now, though, I want to hear from someone who is surprisingly looking like they hit the gym just as much as our host, which is very hard to see. Guy Blaze looking great, but standing next to him looking just as good, and the winner of this winner's bracket, Waltzy.
Rain Day, I said the same thing. I said I had to get big on the stage, okay? We got to get a workout sometime, Waltzy. But we see the work in which you put in, because everybody give it up for Moist Esports as they take first place in the winners finals right there. And Waltzy, talk to me about it, man. How does it feel to win this set and do it with this team after all the hard work y'all put in?
It feels good, especially after a shaky second set that ended up with 13 points. So it was looking a bit rough. We brought it back in third set, but definitely feels good to play with full potential in the winners bracket today, for sure. Really good feeling.
Yes, it is. I know it is. Now, by that, you guys get a 10-point advantage in the match point finals. How important is that going into Sunday?
It's kind of big, but I wouldn't say it's like anything to worry about, like just to focus on, I guess, because last lane we made it through winners, but we got, you know, not a lot of points out of it. We still ended up hitting our threshold. I think the biggest thing is last time we hit the threshold, we didn't get to play another game. So hopefully this time with a 10-point, we actually get to play a finals, like get to match point and play the last game.
Nice. Now, you guys are the top dogs in the APAC South region, okay? How would it feel to bring another trophy to APAC South?
I for sure feel like we get slept on in APAC South and get like sort of no respect, especially when it comes to drop spots and just our team fighting and stuff like that. So if we could bring it home for APAC South, that'd be huge, especially to keep our spots as well, because I know like it is really tough for us to keep our spots. So that'd be the main priority, is getting the spot for keeping our spot.
Definitely. And lastly, any words you want to give to the fans out there supporting you all around the world?
I know there's a lot of like MDY fans and a lot of DF fans, and I think they're supporting us as well. So I really appreciate that, and anyone else that supports Moist Esports here, I really appreciate that, seriously.
All right, everybody, you heard it from me and Waltzy on the floor. That's going to do it for us here. And when we come back from the break, it's the Elimination Round 2 finals. Don't go anywhere.
To match number 1, TSM on your screens right now, because they're in a fight inside of Geyser. Those are some pretty good shots coming out. To push his face now. And Dark Zero, they take each other on head-to-head. Points come down from the skies. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this damage? Zero is the last alive. He will go down. FaZe trying to hold. Moist just have Waltzy. And all of a sudden, that's all they need. Fnatic just looking for their final victims. 3 squads remaining as Umachan goes to work here. He will win it for Fnatic.
Climbing in now to get on top. This is the opportunity. Hockey with the Lions take our last game on Store Points.
Ascend is going where? Cenote. We're about to see an 100 Thieves Ascend contest at Cenote Cave.
Bean is free. Someone might swerve.
There's 3 teams going Cenote. No, they went Trident. So 100 Thieves versus Ascend, baby. Let's see it in. Just lock it in. Strap in, chat. Seatbelt on. We're strapped in. Watch 100 Thieves.
All right. I got cash. All right, so they're splitting right now.
Yeah, they're splitting right now. I'm not really too sure if they're actually going to fight at all. I'm 100% positive.
Syringe here.
No other contest.
No. That's literally the only contest right now. Is anything free that's not? No, nothing's free.
No.
Everything's taken. So one contest does have to happen. And someone in my chat said that TSM wins on their home turf this game.
It's pretty close.
And I'm not going to lie, bro. It might be a wall side ending or at least near it. So you're not 100% wrong, big dog. I am on that dual screen, though, by the way, brother. So.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. You're good.
I didn't know that.
You're chilling, dude. You're chilling, brother.
I'll go back.
Nah, you're vibing. They're just crafting right now.
Yeah.
Do you think that 100 of these fights this?
I feel like, yeah, why not? They're already going to be hard edge.
Yeah, maybe go for
Do
the
you think they know who this is?
Yeah, they saw Newcastle for sure. I think. I feel like that recon's like really easy. You see a Newcastle, it's almost guaranteed. Not a Newcastle, right? It's
It is Newcastle.
Oh, it is Newcastle, right? Yeah. Yeah, Newcastle or Watson.
Ascend is leaving.
Yeah, Ascend is just going to run away. They're going to do Prowlers probably. 100 Thieves, I think, is going to want to craft, so I feel like they're going to probably just move up and immediately take that crafter. E6 and Xset are right next to each other, too. Xset's going to walk away, and E6 is going to look to craft, too. I'm actually not sure. Cascade Balls, maybe? Potentially?
Maybe.
There's a chance. It's a good chance. Xset's getting shot at right now by DZ. DZ applying the pressure onto Xset here for the rotation in. All right. And is NRG going to end up fighting here too? No, they're not. They're just moving up right now too. NRG is looking for the building sweep, but there's actually none left.
Yeah.
So they have to watch out for this recon here, bro. This actually could be really bad for NRG. They're like putting themselves in a really uncomfortable position.
I think Sweet knows.
Yeah. Well, that's just obviously Sweet recognizes that, understands that he has to watch out just to make sure.
That's actually just levitating.
Yeah.
And FC Destroy is landing on them.
Oh my God, FC Destroy just lands on Sweet.
Killed with a knock.
Goes down, and I think that's just a wipe from FC Destroy, big dog. That is so rough,
shit.
man. Holy shit is right. That is a Falco clean face special, and they're going to be
TSM picks up that kill.
Wow. That sucks for FC Destroy. Did not expect them to go down like that. A little bit of a misplay. They're sitting right behind us, too, and they do not look happy, but
who?
It does have FC Destroy there.
Oh.
Happens. It is what it is. Don't go. Nothing goes perfect. And that's just a lot of loot, though, for NRG, so they're probably pretty happy about that. My man, Nathan, only has 30 bullets left in the Prowler anyway, so that helps him a ton. Realize with the crypto, Jimmy Caustic, you think they win a game on this? I think they do. I'm saying they do, 100%.
I want them to.
Yeah, I do too. I need them to at least win one of these games too.
Yeah, let's go over there.
All right, so we're at that point in the game now where there's not going to be too much going on. Most teams are going to be set up here.
So,
who gave you that?
Papa Jen.
Actually, it looks funny.
He looks dope, dude. He's sick.
And yeah, it's about that time.
Yeah, I mean, right now, bro, nothing's going to really be going on. It's one of those slow beginning games. Honestly, World's Edge, I feel like, was going to be slower regardless, no matter what. So, yeah, happens.
Yeah, got one of them here.
It happens, brother.
Look at the difference in play, though, from, like, Ascend. Look at where they are versus where 100 Thieves is. Ascend is in zone already.
Yeah, I know, right? So 100 Thieves is doing the Prowlers, crafting up. I mean, my man Vaxon needs to craft a fucking R9. He's an alternator flat right now. There's no reason to not craft an R9 in this situation. Gumbre is crafting all the way in front, too, over in the B side. Yuka's going to be inside, over near wall, and they're going to be chilling here as well. They have to move up just a little bit. Are they ratting this cannon?
I mean, I think they're trying to, but I don't
KCP?
think anyone.
Is KCP actually taking this or no?
No.
We'll see.
They might come up the zip.
Yeah.
You see how he's scouting them? That's how he knows they're there.
It's a really smart play here from Yuka with the CCTV camera footage. I can't lie. He's seeing the
Bro, whenever they do that, it actually sounds like a thunderstorm.
That's what I told you yesterday, and you're like, what? It literally sounds like a thunderstorm. I mean, that's a really good drone, to be honest. I feel like I would not pay attention to that either if there was like a situation where I was rotating in like KCP.
Hey, Valko.
Wow, so a Valko coming out for Fnatic here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I don't know about this one.
They're just going to fight KCP?
No, KCP left already.
No, they just pinged where KCP's at.
I think they're leaving. I think they're going back to North Pad to craft. There's craft to North Pad. So they're going to go probably craft their armors up and stuff. I think this is the right call, by the way. I will be honest.
I mean, they weren't going to be able to get a spot anyway. No. They have double white armor. Might as well just go get your shit up.
And there's a trident here for him, too? We got a little express pass in the rotations here. It's not even looted. They didn't even loot North Pad yet. So they landed where? They land Armory?
Maybe.
I think they landed Armory, went up top, waited to see if KCP was going to rotate in, and when they didn't rotate in, they went to go loot their North Pad side. It's a very interesting strat. Maybe they didn't want their Armory griefed by NRG.
Well, that, but like, I mean, KCP was there. Did they not loot it either? They didn't see it?
I guess not. No, I don't think they paid attention.
And you're telling me KCP didn't just see them crafting and now they're just going to wait to hold them out?
I don't know. Let's see where the zone goes, though, bro. Ooh, they'll pull down. Very similar to that one zone we saw already today, where it was what? Who won that?
It was Optic that was at these buildings.
Yeah.
And it was like Complexity.
Glitch Gaming won it.
Yeah.
Glitch Gaming killed off DF in that zone. It's going to be very interesting, very, very similar to the same thing. LG now crafting all the way over in antenna side, so they're going to be good crafting R9s with a digital thread. That is mean. That is mean for the boys.
You think Vane and Company hit an evacuation tower oob onto Realize here?
Where are they? Up top? Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe a little evac tower strat and oobing the building of Realize? Is Realize on top or is Realize down in actually side the building? They're on roof too.
They have one guy on roof.
Yeah, this could actually be a phenomenal evac tower strat by LXG if they decide to do this. Unless they want to just push through.
Either that or they just go through the window.
They might, to be honest. I'm not too sure. We'll see. This is a hard rotate, bro, for majority of teams. He's scanning. What is he scanning?
I think that maybe just in case there's a Hawkins
They're
and Company.
ratting Alliance. Hold that POV up. Alliance is going to get ratted here most likely.
Hawkins is on Seer. He could scan it.
No way.
He's looking, though.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Alliance versus Oxygen.
And Effect goes down to Aiden.
Oh, my God. 2v2.
Reeds goes down. It's going to be a 2v2 here.
Aiden with a knock. He is carrying this fight big time right now. Another shot, and Aiden the Destroyer.
There goes nuclear.
Oh my God, Aiden with the carry on his back for Team Oxygen.
And Alliance can't be happy about that.
Oh my God, he just sucked the energy right out of this building from those Alliance fans. And Alliance is indeed eliminated. That definitely hurts a lot for the boys. That is a phenomenal strat by Aiden and Oxygen, bro.
And they're going to get loot.
No, Aiden is so good. I've been saying this for a very long time, and I know everyone is recognizing it. He is so damn good. What did she text me now? I just typed my code in wrong 3 times. My text is going to be literally unusable.
All right, so Entropic maybe looking to walk up here on Moist. They are. I think it's crazy how many more teams are playing Valk now.
Yeah. No,
it's not a lot. But it's like, I would say like maybe 4.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so Oxygen going to rotate in now too. You think they're going to actually do that evac tower strat now or what?
Yeah.
Fnatic and then now rotating as well. If they go for the evac tower strat Greek and then get another 3 KP on to Realize how shit everywhere. Do they do it this early though is the question. Can they? I wonder if they could.
100%.
No, they're going to walk through command. They're good. Fnatic now rotating through North Pad as well. And I think KCP is recognizing that Fnatic is still in the North Pad side, by the way.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to go through the checkpoint to immediately leave and exit out of KCP's vision so they don't get gate kept.
Yeah, so Fnatic is going to go there, and they're probably going to go ahead. Once the zone closes, they'll probably use the crypto drone, hit the beacon to see where everybody's at, and then probably try to Valkylt fly over and get a spot. I don't know where they're going to land. Maybe Cannon?
I'm not too sure either, as EIQ might be fighting over here on the front side of wall. And this is going to be, I believe, who is this, Moist? This is Moist that they're about to try to fight. They back off that situation real
they're
quick.
Shot from Realize as well.
Yeah, Realize providing a lot of firepower to help out the boys over at Moist to make sure they don't get pushed. But that could have been really, really bad for Realize. That was a great push by EIQ. They get a crack and everything moving forward. No, chat, that is a great question. No one can be sent home from winner's bracket.
Not from this one, no.
The bottom 10 of winner's bracket will be sent to the losers round 2. Elimination round 2, where if they lose that, then they are eliminated. If they're in the bottom 10, then they're eliminated.
Yeah. The bottom 10 from this lobby just play again after.
Yes. They literally just play again tonight, 45 minutes after this set. So no one will be eliminated here.
The top 10 from this group auto-qual for finals, and they get to go home and rest. Not home, but back to the hotel.
Yeah.
I spotted an enemy.
Look at this pull, bro.
Dude, it's going to pull up even more now. So it's not the same zone at all that Glitch Gaming won. It's a completely different one.
TSM in a good spot, XSET in a good spot, NRG in a good spot. That's the NA trifecta.
Yeah, I don't know. I like where NRG's at, but you think that gets just jumped on? I feel like it might.
I think Moist and company are just going to hug the wall. And as long as they're able to just hold KCP out without getting knocked, there is nobody that's really going to third them.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
As long as they can hold out this back choke, when this zone closes ring 4, they're like golden.
Yeah. Agreed, brother. So let's see now. We were talking about the OHG strat. I've been waiting on this one the whole damn time. I'm waiting for them to see what they do. They did not go in command center.
Looking for it,
they
bro.
went back up. They have an evac tower. Please do this rotate. I want to see things happen. That's what I
just
want
to see a feed phase.
I want to see them land on that team, and I want to see Aiden one clip 16 people. That's what I want to see. With a Digi-Threat car. Any chatters know what Aiden's sensitivity is? Do you know?
No. Not at all.
No fights even breaking down. Fnatic's not going to fight 100 Thieves here over in Cascades. And 100 Thieves is going to run to Fnatic again, dude. This is the second time in a row now that 100 Thieves are in. And that's a knock onto Scurry. That is not good for 100T as Fnatic is trying to make their way through.
Who other but Yuka with an entry knock?
Every damn time on Crypto, too. What is going on? How is this kid human? I'm not too sure. What a legend.
And now Yuka looking to capitalize on that knock as FaZe gets into the mix as well. Phony knocking Vax and finning Vax. That's not good for 100T.
No, that's very bad for 100T. Anmu is going to be dead here, too, and that is 100 Thieves eliminated in 18th place with Fnatic picking up some KP. That is very, very bad for 100 Thieves. I do not feel confident now going into these next 2 games with them not having a PY to drop on. And what a play by. And look where OXG goes. They do not do the strat, but they do rotate in, barely surviving HP-wise. And they're going to immediately land down below, up top on the roof, put a catalyst wall down. The smoke's coming out, and that's a beautiful execution by OXG. Great, great job.
Yeah, I mean, this spot is okay for now. When the zone closes one more time, they'll be really good. But I don't know. They're going to have to stay alive here.
No, for sure. And Realize is
eliminated. These
eliminated.
smokes are going to be massive.
Yeah, Realize dead to the hands of Pulverex.
Frex now fighting
FaZe. Yeah, it's going to be Fnatic and FaZe going
E6 looking
after
third.
it. And Fnatic is dead, Creek, to snipe down Ngambare, also putting down some shots. FaZe now getting third party by E6 and LG.
Yeah.
There's multiple teams now here. Phony trying to stay alive, trying to get some KP for the boys as Jan is going to get fully eliminated. They're going to look for the res here, Creek. Do they get it though?
I don't know if they can get it.
They got it up. They are now rezzed. FaZe gets a full reset of almost all full HP. How? I have no idea.
Well done from them. Now Phony is going to get the scan off, see 2 people, and they might swing for the kills.
They might, bro, and they are going to with a great catwalk coming out from FaZe. That boy Phony, man, with the IGL power. You'll love to see it. What
and
an
he's
absolute
already turning around looking for E6.
Yeah, and he's playing this angle like a Call of Duty angle.
And he knows it.
Oh my God, great read from Phony. Can he make it happen though? The punch coming out. The reload on the car, Phony.
Nice.
Oh my God! Can the kid do it?
One more Kaku and then maybe go for a res.
Nice, E6 is eliminated. What a play from Phony, and they're getting third-partied yet again from up top. And Phony looking for more angles.
Phony is playing phenomenal right now, man.
Both of them are, bro.
Well done.
Snipe down, staying alive too. What a great play to earn his team some extra KP.
And Tropic eliminated.
Bro, FaZe right now is looking almost untouchable, even as a duo here. Great job. And Tropic eliminated. They get
Gets it off though. It's not going to be enough. And that's going to be FaZe going out, LG going out, Gombre now wiping them, and here comes Ascend to third it.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Ascend can third this at all. I'm not too sure. I think.
And now it's Naked looking too.
Yeah, I think that they get this full reset and they're good to go. They have all the armors in the world.
NRG is chilling, bro.
9 seconds though to rotate in for Gombre, and they're stuck inside this house, dude. I'm really not too sure what they're gonna do here.
He's stuck inside the box.
Is he? He is.
He was.
No, he still is.
Oh my God, bro. That's so bad. No, man.
Gombre is gonna start to rotate in. Pulverex trying to stay alive now too. Fairhost looking to stay alive. Naked now landing on the top side building, rotating on in. Reps and TSM still alive. All good inside. And now the boys over at Moist need to make a play. No, they're good actually here too. Dogma's gonna be dead, and that's Gombre eliminated.
That's
that,
so sad.
That hurts big time. Big time for Gombre. That sucks, man. Jetburn and DC chilling though too.
F-Chan picking up some more kills, but Pulverex is gonna be eliminated. That boy Sweet is looking.
He wants to kill off DC here bad. Ascend dying to TSM in the top right. That Bangalore ulti just went fucking huge for Sweet. Are they gonna look to wipe DC here? I'm not too sure.
picking up 2 onto Ascend. Waltzy tags in on that one as well. And Nocturnal's gonna be fighting DZ now.
Yeah, Nocturnal versus DZ here. I like this play. They're also looking for some smokes up top. They want to get some loot outside. So we have DC alive, Energy alive, and TSM all still alive. A lot of North America still alive, baby.
Yeah, you got what, 5 teams, 14.
Yeah, and DZ hammer point for Nocturnal. It's something we have not seen in a very long time. Popping some death pops there, giving some warning shots, making sure they don't look over. I respect it. There's a lot of ammo here. Moist is right next to NRG. And bro, Moist is just a powerhouse. I love those guys so
Yeah, they're
much.
playing well, man.
They're playing so fucking well, man.
They take a lot of space. That's
do.
the one thing they do really, really well is that when they hold a spot, they take a lot of space.
And they have the mechanics to back it up too. So when a team pushes forwards, bro, they can actually make some shots.
Pricey picks up, and that's going to be DZ eliminated by Moist. They pick up 2 more there.
And Naked dead too.
Yep, picking up some kills onto Naked. You got TSM still chilling in their house. They're posted. Xset, Oxygen as well. We have 4 NA teams alive out of 5.
Yeah, Xset needs to make a rotate up now too. They're gonna be fighting Energy here for the final circle, or round 5 closing, moving up. I really don't know where they're gonna play. They don't have a catwall either. Only 50% of that bad boy locks in.
I think
Man,
Oxygen's
Sykes,
gonna fight Xset.
I think so too. I think Oxygen's probably gonna drop down the left, and I think Energy's gonna have free shots on both teams here. This could be a big time Energy game.
Oh yeah, NRG has been holding this entire zone to themselves. Nobody can really contest them. Moist slides across to TSM, and Oxygen and Xset fighting now.
Sykes with a horrible contest up top, and Xset is eliminated. Not much you can do there anyway.
Nah, that's tough. And now Moist fighting TSM. Verholst kills Moist. Now TSM left as a duo. Now Oxygen, I think their best play is to try to kill TSM here and at least go for second place minimum.
Is this going to be an NRGW here? I think it is, Greek.
It's going to be a tough fight. They're going to get armor swaps. Oxygen's healthy.
Oxygen full HP versus NRG. Nathan does go down. Can Oxygen do it? The play's being made. The boys.
Sweet goes down too.
Oxygen wins! OXG take first place in game number 4.
Listen, heads up play there for
my
them,
goodness, bro.
They rat Alliance on the ultimate height of Command Center, kill them out. Huge Valkyl onto the ultimate height of the building, then stay alive for a zone and a half just dodging smokes, kill out Xset, kill out TSM, and then win a straight-up 3v3 raw fight against NRG.
I was about to tell you to go to the dual screen.
We didn't have a chance.
They have a chance. Oxygen literally just made the plays of the game. They rat Alliance in the beginning. They do the evac tower rotate from zone. They land on top of that building with the catwall smoke. They take the fights that are needed. They kill TSM and kill NRG. And there we go, man. Oxygen first place, 11 kills. NRG second place, 5 kills. TSM in third with 8. Moist in fourth with 5. X at 5-4. Naked 6-2. Dark 0-7-2. Ascend 8-3. Pioneers 9-0. And Pulverex 10-5. Gombre picking up 4 and FaZe picking up 5. I thought that was the boxy thing, the thing that people box.
Yes.
In the back of the throat. When I do this, by the way, I do that with that. Do you do that with your tongue or your thing?
I don't know. It feels like it's coming from
So you're
under.
doing it with your flappy thing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I can do this voice. Oh.
What the hell was that?
Oh
All right,
my
chat,
goodness,
game
voice crack.
Number 6.
That was the worst voice crack of my life.
I think
game number
Moist,
6,
I think
please.
Moist just lands on
Holy
100T.
fuck. Oh my god.
I think Moist just lands on 100T, 3-man scenario.
You think so? Let's lock it in, chat. Game number 6 on the way. Last game of finals. Do not forget, we have 10 teams being sent to the elimination bracket. Top 5 teams are probably good to go. So if you're a Moist, TSM, Pulverex, LG, or Fnatic fan, your team is most likely advancing to the finals here, and you should be good. Let's lock it in.
Baby.
Last one. We will see the teams that advance after this, and then we have one more set of 6 for the day. Delicious.
100T going somewhere else. They're going Beam. I never mind. No, they're going Cenote.
Fun with the craziest strat I've ever seen. That was sick. No, yeah, they're going Cenote for sure.
Let's go.
I don't really know if I still like this call for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is in a borderline spot where they have to have a big game. Same
Yeah, you should definitely drag that a little bit more to the left and like open it so we can see the bottom 20 teams.
I'm just gonna open it here. I gotta zoom in too.
Yeah, that's fine. Just so we can see the bottom 20, so we can call out teams that are going to be going down to elimination bracket. So.
Easy. All right, so the bottom 10, Xset, Gumbre, 100 Thieves Ascend, and Tropic, Pioneers, Realize, Naked, E6, and FC Destroy. Do not forget, they cannot get eliminated. They're not gone from the tournament, chat. There is just a chance that they get sent to elimination bracket round 2.
For Oxygen.
And it's a barometer zone for Oxygen Esports here. They're going to stabilize up top on top barometer and not move pretty much for the whole game.
All right, 100T once again looking for it.
I mean, they actually should fight this now, Greek, if I'm being honest. They need at least a win with, like...
They should have fought it every time.
I mean, I agree. I think they should have definitely fought it almost every single time. They don't. And I think they're going to end up regretting that decision after this, but we'll see what happens. If they get clutch up here for a big-time win, this might be worth it for 100 Thieves.
All right, so 100T taking angles here. They got Ascend pinned in the building. When Scurry gets his Horizon Q, he needs to go for the height.
Yeah, I also agree with that too. I think they immediately need to go aggressive on this. I think they should kill this quick, and they should rotate as fast as possible to barometer, without a doubt. It's a good zone for them. It's also just 3 KP. This couldn't get any better for them overall. Anmu is taking the most off angle possible. He is as far away
EIQ
as
fighting.
you could be, and EIQ is now going to be fighting. I don't even know where that is. I don't even know where that is. It's DZ and Gombre now fighting 2 almost? In the Bean side? Gombre is still chilling over there on the left.
Where the hell is EIQ?
They are 2 points off, and I wonder if DZ is going to fight this. They're not. They're about to leave. They're about to leave Zainu around, bro. He's going to get in the vehicle, and they're going to leave.
FC Destroyer lane at Thunderwatch. They fought top command.
Ah, okay.
But they
so they're
backed
fighting
up.
top command, and EIQ is going to be taking down one of FC Destroy.
Who can
FC
crap
Destroy
bans.
in last place, though. And what the?
Let's go that way.
Bro, there's like a bug there where you like get stuck
sucked
and
in.
you just, yeah.
Yeah.
Post getting a knock though onto Vax.
Yeah, and Vaxlon's going to go down first here for 100 Thieves. Not looking too good. We'll see how this goes. It's going to be a 2v3 now for 100T. Anmu and Scurry versus Ascend. We'll see what's going to happen as a evac tower does come out for Ascend to take the height. We'll see.
100T now, down to a duo. That's a good cat cue there from Onmu, just
Agreed.
in case. But Ascend is a very, very patient and methodical team, man.
Agreed.
They are not just going to feed.
No, they definitely will not just feed. Ascend's going to take their time, probably on his push. We're going to head over to them, too, real quick. Want to see if they can get the KP. They have a triple napkin, though.
They're going to wait for them to drop down, grab the banner, and if they put down a Horizon Q, just literally 3-man take it back up for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here, too, dude. It kind of sucks for Vaxxon and 100 Thieves. They had triple blue, or double blue, whatever it may be, and they were ready to fight that. If Vaxxon stays alive there, it could have been a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was trying to cross or if he dropped down to get an angle, but
I think so.
Yeah,
Second
Ascend
one.
did well to get the knock and get the fin, and now they're just going to play it slow.
Yeah. Catwall does come out for 100 Thieves. They're trying to get the banner. Lufka goes down almost immediately. 1 second here, Green. It is not over yet. And it is a 2v1 now as Kashera's all by himself. 2v1. A Newcastle res is going to go out. They have no Horizon Q to get up. This is a big, big res here for Kashera and Ascend, but they're going to be injured, and 100 Thieves is actually turning the tides now, Greek, with this fight.
Yeah, and they got Vax's banner there.
Yep.
Well done from Onmu. That wingman was singing.
Yeah, I can't lie, man. That's a big-time clutch for 100 Thieves. You'll love to see it. And I'm not going to lie, one thing, too, is that Q up, the Horizon ulti with the catwall, fucked over Ascend so bad. They had no angles at all, and the vision was blocked. But look at that. Gumbare is going to come in maybe for a third party.
Yeah, they're thinking about it.
100 Thieves might have to leave. This is taking way too long, Greek.
Yeah, and I mean, 100T is pretty much committed to this now. There really is no running away.
Yep.
It is a game of cat and mouse now. Before, Ascend had the advantage. Now it's tied, though.
Yeah.
2-2. Who's going to make the first move?
TSM is now getting knocks on F-Chon. Pulverex is going to run away, so they just leave, completely dip out. Kashera and Ascend are also going to do the same thing. They decide to opt out to leave. They got really lucky that Q helped their boy on the drop down get picked back up, and now Gumbare is still rotating the backside Cenote.
They didn't even notice that Kashera just ran away.
No, so when they hit this res, I think they're going to come back. I think they're going to fight 100 Thieves here big time. Because 100 Thieves has no idea. That's what I'm saying.
Gumbare is going to run in on it.
Yeah, exactly. So 100 Thieves has no idea they're there. This is actually so bad for 100T. Is Gumbare going to fight this? I think so. I don't know. They're playing very, very scared.
You think they just try to ride him off the craft there?
Well, 100 Thieves doesn't want to, I mean, Gumbare doesn't want to die. They're 2 points off of 10th place right now. They actually just need to get some KP.
They're going for it now.
I think now is the moment you back off of this.
He just stole him in, kid.
Yeah. You
Frex
back the
goes
fuck
down.
up. Yeah, Frex now dying too. Don't forget, FaZe is in 10th place. If they die early, man, this could be a big-time problem. I know, I'm just saying in general, if FaZe does go down, this is pretty bad. They're in 10th place, only 2 points ahead of Gumbare. Keep a lookout for Gumbare in the top right kill feed chat, as well as us. We will do our best as energy starts to rotate in.
Bro, I'm going to be honest. 100T has no medkits, but Onmu has 11 ranges for the entire team.
Which is pretty crazy.
They got to get in, though.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be tough. They'll be fine. I don't know where they're going to go. Backside barometer with 100 in the rotation in. Alliance and Hackus now rotating in 2 from the top side.
Oh, never mind. Onmu has 2 medkits.
Oh, they're fine. They're chilling. They can maybe find a spot in barometer.
They could probably play over here.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Not too sure. Barometer's not a great endgame for them, but winning Cenote makes it a little bit easier, I guess.
If they were uncontested, it would be.
True. Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Do you think when they started landing there, like they decided to land there for this set, they had no idea Ascend was going to?
I feel like that. I feel like for sure they had no idea. All right, well, Alliance and Yuki are going to hit the Trident on the way out. They're going to be good to go from Stormcatcher. God, I love Apex Legends, dude. This is so much fucking fun. Thank you guys for being here in chat. We appreciate y'all, man. I definitely need some food in my system. Hopefully it gets here a little bit earlier this time because I'm starving.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chieftain.
Then I might go across and get some, bro, because I'm hungry, really. I'm trying to get some chicken and rice.
I heard it was raining. Not true.
I'm not going out then. I have no idea. It could be. There's a chance it's about to be raining Apex coins in this chat tomorrow. Hashtag not mad. Hashtag giveaway. Pulverex is a duo, by the way.
X at C's 100T coming in.
Oh my God! And Saku goes down. Where is he? He is
Bridge.
nowhere near. Shoot me. They're not even close. They are so separate here. Pulverex, though, is in what place right now? I believe they're in third, so Pulverex definitely qualifies the finals, bro. They're playing so good, man. I am so impressed by the rotations of Pulverex. It's unbelievable. They have played, I think, the best rotational game out of APAC North thus far, and LG is not allowing for FC Destroy to use their crafter. They are pissed off, and they're being territorial. They're saying,
and
get
FC
the
Destroy,
hell.
which is the last place team right now.
Oh.
Feeling the wrath of Yanya, but it's not over yet.
No, definitely not, Big Dog. Not even close. It's going to be the 1v1 here for FC Destroy and LG. They got aggressed on, but they fought back just a little bit here. I'm very proud of FC Destroy taking this fight.
Nice. Hit a Syracuse and then Jaguares maybe pushes.
We'll see what happens.
Ascend eliminated.
Ascend goes
and
out.
they're going to be going down to the elimination bracket. And Jaguares, oh my God, have mercy.
Jesus Christmas. How many one clips do you want from LG?
Nathan,
you want one from Nizul? You want some from Nizul? You want some from Yanya? You want some from Jaguares? You let us know. Every damn time, every minute, every day, as 100 Thieves is going to be fighting over here versus NRG. NRG does back up. 100 Thieves barely gets that reset, and they're going to be good to go as LG Yanya dies to Ring. Saku is going to be eliminated and shoot me all by himself, bro.
EIQ is thirding them.
Oh my God, what a third party here from EIQ over on the right side near Fish Farms. Yanya's still going to be dead to that Ring, so now they're stuck in a 2v3 scenario. Another knock. These guys in a gunfight are just unstoppable.
Oh my God.
How are they even doing this? Nizul all by himself. He's going to get a syringe off here, then maybe a battery.
I don't know if he has flash.
He has one syringe left. He needs a pop and then immediately go through and fight this Greek, or he will die to zone. I think at this point, he's just focused on the KP.
Oh, 100%. If they can snag 6 points here, that's good.
EIQ does get the res. That's not good.
Did they?
Yeah, they did get the res. Thorfinn's going to be almost full HP.
Oh, they did.
And I think Nizul is probably going to die. Gets a syringe.
No might be able to loot the box.
No way. On controller doing all this, surviving. Very impressive. They're going to res now, too. He's sending it.
Good try.
I mean, what a phenomenal try by LG. They almost handled the third party 2v3 because Yanya dies to Storm.
And what was LG?
That's EIQ. They're in third place. So LG is automatically qualified through till
LG's
finals.
In third?
Yes.
You said someone else was in third before.
Or they're third or fourth. One of the two. Fourth.
Oh.
Pulverex in third. So there we go. LG's all good, though. For all you LG fans, man, they made it through to finals. This game does not matter. You will see them tomorrow for match point no matter what. Verhol's stick drift just absolutely going insane,
That's
like fast and furious.
That way calls to me.
Holy moly. They just skirt.
I'll tell you what, though, man. Before we talk about the next team, I don't think the members of LG, right, besides Yanya, get enough respect, bro.
No, not at all.
Jaguares actually shoots rockets. And Nizul is just like the perfect anchor for them, too.
Yeah.
Their team dynamic is just goated.
And
all three of them have passion.
They're so nice, too.
At boot camp, bro, in that lounge or whatever, the 2 days that there were no scrims, they just ran ranked for like 7 hours. Where most teams just were just like, all right, well, maybe there's scrims tomorrow.
Yeah.
They still just showed up and played anyway.
They also first phase in a team deathmatch, and then we said, Phony, how bad did you get shit on? They lost 50-23. So they're pretty damn good at the game as well. They have a lot of really, really talented players on that squad. And also shout out that boy Castillo. Man's a phenomenal
Underrated
coach. Literally
Underrated
a phenomenal
coach for sure, man.
Oh, couldn't agree more.
They're actually just putting on for the rollers.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. So shout out LG. We'll see them in the finals. Speaking of seeing in the finals, bro, Moist, the first place team, is chilling front side barometer. They're looking good. A little bit of a rotate to do here, but they should be okay. They're in Caterpillar as well, which I think is a really bad spot, but no one's really on their side other than 100 Thieves. And we're going to see what these guys do. Need to clutch up here. They're in what, 13th place? 16 points, 14 points behind 10th right now, which is FaZe. They got to go big. They have to make it a late game in order to try to win this game or qualify. They need KP and they need a win.
Yeah, 100T is definitely in a tough spot. I definitely think.
Someone have a Kraber?
I definitely think Cenote was tough for them.
Kraber, pricey.
And we've seen it before last land.
Man, this guy's Kraber is actually unbelievable.
Look at the pull, bro. It actually pulls back.
Yeah, so this is actually really good for Xset, really good for Oxygen, not too good for Naked, not too good for Fnatic or TSM, who actually might end up fighting here, Greek.
I think what's going to happen here is Yuka's going to see them with the drone, and they're just going to hit a late Valkyrie.
Yeah, so keep it up on that Fnatic real quick, Greek. I'm going to keep your stream up. I do have Pricey on the other side with the Kraber to see if anything's going on. No action yet involved. Let's see if Fnatic tries to take this fight against TSM. They don't really have an option other than a Valkyrie across. 100 Thieves now rotating into.
They're definitely going to Valkyrie.
Yeah, I think they have to. Oh, yeah. And then Hal's getting some shots down, or Sarah's getting some shots down. Uh-oh, Pricey with a Kraber looking at 100 Thieves.
Fnatic wants this.
I think Fnatic's going to fight it. We have Pricey with a Kraber staring at 100 Thieves. This is bad. And 140 banger coming out for Pricey onto the boy Scurry.
Does that blow up?
I'm not too sure. A little short. That throw looked like Eli Manning in his prime. And now we're going to have Fnatic hitting a Valko feed face on the backside of Jurassic. And E6, the 19th place team, is also getting some KP in the top right, killing off EIQ. Free. And Fnatic's going to land. Oh my God.
TSM's instantly going to pressure this.
Yeah.
Hal's going to whip a Horizontal in there.
I think Fnatic's about to get ran at by TSM most likely. I think this is a fight that TSM 100% takes. No doubt about it. So EIQ is also going to be sent to the elimination bracket round 2. We will see them playing in about an hour for the next round.
100 T now getting hard focused, man.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves is probably going to die here. I don't see a situation where they live. And we're going to see 100 Thieves in elimination bracket round 2 as well. A very, very tough showing from 100 Thieves. It is all good. They can show up next round. My heart hurts. TSM on the cannon. Let's see if they take this fight to Fnatic.
I'll tell you what, KCP needed this one. They need to have a big game, and they have the zone, but they do not have the KP to match it.
No, that's a big-time problem. When you need to close the gap of almost 16 points here, Greek, or maybe even more because FaZe is still alive, you got to get KP. Being complacent with just placement is not going to work.
I'll tell you what, there is one spot still open, and it's the bottom floor of KCP. And Moist is actually looking for it.
I think so, too. TSM is now looking for it, too. And Moist is going to swing inside. That's going to be
good shots from Pricey.
Going down. Moist with an aggressive push inside week. Is it going to pay off?
Down.
Oh, my God. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that call. Super aggressive, but KCP is probably flossing right now getting this KP. And they get all of it. No, they get 2 of it as Energy. Am I third party here?
Nah.
No, Energy does not third party. They're going to be good. And that's going to be KCP taking down Moist. A very aggressive push for the boys.
Yeah, I see a team like FaZe maybe hitting like an evac tower and going for bottom floor or something.
I agree.
But yeah, it is still free. Someone can still play there, and there's still one spot on the ultimate height across from NRG that's free. But that's probably going to be an Xset spot.
Yeah, I think so too. DZ, by the way, is on the first floor underneath Oxygen, so they're in a good spot. Realize has to move, and we're going to see where FaZe goes. Let's see.
Where is Sweet?
FaZe is in 10th place right now, chat. They are borderline not about to make it. Same thing with DZ. We shall see what FaZe does and the rotate they make in order to actually get this going. Let's see.
This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah. DZ's in 11th, by the way. Only 3 points above Gombre. Is Gombre still alive?
DZ's in 9th.
Oh, 9th, my bad. Is Gombre still alive?
Gombre?
They are. They're right next to Xset Company. Wow.
Yeah, they're right
This is very tough. So FaZe still alive. The 9th place Team Dark Zero still alive, and the 11th place team still alive. So 9, 10, 11, all still alive.
TSM is actually dying to Fnatic.
Yeah, so TSM dying to Fnatic here. This is a good play by UK and Company to get some shots over on the boys on the left side. And that's Realize. We will see them as well in the elimination bracket round 2. FaZe might be going down a zone.
Snipe just had a massive bang-ol.
Oh, no. Oh, no. FaZe going down to DZ, and they feed the KP to DZ, who's in 9th place. FaZe might not make it to elimination bracket round 2.
Eliminated too.
And that's going to be Naked Dead. We will see them as well in the elimination bracket round 2. Now we have to open the doors up for Gombre to close this gap and Xset to maybe take spots away from DZ and FaZe here. FaZe
well, Gombre already passes FaZe.
For sure, 100%. But we'll see what happens here if Xset actually has a big game with the zone closing in. Oh my goodness, baby. Let's lock it in. Alliance is indeed alive, correct? They're up top right now, next to the
they're
zip
on
line.
bottom.
Yeah, oh, they're bottom. Bottom side, underneath the zip lines. XZ is going to be up top on the zip lines here. We're going to see what they do. They are 8 points behind FaZe before this game started. I'm not too sure where that's going to bring them.
You got KCP still alive.
Maybe fighting Fnatic here late game?
I mean, KCP low-key needs the KP.
Yeah, they have to go for KP here, man. KCP cannot get complacent. They're in 16th place. They got to get something going. The win would just not be enough. They have to get points. Let's see the play that KCP makes. I think they're good for right now. They're going to be vibing.
There's a KCP chant going on right now from the
KCP
crowd.
chant. E6-2 moving up. They need a revolutionary game. And they're just not getting it right now. Not looking too good for the boys over at E6. And here we go. Fnatic trying to make a play onto KCP, who's up top. DZ also needs a rotate.
Oxygen flying in.
Oxygen is indeed flying in. Greek, I totally understood the words you just said. And they're going to make it on top of the building. XZ now going to be fighting 2 up top versus NRG. Here we go, baby. A big-time fight for big-time players. Sykes going down. Gilderston puts him down. 4 shots going through. Fun trying to make a play. And that's going to be a finisher coming out for Fun. I don't think he meant to do that. The armor swap. And they're going to get third-partied. And that's not going to be enough for XZ. We will see them in Elimination Bracket Round 2, courtesy of Alliance and NRG. NRG will also might not make it through. They're in 8th place, 32 points.
Wow.
There's a chance.
Gonberet eliminated.
Gonberet eliminated. That's actually huge for NRG.
It's going to be so close.
It's going to be so close. Oh my goodness. There is going to be such a tight race for 10th place. This is insanity.
DZ's still alive as well. And so is Alliance.
Fnatic's still alive. Pioneer's still alive as well. So this is big time to understand that the KCP right now can close this gap. We're going to watch them, Greek, if I could actually find them on the freaking thing. Where are they at? Boom. KCP. Let's see what happens. My boy Nosuke. Got walls or what? What's going on with that?
I like this play from them, though.
I do, too.
This could be very big KP here for them.
It's a good ulti, too, by that boy Zane. They need to try to get this on the Fnatic, though, big time. Fnatic's leaving. They're jumping on E6, the duo. The duo does go down. Oh, my God. It's Oxygen with the third-party Greek. And that's KCP getting eliminated. Wait a minute. Not yet. But I think it's going to happen here. The swing now coming out. KCP is going to be dead, and they're going to most likely not make it to Elimination Bracket Round 2. They will be sent. Oxygen's still alive. Hack is still alive. DZ is still alive, Greek. Oh my God.
Yeah, DZ is looking good right now.
Holy shit, dude.
They got 4 KP as well.
I think NRG is going to get 10th here, as DZ is probably going to advance past them. We'll see what happens.
It's going to be within 1 or 2 points for sure.
Without a doubt. DZ trying to stay up. Only team, bro, from 9th to 15th is alive.
Yuka left with the Creeper Heady.
Oh my goodness, here we go. The boy coming on in. Fnatic going down. Dark Zero going down. Oxygen going down. Alliance now with the walk up here. TSM dying. Alliance reclaiming the throne. And Alliance takes the win. And there we go. They're jumping all around. Alliance with the W in game number 6. That's huge for Alliance, mainly because they're going to get some extra points going into finals.
Well played, man. What a set.
What a set of 6, kid. What a set of 6. Oh, my God. TSM, though, with a great, great day. The Alliance fans here are
Yuka's no-scope there on reads.
We didn't see it.
Kind of gross.
Was it?
the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. We are live in London from the Copperbox Arena, and it is almost time for us to finalize the teams that we will see tomorrow in our match point finals. With the teams that we currently have in this bracket, it is going to be an insane way to close out our day here so far. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm joined by Gaskin and Onset here. Before we get into this series, are you prepared to figure out who's going to be playing tomorrow?
I don't think I am, honestly. It's too hard to predict now. It's crunch time. It's the situation where we've got the teams who are struggling a little bit in the winner's bracket, find themselves in the elimination bracket, and all those squads who finally found that grit and determination to push themselves into this elimination round 2. Again, I would beg anyone to try and predict the top 10 teams and tweet them to me, and I'll give them a tenner.
You've got the cash.
I think I could.
That's the second time you're trying to give cash away today.
It's just a spare tenner I've got in my back pocket. I just want to get away.
I'm scared. Honestly, I feel like this is like a terrifying time to be on that stage, right? It's either, it's all or nothing. I know that's a very cliche thing to say, but it couldn't be more true, right? Either you make it to Championship Sunday and you have a chance at winning the trophy, or it's Heartbreak Hotel. Like, you're going to be on Twitter, you're going to be saying, we didn't quite make it, and we're going to have to sit and watch tomorrow, and all of the work that you've put in is not going to be enough, and you're going to have to go away and do it all again. So that's what it means to these teams, right? This is the last opportunity, 6 more games to be a participant in the grand finals on Championship Sunday. That's what everybody wants who came here.
Yeah, and if we're talking about, you mentioned how hard the fight was in that winner's bracket. I mean, the cutoff point was literally tied in those scores. That was not an easy bracket to be a part of. We talked about how even leading into that series, sometimes it's harder to really make it through that portion of the tournament into the finals. Talk to us a little bit about the winner's portion that we just saw a little bit.
Yeah, and that is, Heartbreak Hotel for FaZe, losing out on a tiebreaker to Gambare Otuzan, and it was all based down on having a better match performance with that tiebreaker as well. Talk about like just trying to nitpick and get close as you can. So now FaZe need to try and bounce back. It's always tough when you've come so close. But I think that you've got to look at the squads who are momentum-based at the moment. The teams who were playing well enough in the winner's bracket, which still could make a difference. And I think FaZe will have to be one of them just because they were so close to getting there.
Yeah, and we've seen that with quite a few notable squads. That's why I was saying leading into this, we have a very scary elimination bracket to kind of close this thing out. So many teams that we wouldn't have necessarily expected to be in this position after performances that we've seen either in Split 2 or even in the previous playoffs the first time around. It's just an elevated level of competition. Specifically, we've talked about APAC North a lot being so successful here in this region. For you, Mark, who are you mostly surprised to have seen finding themselves now in the Elimination 2?
It's a very tough question to answer, isn't it? Because I think the one thing we can take away from what we saw in that winner's bracket final was like the elevated level of play that some teams managed to find and kind of separate themselves from everyone else. I'm talking about that top 5. All of a sudden it seemed like there was a slight gap opening up, and maybe we're going to be talking about those teams when it comes to Sunday. But as far as surprises, I mean, it's the thing, right? You can pick any team that's in this elimination bracket. You could give a reason for them to be in that grand finals already. You've got the likes of FaZe, like you mentioned. You've got the likes of J-Links, Northeption, who had such a good first day as well. But I want to kind of just mention 100 Thieves, because they were in this position, the exact same position during the Split 1 playoffs. Now, 100 Thieves came up short by, I believe it was about 1 or 2 points, where they didn't qualify for that grand final. And it was absolute heartbreak for them. Like, you could just tell, like, from the reaction. And that's going to be the same story if they don't make it through here. But I've got belief in them, and I think that there's something about 100 Thieves at this tournament. They're going to do it the hard way, but I expect them to be here tomorrow on Sunday, and I'm expecting those 3 handsome-looking gentlemen you can see on your screen right now to be maybe competing for that trophy.
And a few more teams that I was expecting maybe to be in that winner's bracket who weren't, but still performed in elimination round 1. Optic Gaming, Northeption, and Complexity. Remember, Complexity were only about a point off of actually being in that winner's bracket, and they bounced back well, finishing in 4th. That's all you need to do is just make sure you get into the next round. But for Optic Gaming, that was the biggest change, I feel. From group stages into bracket play, Optic Gaming suddenly showed up. They suddenly showed what they're made of. They were up there in all those final circles. They were looking like the team we'd seen during Split every now and then. I think they're going to be a real threat in this lobby.
Yeah, and that's something that we've talked about a lot too, or that we haven't really talked about a lot, I mean, is the fact that obviously the teams that had to start off in Elimination Bracket 1, they've already had to go through an entire series to continue trying to make it through to finals. Then they watch winners, see who drops down, get themselves set up. As we hear these cheers going in the crowd, we see that there were a lot of signatures on the North Epsom flag there. Look at that. We've got Element 6 as well. But they've had a long day, right? Now we're in the final stretch, still need to make it into finals, and it's a little bit about the mental side too. We've talked about that with quite a few players on different teams. The mental can start to take a toll for these squads, and they really need to keep their spirits high as much as possible and use their momentum if they have any from Elimination 1.
Yeah, usually in a lot of other esports, I'd often back the teams that are coming from Elimination Round 1 going into it because they'd often play straight away afterwards. But because they've had to wait those 6 games, they've cooled off a little bit, they need to just find and pick up from where they left off. But you're completely right, it is a bit of a mentality thing that at least they're feeling good, they've been winning gunfights, they're going to be feeling confident in themselves, whereas those teams that have dropped from the winners, they've lost a lot of gunfights. That hasn't been going well for them. Their mentals are not exactly going to be in the same place. So it's going to be a real struggle for some of these teams, and we will learn a lot in match number 1 about where those teams' mentals kind of are.
Now, just in case you guys are joining us here and you're confused on what we're talking about with how all of this works, today is the bracket stage of our gameplay as we see Dreamfire up on our screen. Lots of Dreamfire fans here in the crowd.
My goodness.
Look at that. Look at the signs.
All I'll say is we had a massive reaction when Alliance won previously, but if Dreamfire win a game in this elimination round 2,
the roof's coming off.
The copper box will not know what's hit it.
All right, well, we've been talking about a little bit all these teams that are going to be confirmed for tomorrow, the teams that are going to be playing here in elimination number 2. This is the list of all of these squads. Let's talk about them. We touched on them a little bit. We'll talk about them a little bit more here.
I think that it's a list of teams that now know it's do or die. It is crunch time. There is potential for contests to happen in this group as well. I hope that for the most part we don't see too many because I want everyone to have the fairest way of trying to get through and grab some points here. But you've got big fan bases for a lot of these squads as well, and sometimes that does just give you that extra little oomph, doesn't it?
I was about to say, I'm sure that there's a lot of people in the crowd here who obviously have favorites, have come here to support those squads, and this is where they're going to need you most if you're out in the crowd. They're going to need the energy that you can bring in every time they win a fight, every time they find a great spot, and if they win a game as well, you need to let them know, because this is such a scary place to be if you're a team right now, knowing that if you don't come through these 6 games in that top 10, you got to go home.
All right, we've touched on quite a few teams, but it's time for us to narrow it down even farther. It's time to talk about which teams we're keeping our eyes on for this final bracket. Mark, I want to start with you.
Got to start with XSET, right? I've got to say, it's a surprise to see them here, but it will not be a surprise to me to see them dominate this lobby. They have shown yesterday when the pressure was on in that final game to get into the winner's bracket that they can produce something magic. Speaking of magic, that man on your screen right there, Fun. Not only has he got a beautiful face, but he's got some skills to go alongside it as well. And yeah, I said that about you, Fun. You heard that. You got a beautiful face. But I mean, he's got ability. Nocturnal just needs to feel comfortable. Hot 6 pacing around again, making everyone feel uncomfortable, including myself. But I think this team has so much to do here, so much to prove. And it wouldn't surprise me, as I say, for them to just blast their way through this group and announce themselves, we're going to be here on Championship Sunday.
I mean, I think we have definitely been waiting to see that level of exit that we saw during Split 2, see if they can bring it here to the table for this competition. But Dan, need to hear from you now.
I think we have to talk about Ascend. They were in that final fight at Split 1 playoffs, but they have found themselves now in Elimination Round 2 after a disappointing winner's bracket. But there is a contest that's going to be happening, and Tropic are likely going to be contesting them on both maps. This is going to be Ascend back against the wall now. They need to demonstrate why they were one of the powerhouses in EMEA, and we will learn whether they are a championship-winning team in this series alone. If they can get out of this group, if they can get into Championship Sunday whilst being contested, then I will take my hat off to them if I was wearing one.
Yeah, and Ascend is definitely someone we expected to get to the finals based off of their performance in the first one alone. But for me, I'm keeping my eyes on Fire Beavers, okay? A team that we've obviously had super high hopes for after they had missed out on that Split 1 playoff LAN. And when you take all of their performances into consideration, first in Split 1, fourth in Split 2 for their region, I mean, this is someone that we're keeping our eyes on. We've got a little bit of
got a little mini game going on.
It's
money! Money! Nothing but money.
plus the plushie here.
That's a good omen.
Keeping them a little bit of company on the desk, but they are someone who found a little bit of momentum right at the end of that elimination bracket 1. We talked about how important that could be. So for me, that's the team that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on here as we get ready for this bracket. But it's time for us to start talking about what you at home can also be getting for yourselves. We keep mentioning it, so hopefully you're making sure you are sitting down and watching the broadcast for at least 60 minutes each day, because you are going to want to get all of these Twitch drops, okay? We had that R99 skin on Thursday, the Wraith skin Friday, and then today, the Hollow Spray ratting. But if you happen to miss out on your opportunity to get those, don't worry, you still have a chance to get the entire bundle as long as you're hanging out with us watching the stream for at least those 60 minutes here tomorrow on Championship Sunday. So make sure you are doing that. Get those locked up on your account because they're super, super cute. I have said it multiple times. I'm obsessed with the ratting one.
I think that Hollow Spray skin, by the way, the ratting one, like imagine you're playing like in ranked, you find someone ratting, you just throw that down. It's like as a full team, you're like, by the way, we know. And that's like the ultimate disrespect.
It also might be the closest some people get to a Predator gun charm as well. So it's nice to be able to pick that one up for free.
Wow.
Oh.
Are you one of those people?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love one. Can anyone? I just can, yeah,
Stand out this.
Masters, that's all I can get nowadays, unfortunately. These pro players, they just take all them spots.
All right, well, now that we've got all that out of the way, we're about to be getting into our final series here in just a moment. All right, before we do that, I want to get some mini predictions out of you guys. I know we've honed in on our squads that we're keeping our eyes on, but like we said, it's a stacked elimination bracket here to close out the day. I don't care if it's who you're hoping to step it up or who you think will 100% make it in. You can give me either.
I think that even though I've mentioned Ascend, I don't think they're going to be the team I'm expecting to win this. I would be looking at the likes of Exet to step up a little bit and show what they're made of. Maybe FaZe coming back from the depths a little bit after getting so close to progressing into that grand finals, because we've not really seen a pop-off from FaZe yet. They haven't necessarily had that big series, and I think they might be due one. So I don't know about you, Mark. Who are you looking at?
I'm going to suck up to the crowd. Dreamfire. They're going to make it through. That's what I believe. Okay, that's what I think is going to happen. But I'm going to actually talk a little bit about Entropic, because I think Entropic could be a little bit of a surprise package here.
But they are contesting Ascent, right? So it's
what if they win it, Dan?
That's the thing.
What if they win it?
We just saw what happened in that previous round where they were contesting each other and neither team were able to flourish. And that's one of the issues with contests, is neither team gets to be the fast-paced team who wants to progress into the zone. And that's what Ascend want to do, and Entropic want to do as well. But they can't do it if they're contesting, Lauren.
Honestly, this is how hard it's going to be to pick anybody to keep your eyes on. But if you at home want to watch all of the drama unfold, pay attention to some of your favorite squads, try to keep up with all of the action, well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can obviously just go right to the command center down below on your page and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. I mean, it's going to be very important, especially in this particular bracket when there are so many teams that are going to be fighting tooth and nail to solidify that spot in finals. Very, very important moments for these teams. All right, hopefully everybody in the crowd is ready to go. I want to hear you cheering as we get ready to close this whole day out. I love how much front of house action we have here with the signs. What has been your favorite sign you've seen so far?
I mean, definitely the glowing Dreamfire ones, without a shadow of a doubt. I don't even know how you make those, but like, it is absolutely incredible.
It's so beautiful.
Maybe I could be that talented one day, and I can start making signs like that when I'm eventually sat in the crowd watching my favorite teams. But for now, I get to stand here. It's quite a privilege.
I just want to say, by the way, to all the teams, like, good luck. Like, genuinely good luck. Like, it's so hard to send teams home, right, from any tournament, especially when they travel from all over the globe. But best of luck up there. It's going to be a battle, and I think the teams who make it through are going to be smiling. But don't forget the teams who are going home. They've been a massive part of this tournament too.
6 games, Lauren. 6 games is all they have, and that's the tough thing. It's going to be very different when we get to match point. It could go to 8, could go to 10, could go to 15. I think there is statistically it ends around, I don't know, 7 on average. But it's going to be one of those games where you have to focus up now. 6 matches is all you've got. You can't afford to falter, otherwise you're going to be in a position where you're just left scratching your head tomorrow and watching with the Dreamfire fans.
All right, well, we're talking about some of our teams keeping smiles on their faces, seeing some of the best in the best tomorrow in finals. And we showed this piece a little bit earlier on in the day, but we figured now would be a good time to rerun that in case you missed it. Okay, we got a chance, or Rain got a chance to sit down with Hal and Swing, talk to him a little bit again before this event, so let's check it out.
Hal, and Sweet. Last time, for some reason, people really liked this video. So this time we got more budget. Oh, Hal, I have something for you.
Okay. Oh. How's it feel?
I had more kills than you. Oh, Hal, I have this too.
Now, how does it feel?
I had more kills than you the land before too. How are you both doing?
Great. Worse than before that.
First time in London?
Second time. Second time.
Oh. At the Split 1 playoffs, one of you beat the other.
Who had more points?
That's not how you win.
You only have more points with the winner's bracket.
That's not true.
Yeah, sure. We had more points in grand finals. Without winner's bracket points?
No, just cumulative points. Yeah, with the winner's bracket.
I'm talking about without.
-10, we still had more.
No way.
Yeah.
How many do you have?
10 points. It's nice to see you guys getting along. Coming into this event, you both kinda barely made it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like one of you to walk us through the end of this season.
So we started off the season making fun of TSM for almost not qualifying, and then played really bad, and then TSM made fun of us for almost not qualifying, but then we both pulled it out in the end.
Be honest, were you rooting for each other not to make it?
No. Yeah.
Did you think they'd make it?
Yes.
Did you think they'd make it?
No. When it comes to big tournaments like regional finals and LAN and finals in general, TSM and NRG usually do pretty well.
Sure,
and I
agree.
I add us in both with that because I'm a good competitor and a good friend. Unlike this dork who just dual wields trophies and.
You want to let him hold it for a little bit? See how.
Oh yeah. No, no. There you go, man. I'll have one after this tournament. They don't give it to losers though.
Oh. God. So what's going to happen at this event?
Probably the complete opposite of scrims. Is that the more production?
This is where all the budget went. Yeah. So let's get serious. Who's the best player in Apex right now?
Guild. Evan's got his lever.
Did you see them 1v1 in the 1v1 tournament?
The Heglish tournament? Furls was not looking good in that.
Hal, who's the best player in Apex right now?
Evan. Verhulst. If Evan and Guild 1v1, I would sell everything I own, including my house and my car. I would take out a loan against it, put it on the Guild to win the 1v1, cash that in.
Wow. Which team is going to be the biggest surprise of this event?
I'd be surprised if NRG wins.
Should we stop doing these, or do you like them?
I like them. I like them. These guys really add a lot to it.
I know, they're kind of taking my job. Well, that's all the time we have for today. I'm NiceWig. See you next time.
You know, I didn't get to say this last time, but I think one of my favorite parts about that is that somehow Raven snuck in there at the end.
Raven was in it? Was he? Part of the band?
See that?
Very clever that he's able to just sneak on it. But yeah, it was amazing. I always love seeing those pieces, and it just seems to get better every time. More production budget.
I think they're warming to each other, personally. I think this is kind of like working in a very weird way. I think they're becoming closer than ever.
It's almost like
there's like a little bit of respect in there now. Yeah. From maybe more from Sweet than Hal, but
so we're just gonna have to keep doing them, is what you're saying. We have to keep
making
really have these conversations.
I mean, it'll be very interesting if we see NRG get a victory. Like, if NRG get a victory and it's 1-1, then we have to do another one, right? That's how it works.
I'm sure Sweet will be campaigning for a third episode.
Yes, he will, just so he can hold the trophies as well. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you guys got to do the London Lingo one, and to be fair, some of those teams actually did way better than I had initially anticipated.
And better than they should have done for people that were outside of England as well. Some of them were easy enough.
100 Thieves know more about UK slang than I do, honestly. Like, Onmu's on it. Like, he knows. I don't know. He must have some relatives.
I feel like we should have done more Cockney rhyme rather than just
Which makes
London
zero
lingo.
sense.
you don't know Cockney rhyme, and I don't think many people do, actually. Like, if I was to say...
Apples and pears.
I've got loads...
Spares.
Well, yeah, apples and pears, you know that
I've
one.
learned this one.
Because he said that one. What if I was to say, I've got loads of bees and honey? I would have... Money. Okay, see, it's easy.
It makes no sense.
It's pretty simple.
Apart from the fact that it makes perfect sense.
It's just code words that rhymed. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with that, and actually the LG boys in particular were such good sports with it, because we were saying some stuff, and the eyes they were giving me, they were like, please don't ask us another question.
So good.
Just let us out. But yeah, they loved it.
Yanya was hilarious. Like, Yanya would be like, they would guess, and it would clearly be wrong, and he'd be like, give us the point. Give us the point. Give me the point.
He was really trying to.
And to be fair, I tried to. Dan was being really nasty.
You were very generous, and I think everyone will remember you for that. Now, before we get into our last set of matches, we're going to be sending it to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. Our desk talked all the stakes, but it's elimination bracket round 2 time. This is where the teams will rise, but some teams will fall. And the question is, who has enough passion and pride to carry them through?
I've got to be honest, Tiff, I'm glad that we got the chance to watch the Howlin' Sweet video again before diving into these matches, because I needed a reason to smile. There are going to be a lot of tears shed in the course of the next 6 games. We are, of course, going to be starting off our matches over on Stormporton, the map that brings us chaos and deadly plays.
Oh, and I'm so ready. They alluded to that potential contest that's going to be happening between Ascend and Entropic at Checkpoint. Well, that's the hot zone. So I'm curious, Dia, with a contest in an elimination bracket round 2, which, by the way, Ascend was in the Split 1 playoffs finals. You saw them in that final fight against TSM, and now you find them here. How crazy is that?
Contesting in elimination bracket, Tiff, is a death wish for both teams. This is everything out there. Checkpoint is going to be a bloodbath because you cannot afford to give ground. And importantly, remember, third parties are always a possibility. So as both teams land, it's important to remember the strategies. Noticeably, Kashera and the squad, Ascend, split up, managing to grab as much loot as possible throughout 2 buildings, while meanwhile, Entropic have all chosen 1, playing all together, but risking not getting weaponry.
All right, Entropic has a Havoc. You have your fragger, Lufka, with a charge rifle and a P2020, then swapping it out with a Mozambique. That's not necessarily what I would want for an up-close and personal contest, but this is what I was curious about. Would Entropic take to the low ground, look for weapons, and leave?
And it's a smart way to play this, but they're not leaving. The way that they're doing this, Entropic are moving through the center of Checkpoint to try and get a few more weapons before the contest happens, but Ascend want to push the advantage that they have right now. Post kill, up on top, Mozambique in hand. Doesn't quite get that 45 that would have cracked the shields of Entropic, but they have the high ground.
In the wise words of a guy named Mandy, a super sub from Split 1 playoffs, my beak could go crazy, and it's gonna need to.
It certainly will. Lufka did lose his shields, managed to hit a quick swap before the continuation of this comes through, but a double swing from Entropic takes down Kajera. It takes down Post kill, and just like that, with Uchako on 1 HP, Entropic have a massive advantage. One member left for Ascend. Uchako goes down, but Ascend are out!
That is not how you want to start the elimination bracket round 2, and it simply comes down to the RNG of the weapons that Ascend was able to find. You're going up against Prowlers, you're going up against Volt and Nemesis, but you only had a few Mozambiques, a triple take and a charge rifle?
And Tiff, I'm gonna say it comes down to a little more than that as well. Entropic, credit where it's due, managed a really nice strategy, grabbing 2 buildings, playing together in the case where Ascend tried to split up, taking multiple peaks. It was a difficult contest for them, but now we get to the real game. Entropic have managed to pick up the win, and fortunately for them, they do not have a long rotate. We are pulling dead center of the map, a little bit of millage, a large portion of Jurassic Island, and most teams are already there, notably XSET having a very short rotation over from Cascade Falls.
I mean, this is impeccable. If you're XSET, right, and you found yourself in elimination bracket round 2 and you needed a stellar performance here, what better way than to be essentially gifted a zone? And Blackhand Naked realize they've already made it dead center. I love FC Destroy's positioning, right, where the 2 zones kind of intersect. The only team that will likely rotate from that area is going to be Fire Beavers and Dreamfire.
And it's interesting that you bring up both XSET and Fire Beavers in nearly the same breath, because these 2 teams, it's honestly very strange that they found themselves here. Of the teams that we have in this last set of the day, the final elimination bracket before the finals, we've got 9 of them that are in the top 20 damage dealers of the tournament. However, notably for Fire Beavers and XSET, both of them are in the top 10 damage dealers of the tournament, and yet have found themselves here.
Oh, and we've got Optic Gaming setting up shop. We have had these buildings occupied previously. We've seen this exact same play, and KCP will likely always choose the building that they have chosen here. But 18 squads remaining, and man, my hands are starting to get crazy. The energy's gonna have to get electric in here because this is going to be everything.
But I can't help but smile looking at Nasky on the screen.
Right?
This is a tense position when you're playing zone in the elimination bracket of your career. He takes his hands off the keyboard. My man is chilling.
He is having a straight vibe. I still need to get after him about not even opening that can of beeves in the content section.
What was it that Zero said? It was back at the cooking segment with Nasky. Other people are stressing, but we just out here hanging or something like that. That was Nasky.
Hey, it is a very accurate statement over here. FC Destroy setting up shop on the gravity cannon. It's going to be really nice. They've got the Jenny out, they've got the Newcastle wall, and they are building a fortress.
This is a zone end prediction, and I will say, it's relatively common for FC Destroy. This zone is a little bit more common when more of Checkpoint is included in the final zone. So a little bit of an off chance that FC Destroy do actually get the end game, but with Newcastle Watson, as you said, extraordinarily safe if they do. Fire Beavers, no surprise to anyone, are playing out through Cenote Cave on the western side of it. This is what they have done constantly throughout the entirety of Split 2. It's worked really well for them, and now they're running it once again.
Fire Beavers taking the area towards Millage. Now they're going to maybe potentially look to secure a rock, but you know, while I've got you guys all here, obviously teams from the top 10 at Split 1 playoffs that are competing here in the elimination bracket round 2, Ascend. They took 3rd in London previously, XSET 4th, Onyx 7th, Element 6th, 9th. That just goes to show you how incredibly stacked this LAN is and what is at stake for our players today.
There's a lot of history that you need to be able to back up with each and every international performance, because the funny thing about Apex is that success can disappear so quickly. You show up at last LAN and you don't even make the finals this LAN, you have lost so much of your legacy. But J-Lings, they have been building a legacy this entire split, and being able to, with perfect zone predictions in 2 of their matches during the last elimination bracket that they were also in, have managed to find their way here.
Yeah, it was nearly perfect, and those 2 wins there, that was exactly what secured them their ticket here to the elimination bracket round 2. But I would like them to start calling the zones a little bit better early on so they don't have to cut it so close this time.
Absolutely. At this point in the game, they're trying to make their way into the zone, one that is a little bit crowded, and doesn't have a whole lot of playable space. Relatively few buildings in most of our predictions, as the center of the map holds very little cover outside of Jurassic. Prowler Island can hold 2, maybe 3 teams, but things get real risky in the late game, and it's why positions like Dreamfire's are going to be nice for the early stages. They've got a lot of supporters in the crowd, of course, but Dreamfire, what they need most of all is a safe place to hold down and a good rotation for the late game.
Scouting, shooting, just kind of trying to pace it out, looking for everyone to know where they are surrounded, what is that next move. When you have to be so meticulous about everything that you're doing here, man. And also, we lost out on Complexity. Complexity and Ascend are the only 2 teams that have taken an early exit from this lobby. And I start to look for where are the teams that are potentially outside the zone. Well, North Eption, they love Lightning Rod, they love the zone, they love crafting before. Think about it this way, right? North Eption's just gonna fight their way in, similar to how we witnessed the Fire Beavers do.
It worked fantastically for them in the regular season. In fact, just looking at the zone damage that they took during that time, they doubled anyone else in the league in the very short time that we've been here at Split 2 playoffs. They've doubled anyone else's zone damage taken in Split 2 playoffs. North Eption love crafting in the red and holding on until they know the most powerful position to approach into the next zone. It's worked really well for them in Storm Point from the past, especially because high ground matters so much in Storm Point. But in this specific zone, it's not going to work nearly as well because high ground power positions don't exist in nearly as much of a strong sense as they do when we move a little further towards the northeast of the map.
Ooh, checking in, they're hitting the Prowlers, making sure they can level up those Evo shields. By the time North Eption does get into the zone, will likely come in with triple red Evos, a plethora of shield batteries, fully kitted out, ready to challenge anyone. And Dia, we were talking about this earlier, something that happened in that elimination bracket round 1 with North Eption was probably the coolest play we have ever seen. It's made its rounds all over the internet and social media. What they did specifically with that IMC armory.
Yeah, it was amazing, and for those of you that perhaps didn't see previous games, this was a POI that North Eption was contesting up against Furia in Lightning Rod with an ingenious move based on the fact that they run a support legend in Newcastle. They were able to start an armory from the opposite end of the map, sending Just Tida off to close off the armory before throwing himself off the map and being crafted on the other side of the zone. But we're getting into the action now as Fire Beavers have started to approach, and Fire Beavers are a squad that will tend to fight, that will tend to push you, especially for the high ground. Huge cracks come through from Impulse, but Fire Beavers are playing this slow, and defensive Seer ult has been laid down for them.
Ooh, but it's gonna be Onyx. You know, they've already lost out on Fussy. Raki and Shady still able to take the Trident and disengage. Want to fire away, make sure they can heal up before going back in, and it was gonna be the creeping barrage taking down Fussy. And Onyx, you know, they were 7th place at Split 1 playoffs, and they're not starting off to a good move here.
Fire Beavers got what they came for, though, and they are playing this as guerrilla warfare, weakening squads in the area, trying to bait in third parties, something that we actually saw Alliance in our previous match do fantastically. When you do push a squad on the high ground, you weaken them just a little bit. If you're able to back off, there's a good chance that someone else comes in and finishes the job for you. A team potentially like J-Lings, who are sat on the low ground.
J-Lings on the screen. Nags with the Skull Piercer wingman. This is not bad, right? They're going to be looking down basically at Onyx Esports, which recently disengaged from the Fire Beavers, but they're not going to be able to move from behind these rocks because if they do cross, even with the potential 2 smokes that 9 Impulse will have with the Bangalore, it's going to be too far into the open because there are so many teams congested in this area, and with everyone running, you know, longbows, nemesis, triple takes, that is the quickest way for you to lose alive.
One of Bangalore's worst enemies sitting in front of Fire Beavers right now. Fortunately, Taskmaster seems to be going off with the Nemesis, the 2x4, helping him out a little bit extra at range. This won't result in a kill, but the Evos that you talked about, North Eption having the extra 75 HP that you can gather as a team simply by doing damage, should work in the favor of Fire Beavers if they're able to keep this kind of harassment up on the teams around them. It's a privilege afforded to them from the high ground active position that they've chosen.
And they've essentially cleared out their back, right? No one's actually in the negative rotation to be able to come from mill at this point, and maybe a team would decide to maybe try to wrap around, but there's nowhere. It's so open. FC Destroy has the grab cannon, J-Lings is in a building, and Onyx is just trying to nestle themselves next to that rock, but they're the closest towards that next zone.
After winning the contest by checkpoint, and Stropik notably have a slow rotate out. They hadn't moved until we checked in with them one more time, and even so, are tanking a bit of the red as they play this zone passively. Their exit towards the south should bring them right up against the Watson fences that FC Destroy have been laying down for a very long time, and it opens the door for Fire Beavers to get in on the action as well.
You know, while we sit here, I really love that we're having Entropic here in the Split 2 playoffs. They had such a meticulous journey throughout the Split 2 regular season, formerly known as 2R1C. They've played with a couple different players, and now the roster stands as Ushako, Thorfinn, and Hiarka, and Jarovic is actually now their coach, who had primarily played with them previously.
Which is a wonderful story, and I will say as well, one of the other things that I've been tracking as they played as 2R1C, as they've played under a variety of names earlier, things like AYM, played under Kick previously as well, and Entropic have notably played with Oirain before, and he's the one member missing from this band getting back together. Thorfinn's been picked up by the duo of Ushako and Hiarka, and the squad has changed since then, but we're going to have to see how Oirain, their former teammate, performs in the battle up against, well, I guess we'll find out who.
Well, they've already taken a significant amount of damage. Good job on the smoking forward, trying to get the thirst that would be able to be a shield swap later, and Onyx Esports stands no chance against the Fire Beavers.
The harassment the Fire Beavers laid down earlier finally comes to a head, pushing Onyx Esports, knowing that now other teams are no longer in the area to third party this. Pioneers do start to creep on up, but will quickly retreat to their previous position. Meanwhile, Riddle, sitting in the low ground, are actually gatekeeping Entropic from accessing this next zone. You've got Riddle on one side and what was FC on the other side.
Ooh, this is going to make for an interesting battle, right? Because we're just locked and loaded with the Nemesis here, and I don't know how many of y'all play a lot of Apex out there. I'm assuming a lot. You guys know what it's like to have a Nemesis locked in on you. It's not fun. You know how quickly it can tear you down, and Tappy is just ready to make it happen.
It feels something like that, because Tappy certainly did find a couple of shield cracks. A nice Bloodhound scan as well helps push Entropic back as Riddle has full information. In we come, though. The L-Star does find BK, but doesn't take him down yet, allowing Tappy to swap back out. Ushako goes down, and it's a trade for Hiarka. Riddle have just Tappy left, and the Bloodhound can't clutch it. Entropic claim another life.
Hiarka, you are cracked, my guy. That is exactly how you step up here in the elimination bracket round 2, and that gold shield is going to allow him to quickly get back up into shape. The issue is there's a lot of teams that are going to be making their way from outside of the zone straight into them, and look at this cluster. Xset, 100 Thieves, FaZe in the elimination bracket due to a tiebreaker, and now they have to play another 6-match series.
A tough round for them, and a tough tournament, of course, but that can be said for so many of our teams. What's been really difficult for FaZe is staying together, and right now Phony playing anchor for Snipe Down should be allowing him to go off. Do Snipe Down things in this small engagement. Catalyst wall lasting only a moment more, with Entropic now down. FaZe have only a few seconds left to push on to 100 Thieves, but Xset are on the other side.
All right, well, let's go ahead. Xset, come on, make those longbow shots. 1, 2, 3, not necessarily able to connect with the hands of Nocturnal, but that's how we start getting that damage going. We just need a few of them. This is a nice third party, and 100 Thieves are gonna go down. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with Xset and see how they carry on.
Finish this! Shooting knock. Nice. Dead, nice. Be careful of north, I'm going back. Don't go back to yourself. Don't go back to yourself. Oh, there's a team there. Oh, no, yeah. Just play on loot. We're good. I need cells. I'm dropping my longbow. Someone needs to watch. Yeah, I'm north. One on the nut and two swinging. Okay. Are they swinging to the right? I can't tell. Right, really low. Okay. Just blitz up. I'm marking him. Archer. She's gonna have to Q. She has to Q. Okay. 21. It's fine. I need to switch my gun. Chill for a second. You're good. I have evac tower. Okay. We can walk her edge over here. Okay. I'm popping this ulti. 2 ulti cells here. Yeah, I'm gonna pop one too. I'm popping one. I'm 9% off. I'm getting catwall. 21. 70. All right, jump for Prowler Island. It's fine. Yep. I need to look for grenades. Yeah, get nades. I have no nades. 6 passes if you need. I'm taking this Nemi. And the Digi. They bangled it? Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna slide forward. Watch me. Cover me. Cover me. Watch behind you. Be careful also.
All right, Xset not actually going to commit to that fight from Element 6. With all the poke damage, it's not going to amount to anything. Meanwhile, Dreamfire going out at the hands of Fire Beavers and a few others. We lost out on FaZe early on. We lost out on Naked. 10 squads remaining at North Eption. You're going to go down to the hands of Kinda.
And we knew that North Eption were putting themselves in a difficult spot with the late rotate into this specific zone. It finally pays off, but with Element 6 going down, check out who's the one that took them out. Go Next have been participating in long-range fights around the entirety of this. They were sat, and still are sat, I'll say, in Prowler Island. And Go Next have done a wonderful job in this tournament of innovating, doing damage with things like the Fuse. Now they can put pressure onto Xset, who are decimating Black Hand.
Oh no, one more member of Black Hand, and just like that, they're gonna leave out this lobby too. Realize also eliminated. Sometimes you just gotta punch your teammate back into zone, hit the res, and carry forward. Optic Gaming also eliminated. We're down to the final 5 as Pioneers fall.
Go Next still in this on the island to the north. They're gonna have angles on Xset as soon as this wall drops. We've been counting down for a long time, but finally it falls. And Xset, watch Go Next rotate in from the north and towards Fire Beavers, towards an isolated Taskmaster. FC Destroy still holding on, but Fire Beavers absolutely down. Bambino the one to finish them off, and FC Destroy are huddled behind this Trident. You know you've got death coming your way as Go Next jump in from above. The RE45, the hammer points on it, doing work as Bambino claims another life, another squad.
Oh, but it's not gonna be over. They want more action as all of this is going down. 4 squads remaining. We have 2 different fights. Xset and J-Lings on the right, Go Next and FC Destroy on the left. Because the issue is it's so open in the water. And my question is someone gonna make a move to try and get those pills for cover?
They certainly should. At this point in the game, you know that that's the best spot. Teams that have played this ring have that idea, but Xset are watching over it. But it's Go Next that pull the trigger first. That's happened so often during the course of this match, but they're split. And with the horizon low, they're going to have to wait to group up. It's one member of Go Next on the island, 1 foot in the mud, and Xset hold on to the high ground for as long as possible. They are playing to gather as much KP as they can.
FC Destroy, Nocturnal's gonna be the last one standing to take that out there. So now we have to focus on the 3 squads remaining. Xset, you can see 1 player is trying to step foot on the island as well. That's gonna be Noct, the IG himself. Good catwall, so now they can focus forward.
Now it's a tough spot for Nocturnal to be in. So often, the IGL's job is to relay information to the rest of the squad. He doesn't have any. He's holding down. He's playing anchor on the low ground and is relying on Sykes and Fun to manage J-Lings, who are on the further low ground just to the south of them. J-Lings, who have once again, by the way, perfectly predicted the zone, now have the unenviable task of having to push forward and contest for a 2nd place.
Hey, we had asked if they could do it, and hey, the kills will come. Right now, they're sitting on 0 eliminations, placement points only, but Xset, they've got a multitude of kills, and that's kind of how you need to do it. 8 eliminations. If they can take the win and get the full placement points on this, it's going to be the game they need.
We're going to be running low on munitions for a lot of squads. There's not a whole lot left in this zone. 45 seconds until this closes, and J-Lings even are conserving meds as we speak. Something is going to break for these squads. Xset are the only ones still actively poking. For the moment, Go Next and J-Lings, they are waiting for the game to force them out into the open.
I love that he's hoarding his arc stars for that end game as well, right? Doesn't have a whole lot of light ammo to boot, but being able to throw 2 arc stars, stun up your enemies, and really close the gap. But this is really interesting, right? You got NA team on the left, 2 EMEA teams on the right. There are 7 of the 10 EMEA teams in this elimination bracket, and 2 of them have made it to the top 3.
It's an important stall tactic for these squads. We're going to try and pull a Fnatic now. J-Lings take to the sky. Everybody shooting at them. We'll see if this ends up being like Fnatic's play from earlier when they dropped down, but instead they're going to make it up to the apex of the jump. Xset now fighting just up against Go Next is off in the distance. J-Lings are still trying to stall. Go Next know they have to fight Xset. They're sandwiched now, and Xset have just as clear of an idea, trying to push Go Next back. They've got 1 low and 1 falls. Go Next as a duo are still sandwiched, and they will go down soon.
Good Seer exhibit there, and now they just need to keep pushing forward, keep taking space, but JMW is also going to get a piece of Go Next. 2 squads remaining. J-Links versus XSET. Who will come on top? They made the push first. Nocturnal's gonna go down. Fun, incredibly low here, but Sykes should be able to suppress the fights here while they are waiting, but J-Link still has all 3 members standing.
Look at JMW, the world champion himself. He manages to clutch it up, defend his team, and J-Links take another win.
Is that 3 back-to-back technically from the last 3 games that J-Links has played?
I suppose it is.
I mean, that's pretty effective. What is going on over at J-Links camp? Alex, I see you, their analyst over there, could not be more proud of those boys. JMW, he's inching ever so closely to that championship Sunday because he already knows what it's like to hoist a trophy, and he wants it again.
And it comes down to this immaculate game plan out of J-Links. The spot that they have, Tiff, if they take that spot 2 rings previous, it's the worst spot in the entire game. Timing is everything for J-Links, and they were contesting up against FC Destroy, who had a very similar idea, rotating early into the zone. Managing to pull it off, the passive play from this end zone was perfectly calculated, and we again see a Valkyrie ult change the game in the late game. Not what Valkyrie was known for when she was introduced into the meta, but now what she's being ripped back into playoffs for.
And it was really perfect timing, right? They were behind the rock, they have a Jenny, they're safe, they're not gonna be poked out of it, it's not gonna get canceled, and they're gonna get knocked down to 75% and forced to walk in, because we have seen that happen time and time again. But what's different about this team right now, where was this early on in the playoffs?
Yeah, it's been a tough one for them, and J-Links learning other teams' tendencies, learning what sorts of zones are pulling in this playoffs. They do change from time to time, have had a difficult moment, as so many squads, but this Valkyrie ult, as we mentioned, a game changer for them, allowing a relatively safe rotation to ultimately be the ones to put Go Next in a no-win scenario. There's so much cover around this tree on a very slow ring that J-Lings are able to, in coordination almost with XSET, just eliminate any safe positions for Go Next.
You know, as we watch the final circle, it's something to note here. Yeah, they did take a good chunk of damage on that Valkyrie, but it's so different taking it here in endgame, because if you do it early game, people probably have a lot of snipers, a lot of charge rifles, and that was the biggest issue when in a Valkyrie. But as JMW swings and starts picking up all that damage, 1,300 damage though for 1 elimination, that just goes to show you how much they were poking and prodding throughout the whole thing.
And I want to give credit to Noise this year, an incredible IGL for J-Lings, but what's really of note to me in this final circle is that he commits with the rest of the squad, half HP, just to get those extra kills, just to put them above XSET, and it nets them a 17-point finish. But XSET, kill participation meaning a lot for them, manages to catch and even overtake them even after catching second place.
Look, they did exactly what they needed to do there. Go Next with 16. Mia, though, in the top 3. They're doing really well. FC Destroy, they had a really great position early on and a quick rotation at that, able to nag 8 points, but Fire Beavers hitting double digits in 5th. They were looking so good, and 3 of those points came from Onyx.
A big game for them, and the Pioneers as well land themselves in the top 10 after only our first game. We saw the good vibes early, and even before that, we've got the privilege of looking at the in-game chat as our players prepare from game to game. XSET were taking a while, calming themselves down, breathing, 1 breath in, 1 breath out. That was all Fun was typing for quite a long time. It's clearly worked out, because even in their comms, they managed to stay quite reserved.
In Tropic, though, 6 eliminations, although they're on the bottom half of this. That is Ascend contest. I mean, hey, I don't want to say anything, but Ascend's got to come back ready for vengeance. And just above this in 10th place, Element 6 had, I believe, 6 or 8 eliminations, so still very impressive.
We mentioned it, North Eption's tactic not quite working out in the same way that they would have imagined, but the nice thing is, if you are a North Eption fan watching from home or even here in the arena, that the zones are going to continue to change, and Stormpoint more often than not should favor North Eption's style of play. It's what's gotten them this far.
Speaking of, I haven't seen a lightning rod so far, and I think that would be really interesting, but we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have match number 2.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, Copper Box Arena, we are here in London. It's the Split 2 playoffs. We've already seen match number 1 go to J-Lings, but who can step it up here for map number 2? I'm gonna need you guys to make some noise!
J-Lings fans, after going off last match, we've still got Element 6 up here as well. It's interesting to note, actually, with Element 6 and their specific pre-game ritual, we got the chance to pan the cameras around a little bit. Normally, I don't read too much into it, but it was interesting to see both Ascend and Element 6 grouping up as a team, actually making physical contact in a circle. It's one of those exercises that you do when you're really trying to all get on the same page, and it's fascinating that it goes with 2 of the strongest, biggest personalities in Apex Legends IGL history.
Okay, Swinny, the legendary IGL Slayers and Kinda. Let me just tell you, ever since they picked up Kinda, that squad has looked simply different. But I feel as if this LAN, learning the patterns of everyone on this global stage has been a little bit tougher. So let's go ahead, share some vibes their way, and see if they can lock it in, because it's match number 2.
We've been so tied up in effect that we haven't really truly discussed that it's Kinda's first performance. And
yeah.
He's been doing really well, having multiple highlight moments on stream. However, we're right back where we started last match with Entropic versus Ascend. This time, Ascend once more split up, but importantly, they cut off Entropic's previous rotate.
All right, but they've already picked up a flatline and an alternator. This is gonna look way different.
Ooh, what? Flatline alternator, I'm ready to fight. The thing is, Entropic, they are too. They're flatline, in fact. Uchako's really hitting true. You've got a few more bins behind you if Entropic want to back off, but it would require giving up the high ground, so they have to decide, do they want more ammo, do they want more supplies, or do they want to end Ascend?
Look, I like what Uchako's doing, smoking and moving forward, upgrading that shield, able to find a blue, but something that's different about how they had previously played it is Ascend is actually staying together.
Yes, after the initial split, they've grouped up on the building that actually previously claimed their lives, and in my mind, this is a much better look for both teams. Ascend have managed to back off. We're effectively splitting the POI, but we're continuing to pick up ARs, SMGs, suggesting to me that we're still looking for a contest at least over the next couple of seconds while both teams decide what they want to do. Entropic largely have started moving away, and it seems like this is the POI split, not of their dreams, but at least not of Ascend's nightmares.
Yeah, but I was talking to Sabs back in the green room, and we were talking about the potential things and ways this contest could go. She's like, it could go either split 50-50. You could force one that would essentially just grab a bunch of really good loot and drop down off the high ground, loot through the buildings, and begin rotating in. And it's not necessarily a bad call because, yes, while I asked for a lightning rod zone, it's not quite there, but we're starting to move a little bit further into that direction. And if you're 100 Thieves and you land Command Center, this is where you want it to be.
And if you're a Northeption fan, I'm going to say very much the same thing. Being able to now abuse the high ground advantage that they should have coming into the zone late should be a lot better. They're going to start at the IMC Armory, but we'll check in with them over the next couple of minutes, probably around 10 minutes realistically, because that's how long Northeption takes to rotate in. J-Lings, however, they from High Point have managed to use the tallest and only balloon on Storm Point and make their way over towards Stormcatcher. They're going to be playing over by the low ground in what we're expecting to be a Stormcatcher, say, Command Center zone.
Ooh, and J-Lings, who lands High Point, they've already rotated down so much further south than 100 Thieves, than Complexity and Blackhand. And if they can keep up these great zone calls, they've already positioned themselves here, and they're just south of Stormcatcher. And this is a really solid position. And with the Watson to be able to fence off these corridors, they can even scout with Noise's crypto drone.
You really got to trust J-Lings in the game plan that they've put together. Now, FaZe in a not so dissimilar position. There's an interesting thing that develops with zones like this, where it can go over to the Command Center side, over into the Stormcatcher side, or it can go to around where 100 Thieves are, and where we have seen zones end in this very tournament, notably with Dark Zero having picked up a win. Pioneers are going to be playing for that gamble of the low ground as well, and off down in Lagoon just below them, we've got Go Next holding that down. Pioneers, however, will find themselves in an engagement. They've got high ground, but a rising gravity lift undoes all that very quickly.
Zane, I'm so impressed with him. Gets the focus of attention, gets stunned up a little bit, still able to crack a shield, but he's gonna go down. It doesn't matter because Naked's Leica is just
that much more crazy. Pioneers, they're going to take an early exit here in the lobby. A beautiful reset here, and they're going to have all of the loot from Pioneers.
The vibes from KCP a little bit too high there. It's a disrespectful rotate to take when you know that other teams should be rotating, and 100 Thieves will have heard all that go down and went, good luck to you, because we managed to get here first. Naked, very happy with what they've picked up so far. Can still play this area of the map for a little bit more of a slow entrance, and it doesn't seem like they're too interested in playing zone at the moment, since they would have to pass by 100 Thieves to do it. They'll have a Catalyst ultimate back soon with the Excels that they're popping, and once the Dark Veil is back up, then they'll be able to make their moves into South Stormcatcher.
Ooh, that's exactly what you need. I had spoken to Naked, the team. They were talking about what their goal was for the LAN here, and it was all about consistent points. And so far, they have done just enough to keep them moving forward inch by inch closer to Championship Sunday.
It's worked really well, and Naked start moving up the hill, seeing if they can find a different angle in. This is not going to be too much better for them in terms of actually playing zone, but it will provide an active position from which to gatekeep squads coming from the east, and there are plenty. In fact, it's going to be Riddle and Ascend that are approaching from the east in due time, as Ascend are starting up an armory, and Riddle, they've certainly spotted it out. I suspect this is going to be an engagement pretty darn soon, as armory should be opening at the conclusion of the next few seconds.
You know, sometimes there's nothing more fun than just perching up on top of an IMC armory, except when Kashera has a Sheila in his hand just on the inside waiting for it to open. Yukio's like, you know, I've got my Bangalore ult, I've got a couple Arc Stars, but that Sheila, it sings.
Bloodhound scan for information on demand. We've got a Rise Q to interrupt them as well. Unfortunately, Kashera just gets deleted. It's like he evaporates leaving the IMC armory, and Riddle, completely unfazed by the team that emerged in front of them, are going to let Lufka go, but they got what they came for.
Mia K, what are you doing? That looked so like it would have went so much different from Ascend's POV, but they were prepped and ready with the perfect angles. It's like they had anticipated exactly where Ascend would be standing.
It was funny watching that happen as well, because over in EMEA, they were the challenger circuit that originally innovated on Horizon Rampart before Horizon got, I'll say, touched up to make her a little bit less accurate and her allies a little bit less accurate in the air. That was the terror of the Tier 2 scene in EMEA, and Ascend tried to use it there to not so great effect, but there's always next time. Fortunately, take a look, their composition includes Aloba, so it's not all over for them.
Not all over, and Lufka is going to go on the revenge tour, but it's interesting enough, Riddle is still here at the IMC Armory, and if Lufka does decide to maybe come back in that way, they'll still be nearby, and even Optic Gaming is still in zone, kind of mirroring what we would typically see from Fire Beavers and North Eption.
And North Eption, classic rotation in, stalling things out for as long as possible. Important to note, Taida swapping over to the Horizon for their Storm Point games, for their elimination bracket games. This is not the Newcastle that we've seen previously take teams by storm. I did want to make sure that we got a look at Entropic as well, because we're keeping track of both sides of this checkpoint contest. Entropic, they're also making a rotate in, a slow one albeit, but one that mirrors their EMEA regular season as they move through Cascade Falls, where they would have had a beacon scan available to them were they running something like Catalyst. Since they're contesting and have chosen to run Bangalore Horizon instead, they don't have that option.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. We get another look at where that zone is pulling, and J-Lings is looking pretty accurate once again. FaZe there to join him, as well as 100 Thieves and Exet. Blackhand seems pretty accurate on the zone calls, but it's being able to defend your position in the zone, because you talked about it earlier in map number 1. Just because this is a good spot doesn't mean it's a great spot now. It will not simply be playable, and that's going to be one of those tough areas to get into.
I have to agree with you, and I like that you bring it up. It's nice to hear my own words echoed back at me and go, oh yeah, I did say that. It's a good thing that I said that.
It's almost like you know what you're doing.
It's just nice to, you know, get a little bit of validation now and then. 100 Thieves, they early on managed to secure a spot that is going to age well. And it's going to age even better when we get the chance to check in on where the ring is going. But first, we got to see how Optic Gaming survived this engagement.
I can't believe we're saying names like Optic Gaming here.
I know, it is wild that Optic have found themselves in the elimination bracket. We said it so often. I remember saying it with Furia so many times today, but at the end of the day, you've got to be able to turn it on when it counts the most, and this is Optic Gaming's most important match of the season. They have to make it through into the finals because they've got legacies to defend. Playing on the roof, Skynades are connecting. Noct misses almost all of his shields in this engagement, but their access to the high ground, their priority on it, keeps them safe for now.
Well, they may be safe for now, but you know they're not going to want to necessarily let this go. They're just outside the zone, and with 30 seconds on the clock, let's jump in with a listen in and see how they approach this.
Good hold. Jumping off. Jesus Christ. Great.
Hemlock.
Okay.
You gonna grab it?
I'm gonna grab it, yeah. I'm gonna drop my scout. Bunch of good attachments.
Could be teams like holding.
I got a digi too.
Nice.
Fucking juiced.
Yeah, hearing shots. You guys are hearing that.
All right, well, Optic, they're going to disengage from that and work towards their rotation through Command Center. We do know there is a team that is trying to hold this area, and that is going to be Element 6.
That they will. Optic slow rotates for now. We heard them. Silence is golden, making their way through. You know that all is well, but I'm glad that we get the chance to bring up the map and Northeption's position in it, because their approach, taking the high ground through tanking the early zone, has worked out for them. High ground is theirs, but taking a look at the map, they've got that much further to come, and now a high variation lobby to contend with. Most teams would have been approaching from the south had this pulled a little further up, but now with so many squads crowded into Stormcatcher, they're gonna have to fight their way through more than half the lobby.
They are going to have a few things that they can play off of. There's some supply bins ahead of them, a couple trucks of fence lines, but you saw the charge rifle beams coming in towards them. It's going to be rather difficult for them because if anyone's on that super high ground Stormcatcher, which there most definitely is, you will be in that line of sight as you work towards that. But Onyx Esports have moved to the underside of this, focus of attention coming out, a little bit of an information gathering, not necessarily something utilized to push right now.
Much like the Riddle Optic engage as well, it's not to the benefit of either squad to take this engage if there's not a knock. It is Onyx that's in more danger, as there are a lot more angles that they can be peeked out from, but a quick scan does reveal one slightly mispositioned member of Go Next, the squad that was playing out of the low ground originally, and that now will have to move alongside Onyx. This is where things can get tricky when two squads have to move from the same place at the same time. We see it a lot in end games, we saw it over in Skyhook, and now we're gonna get a taste of it down here in Lagoon.
Doctors immediately punished, trying to find an angle, and loses 75 HP, forced to go ahead and hit the Phoenix kit. Has plenty of time, but they will have to move in just a minute 28 seconds. And if you think about it this way, we're about to have round 3 closing. We have 19 squads remaining. We will most definitely go from 19 to less than 10 in a blink of an eye.
Go Next are actually getting really antsy. You can tell in Slab's positioning that they want to take this fight, but simply don't have a way to do it. Time is of the essence, especially as more squads can start rotating through the south, and Go Next's attention has already been drawn. Riddle have started making their move, and they know, just watching from a distance, there are two squads here. They may very well wait until the fight kicks off, but even behind them, Riddle have spotted yet more teams rotating. Fire Beavers go up against Entropic. There are trades. Riddle can third party. Tiff, let's find out how it goes.
Boy Rain throwing down Hyarka fold, and now Riddle, they want to sandwich in on Entropic, and they were performing so incredibly well. They're going to go ahead and drop a Moby down, looking for a little bit of cover and maybe a slight distraction because Taskmaster has not been fooled yet. They're just jumping around looking for cover, but look at Yushako. He's pushing up straight. He's trying to finish Fire Beaver so he can focus on Riddle.
He'd really like to stay alive, push back this other squad, but with Entropic going down and Uchako being the last to fall, they're going to get set back once more. Their Storm Point not going as they'd imagined. Now Riddle's being pushed from the high ground, however. Fire Beavers look large and in charge, but Impulse is down, Taskmaster is out, and Riddle still have two, and Fire Beavers, they've got nothing.
Oh my gosh, Riddle Order, your first time on LAN as this trio here. Of course they have previous experience, but they are looking so good. It's crazy that we're seeing here in the elimination round, but this is what is getting crazy. These players are putting their hearts on their line, and speaking of hearts on line, Onyx just on the low ground of this situation. Go Next has been itching to get in on this engagement. Good Dark Veil, they've already got a crack on the Catalyst, and peep that, a knock on Fussy.
And through the creeping barrage as well, it should be the nail in the coffin for Onyx. But Go Next find themselves with a third party, Riddle, who we knew were going to make this southern rotation, now have managed to find yet another knock. And Onyx and Go Next run for the hills in separate directions, leaving Doctors for dead. It'll be a creeping barrage that picks up another full thirst this time around, and Riddle get to keep on moving forward. One of our only squads to be running Bloodhound. They are using it so pristinely, and now giving Tappy the chance to flank around. Onyx will end up going down.
6 eliminations make that 7 with 16 squads remaining. I cannot believe this. Let's jump in with a listen in to Riddle Order.
Okay.
あ、いいよ。うん。
いける？
いくよ、せーの。逃げてる。
どこ？下か。
レジあるから、いける。いや、でも右の岩にいる、右の岩にいる。ゆっくりゆっくり。グレーあるならグレー入れて。
もうないもうない。
消えた？
いるよいるよ絶対いる。ほらどうやってる。い
や、終わり。
左見る。右ファイトかも右ファイト取れたらでかいよ。これ右回り。
いいよ。
出てこます。
後ろ来てる、こっち来てるよ。行くよ、それ行き過ぎんだ。2枚来てるよ。
一緒されね。まあ割と余裕かこいつら。あ、シャウト入ったこいつら。一回左見よ。左押さえたらやばいこれ。一回負け。
これ赤も入ってるよ、今日。
オッケー。
左側から動こう。普通に。
俺左見る。うん、オッケー。
ちょっと待って。プッシュ。
これ打った方がいいこれ打った方がいい。
They're fighting straight forward. They keep on pushing. They want to see who is ahead of them. They know Dreamfire is over there, and they know that they're also getting pressured from the side. Let's go ahead and hear from Dreamfire for their perspective.
我打得快，再吃一个，我他妈吃3本了，第3本了，受不了，
丢给他推了，
他妈逼超了吗？
等我大
收掉，大90，现在丢吗？丢，往前走，这里爆了，这，前面150，打，前面不要倒，来，我丢大，不要倒，大家往前走，大家往前走，往左，往右，标定，他被夹了，哪个历史有大吗？有大，叫谁 ？OK， 待会让哥出来，我们前面这里是圈，我不要有人，打，打肉，很残，一滴。我先往前走，给大，给了。把人补了，右边有，我要填包，右边有，我 Q 了，拿分，点扣了，兄弟们，可以，打下，没电，我没 Q，有雷吗？没雷，打腰。对，有对，小人变身，我吃书，靠着。
Dreamfire taking down North Epshik, carrying forward because there's so many teams still outside the zone on the southern side. So many things are going down. We have Ascend that finally, unfortunate, dipped out from the lobby. Element 6 went down early on, no eliminations to their name. You can see the teams remaining on the right-hand side of your screen. Exit in that first place position.
And Dreamfire take out yet another squad. Terrors of the low ground. They're still placed right next to Riddle Order. These two teams mirroring each other, sandwiching every other squad on the way up, and the ring will continue to pull us further north, where Naked and FaZe lie in wait. And as we called out, as J-Links have predicted, this zone yet again.
This just goes to show the importance of a surrounding team around you and how great Noises is at recognizing immediately where he needs to play. He goes to the corridors just south of Stormcatcher and then immediately drops down to play this area. And it can be a tough area to hold, but you have the Watts and you can build the fence around. And as FaZe is utilizing this as well, but checking in with Optic, you know, the piercing spikes, the reinforced door, they were fenced in by a Watson on the outside though.
This is a survivable position for Optic, not necessarily in the long run though. It will just be for the next zone close, as some teams, say like Blackhand, like Xset, are gonna have to drop down. It's actually Blackhand looking at Xset on the low ground and keeping their eyes on Optic at the same time. Optic do not want to push this any more than Blackhand do, but both teams, all three teams in fact, will have to move down to the south and into the line of fire of teams like J-Lings and FaZe. Dreamfire are on the move once again though. Catalyst Wall goes up. Dreamfire are pushing FaZe.
Yeah, but so is Naked. Naked is moving in, but Dreamfire, they are going to be able to sandwich them perfectly. 3MC throwing it all down. Snipe Team is going to get a drop onto Roy. 3M's fall. Then Peta, the last standing here for Dreamfire.
Riddle are starting to come up behind them. They were sitting on knockdown shields with Yukio and Mia K just across the rock. Catalyst Wall about to fall. Dreamfire are on their last legs. They fall now. 7 squads left, and Riddle push up continuing in their stead. FaZe are on the ropes with Digis through the smoke. Riddle Order are in charge of this engagement. Bloodhound still in their hands, but on the other side of this, 100 Thieves are coming up behind Riddle. Mia K spots them out. The Catalyst Wall drops, and it's Riddle's time to play two sides of the fight.
I know we were talking about Effect early on with Alliance being the Grim Reaper, but I'm starting to think that Mia K is taking that place. This trio of Riddle Order is so synergetic, and Yukio is dealing significant damage. Has the Prowler fully kitted out, but we have to keep an eye on the amount of ammo, but it doesn't matter because the Prowler will drop you in less than 4 bursts.
100 Thieves putting up a great defense. Skirwy able to keep the squad alive for now. Backslon drops, however, and it's just up to Skirwy, just up to the horizon. Shooting through knockdown shields. It's a close range fight like no other with only 7 teams left. We got time for this fight to go off, but Tappy finishes him off, and Riddle stay alive.
Riddle Order, you are insane. Xset is down, 100 Thieves is down, 5 squads remaining, and Blackhand has finally left Stormcatcher and are making their way through the corridors, trying to take on J-Lings?
And they literally just walk up to J-Lings and take 2 of them out. We've still got, I believe, 1 member of J-Lings left, but that's down on the low ground, and that, not even for long. There we go. J-Lings are out. 4 squads are left. Blackhand hold the high ground. Riddle Order own the low ground. 1 singular member of Naked. Say hello to Pinky, and all of FaZe still stand.
Oh, but Yukio is playing. He's looking for Pinky, and you can see Mia K is also trying to wrap around Blackhand, though, as a full 3 stack, but just before Naked has been eliminated. But Boogie here going straight on in, looking to get some opening damage, but the Dark Veil is coming out.
Riddle Order have already suffered losses. Blackhand's time is to third party as the fight finishes. No squads have dropped yet, but Blackhand take on FaZe nonetheless, eliminating Snipe down, taking him out of the fight, and FaZe are gonna go out first, leaving just 1 member of Riddle left standing, just enough to clinch second place as Blackhand will take the win.
Look at the celebration. We have been hyping up Blackhand for so long. Think about that. Easy flash, strafing flame. You guys are so wild over there.
It is amazing to watch Blackhand perform at this level when just, I'm gonna say 12 games ago, we were looking at them going, it's strafing flame, it's easy flash, or it's nothing. They are putting on the performance of their lives, and all credit where it's due to Riddle as well, who owned that low ground and made some amazing macro movements in order to take out a lot of squads, get themselves a lot of KP, and in all likelihood, actually managed to beat out Blackhand in some ways.
It's really impressive, and Boogie on the Watson, you know, they jump in and try to go for that position that J-Lings has, and even though J-Lings also has the Watson and has the fenced up corridor with the Jenny up, oh, come on, get the hype up for Riddle. Yeah, you should see just how many eliminations they had. They were on a path of destruction. There's the signs. We love to see it.
I'm going into the crowd tomorrow, and I'm cheering for Riddle. Where
can we get a sign?
Yeah,
please, come on,
that's
sign
what
us
I'm
up.
doing in my off time. They had me from the moment we hit the dance moves in the first game. and they've continued to impress us since then. Incredible games for them after the course of just these 2 maps on Storm Point. We are going to be moving into our 3rd, however. Before we do, let's take a look at how that went down, because Black Hand pulled an illegal maneuver here.
They instantly throwed a frag, and it got sucked up by the Jenny, and that's fine. Easy Flash went down, and Bugi just keeps on peeking. They keep trading out. They're able to play the knockdown, though, which keeps them just out of sight of J-Lings.
And this is a mistake from J-Lings. Allowing Black Hand to walk up to you, taking as little damage as they did, is a critical error, but Black Hand being able to punish it means so much for them, because it's a reset in what is a nigh-on unpushable location, or rather, as it should have been. They have all the time in the world to reset, pick up whatever weapons, ammunition, as we've been noting, that has been going so low that they like, and then push out, finishing, or rather watching one member of Naked be finished, and then walking straight into a 3rd party. This was a beautiful end game for them.
Yeah, you've got Easy Flash smoking forward, covering their rotation around the gravity cannon. You have another Dark Veil from the enemy team actually isolating off their left-hand side, so no one's gonna push them from that. Bugi just hops up and says, hello, we've got this.
And the whole idea from FaZe off of that Dark Veil that you quite importantly call out is to avoid the 3rd party, but they don't expect the Black Hand taking the time to rotate all the way around the gravity cannon, and it makes it so simple for Black Hand to walk in, take a few kills, and pick up their first win in this round.
Very, very impressive, let me just say. And let's check out those stats. We got Easy Flash here. Oh my gosh, 7 eliminations, 1,400 damage, but Strafing and Bugi, they're doing a chunk of damage themselves. It was a team play here.
A total of 12 kills on top of the 12 points that they're going to get for a win means that Black Hand should, at the end of the day, be securing themselves a spot in tomorrow's matches, because a win so often is all it takes.
That is true. I know we saw earlier in the winners bracket that cutoff was just around 34 points, right? So you have to think about at least securing one of the wins in this match 6 series.
And that's, importantly, now Bandit Box that is checked for Black Hand. Our 3rd place team coming out of APAC. They've looked so incredible, and they're lucky to be representing APAC South on this level. Riddle still coming up behind them though, and as I said, even surpassing them in some ways, because a 25-point finish after finishing off 16 kills. We saw 15 earlier and we were wowed. Riddle are giving us something new.
I mean, that is insane. That is more than 5 squads. Riddle Order, you did everything that you needed to do. I know that when we were talking back, when you were still in the regular season prepping for the regional finals of APAC North, you were like, we had to change so many things up. And hey, obviously it is paying off. Cutting on over to the back half of this with the 11th through 20th places, Entropic, Ascend. I think this contest is single-handedly killing them both.
I was going to say 2 very important teams here, and they are exactly the ones that I wanted to highlight. This has been really difficult for them. Northeption equally struggling. Let's actually take a look at how this is turning out in the series results and how it's impacted what is now just 4 games left that these folks have to play. Dreamfire currently the cutoff with 10 points, and after a miraculous amount of kills last game, it's managed to keep them just barely ahead of Element 6 with 9.
I mean, this is insane. Look how many points are on the back half of the board, because so many points have been soaked up in the top 5 that everyone's just kind of scavenging for any kind of elimination that they can get. The fact is, 10 points is what gets you to the top 10. Anyone from the right side on the screen could just have a banger match and immediately throw themselves up the leaderboard, and this is just after 2 matches.
And it is real nice to see teams like Go Next up here as well, because they're sat solidly in the middle of the top 10, and I need to give these folks some love, because Go Next, as we've pointed out, barely made it here. They were the 10th place squad out of EMEA. They have innovated on the international stage and absolutely defied the expectations of this entire region.
All right, guys, well, that's the series results, but Blaze, I know you've got a special someone down there with RKN to talk to.
I got you, Tiff. I got the mastermind of Sentinels with me in the crowd. It's RKN, our fellow talent desk member right now. Give it up for him, everybody. Now, RKN, as we are in the elimination bracket round 2 finals, we see a lot of teams here. Is there any surprises that you're seeing right now that you don't think should be here?
Yeah, I mean, if we look back at last LAN event, we have Ascend, we have Onyx, we have XZ, we have E6. These are 4 teams that came top 10 at the last event. You wouldn't have expected to find them in this situation.
Yeah, and this is a situation they want to be in, but hey, we'll see if they can turn around and get back there to that match point finals tomorrow. But when it comes down to the 2 games we've already watched, who do you think has an upper hand right here to make it to that match point finals tomorrow?
I mean, these APAC North teams are looking strong.
They are looking strong.
They're looking strong.
Do we got the APAC North fans in the building right now? I think we do. Where the Dreamfire fans out there? They down there. Okay, they down there right now. But when it comes down to that, you know, we know that these teams, they need to perform well. Now, who do you want to see pop off here going into this next matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we got a few teams, but I'm really looking at Complexity over there. They've been having a hard run at it. They're looking a lot stronger. I'm really hoping that they pull through. I think Ascend is in a tough situation right now with a double contest on both maps. That's never a situation you want to be in, especially in an elimination bracket. And obviously, man, I just want to see some APAC North representation on the LAN stage.
You know what? I'm with you with that as well, okay? And we're about to find out who is going to go for it. Now, let us know in the chat and let us know in the crowd who you think is going to make it on over towards those match point finals tomorrow. But it's time to throw it on over to Tiff and Dia to get this thing going again.
Thank you so much, Blaze, RKN. Great thoughts out of you. Thank you so much for being here and helping out on the desk all weekend. You've been nothing, I mean, actually impressive. Nothing but impressive. That's what I'm trying to say
nothing
there.
Nothing but I understand. Yeah. It was the awkward pause after nothing.
Story of my life. I'm just trolling him. Let me know. I mean, I treat him like a little brother at this point.
I like that we're getting to see some shots of the E6 fans. You guys have been extraordinarily vocal, and we know that E6 appreciate it. We just heard them giving a little cheer themselves because E6 absolutely need to get it together. Swinny knows it. Slayers knows it as well. Unusually nervous on the first day, but he is pulling it together.
He is pulling it together. I told him, we were talking about it on the timeline, he was like, look, you know, it is all or nothing here. But I was like, you have so much support. You have an entire crowd section out there cheering you on, ready to see you make it to the championship Sunday.
And yet you only have one last game of Storm Point on the horizon. After this, it's all World's Edge all the time. Let's jump into a listen-in with Ascent to see how they take this contest.
All right. And I am definitely faster.
Yeah, then we went to the door, right?
Yeah.
All of them. No guns yet.
You're out. I have a balloon and a scout.
I
have wingman. Done. Should we stay here and hold? I have wingman only. Bottom cast for the gun, okay? One of them, they're getting space. Like, Post, do you have anything there?
Yeah, I'm going with you guys.
Okay, I'm going back to you, Cash. I'm on roof, Cash, they're nading.
The Cash went back,
Can we take the roof?
They smoke.
How much for your ulti, Post? Lufka?
See them? You see them?
No.
They smoke, I think they're getting the...
How much for your ulti?
I'm gonna ult.
I think we just go backwards like that.
All right, and Tropic, as called out by Ascend even, have chosen to take to the low ground once again. They're avoiding the contest that, as you said, was detrimental to both squads, knowing that it is their last chance here on Storm Point. They'll continue to pick up even more loot bins on the way, and honestly, with the small amount of extra knowledge that they have by taking this play into their hands and going, we're out of here already, you can't even see us, they're getting more loot at a checkpoint than Ascend will. They're gonna leave Ascend crippled once more in terms of their economy, and more than likely, Ascend are going to have to move up to the north and take the IMC.
That is going to be really tough, and they were able to take all 3 buildings, but we get a good look at where this zone is pulling. Can we talk about Dreamfire? They are getting a significant pull. They have ample time to set up in fish farms, and you know just how hard it is to get into that zone specifically late game because of all the open space, all of the water, and those buildings will fill up fast. FaZe has already made their way down from Launchpad, and Blackhand Complexity, they are not far behind them.
Yeah, they're the other big team that benefits from this, especially with the split landing. One member of FaZe popping down to steal a Trident from the eastern end of Fish Farms. They've got a quick rotation down and right back into that POI. Blackhand even starting to trickle down in as well. Fish Farms difficult to get into, especially when it pulls out into the open space. We saw Jailings pull this off previously, and Jailings notably aren't here yet. In fact, they're not even close.
Hear me out though, Dia, and I want to get your thoughts on this because we've seen this similar zone already here at the Split 2 playoffs. However, it encompassed more of the back island on Fish Farms. This has a lot more launch pad in it, and it has the ability to pull straight north into launch pad. That I have seen before.
For that reason, I really wouldn't mind it if XZ stopped themselves on the pathway now and chose to put up over in, say, by the gravity cannon or the high ground by launch pad. We've seen very similar positions work well for them before over in North Pad in the North American Pro League, and they've got the opportunity to do that, take their time on the rotation in. The Kansas City Pioneers, however, in their approach from the south through Gale Station, have already faced a little bit of damage off of the Trident rotation that they chose to take. They're following it up with an evac tower to make this all the safer, as they want to be one of the first 10 teams in the zone.
And here we go, coming down from the skies, looking for free space in this zone. They've pinged that back building, but they're gonna go for the pools, but oh my gosh, Serdell, watch your head there, buddy. Just able to duck into a pool and get into cover with nick of time. Realize being the ones that are doing the damage.
That one really hurts, but fortunately, easily recoverable for KCP. They're gonna have the meds, but those meds, importantly, are going to be a determining factor. They're not running something like a crypto to make their peaks. Oh no! Jailings try and make the early rotation, but they're taken out of the sky by Complexity.
Did I not say early game Valk rotations and a charge rifle do not mix? And now Jailings, who have had perfect rotations there, but look at that, they're able to get him back.
We res
what?
In Oob.
We res in Oob?
I mean, it's cool. I don't know if it's going to save you from Complexity, though, because another knock has come through. Noise is full thirsted now, and Jailings' early rotation is cut short. RKN in the crowd in the break between games 2 and 3 said he wanted to see Complexity show up. They're starting to do that in the early game, and they are not tunnel visioning either, refocusing up onto the high ground.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about Complexity real quick, because I'm sure a lot of you guys out there are familiar with Monsoon. He was on the desk with us at Split 1 playoffs, but Luda and Cody were playing with ESA at that time. This team has grouped up together as Complexity and have been attacking the Split 2 by storm.
And the wonderful thing about it is that all 3 of these players are really, as we so often say, I think, in international competition, wonderful mechanical talents. But for Cody and Luda, that's their focus. It's always been about getting them in with Monsoon. FaZe, they're backed up by another strong IGL, leading 2 big gunners. But realize, unfortunately, having come head-to-head with that, have to disengage through the Trident. I said drive safe earlier, Tiff.
Obviously, man, that is going to be a tough recovery. Not going to be able to get the banners because there's no way you can infiltrate back into this. Your best bet is to play your life. 20 squads remaining here. This is going to be infinitely... But it's the crypto that gets out. He can fly it right in there. Oh my gosh, open up a door and do a little bit of drone racing.
He can. He theoretically can.
Oh,
unfortunately,
no.
XZ aren't going to let it happen. They're not the ones to pick up the kill. FC Destroy do that. But with another squad eliminated, everyone remaining wins. And XZ, wisely, as we talked about earlier, have stopped their rotation short of entering into Fish Farms, gambling on whether this will pull up towards launch pad or not. They own the high ground, the gravity cannon, an extraordinarily easily defensible area, and with a decent bit of range as well, XZ could have a big game here.
They need this, right? I had the chance to sit down with Nocturnal early on, and let me just tell you, Hodzik, every time we look at Nock, is just back there, hand on the chin, judging and watching and waiting. And Nock in his interview specifically said he credits a lot of his development to Hodzik, and more importantly, it's almost like Hodzik has an inner monologue in Nock's mind, and he's constantly thinking, what about Hodzik? What would he do here? What would he have told us to improve? And, you know, I think Hodzik's going to respect this positioning because I even like this a lot in case it does pull back to launch.
Yeah, it's worked really well for them so far, and XSET, even though they haven't been picking up the wins so far, have been placing consistently pretty darn high, picking up a few kills here and there, and that's what this lobby is about. In the elimination bracket, it's not about getting first place, it's about getting at least 10th. And XSET have a healthy boundary between them and 10th that as long as they place, I'm going to say even 10th or higher, they can be reasonably comfortable with heading into the second half of our matches. Complexity don't have that. No. Complexity's Storm Point needs to finish off with a bang. They only started off with the 1 kill, but their move over towards the east pulls to a much less likely style of zone. We have actually seen it end where Complexity are before, but it doesn't happen often.
They are 7 points outside of 10th place as it stands right now. That's how close the points are in the standings from 11th through 20th place. So things are going to get a little bit scary here in 100 Thieves with 8 on the day, 12th place right here. They need to pick up as many eliminations as possible. I know just how sad they were when they did not make the finals and Split 1 playoffs, and they do not want to go through a repeat of that.
It always amazes me, though, checking in with teams like 100 Thieves, and we talked about them earlier, KCP, how IGLs can completely change how it feels to be in this position in a tournament. 100 Thieves may not be feeling all that great right now. Neither must KCP, but their IGLs, importantly, and in very different ways, keep them playing at the top of their game. So often Nasky does it by keeping the vibes high, and Onmu, increasingly as the game goes on, is able to pick up more things off of his teammates' plates. He doesn't rely on them to do things themselves. When we get into stressful situations like this, he's more willing to, I hesitate to say micromanage, but make sure that they're aware of the possible challenges the squad is coming up against.
That's so interesting, because every time I hear from him, he tries to say something different as well, because he wants his teammates to be able to think and play for themselves. But in those stressful situations, being able to lock in and have your teammates trust you, it is important enough. We do love a good play. Northampton coming down from the skies, hitting the focus of attention. It's going to connect, and now they are forcing that enemy to run. But Satsuki is going to keep moving forward, and just like that, Scurry is going to go down.
And in all fairness, Onmu could not have predicted that. Who moves off the top of Launchpad? Northampton following that up, reclaim high ground and are able to put out a decent amount of pressure from above, but they've already claimed 1 kill. Scurvy gets full thirsted. That's 1 more point in Northampton's pocket, a point that they desperately need. Storm Point has Nock on their way.
It's 1 more point, and it's a legendary position in this zone until they can see where they need to fight for next. If we could go ahead and keep going forward, they're not going to let them go. I think they're going to keep rotating to go exactly where that is, because they came into match number 3 in 17th place, and they need all the points that they can get, and Vaxlon and Onmu are completely separated.
I wonder if Onmu's trying to fake them out right now, because Northampton have spotted him out, and it could give an opportunity for a banner recovery, but Satsuki sees that coming from a mile away. He's already committed onto the low ground. He is on the hunt.
All right, Taida, let's see what you can do. You're an impressive Newcastle. I've seen you play Bangalore as well, and now Horizon.
With Northampton having successfully kept Scurwy's banner from being picked up, we'll cut over to Riddle Order and see how they're approaching this. They actually come up behind Complexity, but interestingly enough, also E6, who have been having one heck of a time recently. They lost Kinda earlier. He got back up only to go down 1 more time to Miyake.
This is so tough. I feel like as soon as you close the distance, you're just having a Prowler immediately in your face. Everyone that we tune to, it's less of R9 since they went into that crafting rotation, and now it's Prowler central.
Complexity should have heard this. It does worry me a little bit that Monsoon isn't turned around 180 degrees watching their backs, but Luda pings it out, and Luda knows what's coming, as does Cody. Charge rifle in hand. Riddle have eyes on them. Even if you can't see the individual characters, Complexity, having heard those shots, will not be doubting that they have to watch their backs, the northern side of the map, as their rotation into the next zone relies on their backs being clear, since they have to focus on taking out Exet, who are on height.
No, Complexity's watching. They are looking through Spider's tunnel here, and they only had one Bangalore smoke. They do have the Rolling Thunder available to try and push in, but they're actually just going to call it off. They're going to continue going further north and look for a different place to go in, and Kashera on the rampart. This is such a different, now that they've actually been able to get out of checkpoint from disengaging with Entropic, and now throwing down a lot of fences here, looting up in the black market. Let's check in with Riddle orders. They continue on. We last saw here in Launchpad, it was North Eption. Likelihood of them to still be here is pretty valid.
Just avoiding the focus that Complexity already had. North Eption won't have heard the shots by Spider Caves, and it's up to their game sense to pick up on the fact that Riddle Order will be rotating in behind them. Quiet as a mouse until that charge rifle shot comes through, but Satsuki doesn't go down. The 3-2-1 doesn't work as Riddle would have expected, and North Eption already start taking high ground. Taita's able to clear that out. Satsuki still continues in this poke war up against the charge rifle, and it seems to be working out for North Eption. It's a trade of damage. It's a hunt for those Evo shields that we talked about. With only 30 seconds left, though, Riddle want more than that. Riddle need a rotation. They've got Valkyrie ult. They've now got a little bit of cover provided to them by these rocks, and they need just that little ounce more afforded to them by the cover over the rest of Launchpad.
I think they're going to have to hit the Valk ult. I really do. They're going to need to, and North Eption will be on the high ground to be able to look straight towards that. But then you have to think about, where are we going to go into that zone? Because it is fully open. We know Exet was near the grav cannon watching the whole northern side.
Exet very much still are as well. They've turned their full attention down onto the low ground, you have to imagine, and that's to say nothing of teams that will be approaching out of Antenna, as that's still very much a possibility that could throw a wrench in the plans of North Eption, of Riddle Order, as now we start to rotate in. Big chunk goes on to Exet. Taita softening them up for the rest of North Eption, who have extended out ahead. Fire Beavers go down, but North Eption as a duo have to take on a weakened Exet.
Yeah, but utilizing the Rolling Thunder to put a lot of pressure onto Exet, giving them the time to close the distance. And Fun, look at him, he's nearby the grav cannon, and Exet Nocturnal is by himself. Fun going into the Seer exhibit. Knock, just an inch of life, able to grab a knock on Satsuki, a 3v2 situation.
Now everyone's back together though with Satsuki down. It is another duo going up against the trio of Exet. Great defensive wall by Sykes, by the way, cutting off these sight lines and allowing Exet to play one side of the zone. Complexity coming up on the other side though, and behind them, Riddle Order lie in wait.
They're just tucked in waiting to see how many more knocks. Now what's typical of this, they will watch the feed and see who is getting knocks and immediately push in when they feel it's advantageous. Exet though, able to take out North Eption, pick up 3 eliminations, but Complexity, they're moving in on this, but look who's behind them.
100 Thieves take Complexity by surprise, and remember, Riddle still lie in wait. Exet are still here. Luda's gonna go down, but it's trades on both sides. Exet can commit to this for their own third. I'm gonna call it even a fourth party, as 100 Thieves have just 2 members left. Onmu not gonna be picked back up too soon, but finally behind cover, providing the knockdown shield to allow his teammates to recover. Exet disengaged down onto the low ground, and these NA teams up on the high ground in positions of power. They're in shambles, Tim.
Look, the ability to be able to smoke and bat at the same time just completely changed the trajectory of the reset. Now Riddle Order, currently sitting in second place overall with 29 points, are looking at that rotation. You've got to find an angle, but when you're gonna peek out way too soon, you know all of those buildings are occupied and they're waiting for a chance to snipe you out.
Now, Riddle have high ground. During the next couple of moments, they'll have to plan out their route onto the low ground, where a lot of squads already hold. We talked about this earlier, but teams like Dreamfire, who land in fish farms, who got this zone rolled to them, are going to be lying in wait for teams like Riddle to show that moment of weakness, to have not planned out their rotation and start moving down unexpectedly. Miyake should have a Valkyrie. Yukio very close to having Bangalore ult back up as well. 5 seconds left, and it isn't just Riddle, it's 100 Thieves and Exet that have to move into the open.
No more smokes available for Vaxlon, and they are pushing straight towards Exet. Good use of the Dark Veil to block out some line of sight, but it doesn't matter. They're starting to peek through, but no one's really committed to doing enough damage. But Onyx is able to get clear shots onto Exet, and now 100 Thieves have the Dark Veil available to get them into the building.
Another Dark Veil goes down. This time it's Onmu's, serving very different purposes. This one doesn't cut off line of sight onto 100 Thieves, and Onmu goes down. It was meant to be a rotation, but now 100 Thieves have to choose. Do they go forward? Do they use this Dark Veil, or do they leave their teammate behind? Vaxlon commits forward. He goes down. It's just Skirwy left. 2 have fallen. 100 Thieves. Can we say it was worth it?
I don't know, but do they have any other choice to try and get in? But Riddle have seemingly done the impossible, have saved themselves just a little bit longer. Optic Gaming has gone out, and Tropic has fallen. We still have 11 squads left in this open fish farms ending. For the teams that have found themselves in a building early on, that is how you strive to succeed here. Your zone prediction is so impeccable. Blackhand, J-Links once again have positioned themselves in a prime zone.
And the KCP, the Kansas City Pioneers, who rotated in early, who needed to be one of the first squads in, are playing out of exactly where J-Lings were just a few games ago. The power position that picked J-Lings up a win. A few other teams in this mix with them, however. J-Lings just next door, as you called out, Blackhand. Ascend on the other side will have to move their way into this zone, and they're not even the only ones. KCP, who are they going to be going up against at the end?
This is going to be, it usually is going to be the winners of the fight between FaZe and FC Destroy. That is the closest building to them. Then they'll use whatever utility they have available to try and close that open zone, and Pioneers will essentially pick them apart, and Nasky needs every bit of that. But before we get to that point, Blackhand, currently in first place overall, are taking on Dreamfire.
Height full thirsted by the Thermite. That's one less member that you're going to have to deal with permanently during this zone close. Dreamfire are trying to hold on to the area right underneath Blackhand, and Blackhand are doing their work for them. The protectors of Dreamfire are farming the rest of the lobby.
Naked's rotation just stifled, but let's jump on board with Blackhand in a listen in his seat how they're going to approach this.
Two teams on roof. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. We're good. They're dying. I'm gonna pick up this door. I'm gonna pick up this door. 12 enemies protected. 12 enemies protected.
Let me heal.
Yeah. I'm queuing. I don't have Q. Chill. I have Q now. Pick.
I have to bet.
Yeah, it missed. Go back. Double that.
All right, checking in with FaZe. They've approached. They are looking to challenge KCP for the God Spot, and if Frex can hold on, they'll be able to take it, but no! Kansas City Pioneers hold the God Spot.
The early rotation pays off, but Riddle jump on them. They're on them like a sack of bricks. KCP do not survive this with Yukio on the chase. Pioneers go down. Riddle usurping their position with an excellently placed smoke, and they turn their attention to the rest of the lobby. The win that I'm almost certain is going to be Riddle's.
It needs to come from them, and they are just looking down the barrel at the 2 remaining squads that are holding their path towards a match win. Can they make this happen?
And the scary thing is that Riddle don't even need this. Remember, it's about being in top 10, but Riddle show no mercy. The final 3 squads, both having to go up against them. This is going to come down to a game of Bangalore smokes, of Catalyst walls, and you know just as well as I do that Riddle are going to be ready with the Digis especially. No ability to throw down a Catalyst wall. For a moment, Blackhand don't have one. Riddle, let's hear from them.
俺ウルトないからね。
起こしてね。起こさせた方がいい。右。まあダウン出たら行った方がいいかも。
いや、待っていいと思う。 that's all good.
左左左左左
バンガバンガ
右右右次右
バンガつかバンガつかって
次右次右次右次右
一回負けよう負けよう右来たら右来たらこれ終わった終わった終わった終わったこっちこっち見て見て右のバンガ回ってる回ってる回ってるやったよしやろうしやろうしやったよ
チャーズライフ
イエーイ
Riddle Order, your winners of match number 3. That KCP phase fight that Riddle Order was able to third party was the pivotal position for this win.
No mercy over the rest of the lobby, and as you say, Tiff, the recognition of the perfect timing have a Riddle Order all over Godspot. Another dance gets served to us here in the arena. Riddle's energy knows no bounds, and I'm so happy that we're seeing this squad really find their form, find their best form yet as they continue on. At this point, absolutely, certainly into tomorrow's finals.
Well, here's the deal, Dia. It's not like you called it or anything. You immediately recognized that that was the same position that J-Lynx had played in a previous game here at the Split 2 playoffs, and they won from it. Riddle Order most likely recognized that, as well as KCP and FaZe. FaZe were able to win that engagement between FC Destroy inside that building, and immediately were like, we have to chow now.
And credit where it's due. One squad left inside the building. Just waited for the rest of the lobby to expire. You farm up a few placement points while you can, because you know that the chances of you actually winning this game are infinitesimally small. Let's take a look at this one more time. By the time that Riddle Order actually have this position, there is a desperate attempt at a catalyst wall towards them, and it's in this brief second that Riddle actually can be overtaken, but they manage the fight so well with Tappy pushing the rest of Onyx back inside that Riddle are able to continually apply pressure to both sides of the engagement and focus the majority of their attention on the left, where the one aggressive, the one hopeful play was being made.
Well, then we get the listen in, right? And we immediately jump on board with them, and you just hear how calm they are. It's like they knew they were going to win.
I think that at this point, you have to. You've played enough Apex Legends that you know what it looks like to be perhaps not shooting fish in a barrel, but at least in fish farms where evidently the kills really do flow faster than water. With Onyx having gone down, this was a nice, clean finish, and it's the Bloodhound scan that ultimately allows Riddle this quick recon. I only, honestly, Tiff, wish that I could understand the comms, because the calm nature of Riddle Order makes me want to really digest what it is about this squad that is making them function like a well-oiled machine, because it isn't just this game. Their push up onto the high ground last game almost won them the whole dang thing.
Well, here's the deal. We keep harping on the IGLs that are the backbones of these teams to be able to call for the positions that they need. And if you don't know what IGL is out there, it's the in-game leader technically. It's the one that's going to be looking to call for those macro decisions, and clearly they are paying off. But here's the deal. I'm curious to hear what the desk has to say about that glitter. Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Great job, guys, up there for those casts. 3 matches down, only 3 more left for these teams to solidify their spot in finals. And after that performance, I feel like we can comfortably say Riddle Order is looking pretty good, Gino.
Yeah, absolutely, right up the top there, and they're looking class as well. I mean, sure, that's that map over, right? So now we get to go over to World's Edge and see if they can service their, like old mate was serving us, those dances.
All right, well, I know we just got to see a little bit of an additional breakdown there on that final circle. We have it from a different POV, so we're going to walk back through it and talk through and see kind of what happened from Blackhand's perspective, okay? Let's get into this. Vicky, you wanna start this off for us?
Let's do it, because Riddle Order, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it was the dance power-up, but man, they have really been popping off. And looking at the different perspective of Blackhand, healing up right before they had to forcibly exit out of this building alone. There goes the silence. There goes a slight slow to see where this spot was coming in from the bottom. But in terms of positioning, that's what matters here. These last 3 spots left, Sam, what do you think Blackhand could have done differently? I mean, positioning-wise, you're forced to traverse to the open ground.
You know, I think they had a really bad position. They played it so well. They actually made like the entry on the team on the bottom. They went outside. They they just started the fight. The other team started focusing the other team so they could just heal, reset everything that they wanted to do, and then they went to the fight, the last team.
Yeah, that timing was actually insane. And this is the open area. You have the smoke, the bank smokes, but what they were able to work with the fence line and then hold that position after being able to take care of KCP meant everything in that final moment.
Yeah, definitely a very strong way to close out that first map. We'll take a look back at our match 3 results, see where everything stands for our teams here. Like we said, Riddle Order, 11 kills for the 23 points. They are comfortable now, Gino, but a couple other of these squads, we got to see it from Black Hand's perspective. They're also looking very good now, too.
Yeah, Black Hand's fine. I think after this point, a couple of good games to start off with here. It was Onyx, I believe they were actually on 0 after 2 games, so 11 points on the board is crucial for this APAC South team, who, you know, obviously many expected to be doing far better than they have been so far. But then Pioneers as well with the 10, a couple other teams just creeping their way up there. Ascend was another one who was on 1 point, I believe, after 2 games. And again, you know, we're just expecting more of these guys.
Yeah, and what's crazy too, Vicky, is that because of these massive point sponges that we're seeing from the likes of Riddle Order, from the likes of Black Hand, when we see the second page here, some of these teams that are just having their first good performance will actually be in not terrible of a position heading into the last 3 maps.
Yeah, going into World's Edge now, we were also entering the comfort territory for a lot of these teams, and being able to secure so much KP, looking at our top-heavy teams, you have to wonder what Ascend is feeling, what E6 is feeling going on here. Looking at this second page here, after that second round, everyone's cheering, giving their energies to some of these teams.
All right, now we're also going to take a look at the series result. This is where things are going to start getting very important, though, because we took a look back in the green room at what the cutoff point was to get through after Elimination 2 last time around. It was 31 points. It might be somewhere around there, and if we're looking at that, Riddle Order, Saps, Black Hand, both already very comfortable. J-Link's just barely there on the cusp, and still 3 matches left to go.
Yes, look at J-Links. They literally came from the last group to the elimination round 2. Without, like, they're literally going perfectly up. They're consistently staying in the same place.
Yeah, the momentum for these teams is going to be very important.
They almost didn't make it, right? I mean, it was 4 games in, and it looked like J-Lings were on the precipice of exiting the tournament, and they come with those 2 back-to-back wins, and they have 100% taken that momentum and run into our losers bracket round 2 with that.
Yeah, I think that this is going to get very close. We can see just how few points are separating these teams. 3 games still left for them to battle it out. So someone's going to need to have some sort of a pop-off performance or something that can at least give them a little bit of cushion with so few games left. But we talk about this pretty frequently. I'm excited to talk about this time around. Obviously, there's always an item or something in-game that's very influential in our matches. It's time for WD Black, What's in Your Pack? And this time around, it is the 30-30. Genome, talk to us about this one.
All right, it's the marksman weapon, obviously. You can chuck those 3 or 2x4s on it to try and give you some range damage. And damage it has done. It has had over 175,000 damage so far in these playoffs. You've had the Skull Piercer in the crafting rotation. At some point, you can chuck that on for some extra headshot damage. You know, obviously, it's just been so good in the hands of these players so far. You let it charge up a little bit. That's what the bars on the side are. So it does slightly less damage if you're just popping shot after shot. But if you line it up, you get some pretty juicy headshots.
And most of these clips are holding down your line of sight with the 30-30, which does about 36% more damage per bullet, which absolutely makes your eyes water.
Listen, it's a dangerous gun, especially in all of our pros' hands. So that's why it was our WD Black, What's in Your Pack? All right, now we heard Rain mention this earlier. We're gonna be sending another reminder out right now because this is something that you absolutely do not want to miss, all right? And I am talking about July 17th, Apex Legends Kill Code. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're gonna have to go over to the YouTube channel to find out, all right? Because it is going to be a little bit of lore for all of you lore lovers. Kill Code will follow Lifeline, Maggie, and Loba and their adventures in the Outlands. Every single time we do anything cinematic like this, I love this stuff. It's so cool for the community, Sabs.
Yes, you know, I'm always questioning myself, what exactly gonna be then? What is the teaser about? You know, I'm going into details, like in a game. I need to know every single detail, and, you know, I never know what I'm gonna expect.
That's why we love it so much. And obviously we're talking about the community, all of the cool things that are coming to it. And it's not just us here in London having a good time. I've got some pretty cool clips to show you guys, okay? Because if I'm not mistaken, we've had a very cool watch party with Cyber Z, and you can see everyone hanging out here in Tokyo watching us live for ALGS. How cool is this, Vicky?
I'm literally just so astonished right now. This is amazing. Look at the fans watching from Tokyo live. Are you kidding me? This is what we love about LAN, though. It's the international fans, the international talent, all coming together. Even if you're not here in person, you're watching from home, or you're watching at a watch party, you love to see the energy that Apex Legends brings when it comes to bringing everybody together.
Obviously, we have some fans that have come in from all around the world here to LAN, but not everyone can make it here in person, but it's nice that they still get to feel that energy with other Apex esports enjoyers in the same space.
That's why we love the community here so much. We've loved the crowd here so much. We heard everybody cheering for Dreamfire before. We've seen so many different flags being flown, hanging out with all of you. We just want to appreciate you for enjoying everything here with us. But like I've been saying, there are only 3 more matches in our Elimination Bracket 2. Only 3 more opportunities for these teams to get themselves into our match point finals tomorrow. And it is time to figure out who those teams will be. On set, Gaskin, let's close this thing out.
Send it our way. We are ready to close this thing out. We got 3 more games of Apex Legends to get through today before we know what that finals lobby is going to look like. I'm nervous, I'm excited, I'm all sorts of things. My stomach feels a bit off. I'm not sure what's going on, Dan, but I mean, what are 3 games this is going to be?
Yeah, this is going to be now where we separate the men from the boys and where we're going to see really who stands up and shows what they're made of, because it's going to be one of those scenarios where there are some teams who have been struggling a little bit. Maybe they're not so good on Storm Point, but we move over to World's Edge. I know I always say it, but there's also, you've just got to step up when your time is now. Make sure you put everything forward. I've heard a lot about mentals. I've heard a lot about teams struggling a little bit, maybe not playing at their very best. You've got to put all that aside and do what you can.
This is how it stands at the moment as we head into game number 4 of this series. Riddle Order, they're at the top, and keep your eyes on 10th place. If you are below that, you will not be making it through to Championship Sunday. And as we've already discussed, Dan, so many times, that's what it's all about for these players.
So in the winners bracket, 31 points was the cutoff. Previous playoffs, also 31 points has been there or thereabouts. Sometimes it pushes up to about 34, but if we base it off 31, it gives us a rough idea of what we're looking for.
It certainly does indeed. We'll take a look at the map rotation. Of course, J-Lings winning match 1, Blackhand match number 2, Riddle Order with a win in match 3, and now we really do start to ramp it up. It's World's Edge time, everyone. 3 more maps to go before we find out who will be in our grand finals.
And we do have a lot of teams who are better on this map, will feel more comfortable, and would have been delighted to hear that it was maps 4 through 6, so that you can maybe get your dud games out of the way in 1 through 3, and then knuckle down in 4 through 6 and show what you are made of. There are several teams here that I'm sure know full well that this is going to be their opportunity in match 4 to now show us what they're made of.
Well, the 2-point sponges at the top of the leaderboards mean the rest is still all to play for. World's Edge is looking bright, it's looking colourful, and it's looking like it's ready for some action.
100 Thieves currently in 11th, followed by Firebeavers, Onyx Esports, Optic Gaming, and E6. All 5 of those squads will want to try and push themselves into that top 10 before we get into match 6, because if you find yourself outside of that top 10 in match 6, suddenly you've got to play a little bit differently. But here we go, we're diving on into World's Edge. We're going to follow Ascend. Remember, they've been contested constantly and find themselves in 17th position. They were in the grand finals last time. They were in the final fight last playoffs, but at the moment, their backs are against the wall.
How the story can turn, though, with just a couple of good games. They will have Lava Siphon to themselves.
That's
a lot
great
of people
news.
will say the strongest POI on World's Edge. Ascend have it to themselves. We also have a little bit of ring information to bring you. It looks like we might be heading either North Siphon or possibly pulling a little bit towards Fragment.
That is great news for Ascend, though. Entropic have decided to go to Big Mord and maybe contest slightly with Optic Gaming, who down at stacks. And I think that is a sensible decision from Entropic, because maybe they realized if they themselves want to get into the grand final, a contest isn't really helping them either.
So just to point out how tight this is at the moment, Riddle Order and Blackhand, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting, 48 points and 45 respectively. For the entire rest of the lobby, it's less than 30 points that separates 20th place from 3rd. And that's about 10 points a game, Dan. A ridiculous kind of scenario for everyone to find themselves in, knowing one big game, you could be here tomorrow.
Yeah, no one is out of it yet, and I think that's what makes these next 3 games so exciting. And I know I've pointed out a few times, you've got teams at the bottom of the table like Realize, Northeption, Complexity, and Ascend. They are 4 big heavy hitters within their own regions that have done so well throughout the online split, but just haven't been able to get going on Stormpoint. But maybe here on World's Edge, they could just turn their favor their way. You can see we're going all the way east. Geyser is going to be slightly in it. Overlook's going to be a great place to drop, as well as Fire Beavers at Fragment, but the no-name location, dead center, is where a lot of teams are going to head that way.
Respawn Village looks like the place to be for now. Possibly a truck ending, possibly pulling a little bit more away from that, but we'll have to see where our teams take that final battle. But you can see a little bit of a scrap going down, and one of the teams who is obviously at the top of the leaderboards at the moment, which is going to be Blackhand. They lose a player here, and it's thanks to FC Destroy.
And Blackhand should comfortably be in the grand final anyway, so it's not too detrimental for them. What's important is that FC Destroy keep on piling on the points and climbing up that leaderboard so that they can consider themselves a team who would be in that grand final.
One team who's going to be very happy with this first zone is going to be J-Lings Esports. Landing over at Overlook, they should have one of the priority positions. They're currently in 3rd place in the standings. 29 points is where they find themselves. This is the game you want. This is the zone you want to solidify your grand final spot.
And you might be wondering, well, why are J-Lings going away? Well, they didn't have ring console. They had a survey beacon, but no ring console. So at the moment, they have no idea where this circle is going to go. So they thought about going down to Geyser because there is a ring console there, but of course they're going to have to take a fight if they want to achieve that. So J-Lings might just have to play blind here. They'll have a general idea from the first circle, but of course it is circle number 2 where teams can really start to predict where it's going to go.
Well, J-Lings kind of going to hedge their bets by the looks of things. That's a really good call from you. As we see Northeption being eliminated, and it's Complexity who come to life here on World's Edge. They have been quiet so far, Dan, and you have to say this is a game that Complexity needs to put points on the board.
And that was 18th versus 19th going up against each other as well, so a huge fight for Complexity to win. Of course, Monsoon struggling with nosebleeds at the moment, so I hope everything is going to be okay, and I'm so glad he is able to power on, and maybe that could be one of the reasons why they've been a bit off here or there, but I still believe that Complexity have what it takes to get through into that grand final. As you say, it just takes that one big game, and they are capable of doing so.
I mean, I think you'd have to physically drag Monsoon away.
You really
he's waited
would.
so long for this opportunity, over a year I believe it is, since he's played on his own team at LAN. We did see him, of course, at the ALGS Championship, but he was a sub, a super sub. And this opportunity for him is absolutely huge. He's not going to let it go to waste. Pioneers, though, in a great spot here. A quick rotate from them, and Naski. Big opportunity for him to lead the troops up that leaderboard as well.
Another team who missed out on getting to grand finals and didn't really know what to do with themselves. They were a bit dejected after doing so in Split 1, and now they have a real chance of getting there to that grand final here at Split 2 playoffs. And they seem like spirits are high. I mean, spirits are always high with the Kansas City Pioneers, to be completely honest, but it can very quickly get shut down as soon as you're eliminated from a tournament.
Other teams who are making a quick rotate here. Interestingly to see that Fire Beavers have actually gone a little bit more zone heavy this time. We have seen them do some pretty wacky things on these kind of zones. In EMEA, counter rotates into zones, trying to catch teams out. My goodness, by the way, Peter, that is a ridiculous shot with the charge rifle, as the truck will be taken control of now by Dreamfire. And this is a potential end zone, but very, very difficult to hold. They don't have that rampart. They do, of course, have Catalyst to make it a little bit more difficult to push, but I always fear players and teams who hold this truck early.
Yeah, I think that Catalyst can only help delay the inevitable usually. It's going to be more so, can they escape with the Dark Veil once they realize where the circle's going to be pulling. Sure, if it pulls up towards them, they might be able to reside there for some time, but look, there we go. They want to get out of there. They know it's not going to be the position they can hold for a little longer than they were already. Instead, they want to try and take one of these buildings. They're doing a lot of damage, but they just about slide in.
Should be okay. Too many teams in the vicinity to risk pushing this from anyone else. You can see that Onika there, FaZe there as well, and they will be able to get the red Streamfire, so they're safe. The Dark Veil worked, even though it was a little bit sketchy.
So 4 teams within the respawn village. J-Ling's just a little bit south, who are going to be a bit annoyed, I think, when they realize where the circle is going to go, but that's sometimes how it is when you don't get the ring console. E6, who have quite a bit of support in the crowd as well. Still a lot to do in 15th position at the moment. But one of those teams who does always find themselves just in an end game, popping off and putting some montage clips on the board for us every single time we have them play here in London.
One of the biggest momentum teams that we have in the ALGS. Once they get rolling, it's very difficult to stop them. But the team who has not been stopped so far is Riddle Order. First place at the moment, 48 points on the board. By far and away the biggest total we have in this lobby at the moment. One solid game, you would say. One solid enough game from Riddle Order here, and they will be with us tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Honestly, I'd even say they could probably get 0 points for the next 3, and I think they will be on the grand finals. But 48 points should get them through even at this point. It would be madness if not. Except they're on 27. We were lucky enough just to speak to Nocturnal before he went to his booth. He said, 10 more, and I think we'll be feeling pretty comfortable. So in one game, that's definitely achievable if you can get some kills on the board. They were chasing a couple of teams and rotating around. It was E6 they were on the behinds of, but instead they're going to now go north and make their rotation over towards Monument. Now, 100 Thieves are waiting at Monument, so Exet just need to be a little bit careful with the way they move here.
Tough zone here for Exet, dropping all the way over at Trials and, of course, Skyhook. But if anyone can navigate it, we've said it before, Exet are that team, but they are on the precipice at the moment. They've got 27 points. But I mentioned how close the lobby is at the moment, Dan. 27 is by no means a secure place. If you say they're in 4th with 27, well, 10th place has 13, and that's one game, one average game for a team to close that gap. So everybody in this lobby is probably thinking, just don't throw away a game. Just be consistent. Try and find your way to an end zone and at least be involved in the opportunity to pick up a 10-plus point game. Exet are going to use that redeploy to find themselves a little bit closer to epicenter. A couple of shots going to come in, but they will be safe landed.
And it's why we're going to see a lot of games be slow starting, where 19, 18 squads are going to be alive with only a couple of circles remaining, because no one is going to want to take risks at this point. There's only, in my opinion, 2 teams who can really afford to take risks, and that's Riddle Order and Blackhand at the moment. I would say they are guaranteed to be in the grand final. Everyone else, it is not a dead cert. If you were to have a poor performance on World's Edge, you could find yourself falling out of that top 10 and kicking yourself a little bit for not being a little bit more careful in your approach of getting into the zone. Now, we do know that a lot of teams and the meta really follows teams who like to get into the zone early, place up, bunker down, but then it's also about planning what you do for that final circle. We had 11 squads in the final circle in the previous game on Storm Point, so you have to be aware of absolutely everything. You need to be prepared for all sorts of madness that's going to go down, and sometimes the teams that win will be the quicker thinkers right on the spot there and then.
Exet may be thinking about wrapping zone here because Complexity are ahead of them. Complexity may be backing off of this, just to give you a little idea of what the plan is here from Exet. So a little zone wrap, or certainly playing as close to it as they can to try and approach this zone from the northern side. Probably the safer option, and I think the safer option is going to be discussed and taken the majority of times by teams at the moment.
And there's 3 teams, though, that are moving, and actually I was going to say that one of them is Complexity as Exet. We'll just get eyes on Complexity there. Riddle Order are also not so far away, and Ascend might hear this commotion. It's important that if you are going to get engaged in these gunfights, you're well aware of the other positions you could be pushed from. You don't want to just get snuck up on and then lose your game just because you wanted to get a little bit of extra damage for those Evo shields. So Exet and Complexity need to be careful, as they both should be able to move together into the zone. It's not like they can't cohabit here.
Interesting to see what's going on here, because Exet are trying to kind of thread the needle between Complexity and Ascend. Element 6 came over from the truck that we were talking about a few moments ago that Dreamfire were in, and had a little look at it, but everyone seems to have decided once again, let's play this one safe as we move our attention over to Frag East, where we have Optic Gaming, who have found their way a little bit closer to zone now. Also finding themselves with a couple of neighbors, but the Kraber coming down. It's probably a little bit out of reach for them at the moment. 405 meters is too much of a risk to really overextend for.
Well, Exet move away from Complexity, but then they will approach Ascend, because as I said, they were in the area, they did hear the gunshots, and they went and had a little sniff. It looks like Ascend don't really want this. E6 also in the same kind of area too. Everyone's kind of posturing up against one another, but no one really wants to take the fight at the moment, and for good reason. There's far too many teams in the lobby. As soon as you do so, the third party is just going to be invited. So everyone just saying, okay, you can reside there, we'll find a new position, and we'll move on for now.
Then taking over that height as well on the drill tower to make sure that if Xset do try and push up, they are going to have that vantage point to really call a power position while that 3v3 may take place. E6 keep looking at this, by the way. E6 kind of keep creeping up, and I'll tell you for why. Because the zone is about to do something a little bit funky as Complexity are holding out Riddle Order at the moment as we jump into the map overhead and we see from the third-person perspective exactly what's going down.
Yeah, Riddle Order came in from the zone and they were hoping they'd be able to walk in for free, but Complexity just spot them, and now Riddle Order not only taking so much damage from Complexity, but of course from the zone as well, so have to manage their meds here.
Meds might be a problem for them though. You saw that was one med kit left to be used, as now we get a little bit of Moncam trying to hold out, trying to do it all for Complexity at the moment. Should be a pretty isolated fight, and is an isolated fight here in the kill feed. In the meantime, Fire Beavers and 100 Thieves having an exchange, and it looks like 100 Thieves are struggling.
Yeah, 100 Thieves down to just one, it would seem, as Fire Beavers take that fight in Fragment. FC Destroy are also nearby. 100 Thieves do get eliminated, and here's the fight we were talking about. FC Destroy are arriving late, but has the damage already been done by 100 Thieves as FC Destroy look to try and take this train car?
Trying to finish off this fight, trying to take advantage of the fight that happened just moments ago, but Hammer Drill has gone down, and Fire Beavers, well, they're holding strong here. Orion's going to get the bat off, and he's still got that car available. The smokes from 9 Impulse are huge, just to delay that fight. FC Destroy have to take it slow, have to play for the reset, and that allows Fire Beavers now to escape.
Well, it's so difficult to get a straight 3v3 fight at the moment, though, because there's plenty of teams that are shooting from a distance. Optic were getting involved in that fight, and they made it so awkward for FC Destroy, who eventually were able to back off. Complexity still griefing Riddle Order at the moment, and they were able to get one knock, that's for sure.
But the noise has allowed Xset to move up. While all of this has been going down, Complexity have to be so careful of the third pie, and there it is! All of a sudden, Riddle get that knock. It's a 2v2 right now between Complexity and Riddle Order, but the problem is, who is going to be aware of that third party approaching?
There are so many teams heading north right now. You can see Xset approach, but Fire Beavers are coming, and Blackhand are not far behind. There are everyone saying, maybe we could get KP. Complexity eliminated, as well as Riddle Order and Xset. They have one down. They just need to try and get back up here. But look, Fire Beavers and Blackhand, they were on the hunt as well.
Shots coming in now. Orion is down. 9 Impulse having to retreat, as well as Taskmaster, who we are watching through his reticle, but he's down as well. And Xset as a 2, putting so much suppressing fire from the height of Epicenter down onto this. They've managed to get Sykes back up as well.
And the zone's coming in too, so you've got to be careful and just try and move away from this one if I were you, Xset, which they do. I think Xset have been blessed by Blackhand, as Fire Beavers will lose one. They can stay alive as a 2, but the fact that Fire Beavers were about to full send onto Xset, it was only the fact that Hand actually got involved that saved Xset there.
Fire Beavers stay alive, but as a 2. To give you an indication of where the zone is pulling, by the way, FC Destroy are bang in the center. If you're wondering where we're going, it is to the train car that Fire Beavers were holding a few moments ago. So Fire Beavers in a pretty good spot in this cafe building to overlook where that zone is going. But I think everyone's going to be caught off guard by that zone pull down. We were saying maybe Fragment East early, then we saw the third zone and we were like, oh, this one's probably going towards No Name, and then straight back towards that truck. And Jailings are making a play for it.
Yeah, we have 5 teams down in the respawn village. Jailings want to move early. They get on top of the building. They've got to be careful of a couple of grenades. They're being griefed by several squads, and Nag's just got to survive now because he's lost his teammates. And Jailings, even though they've got a good points total, they still need a few more if they want to try and get themselves into that grand final.
Certainly do indeed. Optic, Blackhand, Jailings, Fire Beavers, all inside of Frag East at the moment. FC Destroy, the solo team who's inside of zone, as Jailings will be eliminated. FaZe doing a little bit of work in the kill feed as well. I believe the Snipe Down has found himself a Kraber, but Blackhand as a 2, trying to show presence here inside of Fragment East.
So Blackhand as a 2, Fire Beavers as a 2. There are a couple of weaker squads left. 15 in total with the squads remained in this next few circles. Now, as I said, there is about 9 teams that are going to have to move from east to west. So FC Destroy is sitting quite pretty at the moment, but they will also be the target of a lot of squads and a lot of grenades. But thankfully for them, again, just like we saw earlier in the tournament on World's Edge, you've got the perfect setup comp. You've got the ability to get that gen down, and also Newcastle get the wall up. They've made a fortress here.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult to push. And the problem is, even if you try and push it, Pinotor's got a Kraber. One shot with this, and all of a sudden, your ideas get absolutely scattered. Here we go. Don't stand still if you're on World's Edge right now, because this man on the Newcastle is looking to hit some shots. Looking at the kill feed though. KCP involved. Zane just picked up one. And Ascend being chased down at the moment by Naked.
3 squads all being pushed into the zone by the circle now. Naked, Ascend, and Exet. E6 are watching from the southern side, whilst FaZe, Onyx, Pioneers, and Go Next are trying to arrive from the southern side as well. Everyone at the moment is just being forced in, and you've got to try and work out who you're looking at, and that's difficult enough.
But look at this brilliant positioning now from Exet. The wrap that they made towards zone, with the zone pulling so violently back towards them, means that now they can approach and they have a walk-in. Ascend trying to hold on. Look at the last player alive for them. He looks like he could be in problems. Naked eliminated in the meantime as Exet. They win the fight but do lose Sykes on their way forward.
And that's bad news, because Element 6 have been waiting so long patiently to get involved in this fight, and they say this is the perfect time now. We can push up. Ascend eliminated, 13 squads remaining, as everyone is just about found somewhere to play in this circle.
Slayers and E6 going to take the height away from where Exet were a few moments ago. Realize eliminated in the meantime as Optic Gaming start to come to life a little bit, and it's about damn time for them to do so as well. It's when you're going to pop that Phoenix kit. Going to be able to get back up to full health, but you can see they've still got a way to go here down to get into that zone.
Exet is split at the moment, and that's not good for the Black Hand. We're trying to take a peek, but remember, they are just a 2 at the moment as well. FaZe were losing members, and I think there's only 1 player left on the FaZe squad, so that's going to be a rat situation to try and get maybe some placement points, get into the top 10 at the bare minimum. There's still 4 teams on the southeast side of this circle. Dreamfire, Onyx, Go Next, and Pioneers very close in a building, and when this circle moves them, they're going to have so many eyes. This is going to be a really tough rotation for them. FC Destroy, though, you have to say, they are in the winning position at the moment, but I have seen teams lose it from here.
It's very, very true. The good news for them is that everyone else who has to kind of come towards them are stacked up on each other. I mean, look at this in front of us right now. Dreamfire, Onyx, KCP all have to leave here, and FC Destroy can focus on them, can try and do something with that and pick off the KP that's left over. For now, though, Onyx Esports trying to hold on inside of the truck, trying to exchange fire and trying to survive, but they have to leave at some point.
Yeah, they're going to have to leave now. Zone's coming through. Dreamfire also going to be leaving at the same time. Kraber in action. Onyx will lose 1 as Pioneers start to make their move.
They get 1. Racky's going to go down from Onyx, but Dreamfire is still a problem. FaZe eliminated in the meantime. Dreamfire do come out, it seems, as the sole winners of that fight, or at least a survival race. And now with the Black Veils down, might have a second just to reset. The question is, does Roy still have that Kraber? Because he's been in that kill feed popping off.
Yeah, these Dark Veils are going to be massive for teams just to try and avoid attention, but you can go up into the sky, but it's going to be like play pigeon shooting. You will be taken down. Pioneers eliminated. 7 squads remain as Dreamfire are still alive, and they are cooking.
The crowd is loving it as Pioneers will fall. Dreamfire continue to move forward. 3MZ has gone down, but with 7 squads remaining, more shots like this might mean more KP.
It's just about now taking your fights and hitting your shots, but it looks like it could be the end for Dreamfire. Roy, the last remaining player, does not do enough as Dreamfire eliminated, and now suddenly all attention goes back to the likes of FC Destroy, who are holding center zone as we've got 6 squads remaining.
Let's jump into an E6 listening right now. They are getting hyped. They are so close right now.
I'm with you.
I'm getting more traps
on the smoke.
I'm checking left. Come
right here, running back.
Don't go crazy. It's a team above you, okay?
Okay, I'm coming back.
Watch me. On top, flying, flash.
Yeah, I need to heal. Nice, let's do. Just play slow for a second. Just heal. Yeah. I just need to heal. Just wait. Careful there,
I'm gonna pop a syringe here.
The right is playing bottom. Can you put it bottom?
Well,
I'm coming with you.
There's no one bottom on the left. No one.
It is. They're playing on the other side of it.
Okay, come in, swing.
Plan me right now.
Okay.
One's pushing me.
Oh, John.
I'm coming back.
Yeah, we find you.
Just wait. They're gonna fight now.
Can we climb up, baby?
On the right. Play the heady on the right.
Okay.
We still have lots of time, boys.
Yep.
Very good. Can we kill bottom?
Yeah, we can.
Play on me right now. Hit up that.
Good on me.
I'm standing. Nice, I'm going left.
I'm with you, Joe.
I'm trapping forward. Careful of both. We're good.
On me.
Okay, I'm with you.
The intensity is there from E6. The bubble is down, but can they wrap? But can they survive here? Down, everybody is stacked up. They're trying to finish off Blackhand.
FC Destroyer are going to poke out as soon as they see anything in this kill feed case when he's so weak and he goes down. This is bad news for E6.
And surely this just opens the door now for FC Destroy to move in. It does! They had zone. They had the fortress. And FC Destroy put up a big game under pressure.
FC Destroy had absolutely everything they could have wanted in that final circle. But one of the most important things, as I always say, was the patience. Waiting, picking their right moment, and then arriving in those final moments just to get those extra kills. And it puts them up to around 34 points. And I said, you know, that might be the magic number. Between 31 and 34, maybe that could be enough done by FC Destroy already. As for E6, though...
It's like relief when you see it, right?
As for E6, still a big game for them. It did push them into the top 10, which I'm sure they'll be delighted about. But again, still so tough in those final moments to try and work out where you need to go, especially when you've got a team literally holding a fortress in the middle of the map.
Yeah, so tough to do, and E6 gave it their all. And that's all you can ask in those kind of situations. Maybe they had to burn the bubble a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to, with FC Destroy just poking over the top of the tracks to try and do that damage. But that win at this stage of the tournament, ahead of the match point finals, knowing you've taken such a, it's not even a step down, it's a leap towards being here tomorrow. Massive for FC Destroy.
Yeah, Blackhand on 54, Riddlorder 49, Exet onto 40. I'd say those three should be in the grand final. FC Destroy just behind that on 34. I would imagine they're about on that bubble amount of total of points. So just a couple more for FC Destroy should guarantee them to Championship Sunday. But don't tell them that. Make sure that they just stay focused, keep trying to win games, boys. Don't
Two more games left.
Don't let it get that close where you're on the bubble. Just instead, make sure you have your own destiny in your hands.
I mean, you can just feel the emotion release from FC Destroy. They know how important that win was. And it was all, you have to say, down to either zone prediction or maybe just a little bit of luck with it coming back to where they were.
That being said, though, they did force Fire Beavers out of this truck. They said they wanted it, and they forced the Beavers away from their dam and instead built a fortress of their own. And as soon as they had set up, it was about taking extra space, getting those fences down, making sure you have the gen up to stop grenades pelting you. But if you can get in positions like this, when there's lots of squads in a final circle, not many people are going to pay any attention to you. Instead, they're all worrying about the edge. They're worrying about who they're getting pushed from. And then when it was down to just 3 squads, it was just a matter of time for FC Destroy. They would occasionally poke and prod, but then they would go back to their hidey hole, try and encourage the fight, and then eventually it was just a matter of time.
And that was the big play, I think, from them that really secured the game, right? Making E6 burn that bubble. Just having a little poke over the top, making sure that if that bubble's available and E6 are in position to climb up, they can climb, they can get the bubble down, and then all of a sudden, they've got something to worry about. But FC Destroy, I mean, how do you push that? What's some fences if you've got to climb going to be a problem? The Newcastle wall in front of you is going to be a problem. And then they've got the smokes to play with as well. And wow, 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 hammer drill. 2.6k damage coming in from him on the Bangalore, leading the way for his squad.
I mean, a crypto would have been nice, I guess. That could have at least done something about the setup that they had.
Very true.
Not going to be the case for a lot of those squads because they didn't have one to use. That is amazing news for FC Destroy. I also saw a member of Riddlorder go in and congratulate as well. Great to see the region coming together to support one another, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of APAC North representation in the grand final. It's been insane how good they have been at this tournament, but other regions still a lot to do here in Elimination Bracket Round 2, or the Elimination Final, if you want to look at it that way. But the Dreamfire fans, they had something to shout about because Dreamfire still got far enough. And Dreamfire at the moment, they are in 10th place.
Oh
if it was like this, they would be in that grand final.
If Dreamfire hold on to that 10th place, or better, of course, then I tell you what, that section of fans down the front in the copper box are going to go insane. But that is how things look after that match is done. So the results, FC Destroy, of course, on top. 8 kills alongside the 12th placement point gives them a bomb 20, which in this kind of environment, when you just want one big game, it's almost, you know, you can't put a price on it.
And a team who went under the radar a little bit in that game, Optic Gaming, 17 points, 12 kills. They were silently frying the lobby as they marauded towards the zone, and that is a big game for them that sends them up to 6th place in the overall standings right now. giving them a fantastic chance of getting to that grand final as well. Remember, they were in elimination round 1, so they have come a long way to be in consideration for that grand final.
Exet as well, we believe maybe done enough with that performance, 10 kills to their name, but this is where things start to get a little bit dicey. Looking at some of the names in this list, the bottom 11 from that game, a lot of them transfer over, Dan, to what we are seeing outside of that top 10 overall.
Yes, I am very worried for Northeption, Realize, Ascend, Complexity and Entropic. They are our bottom 5 at the moment in the overall standings. And if we think that the magic number's around 31 to 34, then they're going to need to drop a 20 bomb at some point to put them up there and give themselves a chance of getting into that grand final. There are the series results as they stand after 4 games, so it is going to be FaZe, Pioneers and Dreamfire all on 20 points, holding that 10th position. It would come down to tiebreakers if they all tied, of course, but at the moment they still have games to get it done.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff coming in from our teams. I mean, look at it could be closer, really. 3 teams on 20, absolutely ridiculous. Just behind them as well, 18. We've got 2 more games of Apex today. It is going to be a wild, wild end to day number 3 here. But I tell you what, these fans have been a special part of it, Dan. They have been making so much noise throughout the day, and at the moment, their favorite Dreamfire are holding on. The question is, are they going to be able to do it?
Well, I mean, if they manage to push their way through to the zone but not get caught out, it's going to be amazing. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we've got match number 5.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. London's calling here, and we only have 2 games of Apex to decide who will be able to answer that call tomorrow as we head towards our match point finals. 2 more games remaining here, Dan. We've got to find out who are going to be those 10 teams going through.
And it could not be closer for those top 10 spots. There are a few teams who should have already guaranteed themselves in the grand finals, but plenty to play for with only 2 maps remaining. And with how it's going and with how some of these zones have been, we've had 15 squads left going into some of these final circles. Everyone just trying to squeeze out every placement point possible, playing it safe, playing it careful. But now going into match number 5, is this where we see some of these teams who are really far from that bubble start to push it a little bit harder?
Pace certainly could change as we only have 2 matches remaining. Match 5 is live. World's Edge once again going to be the battleground for our teams. And keep in mind the team who is holding down that final qualification place at the moment in 10th, that's Dreamfire.
The Dreamfire fans in the crowd are letting them know that they are behind them. And we have a lot of fans in this audience who just seem to be back certain few squads. E6 also have a lot of fans here. At the moment, they're in 7th place after their incredible top 3. As Ascend are going to be contested. And we knew this was a possibility earlier. As we go again, Gibby's there.
Oh, the bubble fight, I've missed you. PK's always good. PK even better. That's 2 now for Lufka. Question is, can he get all 3? Entropic eliminated. He doesn't get all 3, but Ascend survive. And how vital is that for them, Dan? As they came into this game, Ascend, they were down in 16th position. If they go out there, that might be it. That could be the tournament over.
I mean, actually, even worse, they were in 18th. They've jumped up to 16th over Entropic.
Glad you paid attention.
Because they got those kills, and that is how close it is between those guys at the bottom of the leaderboard. I knew this contest could happen. Entropic avoided it in the first map. They went over towards Big Maud, but maybe they felt that their rotation wasn't good from there. They probably got griefed quite a lot from Optic Gaming, who Optic had 12 kills or whatnot throughout the previous game, so I probably want to avoid them as well. But that is a massive win for Ascend, who really need a game to light themselves up and actually give themselves a real opportunity of getting to a grand final yet again.
E6 fans, I'm sure you're smiling right now because we're going towards Trials, exactly where they find themselves, and it's going to be pulling all the way towards the back here, you would imagine, Dan. Good news for Xset, of course. 100 Thieves, I've got my eyes on you as well. You should be able to get such a good position. And they need it, Dan. I mean, look at the leaderboards at the moment. 100 Thieves are down in 15th position, and they cannot surely miss out on another final.
Well, Xset was saying about all these southern zones, and they were praying for some caster curses on the southern zones. Well, there you go. There's the most northern zone you could probably get at this point, and Xset should have an opportunity to pick up some real points. This is going to be a tough one, though, for the likes of Naked. Optic Gaming realize who are moving from the southeast side of this map, a big, old, long, treacherous journey where they have to push through the likes of Harvester and behind teams who are going to be there quicker than them, sitting in those choke points. But this is going to be a fun game for those who can sit in those choke points, as Firebeaver is currently having a scuffle.
Red Lord are going to be on the other side of this.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, Side Impulse, your spray! They pay! That's going to be 2 here. As Firebeavers look to clean up the mess they started, they win that fight, and boy, is Orion getting pumped up.
Element 6 also having a fight, and they're just trying to get into position at the moment, it would seem, but Xset are doing exactly the same thing, as well as Dreamfire. So all these teams, they're racing to the top right now.
It's a race to the tower, and you can see at the moment that E6 are having a hold. They get one onto Fun, but there's the exchange of knocks. E6 going to be able to reset momentarily. Are Xset going to drop? Swinny's got to get this battle. He misses the shot, and E6 fall! E6 fall! As Nocturnal clutches up for Xset.
Nocturnal just dumped all over that man. That was disgusting what I just saw. The battery was popped, but it did not matter, and Xset will hold, and they get the tower for their own. That is so good for Xset. Bad news, though, for E6.
So crazy. I mean, the tournament could come down to a Peacekeeper being hit and a Mastiff being missed. That's how close that fight was and what it came down to in those final moments. Dreamfire, though, look at the position they've managed to sneak their way into, by the way. We've seen a lot of end zones pull towards those fences and that little house they find themselves in, but Xset, I mean, for them, winning that fight kind of guarantees them, you would say, unless they misplay, at least a top 6-7.
I thought for sure it was going to be E6 after the bat was popped. Great news for Xset. Elsewhere, Onyx. They're at the bottom floor at the moment, trying to just throw a couple of grenades up to do initial damage, but they're just going to have to use the exhibit or run away from the exhibit as Complexity have got one down.
You're going to have to work very, very hard in this game to come out with a victory or certainly be involved in that end game. It's a Skyhook trial zone, which means that some teams are going to be able to stack up inside a Skyhook. There's always going to be a room to play. You can expect to see the 17 squads that we still have remaining in this game probably in and around zone 4, 5, unless we see someone try and push the pace a little bit like you were suggesting might happen at the start of this game.
Well, Realize is taking a fight with Naked at the moment and have been able to get 2 knocks as well, so they're maybe trying to push the pace a little bit down on the southern side as they try and rotate away from the zone. A lot of those squads who are on the south and on the east are moving quite quickly. We're seeing a lot of teams trying to get into place very early, and also we're seeing fights happening a little bit earlier because I think people are getting a bit antsy at the moment, looking at their points totals, knowing that they need to have a big game. You can't afford to just sit in a secondary position and hope the zone pulls your way. Is he playing on a tablet?
I think that was stuck for a second. One of the weirdest controls I've ever seen. Anyway, J-Links involved in a fight. Trying to pop the EMP and it's Ascend. They were trying to take this off them at the moment. This is completely, like you say, influential to what we can expect to see tomorrow in that match point finals lobby. Noises has fallen. Ascend on top here, and post-kill obviously feeling very comfortable here as he's going to pop the ult himself.
And I really thought Ascend would thrive in this meta, a squad who were always good at posting up, getting into zone, finding that perfect spot. But because they've been griefed, because they've been contested so much in this tournament, a lot of people have disrespected them by dropping on their location, knowing that they are a team who likes to quickly rotate away, saying, well, actually, we'll just take that loot that you're going to leave. But one big game, and suddenly they can rewrite that narrative and find themselves in a grand final.
100T are up on top of Trials for now. It's a good position to have towards, I would say, the mid to late game, but it's getting off of that position towards the end that can be somewhat of a difficulty. Trials inside is going to be held by Ascend. I'm pretty sure that FaZe was sniffing about on the other side as well. As now we see just a second of calm here, but I mean, that's a much more electric start, I would say, than what we've seen in the previous games. Like you were alluding to, Dan, I think you're right. Some teams are just starting to look desperate.
A lot of desperate attempts to just try and get into those prime positions. There's also 5 teams still in the zone at the moment, taking their time all the way down to launch site where Naked are still running away from Realize. Whilst Ascend, though, they hold Trials, they can stay here for quite some time. There might be a situation where they get pushed. And Go Next, they're also going to be comfortably in a building. There are several teams in Skyhook here that are just going to be able to wait this one out, wait for the teams that are arriving late to choose who they want to push, where they want to go. That's when the action is really going to kick off. Look where Realize and Naked are. They are so far down south at the moment. They need to start getting a boogie on. I know that Naked are just a 1, but Realize probably should start moving.
I think they've decided that that's not worth chasing. They've finally given up on the chase. Realize going to probably think about crafting on their way towards zone to get some med kits to make sure they can get there. Optic Gaming as well, you can see just leaving Harvester as well. They just hit the ring console over there as well as being able to do a little bit of crafting themselves. So Optic will know where this zone is going, but getting in is going to be tough. I mean, look at the top left-hand side of that map. Everybody is stacked up. Fire Beavers leaving it late as well over at Monument, having won that initial fight that we saw, but oh, this is going to be a bit of carnage-based endgame.
I do love watching this zone, and Dreamfire have taken one of the best buildings for it. KCP also playing the rocks in the north. I mean, that can be one of the priority positions as well. You can do a lot of damage and get a lot of kills from up there when people are just trying to scarper across the train tracks. The zone does often pull as far north as this, so Pioneers are banking on that. There were a few teams who moved away from Skyhook, just down to the southern side, closer to Countdown, maybe hoping for a little whiskey pull towards that way as well. But everyone at the moment, it really is just patience. It's the calm before the storm. It's knowing full well that no one wants to take those risks. 15 squads remain, so everyone's got 1 placement point at the moment. That could be 1 point closer to those grand finals.
Northeption at the moment, kind of just to the, you would say, the east of where Pioneers find themselves, but trying not to show too much presence at the moment. This is kind of the situation of do or die for Northeption. If this isn't a good game, then they will be done.
You would imagine so. It puts them in a serious situation where they'd have to have a mammoth game, not even just a win with some kills. It would have to be a win and record-setting kills at that point. So it has to be a good game from Northeption now. And considering they were the winningest team in the season coming into this, I was expecting maybe for them to put on a better showing here in the elimination bracket final. And if they had been in that grand final, all those stats start to come together when it gets to match point. But they just haven't been able to get rolling here. But 2 games is still enough to put things in your own hands and maybe just be able to set destiny your way.
KCP going to have a job. You can see they're spread out at the moment, trying to hold as much ground as they can at the northern side of Skyhook. Dreamfire still set up in what you'd imagine might well be God spot here. And with the comp that they've got the catalyst to be able to reinforce the doors, completely control it. piercing spikes are going to slow down anyone who tries to take it off them. A little peek through the window there to just wave at the neighbors. But no shots going to be fired in vain. Optic Gaming trying to make their rotate from countdown now, so they're slowly approaching. And all of a sudden, every single team is now within the zone. But look at Northeption. Look at this skyward dive. And the question is, are KCP ready for this?
KCP up into the skies, want to take the fight. Black Hole arrives as well. This could be trouble.
Zane goes down though, and all of a sudden, KCP have got to turn this one around. They managed to find one, they managed to find two, but are they able to clutch it?
Gets the knock, gets the finish, and Dark Veil will come up just to get the shield swap here.
But here come Blackhand, and here come Onyx. They want a piece of this as well. They know how valuable this position was that Pioneers were holding down, and Naski's realized it. Does he have time to stick this res?
This is such terrible news for Pioneers. They were sitting pretty. Now the nades will arrive. Has to cancel it, has to try and get away because the grenades are there. And we will still see one member of Northeption still alive on the height and just going to be a thorn in the side to Pioneers now.
Exhibit is down. Naski's trying to crouch so he doesn't come up, but it's essentially a straight 1v1 for the IGL to try and win. Or does he try and survive? He's doing a little bit of mountain goat work right now. He's going to have to be careful. Don't look down, Naski. Don't look down.
He almost took his hands away from his mouse and keyboard there to say, well, I think I might just be posting up and staying here for quite some time. Now, Onyx, who were having a look, were also greeted by Fire Beavers who are getting involved as well. Onyx have lost one. They'll push up, maybe see the one member of Northeption if they do look to the heavens, but no, they're just going to try and survive.
Here come the Beavers. Onyx Esports having to retreat desperately. Fussy is not going to be able to get back to his feet, you would imagine. They're trying to smoke off and slow things down, but the question is, can they spot him out? Northeption still have that player alive up on height. Naski is saying, hey, everybody just leave me alone for a second. Everything's cool. I think there's like a gentleman's agreement right now between Razy and Naski. It's like, you survive, I'll survive, but I'll tell you what, Razy's decided he's going to try and thrive instead of survive. Shots coming in with a 30-30.
Maybe he just got a little bit trigger happy there. He probably could have sat here and looked comfortable, but maybe locked eyes with one of the Fire Beavers members. But at least he can get all the loot that his teammates have been able to gather. All the meanwhile, the zone is pulling over towards the tower that XSET were able to grab right at the start of the game. You can see why it was such a furious fight between XSET and E6.
All of a sudden, Blackhand have forced their way inside of the Dreamfire household. And now you've got some neighbors above you who are partying a little bit too late for their liking. Blackhand trying to plan their next move, but everybody is going to be safe. This is now a shared occupation. Looking elsewhere on the map, everyone I think the scariest thing here, Dan, is everyone in Skyhook now has to leave.
It is quite unsettling as well when you are on the basement of those buildings. You can just hear the tippy taps of the feet running around, and you know full well that at any point they could just dive on you. So we go back to Ratcam. Naski, Pioneers, 23 points. It would do them wonders if they were able to survive. Now, Northeption were eliminated. Naski will have been able to get that information, and now he knows that he is alone and not the only rat.
The one thing that Fire Beavers don't know is that Naski is still there. Having eliminated that solo player, you have to wonder if maybe they'll get a little bit of info from the heartbeat sensor, but Dreamfire now, their next move is made a little bit more difficult. I imagine they're going to be pretty much safe for now. XSET's still the only team chilling within zone. Realize having a little scrap at the bottom of the zone where it's pushing in now with FC Destroy. And Realize are going to be eliminated. FC Destroy, we jump on board with them. We're just trying to hold the last moments of this fight, but they did win it against Realize, so FC Destroy will have to scarper towards Ring, but they did lose one player on their way forward. Make that two. Pinotaur's going to have to do it on his own.
Go Next also trying to push through. Complexity in a little spot of bother, but can throw a couple of grenades down. Utility being used to do some damage as they're just checking their backs at the moment. Pioneers, by the way, and KCP will be eliminated. Naski was trying to just walk on up on Fire Beavers, but they did eventually spot him out, so no extra placement points for KCP.
And now everyone in the lobby knows where that zone is going. Optic Gaming versus FaZe, though. Two of the biggest orgs in all of esports battling out for a place in the match points finals tomorrow, and Optic Gaming will be eliminated. FaZe come out on top in this one.
FaZe need these points as well. They're in 8th position in the overalls at the moment. Want a big game. They want to try and put it all done and behind them in match 5. FC Destroy now eliminated as the circle again pulls even further towards XSET. All the teams in Trials are going to have to move up now, as well as every squad that you see on your screen. FaZe, Dreamfire, Firebeavers, Complexity, all have to move to the west side of these tracks.
FaZe using that low barrel, the black market, to get a little bit extra loot to help them on their path towards this zone. And boy, are they going to need it. The gold helmet's certainly going to help a little bit with some utility being available for what will be a fighting situation that they'll have to come out on top of. But look at Complexity right now. You can see the teams remaining on the right-hand side of your screen. And Complexity, they have moves to make, and they might just be ones that have to save the tournament. No better time to jump in to a listen-in with Complexity.
These guys too.
Yeah, on low? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on low or on maybe even both,
15
honestly.
seconds. 15 seconds, we'll go, okay?
Okay. Still nothing up there. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Smoky?
Yep. Pretty much circuit.
Popping up now. Careful, no smokes.
Yep.
Drop
I'm ulti safe,
drop Hanger, drop Hanger, drop Hanger.
I'm gonna rat here.
Yeah, do it. Careful, Valkals.
They bang
big ulti now.
Okay.
Big ulti deep, okay?
Yep. Nothing on scan at the moment.
Safe on me.
Safe on us.
Safe.
Yep.
Team on the right side. Team on the right side.
I hear climbing. I hear climbing. They might be on top of me.
Okay. No scan. No scan. Or no Q. No Q. I'm getting ready. They're gonna be up here. They're gonna be.
Yeah, they're going to be up
climbing. No. No zero. Yeah, they're there. I need to come to Luna. Popping about here. I'm coming to Luna too. They landed on top rock. Careful.
Yep, they're right above us. I'm hiding then.
Yeah, they are.
I don't like above us.
They're gonna ape us. They're gonna ape us now. Get ready. They're playing back over in our spot.
Yeah, I'm going back to our spot.
I got naded. I'm 1 HP. Bringing them up top. Yep. I'm trying to look coming up to you, Mon.
I'm dead.
I'm gonna die. My spot's safe again, Mon. They're gonna pick me and I'm dead. Coming to you. They're still above us on the southeast.
Yep. I got 2 of them on scan. There's a full team where I died. Full team where I died.
Zero. I'm gonna burn zero. Okay. Yeah. Do it. I spoke to above us.
No shield heals. Pop gets range?
Yeah. They're gonna drop on us pretty soon. Next to your Q, they're going to.
Yeah. We can play off it. Yep,
I'm looking over here. Yeah, I'm looking over here. Can we scan in front, please?
Yep, scanning now. Nothing on the left side.
On me! 1 on 2 on 1!
Complexity will fall, but they force themselves inside of the top 9. FaZe have been holding onto the edge of this cliff for the entire time down, as now we see Firebeavers in a fight too.
And that was the whole reason why Complexity were worried, because FaZe were above them, but now FaZe get involved in the fight. It's Blackhand who are on the receiving end, as FaZe finally will push in and do the damage, but they're also just scarpering back up this mountain. They know full well that if they can just slowly but surely edge their way in, they are still in a good spot. But the team in the best spot is still Exet at the moment. They were on the tower earlier and they control a lot of the zone.
Frex has gone down, Blackhand eliminated, FaZe taking control, as Snipe down is the king of the castle, up on top of this rock, trying to do what he can to clear the way.
It's FaZe and 100 Thieves going at it at the moment. Snipe down does get the bat off, but Phony needs to be joining him to help him, but this is a tough fight to take. You're looking up and you've got rocks that are just holding those ledges and those head glitches that makes it difficult. Good decision though, make those shield swaps.
Nocturnal fun, you can see them. Exit still in that great position, but look, Ascend! Ascend have taken the high off them on the drill tower, and all of a sudden Exit, who have been in such a good position for the majority of this game, have given it up to Ascend!
FaZe have lost 1, make it 3, FaZe are out, as we also see several players trying to push in and take this position. Ascend in everything right now!
Lucas going in, go next! Are gonna have to live up to their name. 1 more game remaining for them, but this one is done and dusted. Fun is still alive for Exit as a solo. Ascend, what a play that was.
Also have 1 remaining player from Firebeavers as a rat as well. So it's Ascend, it's Exet, Firebeavers, and 100 Thieves, but it's Ascend who have the full 3 at the moment. Squad remain, but it looks like Ascend are in prime position to win this one.
Oh, they want to push this one. They're trying to Watson fence up to make sure that Exet cannot escape. Exet did get the res momentarily, but Nocturnal now been finished off. 100 Thieves though, they're going to take the high ground on the last second with the grav lift.
Well, of course, you still have to move away from this high ground, and Ascend know that. That's why they've backed off slightly, but 100 Thieves are a full 3 as well. 100 Thieves versus Exet with just a couple of rats getting in the way at the moment, and they really can dictate how this final circle is going to go. I'm not sure anyone even knows that 9imps is there at the moment from Fire Beavers.
Ascend try and take the low ground below. 100 Thieves, exit eliminated. They are done and dusted, and we are down to 3 teams. Fire Beavers, 9impulse, it's all up to you to try and survive, but he's getting focused, but the gold shield is going to be massive here. He gets 1 sell-off, but it's not enough. 2 squads remaining, 100 Thieves are sending it.
They have, but they've lost Vaxlon, so you've got to do the damage, trade 1 for 1. It's a 2 versus 2 here as 100 Thieves look through the smoke.
Scurry moves in, but all of a sudden he seems to have lost track of where they are, and now he falls behind 1, he falls behind 2, it's a 1v1. Scurry's down, Ascend win it!
Ascend, when their backs are against the wall, they pull out the biggest game they could have possibly wanted to put themselves within a chance of getting to that grand final. Kashira popping off quite rightly. They managed to take the high ground initially off of XN. They forced them off it. Then they find themselves on that low ground. But they just had to bide their time. They pushed the rat when they needed to, then they used the distraction of 9imps just to place themselves accordingly, and they were prepared for the drop of 100 Thieves.
The mentality monsters are not done yet. So many great calls, so many pivotal fights won. And then, that's the one thing you can't teach, I always say it, it's the ice in the 1v1 scenarios. Ascend will win it and give themselves a shot at being here tomorrow.
That puts Ascend in 6th position in the overall standings. 32 points. That's awfully close to that bubble number that I was talking about, but maybe it could still not be enough if some of those other teams start to push themselves in the next game. It is so tight for that top 10. At the moment, in 9th, 100 Thieves on 28, in 10th, Optic Gaming on 28, followed by Go Next on 26 and E6 on 24. So just a few points separating about 6 teams right now. Match 6 is going to be so nerve-wracking.
And something to shout about for the Ascend fans who have made their way here to London. But now it's time to forget about what just happened and refocus, because the job isn't done. Time for us to look at what just happened in that final circle from Ascend's POV, Dan, and you have to say the moment that I believe they won that game was when they initially took height from Exet.
They took the height from Exet, they forced them off it. Exet, of course, then died. And then Ascend were kind of griefed a little bit, so they decided to full send down onto Go Next and take the spot off of them. But this was the consideration for them. They had this spot, they saw where the zone's going, they knew that the high ground would just be able to pepper them, and they knew there was a solo player underneath this tower. And at this moment, they used distraction, I think, to then send it on the player, get the low ground, and then they could just hold it a little bit more safe.
Yeah, I think getting underneath 100 Thieves is the big moment for me, because then everybody is focusing the solo player, right? They come in here, they finish off Exet, but the difficulty here for 100 Thieves who are up on top, they know they have to drop at some point, right? And when you drop, unless you're playing Horizon, you've got a moment of stun, so you're not gonna have your gun up. So it's a brilliant, brilliant call to take the low ground away, and now you've just got to hit your shots. It's as simple as that. Lufka with a great spray here to get that first knock. Kashira trying to follow up, and then it was just a case of finding the players through the carnage.
Yeah, and just through the smoke as well. The digi threats were, of course, massive in the end, but it was Kashira in the 1v1 without a digi and just absolutely pummels him into the ground. Honestly, I wonder whether Vaxlon dropped a little bit early, but what a pop-off that was from Kashira, because Ascend know they needed it. If they want to be in Championship Sunday, they had to win that game to give themselves the best opportunity.
And what a better player to do it than the man on your screen, right? This guy, he is full of emotion. He will show it to you without having to be asked. And he only had around 20 HP, but there was no doubt in his mind he was ever going to lose that fight down. So aggressive, flew in and hit the shots to put Ascend on the brink of another match point finals.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Championship Sunday without Ascend, right? And maybe they can redeem themselves from what happened at Split 1 playoffs in that final 3v3 where they could have been the champions, but TSM ripped it away from them. The top of the leaderboard is starting to look a bit stacked. Blackhand, Exet, Riddle Order should all be in that grand final. I would like to believe that FC Destroy and Firebeaver should be good as well.
24 points for Ascend.
But that's what I mean, it was the big game they need. They only had 8 points coming into this. They were starting to fall away from the pack, but a big game like that sends them so close to the grand finals.
Now, one story we've been telling for quite some time. By the way, Firebeavers, a big game from them, all started to spark. Was lit for them with that win inside of Fragment, or Monument side, I should say. They end up with 16 points, but to go back to my point, the story I was telling right at the start of this lobby, Dan. 100 Thieves. So close to a finals last year, but came up short. If I was to tell you right now that they are in 9th place with just a few points cushion, what do you think's going through their heads right now?
Well, I think they are relieved that they've had a big game and they've put some points on the board, because otherwise it would have just been going into match number 6 needing a 30-plus game, which is unheard of for so many teams in a lobby like this. However, you look at the good things, you've got to look at the bad. Northeption are now probably too far behind. They would need a 30-point game, I feel. Realize maybe dropping a little bit too deep. Entropic, and I'm even got to say it, I'm worried Complexity could just be too far behind. There is still hope. It would have to be one of the biggest games they've ever put on show in any tournament ever. It could happen, but it is so far away now.
Well, there's the match 5 results done and dusted. We'll bring you the series scores right now. This is what it means. This is how it stands with just one more game to go. Blackhand, Exet, probably done enough of the heavy lifting alongside Riddle Order to call themselves qualified.